narrative to Donald Trump. But then he says, yet the response of the DNC was to try and hide President Biden's degeneration from the American public and disable democracy to ram him through to his party's nomination. Many Americans fear that the same DNC elites are about to rig the nominating process again to get a monumentally unpopular vice president to step into President Biden's shoes. I call on the Democratic Party to return to its traditional commitment to democracy and exemplify it with an open process. Instead of anointing a candidate handpicked by DNC elites, the party should use neutral polling to identify the candidate who can best beat Donald Trump. The delegates should then select a nominee
That's traitor.
based on this information. If they had done this to begin with, I would have not had to leave. By the way, past tense. I would not have had to leave the Democratic Party. I have to say, I'm
Sounds
excited
like
for
he's
this
keeping the door
5
open.
p.m. Eastern. He's come, Suleiman. I think he's leaving it open. I have to say it. This is
Did he make this statement with his?
If I
Did he make?
well, okay, so
Did he make the statement with his shirt on or off? Because I need to know how serious I have to take.
well, hold
Or
on.
okay,
What's
stop.
your preference, Prodigal?
I mean, I would take it more serious if he keeps his shirt on. I mean, I don't need him going to like beach muscle gyms, doing pull-ups or whatever he's doing.
But taking a step back from Prodigal's commentary on his clothing, I do want to make sure that people realize that RFK Jr., who will be speaking in a few minutes, he is literally going on X, where news is being broken, by the way, today. Just as a reminder that I know that everybody hates on X all the time, sometimes even me, but today X is where the news is, and we now know that RFK Jr. left the door open saying we should go back to an open process. Like, why would he care? Doesn't he want Kamala to be the nominee because he knows how easy it is to beat Kamala? This means
And Danish,
that he is interested.
And your last sentence where you said, I would not have had to leave the party, meaning if the rules were fair, he likely would have stayed in the party, which may mean that if they have an open, fair selection process, he may return to the party. So I think he may be keeping that open. I'm not sure, but it just sounds
His
like
family helped
I
build the Democratic Party. We have to remember who he is. He has crazy name recognition. Whether we want to admit it or not, I know that I know a lot of Democrats that don't like him. He is not very well liked. But in this moment, sometimes Democrats might get behind the big name. I'm saying Kamala is that bad. Sure, Michael, I'll go to you on RFK's commentary. Does this do anything for us right now, or do you think that RFK is too far gone at this point?
I think he's too far gone. I think maybe if this would have happened several months ago, he would have garnered some serious attention, even from some delegates potentially. And when I say months ago, I mean before his family came out united against him. But I want to say something quickly here. Someone asked a question a few minutes ago to me about some of the individuals who have and have not endorsed Kamala Harris. David Axelrod, who was former President Obama's chief strategist during both of his campaigns, he's considered the guy who really helped launch Obama's national political career, was just on CNN, and he stated he believes that Kamala Harris would be in a stronger position if she went through some type of a process versus through a gesture that she was handed the nomination. Wow. And I think that's a consequential statement from someone like that.
So, Michael, they're not handing
Barry
it to her.
Hussein strikes again.
Yeah, they're not handing it to her. You would think that this is tumultuous times. It's fascinating. By the way,
Chicago Barry says no.
Chicago Barry has not spoken yet, just to be clear. He could come out Prodigal. You don't want to be on the side of, because you were talking about Michelle Obama. We don't know that yet, and I'm just saying.
No, I didn't say that. I was just giving a hypothetical.
Okay,
I don't.
Come on.
I mean, honestly, I personally think she would be the best VP pick for them. I think she would be more of a unifier. I think people forget why Biden ran. Biden ran because all the other next generation projects, Soros and the Clinton funded, failed. Right? Buttigieg failed, Kamala failed, Stacey Abrams failed. Beto in Texas failed. Biden was the last one who could promise normalcy from the COVID and 2020 Summer of Love riot, and heat together that Obama feel-good coalition. Right? There wasn't many other alternatives.
These kids are fucking retarded.
Biden. So I don't. I think that they're in for a struggle. I think that I agree with Chief. I think it's best for them to unite behind Kamala, and if they can get Michelle, then go for it. If not, I don't know.
Prodigal, I would push back with this. Maybe, just maybe, Barack Obama thinks that if it's an open process and they can change. Remember, they're changing the chaos is not too bad after an assassination attempt. So if they can change the narrative right now, and everybody's talking about all these Democratic candidates, there's not enough time to talk about too much. I gotta say, if they come out as the party of democracy with an open process where there's a real shot, maybe Kamala does get anointed in the end, but at least in this moment, by not, I mean, it's not endorsing right now.
Thing is, you're overthinking it. What people are going to care about is the market going to bleed red tomorrow? Is inflation going down? Are interest rate cuts coming so I can buy a house? Like for us, it might have dominated that narrative. But other than that, what good news does Kamala or any Democrat
it's about
have to run
over the news cycle? This is not about good news or bad news. It's just other news, and that's what I'm trying to say.
But my point is, the status quo still benefits Trump, right? If they don't have anything good to run on, they're done.
As a reminder,
and I don't see them having any.
Kamala is the nominee. It will be a referendum on Biden. That's what people like you are trying to do, and they don't want a referendum on Biden. So having an open, that's why Barack Obama is the GOAT, is because ultimately he knows how to play the game. And you mentioned Chicago politics. Nobody knows the Windy City better. And ultimately, this is an opportunity to change the narrative. Notorious, your thoughts? Notorious, you got to unmute bottom left. If not,
sorry about that. I was actually on another call. I'm sorry about that. I do agree that Obama is kind of the I don't want to say the de facto leader of the Democratic Party, but he is probably the most beloved character in the Democratic Party. And I think that the thought of him pushing for an open election is interesting. I hadn't really thought of that angle. At least then it would put it up to the delegates and everyone else, where it could kind of remove the stigma from the administration, from the Biden administration, of skipping over Kamala Harris. That if it was an open convention where another candidate was chosen,
some breaking news, Boris, and I'll pass it right back to you. Apologies for interrupting. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has accused Vice President Kamala Harris of being complicit in the cover-up to deny that Biden was incapable of serving as president hours after Biden said he would not run for re-election. He said, quote, Kamala Harris was complicit in a massive cover-up to hide and deny the fact that Joe Biden was not capable of discharging the duties of the office. She also was the border czar during the worst border crisis in American history. Democrats are just rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. That is Ron DeSantis.
Well, that's awesome because no one cares what Ron DeSantis have to say. Go ahead, Chief. Sorry.
Yeah.
I care what Ron DeSantis
well,
has.
here's what I'd say. I mean, that's true. I mean, this whole, Biden mentally not fit, this has been a thing for years. We've been saying this for years. People on the right have been calling this stuff out forever, and there had to be cover-up because people talk to him, people know about him, people understand that he was not there mentally, and per the New York Times article, that Senta Statler had concerns for months on end about this. People knew about this 100%, so she definitely knew and covered it up, and that's the factual thing. And also,
but the real question is, if
hopefully you're not the other faggot on the team here. I'm assuming not.
They all knew he was senile, and they all knew
the gay little bitch on our team, though. I just
then what?
You gotta report him, bro.
Why did they take him out, Chief?
Well, a couple things, right?
You're reporting him for no reason, but it all adds up
You think it was
eventually,
something
hopefully.
as basic as a debate performance, Chief?
Well, here's the thing, right? That gave the
The trash bunny.
light to really go and expel him, essentially. Like that.
So this is the circle I was talking about here.
That they clearly put their, their vote or their belief or their, I guess, support behind Biden. And also, I'd say
I had to do this one game too to piss off some kid.
To have the debate before the convention even started. I mean, that's not really normal. I mean, look at debates in the past, like 4 or so election cycles, and they have not really been before the convention. This is the first one that has been. So why was this debate right before the convention even started? Very interesting stuff to think about there, because that's not normal at all. I would say, in terms of why,
Chief, why do you think?
I would say probably that they thought they can go and hide it from people. However, it got so severe they knew that they couldn't cover it up enough, and then that's when they had, okay, we're gonna have a little debate.
Now let's see how well they do.
Have it all fall apart, and then basically that's that. I'm not
I really don't think so. I don't think it was that well planned. It seems very obvious. I mean, my opinion, but it seems very obvious.
But it's so strange, like in terms of like why they had a debate before the convention. With the past 4 cycles did not have debates before the convention at all.
Because Biden wasn't getting any younger. That's why. It's not that complicated. It's honestly not that complicated. Biden has been deteriorating. He had a subarachnoid hemorrhage hemorrhage that occurred pre-2020. As a reminder, this is not somebody who had. So just so people know, that automatically tells you a lot of people don't even recover from that. And the fact that
I thought he had 2 brain clots. It wasn't just 1, right? I thought it was 2.
Well, he had 1 bleed. I believe he had 2 aneurysms.
Yeah.
But I can double check.
But I mean, I'll go back to the point here. I'm not in terms. I'm not gonna put everything on my whole entire slant for that or whatever. My point more so is that they've known for a long time. They're obviously covered it up for quite a bit of time to the American people during the primary and also during this
retards.
Time before the general election. So that was cover up 100%. I would say that this push to get him out was on the writing on the wall, with the media attacking him and the donors attacking him openly, and the leaks from politicians on the left. I mean, it was very obvious the writing was on the wall on that part. I think like Kamala, again, she was the border czar. She has lots of issues with likability. This election is pretty much thrown.
But ultimately, just to let people know, we're not talking about a small amount of money, and we're also not talking about a candidate that's been like a donor darling. Like, it's not like suddenly Kamala Harris is a donor darling. Even in the first time that she ran, that was not the case. And so, by the way, what that tells
I think I need to start another reactor.
The next few big things are going to be: are the donors going to get behind Kamala? I know that some folks that we're close to are talking about this question. This is a big question that we'll have to see that will play out. And some of this might all be ceremonial. Remember, she is the first Black female vice president. She has broken a major barrier for Black women. It's going to be interesting to see how they play this, because if there's going to be an open primary, how does that actually play out? Are they really going to choose, for example, a white guy ahead of the first female Black president? It's going to be...
Yeah, I'll start these later.
The hard part with the entire process is, I think are they going to choose a democratic process where they actually have an open primary? What happens... Sure, Michael said it earlier. What happens to all the money? All the money that went to Biden, where does it go? What is the legal basis for this? Sure, Michael, your thoughts?
Hey guys, so just a quick breaking news here. Obama endorses an open nominating process, while Clinton's endorsed Harris.
Wow.
This just came out at 4, I guess, not too long ago. So I just wanted to break that. As I stated, with David Axelrod stating that there was no way he would have said that on CNN without talking to Obama, and here we go. Obama essentially saying he's open to that process versus a direct endorsement of Harris.
So, Michael, why would Obama do this? Well, hold on. I got to ask you a question. So, Michael, why would Obama do this? This is literally, I mean, he is going against the Clintons. He's going against Biden. He's going against the DNC. He is going against the heart of the party. Why would Obama and
Pelosi hasn't announced, I thought.
I mean, my thought process, and again, I don't know, my thought process is based on what Axelrod stated. If Kamala goes through some type of process, their belief may be it will make her a stronger candidate. That's what they're saying. I don't know if I buy that. They're looking at the same data that every damn body else who works in politics have access to. Now, they may have some internal stuff that I don't have access to, but the negatives for Kamala Harris aren't great. I mean, this woman has 52% unapproval according to an aggregate by Real Clear Politics.
let's say after this week she gets a bump of maybe, let's say, 6 or 7 points. Once Republicans begin to hit her, and let me tell you something, they're going to hit her hard on immigration. They're going to hit her hard on crime issues when she was Attorney General in California. When those things have a moment to really get into the minds and conscience of actual voters, particularly swing voters, remember that 81,000? Though that 8% bump that she may get will drop back down to 52.3% net negatives. And that may be something that Obama is concerned about. That may be something that Pelosi is concerned about.
So you heard it here, folks. Obama, the former president of the United States, who essentially is the kingmaker here of the Democratic Party, has actually not endorsed Kamala Harris and instead is backing an open primary process 3 weeks before the DNC. Him and Axelrod are now backing an open primary process. They're saying it's because it will make Kamala a better candidate. It is fascinating to watch. Brian, you're laughing. I thought you'd be crying. What are your thoughts? I'm just kidding. Sorry, I had to say that. Brian, you gotta unmute, my friend. All right, Notorious, your thoughts.
Oh, hey, can you hear me or no?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Awesome. Yeah. So look, Obama is very concerned about his reputation and the way he uses his political capital. I'm sure privately he's for Harris, but enough people have already come out for her. It's going to be her. And so he doesn't need to. He can do this and make it sound like he's being more neutral and more fair. Like, this is all reputation management, to be honest. He's definitely not against her. It's going to be her. And there may be some token people. Marianne Williamson seems to be planning to make a run for it. Good luck with that, Marianne. It's going to be Harris. And I'm excited because, you know, I still, everyone's going to laugh at me. I still think Biden would have won in the
Marianne,
end.
she comes on our show all the time, Brian.
What was that?
I said, don't attack Marianne. She comes on our show all the time.
I'm not attacking her. I'm just saying it's not going to happen. So she's a nice lady, but she's not going to get the nomination. And, you know, this takes the age thing off of the Democrat side. It puts it on the Republican side now. Now we get to focus on Trump's age.
He just survived the bullet.
actually.
I think his energy is undeniable.
Energy isn't the issue. It's what he
just
says.
gave the longest
Scream and flail.
campaign
You can
speech
scream
in
and
the
flail
RNC
nonsense,
in
and you're
history.
screaming and flailing, and you can congratulate the person.
He's
on being
beating
ignorant.
5 court
Still
cases
nonsense.
and campaigning in Michigan out the same week in
So was
Pennsylvania.
Biden. Biden was out campaigning all week before he got COVID. He was doing quite
Biden
well.
just
actually.
stepped down. What are you talking about?
NATO,
Biden's not even running.
summit.
That's old news, man. Biden's
Anyway,
out.
it's old news, is you're right. Because now you gotta beat Kamala, and it's gonna be hard. And you guys are really in for it because the issues you're attacking Biden on, you can't do a lot of
Tulsi Gabbard beat her, and the Democrats hate Tulsi Gabbard.
Tulsi
And
Gabbard,
just as
that
a
was
reminder,
she
Brian,
did respond terribly to Tulsi Gabbard. That was the worst moment of the entire primary for her. She has her flubs for sure, but not like Trump. Nobody has flubs like Trump, and flubs is a generous term.
Yeah,
I mean,
nobody
that
kept
After
nonviolent
the first
inmates
15 minutes,
in
he
jail
ranted for an
past
hour
their
like a
sentences.
madman. He sounded like Gaddafi, buddy. Your guy sounded like
gentlemen,
Gaddafi.
We get some energy
Gentlemen.
back in the White House.
all
Look,
right, we're
Harris
gonna get
is
back to
going to
our
match
show.
up well. And
How did he do that? Brian, guys, we're gonna get back to actually talking about things that are currently going on. I will get back, and we're gonna move to Notorious. I'm gonna unmute everybody. Go ahead, Notorious. Go ahead.
I guess
It's a double mute. Just unmute Mike Notorious. It's a double mute.
There you
we go. I'm not surprised by Obama's position. I mean, like whoever was speaking before, Obama is basically the kingmaker in the DNC, and his endorsement is probably the most significant within the Democrat Party. And what this does is give 3 weeks to really see where everything's going to fall in terms of Harris taking the helm in this. And I think it's a wise decision. I mean, Obama's an adept strategist. He's a bit of a chess player, and I think he's a smart guy who knows how these things work out. And by saying that, he's first of all saying, hey, we should concede this to the voters, which is a good statement to make, but also that it's going to give the Democrats 3 weeks to kind of see where everything falls. They're going to be doing a ton of polling. They're going to be talking to a ton of people, and it's really going to come down to the VP pick. I don't think that anyone else is going to take the helm. I think Harris is going to be the candidate unless something catastrophic happens in the next 3 weeks, or if her polling numbers just absolutely crater and they realize that she's not a viable candidate. But as far as like the conspiracy and everything else behind worrying about Obama's where he's going to go or what's going to happen with him. I just think this is a strategic play. I think it's going to buy the Democrats time, and I think that's a wise decision on his part.
By the way, Shermichael's early news is now confirmed. You can see the tweet up in the top by Politico. So this is now confirmed that Obama endorses an open nominating process while the Clintons are endorsing Harris. Wild times we're living in. Chief, go ahead.
Oh, real quick, can I just land something really quick? I did want to get back to the RFK thing, where it's interesting that a lot of you Republicans don't seem to realize how negatively RFK is looked at within the Democrat Party. He's seen as more of a fringe character, almost more MAGA than anyone else out there, and people don't consider him to be a Democrat. There's certainly a lot of fringe people on the left that I would equate to your hardcore MAGAs on the right that like RFK, but it's for the same reasons. These are people that want to disrupt everything. They're mad, they're angry, they want things to kind of blow apart, so to see where things go, and they're more agents of chaos than anything else. But as far as
borders, stopping the war in Ukraine, and we're crazy. Psychos.
Anyways, we can debate all that stuff. That's not where I'm heading. I'm just talking about
it's not a debate that's ongoing. There's escalating strife in Ukraine, the borders of this is reality. This is not a debate.
It's weird to me that Republicans seem to think that RFK is a viable candidate as a Democrat. I mean, he's just simply not. I mean, that's
we agree. Like here's my again with the RFK thing. He left the DNC and made the Go Independent run, and he's even the Kennedy family came against him. I don't see him being an emerging superstar within the Democrat Party anytime soon. But I think people are more interested in seeing how he pulls votes away from people who were dissatisfied with Biden's performance in the debate, and now he's dropped out. From the left, people who are leaning in, left-leaning people in the center, seeing if they would go and put support behind RFK or not. Again, I don't think he's going to be a massive 10% swinger, but if he can pull away a certain percentage or two from a already dissatisfied center on the left, essentially, that might be something worth discussing. But
I see that. He's seen more as a fire shift to the Democrats than
not Democrats. Go ahead and play this.
So I was going to say that RFK is, by relatively informed Democrats, has been seen as a fire ship since he announced this campaign. He's been sent into the Democratic Party to have chaos ensue and to pull votes from people, and people are aware of that. I would say that every Democrat that I know personally, there's no way that RFK would ever be a viable candidate. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, for Democrats, he left there. He's right out campaigning against them and Republicans to secure a presidential nomination, essentially. You can make a bunch of speeches about the Democrats that I wish they were more fair and transparent. Okay, maybe valid points. Regardless, he's still not going to really be the nominee for the Democrat Party, and it's not like happening. You can say though maybe it's someone else or maybe it's Kamala, whatever. You can say whoever it is, but RFK is not the person. He's more so like a trouble for people who are in the center who do like people on the left, but aren't now.
Chief, I gotta cut you off because new talking point just dropped. I bet you this is gonna do numbers. Paul Ingrassia said, according to he's a Pulitzer Prize nominee from President Trump. According to constitutional scholar John Eastman of the Claremont Institute. By the way, I know, but let's read it. An opinion I share alongside many other legal professionals. Kamala Harris is ineligible to serve as president under the 12th Amendment. Thus,
she's
Kamala
an illegal.
Must step aside. Hold on. The fact that the tweet has Eastman put out his legal analysis in Newsweek. It's up on the top, but the point that was being made is, I'm going to read it. Let me finish. The fact that Senator Kamala Harris has just been named the vice presidential running mate for presumptive Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden has some questioning her eligibility for the position. This is obviously before 2020. And the point that he said, that she was not a natural-born citizen and therefore ineligible for the office of the president and hence ineligible for the office of the vice president. Because her father was and is a Jamaican national. Her mother was from India, and neither was a naturalized U.S. citizen at the time of her birth in 1964. I don't have legal analysis on this. Obviously, I don't know what the basis of this is. If you're born in the United States but your parents are not citizens, you're still a citizen. So I'm a little bit confused about what kind of crack Eastman is smoking. But
Well-
what is the basis behind this?
Well,
Prodigal, can you give your legal analysis?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we take it to SCOTUS and we get anchor baby legislation thrown out. Maybe this is the ultimate win.
Well,
Yeah,
the
so
whole-
essentially,
the-
but by the way, just to be clear, anchor babies are illegal immigrants. Our parents were legally in this country. Just want to remind everybody.
Well,
Sorry.
well,
go ahead, Chief.
well, hold on. I would say so. What people think of anchor babies is when someone has, if two illegals have a baby in America and then they have the DACA and they can basically anchor themselves there and then have eventually visas or some form of immigration
DACA
to get.
applies to illegal immigrants.
Yeah, we're
Again,
talking about birthright citizenship.
Yeah, but yeah, the
it's about
issue is how
birthright citizenship.
the issue is like how the Supreme Court interprets what if being born on American soil constitutes a naturalized American citizen or not. That's
Listen,
the big
if the Dominican Republic can take away, and they're way more diverse than we are, America should have it. If the Dominican Republic can build a wall to separate themselves from Haiti, I
So-
want to be like the Dominican
So guys,
Republic.
taking a step back again, I just want to make sure that this was the talking point that's coming out. We're going to see this all over X, so we break it here first. This is going to be a talking point. Notorious, back to you. You got to unmute my phone. All right, Chief, go ahead.
Yeah, well, here's what I would say in terms of that whole thing. I don't think that's to be a winning. They can try suing and getting that to go to Supreme Court. That's possible. I don't know if I'm not going to place if I were a betting man, I wouldn't put any money on that working out. But he can try it out. And,
It was a joke. It wasn't a joke.
yeah, no, I know. I would say that in terms of again with the news, more importantly about the open convention process. Obama, he is a kingmaker in the DNC. However, he's tried to be very impartial here and not to try playing favorites. That's a big part. Like they don't want, at the same time, they want to have Kamala in, but not show favoritism. So it's kind of like this. It's like you're stuck between a rock and a hard place here. You want to have someone in, but at the same time, trying to have a process where it looks transparent and accessible for the voters who voted democratically for Biden to be the nominee for president, and now throwing it out for someone totally different, right? So I mean, he can openly say he's in favor of an open process. Privately, he may have his concerns with Kamala's performance, but understands that there are a lot of hurdles to get over to have a presidential, Kamala on a ballot in certain cases that they have their deadlines for. So, again, I think that they're gonna try to make a bar to say it's a transparent process. It's not too transparent. They're gonna kick people out if they cause trouble. They're gonna go and disrupt and make sure that if there's any sort of issue, the person that caused issues gets kicked out. Who knows what rules they might change? It's their convention, their rules, and they've already had a history of changing rules around to cause people not to get things, right? So I think in general, we'll see how the rules specifically change in the next couple of days with the DNC, and also how or if anyone throws their hat in the ring, and if the open process gets endorsed by the DNC, or if they rely on it being from super delegates who then can go and cast their votes from a conscious perspective and say, oh, I like Kamala because she's better, regardless of whoever gets the delegates for that. So it's a complicated mess, but
I gotta say, Chief, and you all have to admit that no one has ever been excited about the DNC convention like this one. This is going to be one to watch. I have to say, this is the fact that they have made this so interesting and exciting. Reminder, we're talking about the same Democratic Party that was about to take someone who's going to be 86 years old at the end of his term. Now suddenly we're talking about Kamala, we're talking about Obama, we're not talking about Trump anymore. No one cares. Trump might as well not even be running. It's not even about him anymore. It's about the Democrats. I have to say, this is interesting. You guys can say whatever you want, but especially if RFK comes back and says that he wants it to be an open process, and if it is an open process, he will throw his hat in the ring. It is about to be pandemonium.
You're a California liberal, though, Danish, right?
No, I'm an old school. Yes, okay, I'm a Bill Maher liberal, just to be fair. Go ahead, Notorious.
So you're a leftist.
Why are you degrading yourself?
Go ahead, Victor.
So, as far as the natural born citizen thing, I mean, this is like hilarious. I've seen this come up multiple times with Harris and things like that. The definition of a natural born citizen is anyone who's entitled to American citizenship at birth. You don't even have to be born in the United States to be a natural born citizen. Both your parents are American. No. Listen,
No, that's actually not.
if both your
Prodigal.
parents are American and they're in the State Department
We'll see what the
or
Supreme Court
or
says.
something like that, then if you're born overseas and your parents are both American, you're entitled to American citizenship.
And Roe v. Wade
And
is
you're a
the
natural
law.
born citizen. That's the definition of it, man. I mean,
Yeah,
yes,
this
it's
is like the whole-
And the Chevron doctrine used to apply.
I mean, it's like my kids. My wife is from the UK. My kids have dual citizenship. They're natural-born American citizens. They could be president one day. Maybe that's a possibility. Who knows? But if Republicans start using these sorts of tactics, it's going to hurt them. Especially if they start litigating this, trying to remove the Democratic candidates. I said this earlier, where people see that as like litigation like that is kind of an underhanded way of winning. Litigation like that at that level is really associated with rich elites who use the courts as a weapon. I mean, it's really going to hurt the Republicans if this is the route they're going to take.
Are you saying the left hasn't been doing this with Mark Alliance against the Green Party and Jill Stein for like multiple election cycles? Like, are you pretending this is ongoing?
Sure.
I'm just saying, if you're going to hold the moral high ground, I'm just asking.
But I'm talking about, let's be honest, the main stage right now.
Okay, so they have been
the
using it. They've
Republicans
actually
and the
perfected it.
Democrats. And so do Republicans. We know this. The courts are used
Oh,
as
we're a
a
little late
sword
to the game. This
within
is going to be the
politics.
first one. You know,
I'm talking about simply public perception of this election for the mainstream, baseline voters out there. If Republicans start litigating this or start throwing out crazy things about, her not being a natural-born citizen, it's
not Republicans. It's the NGOs. It's the think tanks. It's the super. It's not the Republican Party. Mark Elias is not connected to the Democrats. It's a think tank. It's an NGO. It's not the Republican Party.
You know exactly.
I don't know how the rules work.
Deniability.
I'd love to jump in if I could. I don't know how the rules work. I'll wait
Go
if
ahead,
I need to. Television, radio, talk show host, if you guys know who I am. It's very interesting about the whole natural-born citizen thing. It's not the 12th Amendment. Go read the 12th Amendment. The one that Eastman's bringing up has nothing to do with citizenship. The citizenship question, though, in the 14th Amendment, of course, we all know that the intention was to not let people come across the border, have a baby, and it's a citizen. Unfortunately, the way they wrote it is that's exactly what happens. So Kamala Harris, it doesn't matter who her parents are. You are either a natural-born citizen or you're naturalized. She was natural-born either by blood or by land. She was born here. She's a citizen, period. End of story. That's not even a question. And by the way, it's not always the rich Republican elites that bring this up. The Democrats attacked John McCain. They said that he was born in the Panama Canal Zone, so he wasn't a citizen at the time. This isn't only the left, the right elites or the left elites. It's everybody who does this. At the end of the day, the guy Danish, I don't know your name, I'm sorry. What he said about there being excitement about the Democrat convention is absolutely true. I, as a conservative, cannot wait to tune in and watch them melt down live. I cannot wait to watch the Democrats fall apart and have Obama be the master of ceremonies trying to bring them back together. Did you read what Nancy Pelosi said today? What Obama said today? They're acting as if the guy died. Here's a guy who is incapacitated to answer questions or be prosecuted on documents, incapacitated to where he can't go and give a speech or a debate for an hour or an hour and a half without completely losing his place, shaking hands with his dead father on stage. Here's a guy who's been gone a long time, but we're supposed to believe that he could be the president for the next 6 months after his own party just said we don't support him to be the nominee. The real question here, the legal question here, is the 14 million people who voted for Biden in the primaries. They didn't let RFK Jr. primary him. They didn't let anybody primary him. I think Phillips has 3 delegates that they can always throw their delegates wherever they want. But the bottom line is 14 million people believe that he should be the president for the next 4 years. And they've been told not that he's incapacitated, not that he's cognitively impaired, not that he's infirmed, but that he just can't win. And because he can't win, he's not going to be the guy. It would be like a boxing match happening Saturday. I'm going to go box somebody, and I decide, oh, crap, I can't win. Let me get somebody else. Let me get Mike Tyson to go fight him instead. You don't do that. He's the guy. He should be. The suit that will happen, and it's happening already from the Heritage Foundation, is that Joe Biden won the nomination. He's got to be the nominee. He should be on the ticket in November. And I, as a conservative, I want that to happen. I don't think Kamala Harris has a chance against Trump, but Joe Biden is the pick of the Democrats. He should be on the ticket. Appreciate you letting me speak.
Thanks, Joe. It's Danish, by the way. I was going to say that, ultimately I agree with you, but at the end of the day, the DNC has its rules. They have the right to change their rules. And there's a high likelihood that no one's going to be able to get against this because ultimately, those delegates can change at the convention. Open primaries have occurred before. I know, sure, Michael, you disagree.
But you are a California leftist. You're a Bill Maher leftist.
I would add this: the states make the decisions about how state delegates are distributed. It's not a federal thing. The Constitution
But there are
says
super
states.
delegates.
No, I understand that.
super
The first,
delegates
right, you're right, absolutely. The first vote, though, would be the delegates that actually voted for him. If they all vote for him and there's a consensus, he's going to be the nominee whether they like it or not. Now, they're going to get with the delegates and say, don't all vote for Biden, and then the super delegates in the second round will come in. And I think you're right. If it's Harris, if it's Obama, if it's Clinton, whoever it's going to be, that note will have gone out already, and those super delegates will push it over the top. But this is not as cut and dried as it seems, because individual states can say, no, our state says these delegates are pledged to this guy, and he's the one who's going to get them. It's going to be interesting.
I can't imagine a single Democrat delegate going against party lines here and saying, no, I still want Obama. That is not going to happen. I know Republicans want to see it happen.
Biden.
And by the way, I have to say that at the DNC, if Obama is the MC, it's going to be lit. Go ahead, Notorious.
No, I was just, you said Obama was the candidate. I was just saying that it's Biden. Look, I see that the next 3 weeks, and first of all, yeah, Biden hasn't been the official nominee of the Democratic Party. He's the incumbent, but he's not the official until the convention. And like I said, I think Obama's strategy is just to give three more weeks. I mean, they're scrambling for time. We're like 3.5 months out from the election. This is unprecedented, you know, that it's going to give 3 more weeks to see where the polls fall, to see how things kind of land in terms of Harris being the potential nominee, and it gives us more time, Democrats, more time to figure out what the best ticket is, if this is the route to take, and it also, like I said before, leaves it up to the voters. This doesn't become a decision of the Democrat elites at the top. It becomes a decision of the people, which they take ownership of. I think that's a really important part of this. I also want to say that, you know, Republicans, this isn't that unprecedented, having a candidate that is kind of declined cognitively. While it was his second term, there was a lot of these questions that were raised about Reagan with an Alzheimer's diagnosis. So right now, we're in kind of the same situation as Democrats, where we're scrambling, and that's what the last couple of years have been. I don't see it as a conspiracy. I don't see it as everyone was complicit in hiding this. It was a really crazy situation to see a cognitive decline in your president, in your candidate.
So why not release the Hurt tape? What are you talking about? Why not release the special prosecutor tape? Like, I just find it funny, like, the hypocrisy of the left. It's just, literally, these are people who are like, Trump's a convicted felon, and we're like, no, until he's sentenced, he's not convicted. And now that lawsuit may well be overturned, and now they're jumping through hoops and dancing about the legalese and technical aspects of how they can disenfranchise their primary voters. I mean, I fucking love it. This is great. This is party of democracy.
Well,
in
a
situation
that they're scrambling for, there's no doubt.
Josh made his point very clear though. Like if I were a Democrat in the DNC, the key goal would be to have a seamless and quick convention because of how bad the news cycle has been. They cannot afford another bad news cycle. They already have enough on their plate with Biden dropping out and the debate and whatever. There's a lot of bad news around the DNC, so they can only hope that there are no shenanigans being played, no bad news there. They will 100% change rules if they have to. They want this convention done with and over. They want Kamala as the pick for the presidential nominee. They want it done with. They don't want news about how Kamala switched out Biden and Biden dropped out. They want to change the news cycle. They want to get this thing done with quickly, and they want to go and move on essentially. And with that, you can't have people say, I want to throw this guy or this girl in the ring. You know, throw this person in and have conventions and fights on the floor and having people throw down.
Chief, they were already going to face riots over the Palestinian issue. Like, the longer this goes on, the higher likelihood is that you're going to see major unrest during the DNC. I don't think prolonging this is good for them.
Oh, no. It needs to be done quickly. That's what I'm saying. It has to be quick and done with that. They don't want they don't want any long form battles on the floor. They want it over as soon as possible. They want to move on. And
Chief, I agree with you. I think what they're going to do is they're going to go there with the nominee in mind. I don't know that it's going to be Kamala Harris. I think this could be a ruse. I think it could be somebody else. Harris, remember, got 3 or 6% of her own party's vote in the primaries in 2020. Tulsi Gabbard made her look like a fool in 2020. Believe me when I say Kamala Harris is not the person. Now, Biden might say, I'm giving my full endorsement behind Kamala Harris. I haven't seen Nancy Pelosi say that. I'm not sure Obama said that.
President Clinton's already said it. The DNC, Joe, I disagree.
I think they're going to go and they're going to be congealed, but it won't be. I don't think it's going to be behind Kamala Harris. Trust me when I say something will happen.
Joe, just
Joe,
hold on.
can I hop in here?
Go ahead.
Joe,
Yeah,
what the problem with what you're saying is the Democrat Party right now is already looking like it's in disarray, looking like a joke.
Yes.
And now, if what you're saying is right, that this is an elaborate ruse, and the Clintons and Biden and a huge number of Democrats are basically endorsing them, and this is all a ruse, and they're going to go for a different candidate. That's going to make them look like a joke again. What's your thought?
Sully,
I hear you, but see, here's the problem. The Democrats are very, very smart. They're not going to be dumb enough to go in with somebody with so many high negatives. They can't possibly go in with the person who is the second most unliked candidate in that party. Going in saying that it's her right now makes sense. Saying that it's her right now, I get it. Something may happen. I'm not saying harm to anybody, but she might say, I've got something else to do. My family's got to do this. Believe me when I say, when they go to that convention, they've got to have somebody who can really beat Trump. The only reason Biden's out is they don't think he can beat him anymore. It's not about his cognitive ability. They just don't think he can win the election. Do you really think, as we sit here today, that Kamala Harris has a better chance of beating Trump than Biden? I don't.
Well, I think there's a better chance of getting her nomination. Listen, the one thing you guys are not considering is if this is
all right, Brian, I gotta cut you off. Yeah. Sure, Michael just tweeted this. So, Kamala Harris makes it official. The Biden for President Committee. This is an important detail that I'm not sure, Michael, if you can comment on it. But the Biden for President Committee has changed its name to Harris for President for the FEC filing. So they are going to take the money, Sir Michael. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
This is a
major step. So now the entire operations, in terms of what the FEC recognizes, she is now the candidate. So it's going from Joe Biden to Vice President Harris. I would imagine, and I'm curious, I've been texting a few folks at Heritage and other places to see if Republicans are not only going, as I mentioned earlier, they're challenging taking Biden off the ballot. As I mentioned, in Wisconsin, you can't do it. South Carolina is another state where the laws are interesting. I have a list of other states where some attorneys at Heritage have given me some legal leads on why they think they potentially could make a strong case. I think they could have something here. I'm curious to see if they will also file suit to say it is too soon to have made this change from Biden to Harris. We'll see what comes. But until those challenges are made, she's now essentially the top candidate. All the money, all the campaign coffers, operations are now belong to Harris, no longer Joe Biden.
I think people are underestimating. If it's not Harris, whoever does prevail is going to be significantly wounded. And if she beats Biden's VP and endorsed candidate, right, what's going to be the differences in the party platform and the planks? How are you going to differentiate yourself? Like, this opens up an entire can of worms at the DNC that they're not going to want to have open.
Well, think about this though, right? So when I know Joe was talking about how it might be he thought there might be something else happening. It might not be Kamala, might be a ruse. But the question is, are they prepared to throw a already slanted uphill battle against Trump and have them be politically scarred and politically wounded essentially for 2028? That's not going to happen. So anyone who enters,
I mean, Hillary Clinton's got nothing to lose.
Well, yeah, that's true. But I mean,
she runs off revenge. What better way? I mean,
yeah, right. Well, here's my take on it. I think again that Kamala is going to be the person to rally around. I think that's pretty much certain at this point. They already know that Kamala is not liked. They already know that she's not popular. They already know that she isn't that great. So they're going to throw her away and burn her essentially politically, and let her take the loss, then put the resources to somebody better for 2028. And they can tell and say, "Oh,
that's a great point." That's a great point. You throw her up as a sacrificial lamb, they lose. Oh, correct. Darn it. And then you've got Newsom or Whitmer or whoever the hell it's going to be.
Right.
Great point.
But you can only point to that.
Guys, I think I don't see how Democrats nominate someone else. I got to be honest. Democratic Party operates very differently than how we operate on the Republican side. There is no way in the world they're going to risk pissing off their most consequential base, which so happens to be black women,
by bypassing Kamala Harris for somebody else. Different rules on the Republican side, but Democrats, it's very much so about culture. Race plays a very big role in their politics there. I just don't see that happening.
Yeah, you'll know what
Guys,
the
we're
party
gonna mute everybody because
country
it's on.
and for his handling of the many difficulties and challenges, personal challenges and tragedies that he suffered during his life with so much admirable conduct and the empathy that he derived from those experiences that he was always proficient at showing to the rest of us. I want to add that a year ago, a little over a year ago, when I entered this race, I predicted that President Biden suffered from a degenerative condition that was not going to improve and that it would make it impossible for him to govern effectively. The reaction of the DNC to that obvious condition was to hide it from the American public and to use their power over the Democratic Party nomination process to make sure that nobody could compete with President Biden in a way that would expose his deficiencies. And as a result, we are where we are today, which is in a period of crisis. And we have two crises, and they both derive from the same condition, and that condition is the emergence of the domination of corporate power over American democracy that accelerated beginning in 2010 with the Citizens United case that unleashed a tsunami of corporate money into the American political process. And both parties are now captured by that corporate money. And they've lost any kind of authentic connection to the American people or to the populist goals of the Republic and of democracy. On the Republican side, President Biden promised the last time around that he was going to drain the swamp. But instead, he came in and he appointed a pharmaceutical lobbyist and CEO to run HHS, Verizon lobbyist to run the FCC, a Goldman Sachs CEO to run the Treasury Department, an oil lobbyist to run the Interior Department, a coal lobbyist to run the Environmental Protection Agency, and so on. And only today, President Trump has announced that in his new administration, should he win this election, that Jamie Dimon will be his choice as Commerce Secretary, and that Larry Fink, the director of BlackRock, will run the Treasury Department. This is the swamp. These are swamp creatures. And his pick as vice president is a salute to the CIA and to the intelligence community and to the military-industrial complex. And their gravy train is going to continue. And President Trump has a connection to the American people, a populist connection, but in many ways it's the same fraudulent connection that we saw with the DNC over the past year, concealing the real purpose of their objectives, which was to give us a president that represents corporate interests rather than the interests of the American public. We've seen two presidents who aren't really addressing any of the issues that are critical to our country. We have, if you look at President Biden and President Trump, you can look at them and say these are very different people. Their dispositions are different. Their personalities are different. Their expressed ideologies are very, very different. Their approach to politics could not be more distinct. But if you actually look at the policies over which they differ, over the landscapes in which they're staging this election, it's a very narrow Overton window of guns, of culture war issues, of abortion, of trans rights, etc. And the big existential issues that are actually facing our country are never addressed. The biggest of these, perhaps, is the national debt. It is now $34 trillion. The service on that debt alone is now greater than our military budget. Within 5 years, 50 cents out of every dollar that we collect in taxes will go to servicing that debt. Within 10 years, 100%. This is not sustainable. President Biden, President Trump offer no solution. President Biden, on his webpage, has no policy issues addressing this or any other policy. He has a picture of himself and saying that we're going to finish the job. But he doesn't tell what job he's going to finish. If it's the job of running up the deficit till it's completely unsustainable, that's something the American people should know about. President Biden can't talk about it, and President Trump can't talk about it because they're the ones chiefly responsible for running up that debt. President Trump came into office saying he was going to run the presidency as a business. He was going to balance the federal budget. And instead, he ran up an $8 trillion debt, more than all the presidents combined since George Washington. And President Biden is now on track to beat that number. So neither of them are even going to talk about these most existential issues and other existential issues. Our addiction to foreign wars. Both men have said that they're against war, and both men are feeding the war machine. The Ukraine war is a war that should have never been fought. It should have been settled. President Putin has offered twice to settle that war on terms that were enormously beneficial to the Ukrainian people and to the American people and to our security in Europe. And yet, President Putin initialed an agreement. President Zelensky initialed that same agreement in April of 2022. And President Biden sent Boris Johnson over to force Zelensky to tear up that agreement. And since then, it's probable that over 500,000 Ukrainian kids have died unnecessarily in a war that is enriching BlackRock because they own all of the military contractors that are supplying that war. And BlackRock not only has the contract to destroy Ukraine, but it also now has the contract which President Biden gave them to rebuild Ukraine. Neither of these presidents is going to deal with the chronic disease epidemic. When my uncle was president, 6% of Americans had chronic disease. Today, 60% do. Diabetes alone, when I was a kid, the typical pediatrician would see one case of diabetes in his career, or a 40 or 50-year career. Today, 1 out of every 3 children who walk through his office door is diabetic or pre-diabetic. And nobody's talking about why this is happening. The cost of dealing with mitochondrial disorders in our children's dysfunction, which is diabetes, is now greater than our military budget. The biggest cost to our nation is the cost of treating chronic disease, $4.3 trillion annually. It's 5 times the price of our military budget. And nobody's talking about why did autism go from 1 in 10,000 in my generation and 70-year-old men today, right now, and yet my children's generation is 1 in every 34 kids, 1 in every 22 boys. Shouldn't we be looking into this? Shouldn't we be doing the science to figure out what's causing it? We know that it's an environmental exposure or an accumulation of environmental exposures. Genes don't cause epidemics. There has to be an environmental toxin. And all the corrupt merger of state and corporate power has been overseen by both political parties. It's something neither of them, the capture of our agencies by the industries that they're supposed to regulate. Our regulatory agencies have been turned into the sock puppets of the industries they're supposed to protect us against. And all of these are issues that are critical to the American people. And finally, the most existential issue of all, the toxic division that is destroying our country. And President Biden's the attempted assassination President Trump this week is a symptom of that toxicity. We're now more polarized in this country than at any time since the American Civil War. And nobody can see an ending to this. If President Biden gets elected, it's going to become more toxic. If President Trump gets elected, it's going to become more polarized. And neither of these men, both of them say, both of them recognize this is existential. But both of them, neither of them can do anything about it. Why? Because they feed on it. They feed it. They fuel it. And they are the products of that division. So we need a leader who can stop feeding into the vitriol, stop feeding into the anger, stop feeding into the marginalization, the polarization, and who can find those values that bring Americans together rather than focusing on these toxic issues that are intended to keep us all apart. And it's the BlackRock, the State Street, the JP Morgan who are profiting from that division. The very people that President Trump has promised to appoint to run our government who are profiting on it, because it's like the jangling of keys. They're saying, look over here, look at abortion, look at freedom of choice, look at trans rights, look at gun rights. And while we're all staring at each other's throats on those issues, on the jangling keys, they're robbing the bank over here. They're shifting the wealth upward to this new oligarchy of billionaires. And both President Trump and President Biden engineered the lockdowns in 500 days. They created 500 new billionaires. And they shifted $4.3 trillion forward from the American middle class to this new aristocracy that we have. And it's destroying our country. We need a change. If people want more of the same, they can vote Democrat and they can vote Republican. The only way we're going to get a change in this country is if people come together behind one candidate who is independent, who has vowed to have a unity government to bring Republicans and Democrats and others all together in a way that finds common ground in our country. A candidate who's the only candidate who's pro-choice, who's pro-environment, who's pro-civil rights, and who beats Donald Trump by 14%. There is no other candidate who can beat Donald Trump. Look at all the polls that have been done over the last year. I beat Donald Trump, and nobody else can. Thank you very much.
The bottom half of your tweet talked about the nomination process in Chicago next month. You talked about that moving forward on your thoughts on being a neutral policy on the Democrats by the way.
Well, I care about our country more than I do about my election or anything else. And I think we need political parties that are actually attached to the American people, that are serving the interests of our republic. And if the Democrats do what I suspect they're going to do, which is to anoint Kamala Harris, vice president who is monumentally unpopular within her own party. They're doing it because it's the easiest way to hold on to the money, and she's the. And I think if they don't open up the process, that it really is going to discredit this political party. All of my years, I get break the back of that.
All right, you're just listening there as some of this feed going out a little bit. Feed just popped back up. We'll see if it continues to hold strong. Let's just continue to listen in.
That is choosing the same way the Soviet Union did. Russia has elections. But Vladimir Putin wins with 88% of the vote because he controls who can be his opponents. And he controls the media. And the same is true now of our political parties in this country.
Would you open up the possibility of making party there was an open convention called for that? Is that something you would consider?
I would certainly listen to the party elders if they came to me. I would discuss something with them. I'm the only presidential candidate who can beat Donald Trump. And if I were them, I would do that. And I would certainly listen to their proposals.
Actually, outside nomination,
and and that I'm in the best position to win.
And if the polling then shows that you're not accepting whatever the Democrats go with, whether it's Vice President Harris or someone else, will you, if you're, what you say often are your internal polls. So your internal polls show that people who actually do will need to step down and step aside.
I would think that's an interesting proposal, and I'd consider taking that proposal if the other candidates did the same.
You mentioned Kamala Harris is who you said that the Democratic Party appeared poised to put into that position. You were critical there, obviously, of President Biden's policy. What, if anything, is different? How do you compare yourself to Kamala Harris if she does become the Democratic nominee?
Well, Kamala Harris is the party of the war. She's a war hawk. The Democratic Party was always the peace party. Kamala Harris is a war hawk on Ukraine. She's a war hawk on China. I think that we should be figuring out ways to coexist with the rest of the world as best we can. Of course, we need to protect our national security. I think she's not going to do anything about the national deficit. I've never heard her speak about the chronic disease epidemic, I think she's a product of the corporate control of our democracy. And she's one of the authors in terms of civil rights. She has one of the worst civil rights record of any public official. She's the author of one of the primary authors of the School to Prison Pipeline. She kept 5,000 people, despite a Supreme Court order that she released 5,000 prisoners of nonviolent drug crimes who were illegally in California jails. She kept them in there saying that we needed them for firefighting and for other public work services. And that's just a modern version of indentured servitude, a modern version of slavery. She was one of the two leading public officials in California, which now has the worst education system, 49th in education outcomes in the country. 50% of the homeless people in our country are in California, and she was behind those policies. Oh, I don't think she has a good, I don't think, in terms of the traditional democratic principles, I don't think she has a credible record.
In all the turmoil of the past week, you ever had gone through your mind you regret leaving the Democratic Party? Because with this turmoil, that might have left you as a front runner as we speak today.
Well, I wouldn't be the front runner because by the time I left the Democratic Party, it was really clear that, and this is the only reason I left, that the rules have been rigged to prevent me from winning. So I would be in the same position as Dean Phillips is today, or Marianne Williamson. I would, which is, sidelined. And the only way that I avoided getting sidelined was to leave the party, which neither of them were able to do.
I go to a lot of your events, and I've heard your stump speech, and a lot of today was your stump speech, but you're still focusing a lot on President Biden. He is out of the race. In fact, at one point you even said, you were highly critical of President Biden. You said if President Biden, were to win, if Donald Trump were to win, but he's announced for hours now that he's out. Was that, are you just confused, or have you moved on from it? It was a little, it stood out.
I was making a point about there being very, very little difference between the two parties, and the current iteration of President Biden's policies is Kamala Harris, who has never voiced any differentiation, any distinction between herself and President Biden. I'm not going to, I just made some criticisms of her own policies, but I don't know what her national policy, there literally is no policy on their website. So we don't know what she stands for. My assumption is, according to her, that she stands for all the things that President Biden stood for.
Bob, there's no difference. Does this affect your campaign moving forward?
Well, I think everything affects my campaign. I can't tell you how, and I try not to make predictions because I try not to spin. But I think, as any of you can see, that we're living in a very, very dynamic situation now. It's unprecedented in American history. In fact, the closest thing to this, when I look back on American history, is the 1968 primaries where my father participated and was killed. And ironically, these the convention, the Democratic convention this year is being held once again in Chicago. And in 1968, the Democratic Party tried to fix that convention where Mayor Daley basically appointed Hubert Humphrey, who was the DNC's choice, and there was chaos that erupted, and it destroyed the Democratic Party for a decade. So I think we have a lot to learn from that history. As I think Mark Twain said that, history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes, and it's really rhyming right now.
You said you are the candidate to beat Donald Trump. You mentioned that multiple times. Yet, I think the debate was you failed to qualify for that. What is it that you see that makes you confident that you can not only beat Donald Trump, but also whoever the candidate is?
Well, I would point out to you that I qualify for the same better than any other candidate. Clearly, we all see today that President Biden is not going to be on any ballot. I was on the ballot. I have enough signatures to be on the ballot today in the 29 states. I exceeded the polling thresholds that CNN established. I had 6 polls where I was from their named polling groups where I was over 15%, and they arbitrarily excluded them. So I believe that I will continue to qualify for the next debate, and hopefully they'll put me on the stage this time.
If you don't make the debate the next time, will you take that as a sign?
No, I'm not going to. That would be the opposite of a sign. That would be the networks colluding with the parties to keep me off the stage, which they did the last time. So I'm not going to cave into that just because, your networks are saying, are fencing me out, which they are. You will not see me on ABC, CBS, NBC, or CNN doing a live interview. They won't let me on. They're colluding with the Democratic Party to keep me out of the limelight. If you remember when Ross Perot ran, he was on CNN every night. That's why he got so popular. I have greater popularity than Ross Perot without ever getting on the network. Only one time have I been allowed on the network in a live interview, and that's with Aaron Burnett, and they never did it again. And we asked them, Stephanie Spears, right here, my press secretary, who's on the phone every day with the bookers from every one of those, and they just say, no, we're not going to let him on. So there's a monolithic wall. The television networks that are owned by the public, those airwaves, are licensed to use them, but those airwaves are owned by the American public. We used to have an equal time rule. We used to have a fairness doctrine that would make those networks put me on. But today we don't. Those laws have been gutted, and they're able to just to make common cause with the Democratic Party to make sure the American public does not see a live interview with me.
Thanks, Bob.
I'll just ask one final question. Touching back to the event of last week, I've noticed you have Secret Service protection now. On a personal level, you and your family, what thoughts on that? Having that now?
I'm very grateful for it. I'm always it's intrusive for me, so I get be careful what you pray for. But I'm very grateful for it because, when my father was shot, there were 6 bystanders shot that night, including Paul Schrader, who took a bullet to his head, one of my father's best friends. When my uncle President Kennedy was shot, McConnell was also shot. When Ronald Reagan was shot, Mr. Brady was also shot. So in almost all of these attempts at assassination, and when President Trump was shot last week, there was also a bystander who we all pray for who was killed, and 2 others grievously wounded. So it's very important to me to have the Secret Service here, not so much for my own protection, but to protect people, to dissuade people who might want to attack me and who might hurt or even kill a bystander.
Any final comment, Mr. Kennedy?
Oh, I'm good. Thank you all very much for coming out here on a Sunday.
That was JFK giving a speech very, very, very different to what we were expecting. If it wasn't for the question, one would have thought that Biden hadn't even dropped out. But then when the questioners asked the question, he was able to clarify that he was talking about the party as a whole. I don't know, I found it a bit strange in terms of contextually what was being stated, and in terms of when you look at what the news is, what was being stated. But separate to that, he made some cogent points. I mean, he made prodigal leave because he highlighted that President Trump has put a lot of the swamp in place. BlackRock guy has been put in place, and various people of the military-industrial complex, the deep state, which many Trump supporters think that are attempting to are behind the possible assassination. He's put a lot of those people in place. So that's interesting, and he tried to give the comparison between the Biden regime, the Democrats, and the conservatives about how they both are putting people from the military-industrial complex into positions of power. And the BlackRock one is a major one, right? And he mentioned someone else as well. Let me try and remember who it was, but he mentioned a few. So I thought that was a very good and cogent point. But my negative one was the other one. But let me go to Ian, because I know Ian has listened to a lot of Kennedy's speech. I know Ian, you are a supporter of Kennedy as well. What was your thoughts about the 2 points I'm saying, the positive and the negative?
I mean, in general, I'm just not surprised by anything he just said. He used the time to push the same narrative that he pushes, which is that a lot of these politicians are bought. And he actually went after the others a little more than he usually does, and called them out a little extra. But I'm not surprised at all. I think that a lot of people were polling that he was about to go Democrat or endorse Trump, or that's not really his style.
What about the negative of the speech, that contextually it didn't before? It was only after he was questioned about it. But initially, if you were to take a speech, you wouldn't have thought that Biden dropped out. He was actually talking about Biden and Trump being against each other, and how he was different, how they were controlled by the military industrial complex. And then when the report asked the question, said, "You do Biden's dropped out," and then he said, "Oh, I mean the party as a whole." What do you think about the speech?
I don't know. It's a little weird. I mean, maybe it was just him kind of running on autopilot as these politicians speak publicly all the time for hours and hours and hours. It's kind of hard to say. I mean, he does make a point of trying, at least usually, trying not to launch personal attacks and just kind of launch like general dual uniparty attacks. So maybe he was just misspeaking. I'm not really sure.
And just on that, because you've done a lot of research on this, and do check out Ian's work on this. But in terms of just elaborate to the audience, because obviously some people may have only heard about his connections to BlackRock, him putting them in place, and he mentioned someone else as well, but I just forgot who it was now. Just expand to explain to the audience a bit about why that's a problem and what BlackRock is, and why it is the establishment, or it is the deep state.
Yeah, it's definitely concerning that Trump is talking about having Larry Fink, the CEO and founder of BlackRock, in his cabinet. Larry was instrumental. So BlackRock is the #1 owner of most stock of most companies traded on the American markets, and they trade our money in our retirement accounts. They manage all the funds like mutual funds, exchange traded funds, etc. So they control a huge portion of the voting rights in corporate America, which means that Larry Fink and his buddies control the decision-making process for who's in control of all the corporations that give us all the poison that we're constantly consuming. And so it's also worth noting that Larry Fink was the guy that the government ran to in 2008 in order to help them fix the broken financial system. And Larry Fink's algorithm, named Aladdin, was basically what allocated all of our taxpayer dollars to bailing out all the banks in 2008. So it's extremely concerning to me that Trump is talking about having Fink in his cabinet. I'm not necessarily surprised, but I guess I was hoping for better. It's hard to say at this point.
What about BlackRock connection? Just one last quick question. What about BlackRock's connection to the military industrial complex and the way they benefit from foreign wars, as he explained it?
Well, BlackRock benefits from basically any corporate money moving, and as in anytime big money pours into any giant corporations, whether it's big pharma, big agriculture, or the military-industrial complex, BlackRock benefits from that. And it's indirect in a lot of ways because BlackRock isn't exactly making money off of company stocks going up. They make money off of managing all of our money, but they also make money in backdoor deals. They make money through managing assets. So BlackRock is just heavily aligned with all the insiders at all of the most powerful corporations because they are one of the key, shall we say, financial linchpins in giving the power to all those corporations and electing all those CEOs and keeping them in place. So BlackRock is almost more a game of influence than a game of direct money movement. And the military-industrial complex, being one of the most powerful lobbies and industries in the world, is inherently deeply tied to the banking industry, and BlackRock is part of that.
Thanks for that, Ian. I'm gonna go to. Let's go to Chief. Okay, go ahead, Chief. Chief, what's your thoughts? I mean, you heard what Ian has to say. Sounds like Trump is. Sounds like the establishment guy. What's your thoughts?
Well, a couple of points. I mean, the first one being with the Hicks and BlackRock and people like Goldman Sachs and all this. This is a big thing that I've probably said a lot about who is picked for administrative positions and cabinet positions. I don't like how, whether it be the right or left, or you seem to have people who are in power or are close to power who are linked to these types of back groups. I'm not a big fan of BlackRock or any of these groups like that. So I think I'm not going to go as far as I think he's the establishment favorite. There are people who don't like him as much as they're in the establishment, but some parts or factions of the establishment do like him, though. I will say that. I'm not going to go as far as to say that he's 100% of the favorite. I have, again, voiced my issues with people who are kind of, Goldman Sachs and BlackRock that have ties to the whole Trump run or being tapped for positions. That's why administrative positions are so important to be filled the right way. And that's why prior to 2025 was a thing, right? So we had promises when it came to the RNC staffing and RNC picks for cabinet positions, and we're going to, unfortunately, we may see that again in the 10th round. I'm not too sure, but we'll see how that whole thing goes. I will say, in terms of the RFK speech, it's really not a surprise at all. He's not going to be, even if he did run a Democrat, they would change the rules and screw him over there again. There is no shot. I mean, okay, it's like a 1 in a billion chance or whatever, but really, speaking, I guess, in a realistic manner, there really isn't a shot in which, you have RFK make a shot for the DNC convention and somehow get all the delegates to go to him and not Kamala or anybody over there. That's not going to happen. So I think that, he's trying to point out an issue with both parties, and he can do that, but he's not going to get the DNC nomination for president. I think that's what he's intending to do right now. If he is, he could try it, but I doubt it's going to work at all. And I also say that with RFK, he's pointing out issues with both parties and the issues of where power lies with corporatists, with people who are have a hidden agenda, is not really in favor of the American people in their first position. So I think we all kind of, whether left or right, share concerns about how corporations and how the war lobby and how other interests can control our politics. So that's a deeper concern. But unfortunately, RFK, he can try running for DNC, he's not going to get it, and I don't think he's going to be a guy that's pulling too much from the right wing. I think he'd be more so pulling people who are on the center who might be leaning to the left a little bit because of their disillusions or concerns with the state of the DNC at the moment.
One thing you got to keep in mind that states have sore loser laws that where if you seek another nomination, you can't run after that. So even if you were to get the Democrat nomination, in theory, he legally wouldn't be able to be on a number of states because he already was running as an independent because of sore loser law. He couldn't do that.
Go on, I'm waiting.
Interesting. Let's go to someone on the left. Let's go to Notorious, then we'll go to Piotr. Go ahead, Notorious. Notorious?
Yep, I'm here. So I was going to say, so I just wanted to
I can't hear you. Is it just me?
Nah, he's speaking.
Can you hear me?
Notorious, we'll drop you down and bring you right back. Suleiman can't hear you, and we'll just go right to you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just drop you down. So let me go to, in the meantime, let me go to Piotr.
Thanks, Suleiman. I mean, I don't
define myself as left. I consider myself centrist. But yeah, that was. I wasn't expecting him to really say anything other than, hey guys, me as the only independent character. And to be honest, I did agree with him on one specific point, which is that the system is flawed and that the system needs to change. Americans need more choice. But other than that, I don't really get behind RFK on many things. I think he's far too soft on foreign policy and is very naive and ignorant if he thinks that sort of by simply turning away from foreign issues, that will mean other countries stop trying to interfere in you anyway. That's not how geopolitics works. I didn't really understand some of his points that he was trying to get across as well about trying to put Biden and Trump into the same bracket is frankly bizarre. And I thought it was some good points coming from Ian about the about the fact that trying to sort of label them as though they're the same. Yes, they've got questionable relationships, but yeah, he doesn't have a chance, I don't think. And to be honest, I couldn't stand him as the head of state because his voice just I can't stomach it. I had to stop listening after 2 minutes because it's just makes my ears bleed. But yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I do think that I just saw a poll of polls on CNN for what it's worth, but they said that there is no clear winner according to this in a runoff between Harris and Trump. So I know if you want to believe that about CNN, but that's what I've just seen. So that might be quite interesting. I'd be curious for people's thoughts on that. Thanks.
Yeah, CNN had breaking news. CNN said that they don't know what's going on in the election. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I think we could all agree though that Harris has a better chance of becoming president than RFK ever would, right? I mean, even the press asked him that question. Like, would you consider dropping out at all if you had no path, and he seems to think that he does have a path, and I just don't see any way around that, any way that he has a path. Go ahead, Brian, you're laughing.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I mean, look, he's I think we found something we can agree on. That RFK's just a wacko. He sounds grating, like really grating. Like no one's going to want to. Trump is bad to listen. I'd rather. I can't believe I'm saying this. Just in terms of the audio, like what he sounds like, I'd rather listen to him than Trump. I feel terrible for saying that. In terms of substance, which is very little, I'd rather listen to him than Trump. But just his voice is so. I know people make fun of my voice a lot. I mean, that was rough. That was very unpleasant to have to go through that. And I think I've written this before. I think a lot of the people on the left that are kind of saying they like RFK, it's just the Kennedy name. And once they start listening to him and the things he says, they kind of are once they start actually paying more attention.
Well, his own family doesn't support him, Brian,
yes,
right?
His own family doesn't support him. And so, yeah, I think he'll lose support from the left, and he'll take more. I'm almost done. He'll take more from Trump, because the Trump people actually like where he stands on a lot of the issues, and the Democrats or liberals will not. So I think in the end, he's going to hemorrhage support. He will not be where he is now. He's at about 9%. He will be a lot lower than that before November, and then I think he does hurt Trump more than Harris.
Ian, you were countering Brian. I couldn't hear what your counterpoint was.
I was just saying that Kennedy's family, the number of people in his family is like 50 plus, and 5, 6, 10 of them or something have come out against him in support of Biden. There's a huge number of them that support him. That's like one of the many. Both sides have these weird talking points where they've cherry-picked pieces of Kennedy's speeches or pieces of information about him and then repeat them over and over without actually vetting the details around them. That is just it's always kind of funny to hear come up.
So Ian, can I ask you a quick question? What would you say would that mean to people who have been sort of on the fence about stuff with the Harris ticket? Do you think that they would get behind her as well, just because she's the Democratic nominee? And also, what do you think that this does mean for a VP candidate? Like, who would make sense for her, whether or not you support them? Like, I don't know which people would make the most sense, to be honest.
I think that the voters that are even going to consider voting for Harris are a wildly different group of people than those that would ever vote for RFK. I don't think there's a lot of overlap there. because I think that people that are going to vote for Harris inherently believe in the narratives that have been coming out of sort of mainstream news and stuff and have been coming out of the Biden campaign. And those are inherently not the kind of people they're going to be voting for Kennedy, and whichever side of that whoever falls on. And as for her VP, I mean, I just am genuinely not politically expert enough to have a wide enough understanding of the field in order to have an opinion that's very solid at this point. I'm mostly just ready to wait and watch and see how it all plays out. I'm not convinced. There's plenty of speculation online right now that Obama is simply not endorsing Harris, is leaving the door open for Harris to sort of get sacrificed real quick before Michelle speaks in later on. And
But
my
do you,
brain is definitely still open to
but
that.
on that point, I've heard that before. But do you not think it would be a bit weird for the Democrats to sacrifice Harris? I mean, I think it was in this space I heard someone else saying that maybe they let, Trump wins this time and the Democrats reposition themselves for 2028. But for me, that seems crazy because, of the amount of Democrats that are fearful of the Project 25 or whatever that is, right? So I'm not sure.
It does seem weird, but I think they have a way stronger chance if they can get Michelle in the position rather than Harris, because that would ignite a massive, sleeping Obama voter base. I was an Obama voter when I was younger, and that would ignite a lot of voters that aren't out anymore, or that don't care about Harris. I think the main obstacle is just getting over Harris.
I would say this real quick.
I've heard many reports that Michelle Obama does not want to run or would never consider running. Although I do think you're right, Ian. I think that if Michelle were at the top of that ticket, that Trump would actually have a battle. But right now,
yeah, it would be a way closer race.
Because you're right, it would awaken. I'm so sorry, Chief, but it would awaken a part of the Democratic base that I think has been asleep for the past 4 years. I'm sorry, Chief. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I just want to quickly throw in before I go that it's important to remember that politicians say things that aren't true all the time. Like Joe Biden was saying 2 days ago, he wasn't going to drop out. I don't give any credit to the fact that Michelle is saying she doesn't want to run to anything. To me, it's all just posturing and plays, and there are plans happening behind the scenes, and we'll find out what they are as they come.
That would be the wildest turn of
political experience. I cannot actually believe that Michelle would want to be running.
What
I've
was
kind of
Donald
dismissed it up until
Trump's
now, but I think
political
that's crazy.
experience, Piotr? Donald Trump
I'm
had
not
no
an expert, by the
political
way.
experience.
Flabbergasted. Sorry, Chief.
No. Okay, so here's what I'd say. So in terms of why they would be okay with sacrificing Kamala this cycle, it's because right now it's uphill battle. It's extremely slanted. And are they willing to go and really make a shot for this election and really put their best candidate up for this in such a short amount of time? It wouldn't make any sense to them to burn a candidate when they can save it for 2028. The other point is for probably 2025. Trump has disavowed that group over and over again. So
you actually believe that?
To be quite clear, I unfortunately I do not believe that Trump will be doing 2025 because of his inner circle. I would love for him to do Pride 2025 and have actual a group that's not so far left center or whatever, or so milk toast middle right or whatever, dictating to us who we should have for staffing within a White House. I like to have a somewhat conservative group that's not even really that conservative actually with Pride 2025. The point is though, that's not going to happen. We've heard this from Wiles, and we've heard this from several of his senior inner circle members on Twitter and all in discussions I've heard about. It's quite clear it's not happening. And I would love for it to happen, but
Those
it's
are
not.
empty
And
words.
that's
Just empty words, though. Really.
No. Trust. Here's the thing. He has said it so many times about not having it. I'm hearing again he's moving for other administrative groups
because he knows it's not popular. That's the only reason, and he's lied about it already. He said he didn't know.
Okay, so
that he also didn't agree with it. But that's completely contradictory.
I'm trying to fix your point here. I would if he were doing it, I'd be really happy, and I think a lot of people would be more supportive of him in that matter. He is not though, and because he's distanced himself and he's calling it the he said on his speech the far right or the radical right and radical left. He's trying to run he's trying his very best to essentially distance himself from policies that are in fact somewhat conservative.
Yeah, he's lying, buddy. He's lying. You're falling for it. Sorry.
Okay, so here. No, I'm telling you this. All right, we can look back at it and we'll see exactly where it is. I'm telling you, it's not going to happen. So The point I'm trying to make is in terms of why they might go Kamala and not a new, like, if they're doing a whole new clean slate and then have something totally different that's authentic and really like brand new and fresh, that would be a good way of like making a real battle. But they're not prepared to spend their money, time, resources, and burning political capital for an election that's right uphill. So what the best strategy, what I'm hearing from these senior DNC insiders and consultants and all this, what's happening is they're pulling resources for 2028. They're gonna sack this one. They're gonna have a Trump presidency with honestly not too much stuff on the social issues. Unfortunately, it's a lot of tax cuts, and they're gonna try their best with 2028.
But Chief, can I push back a little bit, or just like offer an old?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Yeah, no, because one of the things, obviously, a lot of people are on the Democrat on the left side. They're incredibly scared of this project 2025 and the idea that Trump wants to kind of recreate a version of Hungary or Serbia or somewhere where people on that part of the political spectrum think that the democratic mechanisms and institutions are being weakened, right? They think Trump wants to politicize the judicial system, that he wants to severely centralize power in the executive and use executive powers to get through the agendas that he has in mind, and basically, well, this whole dictator thing, right? So why would the Democrats even risk that? Because surely in that next period, Trump would have unraveled all those potential things to prevent them from ever coming to power in the next place, I don't know if you get where I'm coming from. I'm not endorsing this, by the way. I'm just sort of saying the points.
We are worried. This might be the last free election. We are worried about that.
So you guys are making like you gotta talk about he's the authoritarian, he's gonna be a dictator, and not you per se, but like people on the left have been making points about how Trump is to be an authoritarian leader and really trying to put more power into the presidency and going on the route of where the power lies in the government, where it goes to which branches and how much does the president really have in terms of power. I'm telling you, I would love to have Pride 2025 and all these types of points that are been pushed around, but it's just not happening. The sad reality is that when for instance, with the whole talk about Pride 2025 specifically, we went from having problems with the RNC staffing in 2016 with Priebus to seeing the problem, finding a solution or an answer to it by having a new sort of administrative staffing group, Pride 2025. Instead, Trump has said no to that and is supporting the Prosperity Administrative Group instead, which is a lot more center-left, unfortunately. I'd say it as they're how roots and actually are on the left on some issues. So he's going with a more of a safer middle ground road. He's really caving into the Democrat talking points, and the way you know that's because he's giving so much talk and saying, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing this, and continuously pumping this news cycle about Pride 2025 by talking about it. If he ignored it and moved on, essentially, that would quell the cycle. But he's giving them more fuel and more fires, which is not politically smart at all. He has bad inside circle with this, and that's why he's been distancing himself from Pride 2025. That's why you have these people trashing them on Twitter and people, all of that. It's pretty clear to me. Like I'm guaranteeing this is not going to happen the way we want it to. Maybe it will. In like 1% chance. I don't think it's happening at all, though. I think that it's pretty clear he's trying to run middle ground. He's trying to run as someone who's not going to be far right on social issues, and he's more about tax cuts and things like that. That's the sad truth about it. I love to be more of a person on the right on social issues, but that's not the case.
Can I push back against that?
One second, Brian. I'm going to give you the chance. Just is this done by Donald Trump? I'm not sure if we read it out because I did drop out issues. But it's my quote: "My debate with crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of the United States, was slated to be broadcast on fake news ABC, the home of George Slopadopoulos, sometime in September. Now that Joe has, not surprisingly, has quit the race, I think the debate with whomever the radical left Democrats choose should be held on Fox News rather than very biased ABC. Thank you, Donald J. Trump." Also, I just want to play this as well to just link it to the RFK interview, and then we can continue the conversation. Let me know if you can hear this.
And his pick as vice president is a salute to the CIA and to the intelligence community and to the military-industrial complex, and their gravy train is going to continue. And
So that was him. I don't know. That, by the way, I don't think that was
Ow!
my phone.
Ow, my ears.
That wasn't my phone, Brian. That's RFK. Right. So coming back to it, so what he's saying is the appointment of Vance is a salute to this. And I put the tweet in the nest if you guys want to hear it. And trust me, it weren't my phone. If you guys want to verify the tweets in the nest, but he said it's a salute to
not your phone. You were absolutely right. It was his voice.
Yeah, definitely it's Brian. I agree. So he said it's the appointment of J.D. Vance is a salute to the CIA, to the intelligence community, and to the military-industrial complex. Now, why I find that interesting is because one of the, I would say, probably the main theory amongst Republicans, and definitely more so amongst MAGA, is that this attempted assassination of President Trump was not a lone gunman, but was the deep state. And yet he has put or promoted somebody who is J.D. Vance, who, as RFK just highlighted, is an extreme deep state guy. As he said, a salute to the CIA, intelligence. CIA is the three-letter agencies, the intelligence community, and the military-industrial complex. So, how does that? How does that impact the theory that people have? B, what does that say about Donald Trump and him removing the swamp in his second term when his VP is literally the swamp? And if something happened to Trump, that VP would be the president of the United States. So those are the questions I want the panel to.
Could I add to that actually? Because
Yeah,
I think it's a good point. No, I think it's a fair point actually. I was reading an article in a couple of different places, and one was saying that Trump sort of he's reneged on his whole point about NATO, right? He was originally going to just withdraw or maybe sort of see this thing wrapped up, but now it looks like he's just going to sort of dilute the US relationship, and largely it depends on whether European nations give their fair share of funding to it. So it looks like he's backtracked a little bit, and I've heard that from other Republican supporters of Trump, that they're worried that when he gets into the office, he would actually not necessarily follow through on the maximalist promises that he'd made, and he might sort of compromise in certain areas if it enabled him to get more policies through, like overall. I don't know if other people have seen that, but that's something that I thought was quite interesting.
See, in terms of news real quick, I saw it just came out. Lee P. Harris wins her first delegate. State of Tennessee pledges sending 7 of them per Reuters. So that's interesting. She's already working to get delegates right now.
So what was that? Just explain to the audience what's happened.
So Harris is essentially working to get delegates secured for the nomination.
Oh, yeah.
So the state of Tennessee has pledged 77 of them to her.
Okay, yeah. The team had just sent me that as well. So what the chief is saying, just to restate it, Vice President Harris wins her first delegate. The state of Tennessee has pledged 77 delegates to Harris, so she's already taken steps towards the president, being the Democratic nominee, not the presidency. Okay, so let's jump in somebody who wants to, let's go with Jared. Jared normally got some, what's your thoughts on what I said, Jared? I mean, no, actually not Jared. Jared's like a military, go ahead, Jared, military industrial complex guy, go ahead.
Okay, I want to comment on the post that you just read from Donald Trump, because it appears that he is now trying to lay down the framework of not trying to have a debate right now with Kamala Harris on ABC News. So that's just, in one breath, you can call her cackling and incoherent, but now it seems like he doesn't want to debate this woman. This is, I am.
Oh,
very
damn,
excited.
are you trying to say he's scared of her?
He's scared. He is scared of this woman. I mean, this woman with heels makes him look short. All right. This is a really good day, I think, for women all in general.
You said he was scared of. You
Kamala
scared he
Harris.
was scared to debate Biden too. How'd that work out?
Kamala Harris is a beautiful woman, not a day over 40, and I think she's going to do well. But now, politically speaking, she's going to obviously have to answer. She's the closest person to Joe Biden in the White House, and she's going to have to answer, obviously, to the immigration crisis, to all of the problems that Biden has experienced. But can we, I just don't see a scenario where Michelle Obama's the nominee, so I don't know why we're still talking about her. Like, the people have been proven wrong and wrong and wrong again, saying that she's gonna, be the nominee, she's gonna appear at the convention.
Jared, I'll tell you why. I think it's the opposite. I think the conspiracy theorists have been proven right. Because literally people were telling us like a year ago, Joe Biden is going to run, and everyone was like, shut up. And they were like, he's not going to happen, and like he hasn't got it, and then he's actually not running. So like a lot of the things these guys were saying is right. Now in terms of Michelle Obama, I think the reason people are saying that, I mean, it could be this election. I don't think it'll be this election because it's too risky. But the reason most people are saying that is because, look, most people are going to lose to Trump after the assassination attempt. She's probably one of the few people who'd win, and I think that's why a lot of it's maybe hope. What do you think?
Yeah, I think she could obviously definitely win. I'm not going to say Kamala Harris has it in the bag with Donald Trump, because she doesn't, but obviously she's still seen more as viable. Her chances are way more up there with beating Donald Trump than Joe Biden. You know how annoying it is to be, coming back from Delaware or, walking around the West Wing at the White House when reporters are asking you, Joe Biden, are you fit? Are you mentally competent? Can you stay in the race? So she doesn't have to get those questions, right? All of her questions will be policy questions related to her and her record in California. You mentioned, Solomon, that the attempted assassination, that is a thing in the past, all right? With all the respect, no one is talking about that anymore. This news cycle this month has
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That is probably the
What are
dumbest
you
thing.
talking
say a lot
about?
of dumb things.
It's an assassination attempt on a president, Jared. Come on.
Oh well, yeah. Obviously,
It'll be in history.
my hearts were. Hold on, I'm not trying to be condescending. I'm just saying politically, it's a thing in the past. That's not in the news cycle anymore. No one's talking about it because people are talking about the election. Obviously, that was a sad thing. Some nut job was trying to take him out. I'm speaking of a politically astute nature right now.
But Jared, if I can just offer you a slightly different perspective, right? Yeah. I mean, I appreciate your candidness, but like, it's an assassination attempt because he's the Republican presidential nominee. Like, that's precisely why it's going to, just because they're not referencing it every second minute doesn't mean that it's not being talked about. I mean, it's kind of omnipresently overhanging the it's overhanging the entire thing. And as I pointed out to some other people in
guys, if the space crashes, we will restart immediately. I think it was fine.
I will say for real quick, objectively that's wrong, and here's why. They have a hearing.
Could I just finish my point, Chief? I hadn't.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry, I was just trying to make the point that, as I made to some other people, like, if this was any other election where you just had the assassination attempt, that would be huge. But we've also had Donald Trump's campaign getting so much momentum, going so much on the up, compounded by the fact that Biden's has absolutely crashed and burned in the past month, 6 weeks, right? If only one of those things, it would be unprecedented. But the assassination attempt has really made Trump's, momentum formidable. And I think to sort of say that it's not being talked about is egregiously incorrect.
I don't think so.
Can I respond to Piotr briefly on that?
No, he's responding to me, so can I just finish the back and forth? It's not.
Jared
if you look at
sucks.
the headlines of New York Times, New York Post, New York, Washington Post, whatever headline news that you want to look at, it's not in the news right now. Obviously, there will be a hearing tomorrow from the Secret Service Director, Kimberly Cheadle, talking to, the members of Congress. But I'm just saying, that's not in the news. People are talking about Biden and Donald Trump's path forward to victory. I'm sorry if you don't like that, but that is the headline.
All right, can I respond to Piotr real quick? All right, so objectively speaking, I'm a big fan of you, but that premise that you set out was false. I was following the numbers very closely. The polling average had Biden 0.2% behind
no, it didn't.
during the debate. The polling average on 538. It's on 538. You can go and look at it. It's right there. Just let me make a point.
I don't care about 538.
Just let me make my point. Dude, just let me make my point. Let me make my point, man.
You've been talking the whole time. You just lied, Brian. You were lying. You were just caught in a lie.
Stop and let me make my point.
It was
please.
-3. It was -3 RCP
Post
average.
Can you please step in? I'm trying to make a quick point and I can't even finish. I was following this closely.
Lucky,
this is what was on 538.
Lucky, just let him finish, and then
Thank you.
Brian, just don't spend the rest of your time complaining. Just get to your point, and then we'll go to Lucky.
Well, I can only do that if he lets me talk. Thank you, Sarah. So, again, I've been following the averages, the polling averages, 538, 0.2% the day of the debate, and then it is after the assassination, it's 3.2. That's 3 points. That's it. That's not a huge amount of momentum. And a lot of that is going to go down, I think, because of how bad Trump delivered his speech, badly he delivered his speech at the RNC. So I think next week it was going to go down a bit anyway, and it was going to tighten. And now this Harris thing is going to inject some momentum with the Democrats. But there was not a tremendous amount of momentum or headwinds behind Trump. He was only gaining 3% after that debate and after the assassination attempt. That's actually a very weak performance.
And don't forget the speech yesterday too. I think many people, I think it was said earlier as well, lots of people are underestimating, obviously, the polarization and the chaos that Donald Trump brings, right? There's people that will just, they won't vote for Biden because they think he's not there, but they will vote for any Democrat even if they have bad policies, even if they have a bad track record of things. So,
Jared,
that is
let's go back to Lucky because he needs to counter Brian. Lucky, did you change your profile picture? You're the same Lucky always on stage, right?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
I did the red thing that everyone.
Explain the change. Is it in homage to Elon Musk?
Because he loves Elon.
Apparently, it's like dark MAGA. I don't know. I know it was annoying some people on the right, so I kind of did it to poke at them actually. But no.
Did you get the Band-Aid on your ear? Did you get the Band-Aid on your ear?
I did. So anyway, first of all, polling isn't going to reflect the assassination attempt or the RNC convention yet. I don't know why you're saying like it's reflecting in the polling. It's not, because the most recent poll was last week. And there's no indication that poll was conducted before the assassination attempt. So that's just completely false again.
There have definitely been polls since the assassination attempt, man. You have no idea what you're talking about.
A poll was released, Jared. But when was that poll conducted? Give me some analytics, Jared.
There have been polls conducted during the convention.
That was Brian.
No, they've
that
been
wasn't
released. Okay. Okay.
No,
Okay,
they
Brian,
were conducted after the assassination.
The reality is this. Here's the reality, right, Brian? Is that Biden was consistently polling behind Trump and everything. Kamala Harris is doing doubly worse in almost every poll, whether it's nationally or state level. There's a reason why on all of the, whether it's Polymarket or Predicted, that Trump is sitting at 65 to 70%, right? Because after the debate and after the assassination attempt, it's seen almost as a foregone conclusion. The only reason that Harris has replaced Biden is because they're terrified about down ballots. They know if they run Biden, they're going to have all these congressmen and all these senators defending the fact that a man with dementia is running the country. Now, at least with Kamala Harris, they don't have to defend that, and they can just go, "Oh, we have Kamala." The reality is Kamala Harris does horrible in the rest stuff. They've basically given up the rust.
They both poll close. They both poll close to him, and in some polls,
they don't. The reason,
you're ignorant. I'm sorry, you just don't know what you're talking about.
There's a reason why they put Biden up, right? When Bernie was ahead in delegate count, and Clyburn did an agreement, basically have all these people drop out to coalesce around Biden, is because that Scranton Joe thing still played in 2020, and the Newsom Joe still played well in the Rust Belt.
Yeah, and he won, and he beat Trump.
Cannot, but Kamala Harris doesn't play well in the Rust Belt. That's the reality.
You keep saying that, but almost the same numbers as Joe Biden. Everyone look at.
Dang it. No Amorphous. Wait, what happened? Oh no, did I think the server crashed. Cloud Strife, I've been with him.
American who was instrumental to the revival of Biden's career in the South Carolina primary. Despite Biden's record as opposing the desegregation of Wilmington schools or his authorship of the 1994 crime bill, which has been used, I think, to unfairly incarcerate hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of poor people and African Americans for the first time non-criminal, non-violent crime of possession of small amounts of drugs.
Today for the Bitcoin price. And yes, guys, Bitcoin is so close to a huge sensation, a once in a cycle sensation, something we've been waiting for a very long time, so close. I want to talk today about what has to happen for Bitcoin to very, very soon start into that crazy parabolic run. I will talk about my not multi-million, like 10, 50 million US dollar long position. And yes, I also opened a new long position on a specific altcoin. I will talk about all of that and more. Let's go straight into it. And if you're asking yourself, Chris, what happened? Did you have like some good fight on the street? No. Unfortunately not. I would love to tell you I had. But once again, something happened at football this time, and I got an elbow straight into my face. I have actually wounds everywhere on my body because I do sport every day. I do fight, I fight, I do Muay Thai, kickboxing, football, paddle tennis, gym, so things happen eventually. Anyways, let's go straight to the content. And guys, what you can see here is the monthly candles for Bitcoin. And you all remember, the more question marks we are having looking at these hourly, 4-hourly charts, the more it actually makes sense to take a step back, zoom out when in doubt, and actually see what are the higher time frames telling us. That is one of the reasons why I'm so successful with my long position trades, which I'm opening every single cycle. And now again, I will show you, we are sitting at more than 9 million US dollars in a profit. I opened this trade and I showed you from day one. I show you every increase, every profit taking and everything. Today I will talk about my price targets, but first of all, I wanna shed some light here on the charts. And what you can see, the vertical lines for Bitcoin, the vertical lines here, the vertical dotted yellow lines, they are representing the Bitcoin halvings. What we can see is, yes, Bitcoin is within support and resistance since ever. But what we can also see is every cycle we have these orange horizontal boxes, and they are basically setting us apart from a bear market or start of a bull market. And the last parabolic phase, always starts when we are actually breaking this vertical line and this horizontal orange box. So now the question is, when are we going to break it? Let me actually paint it in here for you. It is like approximately, right here. When are we going to break it? When are we finally going into this parabolic phase for Bitcoin? Well, and here it really makes sense to go a little bit into the past and see. And what we can see is whenever, this was a little bit incorrectly drawn here, let me quickly adjust this. Whenever Bitcoin is closing on the monthly, right here, that was the candle, above the previous all-time high candle, that is the beginning. Not right here where we are going higher. No, the moment we are closing a monthly candle above the previous all-time high, that was 2011, 2012, is the moment the parabolic bull market starts. Let me show you the next cycle here, 2016. We had years of downward sideways movement, but the single moment we closed a monthly candle, it's this monthly candle, above the previous all-time high, just a few years earlier, was the start
Dude, I need
of
a
the
Morpheus.
up-and-coming parabolic few months bull market. The same thing
Holy
happened in
moly.
2020. Let me quickly show you. And dear ladies and gentlemen, please, If these videos are appreciated by you, all I'm asking you for is, you don't have to do it, but I would really appreciate, scroll down, press the like button, leave a comment down below. It really helps to support the algorithm, to show YouTube that this is content you want to see. And yeah, I would really, really love it. It takes a second out of your day, but it really helps the channel. So what you can see in 2020, the same thing. The first moment we close the monthly candle, it's the close, the monthly candle above the previous bull market high a few years earlier, was the
Guess
start
we'll go to the
of the
motions.
parabolic
Start
bull
from the
market,
beginning.
6 months of crazy bullish price action to come. It's every single time the same thing. And now we can see the previous high was
At least we only got one more Gravewalker, so we only got one more Morphus. I'm just opening up a Morphus to open them up. I want to start the show.
And we are back, right, guys? We had a bit of a deep state attack. They didn't want us to talk about JD Vance's connection to the sea. But anyway, coming back to it. I mean, what was the conversation? What was Brian saying before he dropped it? I can't even remember.
Well, they were swallowing about polls.
The polls and that, right?
Yeah, Lucky was saying that for I think RMP or RCMP, whatever it was, for that average, it was showing that Biden was losing at a much larger rate than what Brian was saying, according to 538. So they're talking about polls a lot and throwing those out there. That was the last thing I talked about before it's crashed.
Right. Okay. So one bit I don't get is because people are saying that he's put Kamala as a lame duck because Trump's going to win anyway. But the question is, like, Biden loses against Trump, Kamala loses against
I need
Trump.
the King's
So
Guard
therefore,
Lance synthetic fiber.
like, why would you do that? Why would you make a change?
Well, here's the answer to that, right? So they can say that they tried their very best, and they can go and save face and say, we tried our best, we did our best thing we possibly could, and it still didn't work out. We'll try again in 2028. In reality, if they wanted to really shake things up, they could have a brand new person coming in and make it a clean slate and giving something for people to vote for, which is not what Biden's doing right now, and try shaking up, putting a good fight on. However, that's not happening. Kamala, again, she's not like that much. She's not really someone that has been popular or anything like that. Regardless, it's tied to Biden. Her and Biden are tied together by the administration, right? So people can say, oh, well, Biden was, she was with Biden. Biden had dementia and she covered it up, or maybe not covering up per se, but the fact is, like, she'll be linked to Biden's administration, and people always bring up Biden's name, whether she wants to say, oh, I'm not Biden. She can say all she wants. It'll stay brought up, though, and people will be consciously thinking about that when they vote for her. And regardless, though, the point still stands. I think again that Kamala being put in is going to be an uphill battle for her or anyone who really was in that position. And it's better for the DNC politically. If I were a DNC person, I would just save my resources and save all my energy for 2028 and have a new face there to make a whole new clean slate and forget about the whole Biden administration and say, okay, we have a new fresh start in 2028 with Newsom or whoever it is. I'm not sure how prepared, how willing they are to throw new people into the fire and have them politically in the battle and then come out of that not winning it and then go in 2028 with those scars, right? It's a matter of conserving your the political capital they've already grown and also making sure they have the best possible chance of winning in 2028 without having a loss or having these scars to go into another race in 4 years. That's their position about it, though.
And one other question, I was just looking at the polls, and Polymarket have Shapiro as the favorite to be VP. What's your thoughts?
Well, I'm not. Here's the thing, though, right? So I'm not sure in terms of what Shapiro wants to do politically speaking. If he again, does he have aspirations to be president? Is he planning on running in the future, or is he content with keeping involved with Pennsylvania politics? It's up to him to decide. But if he does commit to this, then he has to understand that this is an uphill battle. It's not going to be easy, and it's going to be pretty much. He's already fighting essentially losing the battle in this setting right now. If he is going to be entered in for 2028, he would probably say no to anything involving this cycle. Let this one play out, then he plays his cards in 2028. If I were approached by if I were a Democrat, I was approached by Kamala to be a VP, and I had aspirations to be president in 2028 or beyond, I would say no. Let this whole thing flame out, and then I'll return in a couple years or so and have a stronger run. So it depends on what the political aspirations are for Shapiro. I don't know it again. I think it could be a random person. It could be a governor that doesn't really care too much from the president. Again, it's up to the person involved, whether he or she or whoever Kamala taps wants to run the president at some point in the future, or if they're content with kind of being in this placeholder role. That's my opinion, though.
Hey guys, breaking news. Dean Phillips, I just put the tweet up there. Dean Phillips is, at least the way it's written, looks like he might be throwing his hat in the ring. He said, conduct a straw poll amongst Dem delegates of potential candidates. Invite Kamala and the other top 3 vote getters to a series of 4 televised town halls with audiences of delegates before voting at the convention. Transparent, competitive, and as Jim Clyburn argued, a great audition for vice president. Fascinating. I think we're going to try to get Dean here.
I will. It says host connection issues there. I will say though, with that, if I were the DNC, I would not want to draw any attention towards this mess at all. And I want to move forwards with things and get the person.
Chief, if I was the GOP, I wouldn't want any attention because all you guys want to talk about is the assassination attempt. This is exactly what the DNC should be doing. It's about getting eyeballs. Brian, I know you love Kamala. That's not the point.
I had my issues with her in the past. She won me over, but all the speculation about Michelle Obama is a waste of time. It's not.
She's the new establishment candidate, Brian. Let's be honest.
It's not going to be Dean Phillips. It's not going to be Marianne Williamson. It's not going to be Michelle Obama. It's going to be Kamala Harris. And I think Shapiro's her best bet as a running mate. And I don't think he's going to say no. She's like, Shapiro, that you can help us win Pennsylvania. And he's not going to say no to that. I think he will say yes. And they're a formidable ticket. And that really makes Pennsylvania, I think, close to a lock for the Democrats. And that means Trump is in real trouble.
I will propose a counter to I guess the argument of, well, if you have a televised DNC style town hall, does that mean you guess provide less traffic over to the RNC to talk about assassination? I think the point though is let's say you have a lot of people trying to vie for that one spot, that one presidential spot there. And you have people on television talking about how you're better than the other person's bad for this reason. You can have some blood come out with that. In terms of fighting on television or whatever. Again, this guy is not as good. That guy is not as good. He's awful, and it can get bad and ugly pretty quick. So it depends if you have a pool of people who are going to run a televised town hall without throwing barbs at each other and aren't going to be really putting each other down to get the nomination. But this is politics. It's not going to be a dissolution by that on the right or the left. It's a battle to to win the #1 spot to become president, right? So I don't think that I think if you do have some sort of televised thing or town hall, you might have people throwing some shade at each other, you know.
You already have delegates declaring for Harris, so if enough delegates declare for Harris ahead of time, there's no point.
Well,
So-
yeah, I'm basically saying that, first of all, I doubt that the DNC is going to want to have a town hall again. Second of all, she already has delegates here, so I don't think it's like it's pretty clear that we're with
So first of all,
here.
she can't. People right now that we actually don't know what the DNC's process is going to be. From the sounds of it, it doesn't. At least from our team in the background, it doesn't look like that Biden can just hand over delegates, right? So like we know that not to be true. If delegates are saying that they're going to give it to Kamala, because again there are some that are coming out in public. I mean, if you look at the list,
Yeah,
it's a very
we'll
long
say it's the
list.
deceased delegation. Most of their delegates, at the state level, they're making decisions. The delegates individually are making decisions. They're having meetings now. You're going to see people get behind them pretty quickly.
Well,
and they're-
we don't know
they're-
what's going to happen because, again, if Obama, who has come out very publicly, has said that he wants an open primary process, we actually don't
I
know
mean,
what's
good
going
for
to
him,
happen.
but he's not running the show right now, so we'll see what
Brian,
happens.
neither are you. So the point is just that we have to see how
But I have
the
a pretty
parties
good track
play.
record with this stuff, so I'm
I
telling
thought
you,
you
it's going
said
to be
that
Kamala
Biden was
Harris.
gonna, but you said that Biden was gonna be the candidate. This is a reminder, like a
He
week.
was, and then he chose to step aside. But
No,
he
no, but
was.
you said that he was going to be the perfect candidate for the moment. I mean, dude, Brian, we've been through this.
I
together.
never said perfect, bro. I don't know what you were listening to. I knew he had issues, but I still supported him. I still thought he was the best candidate. He still was
Exactly, and he's no longer the candidate at all. So
Harris is
clearly
the
he
second
wasn't-
best candidate.
He didn't think
So-
he was the best candidate like today. So just
I
let's be honest.
disagree. I think he realized the media was ruining it, and they were they weren't covering anything
This is
else.
the first time I've
They were
heard someone
barely-
who's a Democrat to talk about the media. Sorry, Sarah. Go ahead.
Well,
No, it's true. Brian, I think the point that he's trying to get at is you're blue no matter who, right? You would support anybody that the Democrats put forth as long as it was a Democrat.
In this case, in this election, absolutely.
I think
Just some breaking news. Just some breaking news, guys. Secretary Mayorkas proud of the DHS securing America under Biden's leadership. He said, "quote Today and every day, it is an honor to serve under Curtis Biden's leadership. I am extraordinarily proud of all of that the Department of Homeland Security has done to secure our shores, skies, borders, and cyberspace, safeguard the American people from threats, old and new, and advance our vital Homeland Security mission under the President's leadership. Alongside Curtis Biden, we will continue to use every minute of this administration to deliver for the American people." I mean, I'm still shocked.
I'm having issues hearing. I want to drop down.
Yeah,
some more.
we'll drop it down. Make it up. So I'm still shocked why President Biden has not stepped down from the presidency if he's not fit to
So
be
Amanda,
the
he's not saying that he's not fit. to
Yeah,
be
he never said
POTUS.
that.
He never said that. He said that it's not the time for him to run for president for the
What's
next.
the reason for that, Danish, do you think?
The reason for that is because he doesn't think he can win. That is a completely
Why?
different.
Can we be serious though?
Why?
Like, okay, but if we're
Why
being
doesn't he
serious,
think? 1 second, Jared. I'm talking Spanish. Why doesn't he think he's gonna win?
Because the polls are showing he's not going to win. Because he can't debate in public. Because these are the very clear reasons that when it comes to the thing about Biden is when it came to head-to-head matchups, he wins. He has won for 50 years straight on head-to-head matchups. He doesn't think he can win, so he doesn't want to play a fight where he thinks if he truly believes, hold on, if he truly.
I think X is breaking today. Yeah. Stream's over again. Kind of whack. Alex Jones is actually live.
Pressure following the assassination attempt of former President Trump on Saturday. 1 week later, we still have very few answers about the shooter, the motive, and the stunning security lapses. Something we have learned, 20-year-old Thomas Crooks likely flew a drone over the fairgrounds in Butler, Pennsylvania, just hours
All right, hit
before
pause here.
Trump
Hit pause here. This is what I said 8 days ago. What I was saying now. Trump has to address this assassination attempt, get on the offense against Mayorkas and the Secret Service leadership that did this to put him off balance because they did this. And thank God he's doing it. I talked to people that met with him Wednesday and Thursday with the Delta Force and They didn't mind me saying this. Well, they want the bad guys to know. Eric Prince, all of it. Trump now knows they're trying to kill him. So the fact that he's admitting that and saying it and starting to expose them from the stand down 26 minutes before he goes up to speak, they're like, there's a guy on the roof, and they bring Trump out with a guy on the roof with a gun. I mean, my God, Roger, let's finish the clip and we'll go to Roger. This is literally like golf, teeing up the president for a long drive. Here it is.
In front of tens of thousands of people. As officials say, the predetermined path suggests Crooks flew the drone more than once to scope out the event site. At least 4 congressional committees are planning to probe the security failures that allowed him to gain access to the nearby rooftop that he fired from. Republican Senator Josh Hawley says he's heard from multiple whistleblowers.
The idea that you could have all of this time elapse and nobody notices, no law enforcement notices he's on the roof. Whistleblowers tell me that law enforcement were actually on different channels, different radio communication channels. There were multiple different channels and they weren't coordinated.
We need answers. The director of the Secret Service, Kimberly Cheadle, expected to face tough questions when she testified.
And Josh Hawley went there yesterday and was thrown off the premises, Roger. So this is so key that Trump is doing this, and this is all coming out. This is exactly what he should be doing.
Another thing, Alex, incredible that the Butler County Sheriff's Office, not a single officer has their body cam on. Why would that be?
Roger, no press conference. There's a kidnapped kid or a car wreck, there's a press conference. Why is everything so silent, Roger?
Well, look, I think we're at a point, Alex, that I think is very key. One thing that Richard Nixon once told Senator Joe McCarthy, when you shoot at a rat, you got to shoot straight because you got to be sure you kill the rat. So there's a lot of information here to process. Because we want to get this exactly right. There's already more than enough absolutely indisputable evidence of malfeasance and potentially far worse, obviously, by both state and federal authorities. Is there another shooter on a water tower? I haven't had enough time to investigate those stories. Is there an acoustical analysis
yeah, we're not sure about the water tower, but definitely under the shooter in the window.
So a second shooter, making this very much like the Kennedy assassination. Alex, none of this surprises me because these same entities, the CIA, the Secret Service, the FBI, and in Dallas, I hate to say it, but the Dallas County Sheriff's Office and the Dallas Police Department, all in on the murder of John F. Kennedy.
You're totally right. So, Roger, we got 10 minutes left. I'm going to give you the floor. But, I mean, this is so epic. Trump is John Wayne for real, George Washington 2.0. He's coming out and saying, yeah, the government stood down, which he should be doing. The deep state, it's got to be really concerned. What do you think? I already asked this, I'm asking again. What are they going to do when everything's turning against them? I think another assassination attempt. They have nothing to lose.
Well, I fear that maybe they tried to poison him or some kind of truck bomb. I mean, I'm politico. I can tell you the political dynamics. I don't have the kind of intelligence or military connections or sources that you do. I have a few, but and you definitely understand how they think. We both understand what they're capable since they've tried to destroy both of us. But here we are, still fighting for the country.
And winning because of God. Like, why don't we talk about God for a moment? Trump came out in the speech, 3 times in the speech, called on God. That was so important.
Alex, look, I am coming off of doing 3 hours of live radio, 77 WABC. If it were not for Brain Force Plus, this wouldn't be such a great interview. But we live in an incredible time. This is very evocative of 1968. President Lyndon Johnson, wildly unpopular, withdraws from the race. The Democrat Party split badly by a foreign war with a radical left wing opposing the Vietnam War. Donald Trump staging the greatest political comeback since Richard Nixon to storm the early primaries and caucuses to grab the nomination. There are so many anomalies here. And of course, the 1960 election always had an overhang of assassination because of the murder of Robert F. Kennedy, because of the murder of JFK. both of which reminded voters of the brutal murder of John Kennedy. So the pall of assassination was over that race. It's now over this race. We have to pray for protection for Donald Trump. That is, I talk about it on my show. I talk about it on your show. I understand leftist elitists make fun of us for believing in the Holy Spirit, but the hell with them. I've had miracles in my own life. Donald Trump's, the hand of God has been seen through this entire proceeding. If you think about it.
I totally agree. You know Trump well. He was glowing at the RNC on Thursday, and he is even more hardcore now. Imagine what he's going to do as president now that he's been shot in the ear, now that you understand what's happening. Can we, a few minutes on what you think Trump's going to do when he gets back in office?
Alex, it's an excellent question. Look, I saw him in Milwaukee. I've not talked to him on the phone, but everyone around him, and I noticed this myself, there's a new serenity about him. There's a new calm about him. There's a new. He was always confident, but you can see him moving towards a unifying rhetoric. He wants not just victory, he wants a political realignment in this country, in which everyone who believes in freedom and opportunity, regardless of the race, creed, color, as long as they're here legally, can be forged into a new political movement that puts Americans
a total American rebirth.
It's like the Democrats in 1932 with the realignment. It's like the Republicans with the 1968 realignment, which gets cemented by Ronald Reagan. We're at the cusp of history here. Trump has an ability to get working class, white, Catholic, particularly Democrat votes and independent votes, but he's also now proven he can get African Americans, he can get Hispanics, he can get young people, he can get Asians, because of his message of economic opportunity.
Everybody wants to win.
Well, people want, every American, regardless of race, wants a piece of the American pie. Trump's platinum proposal, I think, is...
Oh, that's what Hulk said on Hannity. He said, look, I've known Trump 35 years. You know him 45. He goes, he just loves everybody. He wants to win. He's a hospitality guy with hotels and casinos and golf courses. That kind of guy wants prosperity, folks.
Well, and he understands that cutting taxes and minimizing regulation is what brings economic growth and prosperity. The left continues to this myth that the Reagan tax cuts or the Trump tax cuts caused the major deficit. No. In fact, after Reagan's tax cuts and after Trump's tax cuts, federal revenues skyrocketed up every year. So the idea that they robbed that money from the Treasury, the economic opportunity that those tax cuts generated brought millions more into U.S. coffers.
You know Trump so well for 45 years. What do you think he's thinking right now? Because, I mean, this is incredible. I mean, I've talked to this Delta Force, all the people, the feds, everybody, over 20 people the last 2 days. And we've got the ballistics. The lectern got shot too, folks. That nobody covers that. There's no press conferences. They don't want to discuss it. He had at least 5 bullets, probably 8, barely miss him. That's got to freak out the deep state, but it's also got to let Trump know how real God is.
Well, look, the government shooter here, was like a modern-day Jack Ruby. I think that was the idea, to silence the killer. We don't even know at this point. I'm not inclined to just believe what the Secret Service tells us. So I don't even know for a certainty that Thomas Matthew Crooks is the...
No. All my sources, water tower shooter and a shooter under Crooks in the window.
Yeah, well, that perhaps that is Maxwell Yerrick. I have sources inside the Pennsylvania law enforcement community who tell me that Yerrick is a suspect. He has previous crimes assaulting Trump supporters. He does seem, I don't have any facial recognition technology, but he does seem to more closely resemble the photo of the corpse that the media has.
Well, Roger, what we know is there's a shutdown on the info. Normally, this would have been out 5 days ago. Where are the press conferences?
Well, we only just learned that Crooks, it is alleged, stole his father's gun, and that his parents, both I think sociologists or psychologists, called to report that he was a danger. Why are we just learning this now? And I said this on your show last week, Alex. I was told back in June of last year, when I was in Palm Beach for the Turning Point USA conference,
Damn, bro, I
great
cut my reload.
Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec, Tucker Carlson, and others, but an agent that I knew who was more senior, been around under previous presidents, told me that all of the requests for additional personnel or financing for Trump's protection that were being systematically denied.
Oh, let me stop you. Today, the Secret Service, after denying it 3 days ago, admits that they refused all requests and that Trump had less than 20 Secret Service. That's why he had that woman who couldn't holster her gun out there. They literally had theater production people there.
But let's be clear. I said it last week. The Secret Service specifically denied it. Hard written denial last week. Now they're admitting, oh, no.
Yeah, here it is. U.S. Secret Service confirms they rejected requests to strengthen Trump's security.
It's a great piece in today's New York Post as well.
So in closing, it's ours to lose. They're going to try to kill the Trump.
God, that's good vodka. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
God, that's good.
Sounds
vodka.
delicious. What type is it?
It was a joke.
I can see. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, right. We haven't had martinis in like a long. I haven't seen you in like a year in person. We need to have some martinis.
I'm ready. Look, I think today is we're in uncharted territory here. So I'm saying Trump. I think is he really is. The convention was the smoothest I've ever seen. Alex, I've been to every convention since.
Listen, I've been watching him since I was 5 years old. This was like a rock concert wrapped in an opera. This was amazing.
Well, I spoke to Middle America. I mean, the point was it wasn't just a bunch of blathering politicians. There were some, but mostly it was, average people talking about the impact of illegal immigration.
It was pure Americana.
Yes, I thought, and it was excellent. But also, I must tell you, being in Milwaukee for 3 days, a lot more black faces in this party now. A lot more Latinos. A lot more Asians. A lot more much younger people. An entire generation of young conservatives. I give Charlie Kirk a lot of credit for this. But amazing how many young patriots are out there. It was an amazing convention. It was upbeat. It was positive. Look, I'm also, you asked me what I'm thinking right now if I'm Donald Trump. I'll tell you one thing I'm thinking. When I saw Senator J.D. Vance call for the resignation of Joe Biden because he's not fit to be a candidate, he's not fit to be president of the United States, I know Donald Trump knows he picked the right man.
All right, you predicted Biden would step down. You did it right. It's not a prediction. Dead reckoning. Who's their nominee?
Alex, I'm just not, I don't answer hypothetical questions. All I'm saying is this is a situation in flux. Kamala is maneuvering. Willie Brown, who's an old friend of mine because of our sartorial traditions, was on my best dressed list, and I know him quite well, always told me that she was smarter than she appeared to be, that she was strictly tactical. Whether she can clinch this nomination with Obama presumably working against her. Note he has not endorsed her. That's significant. The Clintons have endorsed her, but I think it's disingenuous.
So is Hillary a threat?
Yes. This is why the Clintons have endorsed Kamala. They're trying to make their deal with Obama on the other side. So it would be an alliance of Kamala and the Clintons, not natural allies, in order to get Hillary on the ticket. God
All right,
forbid.
StoneZone.com. We'll talk to you soon. What a time to be alive. Roger Stone, StoneZone.com. Alex Jones at Real Alex Jones on X. And please support our sponsor, DRJonesNaturals.com. Thank you, Roger. I'm going to commandeer some time from Chase Geyser. I'm going to come back a little more with more clips and more news straight ahead. Stay with us. But Roger Stone just knocks it out of the park. Thank you for praying for President Trump.
I'll tell you about InfoWars MD. Discover the newest line of supplements from InfoWars designed to boost vitality and enhance overall well-being, available exclusively at InfoWarsStore.com. Whether you're looking to support immune health, improve cognitive function, or increase energy levels, our meticulously crafted formulas cater to diverse needs. We have Ageless Vitality Collagen, Superfood Greens, Mushroom Max, Turmeric 95, Better Mood Plus, Libido RX, CBD, Full Spectrum 10 and 25 milligram gummies, as well as so much more. The premium InfoWars Lifeline. It's InfoWars MD, and it's available now at 25% off at InfoWarsStore.com. I suggest the collagen, and just search it yourself. I'm not going to make any medical claims here, but search the importance of collagen in the aging process and see why taking collagen as a supplement can be perhaps the most powerful thing you do to reverse the signs of aging.
I'm out of ammo. Cool. Got a little bit. Oh, it's level 95 stuff. Ugh.
All right, Chase Geyser in a few minutes is about to take over with Sunday Night Live to cover the news, cover a lot of clips, and take your phone calls. But I wanted to just finish up here because we had so many big guests today.
Streamer luck, baby.
Tomorrow. Just to thank all of you for your support. I over-prepared. I covered probably 10% of what I wanted to. I'll do my best job tomorrow to get into it. This was an inside job. This was a terror attack. This was an assassination against the people and our will, trying to kill our president. God knows I'm not perfect. Knows, neither is President Trump. But what a time to be alive. And I want to play a special report right here before Chase takes over. But also just want to encourage listeners to realize that you can't take a show like this for granted that's been here 30 years. I can't do this without your word of mouth, without your prayer, without your support. So I need you to go to our sponsors and make the decision to support them, plus their great products, at drjonesnaturals.com. drjonesnaturals.com. The nano silver products, the top brain incredible nootropic, the rocket rest sleep aid, the next level foundational energy about to sell out. It's all there at drjonesnaturals.com. And over at InfoWarsStore.com, that keeps us on the air, plus DR Jones Naturals is a big sponsor, we have the DNA Force Plus about to sell out, the X2, the X3 that are so incredible. It's all there at InfoWarsStore.com. And so I want to thank you all for your past support. I want to encourage you now to take action and support the broadcast, because we aren't talking, we're taking action. This is real. This is a real fight. And we can't do it without you going to InfoWarsStore.com and drjonesnaturals.com. We have the same InfoWars Supercell going right now with the nitric boost, the highest grade fish oil, the X3, the X2, the Vaso Beach. It's the same thing. It's nitric boost, but different formula. 5 mineral fusion about to sell out. Ultra 12, highest quality B12, all at InfoWarsStore.com. And then you've got InfoWarsStore.com as one group to support, but you've also got drjonesnaturals.com that is so important to go to as well. So I'm asking you, if you want us to stay in the fight, we can't do this without you. We have changed the world together. Amazing, miraculous things have happened. We can't do it without you backing our sponsors, drjonesnaturals.com, drjonesnaturals.com, and InfoWarsStore.com. All right, Harrison Smith is loaded for bear. He's about to take over. Harrison Smith takes over tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. And you've got Owen Schroyer, 3 p.m. Central weekdays. You've got me at 11 a.m. Central. Huge guest tomorrow, massive show. The enemy wanted us off the air now, but they are so panicked. They are so upset. They are so pissed off. Chase Geyser is coming up, that we are still on air. So please support us. Please pray for us. Please share the articles, the videos, and realize you're changing the world. And please go to drjonesnaturals.com or InfoWarsStore.com or call toll-free 888-253-3139. All right, here is the very important report. This is a test of the Emergency Cyber Attack Network, and then Chase Geyser takes over.
Pay insufficient attention to the frightening scenario of a comprehensive cyber attack, which would bring to a complete halt to the power supply, transportation, hospital services, our society as a whole.
Power outages, they blame on the Russians. Cyber attacks, they're going to go for broke. We are on the edge of just a nightmare situation. But if the governors and the legislatures and the people and the Republicans that are awake, that's about half of them in power, see this and address this as it really is, the globalists are done. They're going to have a cyber attack, a cyber attack claiming Russia working with Trump supporters just took down the East Coast grid. I told you that 2 years ago, and then a year later, the FBI goes, we've got intel that the Russians with Trump supporters are going to cut the power. I'm in their mind, folks. I've got them. The minute you see Trump hit the ground, the false flags, the power outages, the cyber attacks.
I want to get back to the global computer outage, which is affecting folks across the world right now.
Well, there's a black eye moment for CrowdStrike, and I'd say for the cybersecurity sector. Now, the damage, look, it's going to be weeks, months, potentially years in terms of understanding the damage. The big issue is the brand damage, because CrowdStrike today becomes a household name, but not in a good way.
According to your statement, it was a single content update that has managed to shut down air travel, credit card payment systems, banks, broadcasts, street lights, 911, emergency around the globe. Why is there not some kind of redundancy or some sort of backup? How is it that one single software bug can have such a profound and immediate impact?
Well, when you look at the complexity of cybersecurity, you're always trying to stay one step ahead of the adversaries. Excuse me. Man, just 1 second, please.
Oh yeah, take a drink of water.
Yeah, sorry.
Sure.
When the FBI tapped CrowdStrike to provide their evidence, CrowdStrike refused.
Target these globalist criminals.
They're the type of crooks that would just take us going, oh, here, FBI, have this. Oh, they take that as weakness, probably put me in prison as a Russian agent. You're the agents of evil. You're the agents serving the globalists. You're the people out of control.
Extreme.
For 200.
I'll see what happens tomorrow before I give. I'm not gonna jinx it, bro. I'm not gonna jinx it here. We need it realistically, Todd. We need to remain above 200 for 3 days for me to feel comfortable above 200. To be 100% honest.
Yeah, because we were above 200 for like a day and a half.
2 times. 2 times.
So are you doing a space tonight?
Of course, you know I am.
Yo, Books, is Tall doing his
Now,
space?
are you Tall Data? Tall Soul?
This is Tall Data.
Tall Data? I remember a dude named Tall
He was
Soul.
a good guy, bro.
He was a little bigger than you,
He
yeah.
had like 8K followers. I think something like that.
Yo.
8K. Same PFP though, but.
Yo.
Yo, punk.
Aye, man. What's up?
Hey, punk, you're a bit newer in this space, bro, and I don't really know you well. I'm actually dying to hear more about you. Can you tell me your name and a little more about you, homie?
Like
And like what your mission is in crypto, like what you're doing here in the space?
Like full name, government name?
Whatever you want, whatever you prefer.
Well, I mean, Punk's fine, or y'all can call me.
Give
Y'all
us
can call me
an
Tim,
introduction.
Timmy.
Give us an
Timmy, Punk, Donald. I'll answer to all of them.
perfect. Thank you. Good stuff, gang. Good stuff. I need like 30 catalysts.
I am analyzing the void paradox.
Oh, is this so, why does it slow me down? Oh, I didn't know. Maybe it's way too far out. I need ammo. I need these guys to kill these guys. Kill ads. I need ammo. Pretty big wall. Pretty big bubble.
Yo guys, what is up? Max in our first Ascendant video, and today we're talking about some big changes coming to the game, particularly revolving around farming. Now I want to do two things with this video. One, I want to bring you the news and what's happening in regards to outposts and the farming of them. But two, I also wanted to kind of talk about some changes that I'm hoping and proposing for the game. The devs have been really on the nose with the community and responding, and it seems like they're really like in tune with what's happening. And they've also been really good at making changes that players have suggested. And so today I not only want to bring you some news and what's happening with the game, but also bring up some changes that I really would like to see. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Let's get right into it. So the very first thing to talk about is the note that came out yesterday regarding strategic outposts and in response to the air quotes Valby run. Now, I posted a video about this run. I wasn't the first person to discover it, but it's basically a strategy where you farm a Vulgus Fortress outpost where the mobs infinitely respawn, and it is just better than any other farm in the game by a large margin. I level up my Descendants to level 40 in 20 minutes in it. My weapons go to level 40 in about 20 minutes, and it's the best gold and Kuiper farm in the game. It's like really not close to anything else. It is just kind of busted. And even the devs say that it is dropping 2 to 3 times higher rewards than any other location. So they are acknowledging that it is pretty insane. Now, the thing that they're doing with this is they're kind of responding to it, but in a very restrained way. So what they say is, as the Valby run became very popular very quickly with our community, we assume many players have researched Valby to enjoy the newly discovered content. The current issue has occurred clearly by our own mistake, but we do not wish to suddenly remove it because it has already become a solid content of TFD. So we'd like to inform you that we're preparing a patch without completely blocking the Fortress Outpost issue and to keep allowing the players to enjoy playing like before. However, at the same time, we will update other farming locations to match the efficiency equivalent to the Fortress Outpost. So what they're saying here is that they're not going to remove this farm, rather they want to make other farms as good as the Fortress Outpost farm, which is crazy. So basically they don't want us to just be doing this one, they're going to make other farms as good as the one that we're doing right now. And then they continue on to say, although we've insisted that no additional patch will be necessary next week, we've been preparing a new hotfix 1.04 prioritized to apply improvements so that we could finalize the week 5 development schedule. The main purpose for patch 1.04 is to reduce the cooldown time for Vulgus strategic outposts and to rebalance the locations for collecting void fragments. Also, we're planning to diversify methods for gold supply by enhancing gold efficiencies within special operations. So not only are they going to be reducing the cooldown times on the outposts, if you are farming these outposts right now, it's probably one of my biggest complaints with the game is the outposts. Even in private, you leave, you come back, they're on cooldown. It can be really frustrating. It's not a fun gameplay loop just to sit there waiting or constantly fast traveling, hoping that your timer goes down by like 3 minutes. So they're going to be reducing the cooldown times on those. I don't know what they will actually be. And they're also going to be rebalancing collecting void fragments so that the void fragment farms feel better. And they're also going to be moving gold and gold efficiency to special operations. This is something that in my in the Valby farm video, I specifically was like, hey, the reason this is just going to keep happening is because the harder content and the dungeons don't have the same level of rewards as just mindlessly farming a big AoE location. So it looks like they've kind of responding to that a bit, which is really cool, and moving some of those gold drops to dungeons. Next up, they say, as we continue our live service for the First Ascendant, we have no plan to respond by simply nerfing certain content for any gameplay which collides with our intentions. We respect every content created by our players and will do our best to create a game that all players can enjoy together for a long time. We appreciate your endless feedback and interest to our game and will endeavor to provide a better gaming environment that will fulfill your expectations. Next up, they do an additional note that says, so we'd like to inform you that we're preparing a patch without completely blocking the Fortress Outpost issue and to keep allowing the players to enjoy playing like before. However, at the same time, we will update other farming locations to match the efficiency equivalent to the Fortress Outpost. This note is a little confusing to me because they say that we're gonna, without completely blocking the Fortress Outpost. So it sounds like they might be maybe nerfing it a little bit and then bringing other farms up to the Fortress Outpost farms, because they do say they're gonna preparing a patch without completely blocking it and then buffing other things. So I think this farm will get a little bit worse, but they're also going to be bringing up the efficiency of other farms. So first off, I want to say absolutely amazing communication by the devs. They've been really fast to respond to things, and I also want to compliment them on their restraint. I have played a lot of looter shooters, and it's so frustrating watching them make the same mistakes over and over and over again, and that is doing big changes and nerfs within the first 2 weeks of like a game launch. I've seen it happen with Outriders, I've seen it happen with Borderlands, I've seen it happen with Wonderlands, and so many other like loot-based games and ARPGs. Diablo did its massive nerf patch that killed a lot of interest for so many players, and the devs are, you know, you can tell that they play their game. We were posting videos about builds, the community was showing builds killing bosses, and they're like, hey, honestly, this isn't even the strongest build. There's other weapons, there's other builds that are stronger. You know what I mean? They're letting the meta establish itself. They're letting the farms be good. They're buffing drop rates. They're letting the game breathe, and then they're going to be making their changes. They're not rushing to nerf the very first thing that seems efficient or strong, and that is so good because they've got faith in their game, and they seem to know what they're doing when it comes to responding and addressing their community. So amazing. Now we get to the part of the video that is the reason I wanted to make this video, and that is to talk about a change that I'd love to see. Now, currently, one of the biggest flaws with the game, and I love the game, I have over 200 hours in it, but one of the big changes that I'd like to see has to do with amorphous material and farming. Now, currently, amorphous material, you open up and you are trying to get something from it. Maybe you want Ultimate Ajax, you want Ultimate Clay, you want a Python, you want an Afterglow. And you could open 2 of them and get exactly what you want, or you could get 50. You could open 50 of these and not get what you want. My big issue right now is that you want to always feel rewarded for your time. Whether you can log in and play for 2 hours, or you can log in and play for 10, you want that time spent to feel good and like you're working towards something. Opening 1 of these or opening 50 of them and not getting the single part that you need just feels bad, and there's nothing that you can do with 25 Leapic parts. I keep seeing posts on Reddit of people that are trying to get one thing or get something particular, and they're getting 52 Kyle parts or 12 parts for a weapon they don't need. There are reasons to get duplicates of weapons. You can enhance their unique abilities, but there's no reason that you can, there's nothing you can do with like 45 Leapic parts or 52 Kyle parts or 12 blueprint parts from a weapon. You can't dismantle them. And what I would love to see is a system that allows you to take these parts that you don't need and allow them to basically craft stabilizers. I think that would work incredibly well. Right now, for example, if I'm to open, let's say, this amorphous material 120, and all I want from it is the Eugen code. If I get 10 Secret Garden synthetic fibers before I get a single Eugen code, it'd be really great if I could take those Secret Garden synthetic fibers, just for an example, if I could take like 5 of them, or 4 of them, whatever the number is, and use them to go to the research lady and craft a specific stabilizer. In this case, it would be stabilizer form aid to a stabilizer to open these, and then I would have a better chance of getting the Eugen code. That way, if I'm opening these and I'm not getting what I wanted, at least I'm still working towards something. I'm still working towards getting extra stabilizers. Yes, you can farm these stabilizers in dungeons when you're opening these amorphous materials a lot of the time, but there's no like good feeling when you get like 4 Glay enhanced cells. There's nothing you can do with that right now. Yes, trading will be a thing, but it's not a thing right now. And I think this would be an amazing system so that if you are opening a ton of something, you're actually helping yourself, whether you're getting what you want or not. You'd be able to constantly build stabilizers if you're really grinding, so that you're giving yourself the best chance at getting the thing that you want. I think this would make the game feel a lot better and a lot more rewarding, because then you have something to do with your duplicates. It solves the whole, like, now I have 8 Leapic parts, I already have a Leapic build, what do I do with that? And it allows you to feel better about the RNG in the game. One of the big complaints that I see about the RNG in this game is that it's really tough, you know? You've got RNG chances on top of RNG chances. You get a chance to drop the amorphous material, then a chance to get the thing that you want. And so I think this system could solve a lot of some of the issues with the game. There are other things that I want to talk about, but this is like the main point that I wanted to bring across in this video, is a way to use the parts that you're getting that you never plan on using and make them useful to you, so that you can try to get the things that you want more consistently with better odds, but also you're still being rewarded for your time spent. I think this is a better mechanic than like just increasing the chance of the thing when you don't get it, because obviously, like, who knows what you're actually going for, and it would give a good feeling to getting those drops that you don't need, because anytime you open an amorphous material, you're making progress. That's kind of the big key with these looter shooter games, is you want to feel like you're making progress. You want to constantly be feeling rewarded for your time, and that is not really the case right now. If you open an amorphous material, you log on, you open 8 amorphous materials, you get 8 tile parts, and you already built tile, then you basically have gotten nothing from your time playing. And so that is the change that I wanted to propose, and that is the video. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Let me know what you think of my idea, and also huge W on the communication from the devs and the changes that they're bringing to the Valby farm and the other outposts, taking those timers off, and so on and so forth. Guys, I'll catch you on the next one. Take care. Peace.
One of the hardest things to do in the first Descendant is getting these crazy looking Descendant mods, and each Descendant will have a total of 4 to 5 of them, which are gonna make your build even better than what they currently is. And a lot of these like builds that we do are kind of focused on these Transcendent mods, but one of the hardest things is actually getting these mods. But what would you say if I told you there was a way to actually get these mods super easy and very effective without you having to kill a boss multiple times? Now, I personally spent trying to get high voltage for a total of 3 days trying to get high voltage with a 5% chance drop rate. Now, that's the biggest problem with these mods. They have a very high drop rate. But I'm going to show you guys how to get them really fast, really easy with this method. So let's go ahead and go right into it. So what you want to do, guys, is you want to get over here, and you're going to go to this location. Actually, you know what? I can access this through the map, I think. All right, so we're gonna go, guys. You have to have hard mode for this, okay? So you're gonna go to Void Interceptor Battle, and the easiest boss, which they should theoretically call him instead of Devourer, Sponge Devourer, because he's basically the easiest boss currently right now. You're gonna have to have a decent build. It doesn't have to be like super fleshed out, or you can go this with a team and go private or do public. Basically, what we want to do is we want to kill this boss multiple times, and the great thing about this boss kill is that he has a very high drop rate when it comes to Transcendent modules, and I'll show you guys exactly what we're going to do when we get these. Okay, so what we're doing, I really, before starting this video, I did this run right now, but we're going to do another run to show you guys exactly what it is that we're doing in this video. So what we're going to do is we're going to head this way and work our way here. And now we are trying all of this stuff on Twitch, so make sure you guys stop by and hang out if you guys see this video. And if you guys want to see this build, we should have this build almost completely done by today. So here we go. Yeah, so we are gonna shoot on this one real quick. So, you know, the great thing about this particular run is the fact that you can kill them really fast. That's a good thing, right? And we're gonna go here. Hey, you know, I should have done his shoulders. Alright, he went to his immune phase, not a problem. We're just gonna take out the little cylinders here. Alright, here we go. Take those out real quick. Alright, move on to the next one. Take those out. And then we got one more. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, that's done. And now on to killing the boss.
Bro, this guy, I don't think we know what to do at all. Appreciated the rebound though.
And we're gonna take him out. And once you take him out, we'll be able to do this here. We'll go with a death here. Take this dude out real quick. Oh, did I not proc my skill? Oh, that's what it was. Alright, so we take him out. So when he dies, he will eventually drop this, okay? He's gonna drop this Transcendent mod, the Cold Cohesion. Now, theoretically, you want to do this over and over and over. And basically what's gonna happen is the more you do it, the more Transcendent mods he will actually drop. So once you have a good amount of Transcendent mods, all you gotta do is to get rarer drops, or to get the ones that you currently don't have, is basically you're just gonna come to this location right here, which is the enhanced module guy. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna look for modules that we've gotten dropped from that particular boss. Like he'll usually drop 2 to 1. On my previous run, he dropped 2, and on this run he dropped 1. And what you're gonna do is you're gonna come here and you're gonna talk to him, and then when you talk to him, you're gonna do the combined mods, and then you're gonna look for Transcendent modules, but you're gonna look for duplicates. So you can go here and go to, I believe it was Descendant. Hold on, it's somewhere here. You look for quantity, and that's gonna give you duplicates. So as you see right here, I have a duplicate of Tidal Wave. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put that in there. I have a duplicate of Water Play. We're gonna put it in there. I have a duplicate of Cold Cohesion, which is what we just got right now, and I got a duplicate of Toxin Simulation. So basically what this is gonna do is when you combine these modules, it should give you one that you currently don't have. Now, it doesn't happen all the time where you're gonna get one that you don't have, but there is a high probability that you'll get one that you currently don't have. So you're gonna combine these modules, and then it's gonna give you a module. Now, I think it's a faster way to get the modules you don't have, because it is pretty effective. So we got increased efficiency here, and let's see if that was actually one that we didn't have. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, so increased efficiency. So I didn't have, or I did have one. But we got another one, which is good, because basically what you would do is you would do the same thing, right? You would look for all the ones that you have duplicates of, and I don't have any more because I've been doing this for a while now. So I don't have any more duplicates, but you would basically look for duplicates and put them in there and keep enhancing them, and it only costs 5,000 gold. But that is the boss you want to do it with, because he drops between 1 and 2. So that is how you get like rare mods without having to do the grind of you getting that RNG of 5% and 3%. So I hope this video was helpful, informative. If it was, do me a huge favor, guys. Drop a comment, drop a like. Don't forget to check us out on Twitch, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Yo guys, what is up? Max here in our first Descendant video, and today we are going over my Valby guide. Now, Valby does have a Ultimate Descendant coming out in 2 weeks, which I plan on fully investing into. On today's Valby build, I've got a pretty minimal spec that still puts out a ton of damage. I made a video yesterday talking about her Supply Moisture mod that can give her some ridiculous gun damage scaling. She did make a few mistakes in that video, so we're going to be correcting them today. We're also going to be going over multiple setups on Valby for bossing, mobbing, and like specific kind of like AoE spam build that's going to be really, really fun. But the goal of this video is to, one, set you up on your current Valby so that you can get her going, because she's incredibly fun, but also get you to understand how she's going to work and how we're going to scale her damage up like crazy for when Ultimate Valby comes out. Obviously, I'll have an updated guide for that. If you guys enjoy the video, let's get right into it. So to start us off, Valby is inspired by a laundry machine. Very cool. All of her abilities apply a debuff called Laundry. This is going to reduce your enemy's electrical resist, which means that she pairs very well with things that do electrical damage. You can throw on electrical damage on your weapons using a Thunder Cage. Playing with bunnies is great. She also reduces non-attribute resistance as well. So if you're playing with someone who's using like a Blade Massacre build or so on and so forth, you can also debuff with those kind of things. Now, the way that her skills work are they're all dot skills, and all of them stack their dots. So in order to get the most damage out of Valby, you're not just going to wanting to be using one skill. You're going to want to be clicking all of your buttons And the way that she works is she's really good at just covering an area. If you've ever seen the game Splatoon, you want to play Valby like you're playing Splatoon, basically. If you see a spot that isn't blue, you want to be covering those blue spots and just constantly covering enemy spawns. She's great on defense. She's great whenever you need to lock down an area. Constantly covering enemy spawns with water so that your teammates deal more damage, you deal more damage, and she can be built very versatilely to do a lot of crazy things. So real quick, the one is a bubble bullet. It does decent impact damage. This is mainly your bread and butter way to spread water. It is the cheapest MP costing skill of Valby's kit. Valby's abilities do actually cost a fair bit of like MP and mana to cast. However, if you're not using her like skill modules, you can get water intake, which means that you're gonna get a 30% decreased cost of your skills. And your 1 is a great way to just start off your damage rotation. Your 2 and your 3 will both snapshot if you're on water. So for example, if I'm on water and then I hit my 3, I will get a snapshotted decrease of the mana that it costs to use this thing. And then that we're able to like set up all of our damage by throwing down our 1. So 1, not a lot of damage, but it's very good as a opener into your like damage rotation because it'll snapshot your 2 and your 3 so that they both cost less. So solid skill all around. Next up, we've got the 2. This is Plop Plop. These names are ridiculous. Note that the laundry debuff doesn't stack based off your abilities. It's like a set debuff, but the actual dot damage of the different things will stack. Your Plop Plop is very helpful as a teleport. If you're doing a hard mode dungeon, you can just teleport through a whole bunch of lasers, which is really great because it's really nice for mobility as well. You can't cast it while you're in the air, which is a bit of a bummer, but it's also really helpful as a knockdown. One of the things that Valby wants to do is keep enemies in her dot. So if you do the 1, all the enemies are in their dot, and now you do the 2, now they're knocked down. Now they're not going to leave our dot for a little bit longer time. So that's why I like doing the 1 into the 2, so you can kind of knock them down and keep them there. Next up for the 3, Cleanup. Cleanup is fantastic. It's her highest dot damage skill of her like initial 3, and it gives her 50% DR if you're doing bosses, if you're about to get hit by an attack, you're in Pyromancer and he's sending out a bunch of things that are going to hurt you, or you know damage is incoming. For bossing, this ability just gives you 50% DR, which is amazing. It also lets you pass through enemies, which is also really nice for like big mobbing situations, but it's also her biggest damage. So usually I like to do that last. And it's a mobility skill. It just gives you slightly less speed than Bunny's 2, her sprint. So it makes Valby the second fastest descendant in the game, which is very, very nice. And then lastly, we've got the 4. The 4 is a little bit weird. So in order to properly use the 4, you can't use it as your opener. The reason for that is the 4 only pulls in enemies that are afflicted with laundry. It says it creates a laundry bomb, dealing continuous damage and inflicting toad on nearby enemies with laundry. So if you want to pull in enemies with the 4, you have to first inflict them with your debuff, and then you can use the 4. So this is kind of what you're gonna like throw your 1 down. Now these enemies are inflicted with our thing, and now I can cast that, and he's gonna get pulled into it. Obviously a little bit too far for those guys, but that's kind of how you want to use the 4. You want to make sure that you're actually inflicting enemies with it, and then you can cast it, and then they will get pulled. A lot of the times people are just kind of spamming this into a group and hoping that it pulls them, where the 4 does inflict laundry, so like you are direct impacting enemies with it, they will get pulled into it, but ideally you are casting your 1 first, or your 2 or your 3, and then using your 4. And the 4 is one of the best grouping abilities. If you're using the Thunder Cage, makes the Thunder Cage explosion hit an entire room of enemies. And on this build, we're going to have it on about a 15-second cooldown, which is really nice. But as you can see, a little bit more awkward at pulling enemies if we don't have them afflicted with our debuff to start. Next up for our reactor, ideally, I didn't get the perfect reactor, but ideally you roll crit chance and crit damage on your reactor. We're going to be using a Thunder Cage mounting. Thunder Cage is a fantastic weapon for her because it does lightning explosions, and that lightning we're going to get boosted, and the Thunder Cage is a disgusting weapon. But you're going to look for non-attribute dimension. Valby is a little bit trickier to pick what you want to use as a reactor on her. The big thing is that her 1 is fusion, the 4 is fusion, but the 2 and the 3 are dimension, and like 3 is kind of your big damage, and you can basically always have up to 2. I like using this a lot, so I went for dimension. Could definitely go for fusion. I do think dimension is a slightly better choice for the reactor, and we also got the legendary reactor, so that we're getting a 160% increase or a 60% increase when we're mounting with the Thunder Cage. Mine rolled non-attribute skill power ratio and skill duration up. Both nice things, but in a perfect world, I'd be rolling skill crit chance and skill crit damage, which we'll talk about in a second. So next we get to talk about our weapons, but before we do that, we got to talk about Supply Moisture. Now, this is a mod that is a transcendent mod for Valby that I made a video on yesterday. I said that this gives you a final increase to your crit chance on your weapons. I was wrong. The idea was right. But I explained it incorrectly, so I just want to correct that real quick. So Supply Moisture gives us a 20% increase to our firearm critical hit rate, 20% increase to our skill crit rate, 10% duration up, and a 4% increase in our status effect trigger rate. How this works is it just adds a flat base to your weapon. So for example, when you look at like the Tamer, for example, the Tamer's got a base of like 10% crit chance. If we put on Supply Moisture, that goes 10 plus 20. Same with the Thunder Cage. The Thunder Cage is a base of 20%. Right here, if we add this, it goes up to 40%. Now note that this doesn't take into account your like crit hit rolls. So if you want more detailed information, you can actually go to the go-to info, and then you can see that my Thunder Cage is 22% crit chance. Once again, that is without any modules on, so that 13% is increasing that 20%. It's not displaying correctly. And then if we go to my actual crit page, you'll see that I have an 82% increase of my critical hit rate. So the math for this, the way it works out, is we're going to do my 22.6, which is my base of my weapon, plus 20% from Supply Moisture, which gives me 42.6%. And then we're going to do 42.6% times our 1.82% increase, which gives us to 78% crit chance, rounded, 77.5, the game rounds up. So now you can see that my weapon, real quick, is currently at a 39% crit chance when I use my water skill. Now we're standing on the water, and now we click over, there's our 78% crit rate on our Thunder Cage. So what Supply Moisture allows us to do is full send it into crit on our weapons. This is my Thunder Cage crit build for general play. Sweeping Squad is just for mobbing. If you're not going to be mobbing, you can swap this out for a different mod, either like an Element. It's pretty nice to throw on electric here. The Firing Fiesta mod is actually pretty nice as well. Slap that on for not consuming rounds after you are shooting this thing. But the core of this build is we're going to be getting a lot of base damage with rifle reinforcement and action and reaction. We're getting our fire rate up, and then we're going to be grabbing as much crit as we can. Remember, the more crit we have, the more we get out of Supply Moisture. So we've got better insight and edging shot, so we're getting tons of crit chance. We're getting reload focus, we reload faster, and we're getting reload focus, plus better concentration, plus concentration priority, which gives us a 6 times multiplier on our Thunder Cage whenever we're critting, and we're critting 78% of the time. So 78% of the time, we're dealing 6x damage on this thing, which is just disgusting. And if we want to throw it on for mobbing, we can use Sweeping Squad for a little bit more firearm attack to help make up for the loss of damage from edging shot. We do lose a little bit of damage. Sweeping Squad more than makes up for that. And this is just an absolute massive beast of a weapon for like basically everything. I still need to like upgrade my Thunder Cage so that its specific legendary attribute procs more often and in a bigger radius. I haven't gotten to that yet. But that is our Thunder Cage build. Now, the other two weapons that you can use on Valby that are really fun, I mean, she can kind of use any weapon. You can turn any weapon into a crit thing, but I've been having a lot of fun with the Tamer. We're going to be using Real Life Fighter, which gives us stacking damage against weak points. So this gives us a ton of firearm attack, action and reaction for more attack, insight, better concentration, fire rate up, and concentration priority. All of these things are fantastic. I don't quite have the catalyst to be able to use edging shot yet on our Tamer, which would push its damage even higher. Obviously, we want to be building as much crit as possible. I don't have very many catalysts on this thing, but the tamer on this build is going to be critting. You can get it to about 50% crit chance, which is wild. I'm slightly missing a little bit crit chance that I'd like to pick up, but right now it's at a 41% crit chance rate with a 5x multiplier, and it's one of the highest DPS weapons in the game, which is disgusting. The last weapon to mention on Valby is the Python. Now, I currently don't have like a full Python build yet. I still need to put an activator and a catalyst on this, but the Python is a very interesting weapon on Valby because of its unique ability, which is the Prey debuff. As you hit weak points with the Python, you're going to reduce. We want to throw it on for mobbing. We can use Sweeping Squad for a little bit more firearm attack to help make up for the loss of damage from Edging Shot, because we do lose a little bit of damage. Sweeping Squad more than makes up for that. And this is just an absolute massive beast of a weapon for, like, basically everything. I still need to, like,
Welcome to the Modules Lab. child. What do you need?
And if we want to throw it on for mobbing, we can use Sweeping Squad for a little bit more firearm attack to help make up for the loss of damage from Edging Shot, because we do lose a little bit of damage. Sweeping Squad more than makes up for that. And this is just an absolute massive beast of a weapon for, like, basically everything. I still need to, like, upgrade my Thunder Cage so that its specific legendary attribute procs more often and in a bigger radius. I haven't gotten to that yet, but that is our Thunder Cage build. Now, the other two weapons that you can use on Valby that are really fun, I mean, she can kind of use any weapon because you can turn any weapon into a crit thing, but I've been having a lot of fun with the Tamer. We're going to be using Real Life Fighter, which gives us stacking damage against weak points, so this gives us a ton of firearm attack, action and reaction for more attack, insight, better concentration, fire rate up, and concentration priority. All of these things are fantastic. I don't quite have the catalyst to be able to use Edging Shot yet on our Tamer, which is damage even higher. Obviously, we want to be building as much crit as possible. I just don't have very many catalysts on this thing. But the Tamer on this build is going to be critting. You can get it to about 50% crit chance, which is wild. I'm slightly missing a little bit of crit chance that I'd like to pick up, but right now it's at a 41% crit chance rate with a 5x multiplier, and it's one of the highest DPS weapons in the game, which is disgusting. The last weapon to mention on Valby is the Python. Now, I currently don't have like a full Python build yet. I still need to put an activator and a catalyst on this. But the Python is a very interesting weapon on Valby because of its unique ability, which is Ray debuff. As you hit weak points with the Python, you're going to reduce enemies' non-attribute resistance per stack. As you get more Python, you level up its unique ability. Its duration is going to go from 1 second debuff to a 2-second debuff, and you'll be able to shred more resistances. The thing that I was noticing about this weapon is the more damage that I'm dealing, the more the resistance shred actually makes a difference on. And you're also going to need to get multiple for the loss of damage from Edging Shot, because we do lose a little bit of damage. Sweeper Squad more than makes up for that. And this is just an absolute massive beast of a weapon for, like, basically everything. I still need to, like, upgrade my Thunder Cage so that its specific legendary attribute procs more often and in a bigger radius. I just haven't gotten to that yet. But that is our Thunder Cage build. Now, the other two weapons that you can use on Valby that are really fun, I mean, she can kind of use any weapon because you can turn any weapon into a crit thing. But I've been having a lot of fun with the Tamer. We're going to be using Real Life Fighter, which gives us stacking damage against weak points. So this gives us a ton of firearm attack, action and reaction for more attack, insight, better concentration, fire rate up, and concentration priority. All of these things are fantastic. I don't quite have the catalyst to be able to use edging shot yet on our tamer, which would push its damage even higher. Obviously, we want to be building as much crit as possible. I just don't have very many catalysts on this thing. But the tamer on this build is going to be critting. You can get it to about 50% crit chance, which is wild. I'm slightly missing a little bit crit chance that I'd like to pick up, but right now it's at a 41% crit chance rate with a 5x multiplier, and it's one of the highest DPS weapons in the game, which is disgusting. The last weapon to mention on Valby is Python. Now, I currently don't have like a full Python build yet. I still need to put an activator and a catalyst on this, but the Python is a very interesting weapon on Valby because of its unique ability, which is the Prey debuff. As you hit weak points with the Python, you're going to reduce enemies' non-attribute resistance per stack. As you get more Pythons and level up its unique ability, its duration is going to go from 1 second debuff to a 2 second debuff, and you'll be able to shred more resistances. The thing that I was noticing about this weapon is the more damage that I'm dealing, the more the resistance shred actually makes a difference on. And you're also going to need to get multiple Pythons to really start benefiting from this thing. I do think this weapon is best in slot once we are building a ton of damage and we're rocking ultimate Valby, but the damage on it on a 1 is just really not helpful, especially when we're not dealing like all that much damage quite yet. So as you can see, I'm doing 5,593 dots. I don't have Python mounting right now, so I just lost like half of my damage. But just to give you an example, 5,593, if I hit some weak points on this enemy, you'll see that the dot goes from like 5,500 to like 6,000 at very best. So not like the world's greatest thing, but once again, when those numbers are bigger and we're fully built around it and we've got the Python leveled and we can like fully invest into our Valby with catalyst and stuff, the Python is going to increase our dot damage a pretty ridiculous amount. I've heard of Valby's hitting for like anywhere from 300 to 500k on their dots, so very good weapon to start investing into. Don't think it's super important to start using right off the bat with her. I personally also really like running the Afterglow Sniper on Valby, just because it is a crit monster. The Afterglow Sniper has a unique ability that when you hit a weak point, you inflict death propagation on hitting an enemy commander or Colossus, increase their fire and critical hit rate, and apply this effect to the attack. You're getting stacking like weak point and weak point damage and critical hit rate. This basically makes it a 100% crit chance sniper for Valby. So for example, if I throw down my little bubble and then we pop over to our info, now this thing has a 94% crit hit rate, and as soon as it procs its thing, it's going to be guaranteed critting. This thing can pop some serious damage on Valby, which is really, really fun. Let's see if we get a nice shot. There's a million, another 1.1 million shot, but I've gotten this thing to hit 2 million on some enemies on Valby, and these are the mods that I'm running for that sniper. It's currently not even having a potato in it, and this thing's going to be hitting like a truck. It's already at 561k DPS, and that's not factoring in basically critting on every single shot. But yeah, that is the Afterglow. All right, now we get to talk about Descendant modules. We're going to talk about our mobbing setup first, and then we'll talk about the non-crit mobbing setup, and then we'll talk specifically about bossing. Now, Valby is a Descendant that you want to invest a lot into because she wants duration, she wants AoE, she wants cooldown, she wants damage, and with supply moisture, she really wants a lot of crit. Right now, if we are playing with her skills, if we're standing on our water, we are going to be getting a 59% skill crit rate chance, which is kind of ridiculous. As you'll see, like if we just pop over through our skills and our rotation, everything is going to be getting crit. It is just constant crits, which is kind of insane. The only thing about building crit is it's expensive and we don't have room for a lot of other stuff, so we lose a bit of quality of life. So I've got skill insight for big crit hit rate, increased defense, which is just necessary, increased HP, which is also necessary, and then we're able to throw in front lines here for more skill crit hit rate, Skill expansion for more range. Skill expansion, HP, and defense all seem like absolutely mandatory mods on her. Technician is obviously not the best in slot mod. It's just a multiplier that works out pretty well for her right now. But if you wanted to like absolutely min-max her, you would swap out Technician for Dimension Specialist is what I would do. That's going to give you a larger multiplier on her 2 and her 3. I don't hate using Technician because 1, I already have it leveled and I'm being lazy, but 2, it works for all of her skills, not just 1 or not just 2 of them. But ideally, if you're min-maxing, you would go for Dimension on the Technician slot. But this is a build with 1 Catalyst. You don't need to max Supply Moisture, and it gives you everything that you need. You've got the crit chance, you got your survivability, you got your AoE. Big thing that you're missing here on this particular setup is a bit of cooldown. So if you can roll cooldown on your reactor here, that's like fantastic. But this is kind of getting all the big things that you need. Next up for our non-crit setup, this is where we get tons of quality of life. We're going to get our defense, our HP, our multiplier, but we're also going to be picking up focus on non-attribute for a ton of extra base damage, which Technician is going to work off of. And we get MP Collector, so we're going to be constantly able to spam our abilities. Skill expansion gives us more range, and MP Conversion is going to give us a ton of cooldown. That paired with focus on non-attribute gives us a 12-second cooldown on her 3, which is disgusting. This is basically always up because you get 2 stacks of it. On her 1, we've got it on a 5-second cooldown, which, you know, because it lasts for 11 seconds, this is also a buff that you just always have up. So you're able to spam, you're able to use MP Collector, and this setup feels really good. It's not as much damage as the, like, crit build, but it's got so much more quality of life for just spamming and kind of playing Valby how she's meant to be played, but once again, not as much dot damage. And then we get to bossing. Now, bossing, we're just focusing on making Valby a absolute beefcake. On our bossing setup, we want to be able to constantly be able to use our Supply Moisture, but also not have to worry about dying. We're going to have 17k HP on her with 30k defense, which is kind of very tanky. Plus, you know, if you've ever got an attack coming in, you can swap into your liquid form, which gives you another 50% DR. But the big things here, we're using time distribution for more HP, HP amplification, and increased HP. All of these things are going to make us very tanky with some defense, some skill extension, so our dots lay on the ground for longer for our moisture. Skill expansion means that there's less gaps in our dots, and then since we're making kind of like a weapon descendant, we can use Walk a Tightrope for just a little bit more damage and skill power whenever we are low health, which, you know, when you're sitting in bosses, you are going to be low health a bit. The big thing that would be really nice on Valby for bossing, which obviously we can't fit in here, is if you could then throw in damage and crit. Kind of like the big thing that we're missing is, in a perfect world, you're using Supply Moisture, so your abilities are doing a bunch of damage and your weapons are doing a bunch of damage, but just kind of like under the restrictions of only using 1 catalyst. We set it up so that Valby becomes a pure weapon descendant. She'll be able to face tank most things and also be able to output some pretty silly damage with her weapons. And then in a perfect world, this is also built for damage and crit as well, so that you get the best of both worlds, but not going to happen with 1 catalyst. For our external components, we're just rocking 3 legendary pieces with 2-piece set Annihilation, which gives us increased duration, and we're able to get a ton of HP and defense. However, if you want to min-max Valby for like the most amount of damage you can get on her with her weapons, which there's a way to do that, which I think is going to be really interesting and I think potentially pretty meta, for Gun Descendants, is wearing mixed Veteran set with mixed Decimator set. The Decimator set gives you 5.1% crit rate on your weapons for a 2-piece bonus, and the Veteran set gives you 5.1% increased crit. So what you can wear is you can wear the Decimator top, which Decimator top is going to give you max HP, and then Decimator bottom also gives you defense. So you've got HP defense as your top parts, and then if you wear the Veteran middle, you're going to get Veteran is going to give you max HP on the sensor, and then the memory on Veteran gives you defense. So you've got 4 pieces of gear, all with inherent defense and HP. And then you're going to get 2 multipliers of 5.1% crit rate on your weapons, which is kind of disgusting. And you can farm these things at level 100 from level 100 enemies. In the story, they drop to like really low level, but you can actually farm them from specific spawns from like hard mode. It's just their drop rates are pretty freaking low, so I wasn't able to get a full setup for you guys for this video, but I do plan on farming those out and kind of having the double crit rate mods, full stacking max HP and defense, which should be pretty nasty. Guys, that is going to do it for the video. I hope you enjoyed. Let me know which Descendant you want to see next. I'm getting requests for like updated build guides of Descendants I've already done, or
one of the hardest.
Welcome back, gang. It's Deltia from DeltiasGaming.com here with an Ajax build that you're going to want to play. If you like high survivability, you love clearing the bosses and just being extremely durable, this thing is capable of hitting 100,000 defense, lowering the incoming damage, huge HP, group utility, and more. Let me walk you through one of my favorite builds in the first Descendant, playing Ajax. Okay, we're here with Ajax. Now, let's explain the skills, and then we'll explain weapons, Descendant mods, weapon mods, reactors, and external components. The biggest thing to know about Ajax is this Event Horizon passive. So what this does is it builds up Void Energy. Void Energy is your unique resource underneath your MP, the blue line. So it builds up in thirds, depending on when you use the skills, and then it transitions to this blue effect. The blue effect gives you an extra bonus depending on the skill you use. But Ajax builds up his unique resource to enhance a specific skill once it turns blue. And really the main thing about playing Ajax effectively is managing your MP, making sure you don't run out, and you timely use the most appropriate skill when you need to. So let's work left to right. Number 1 is Orbit Barrier. So Orbit Barrier, well, creates a barrier, reflex damage, and you can shoot through it. The most important part of this skill is that it scales in effectiveness based on your HP and your defense. The cooldown is 15 seconds and the duration is 15 seconds, so you can maintain 100% uptime depending on your MP. You can also extend the range of this, so this thing becomes huge and you can shoot through it. But you can see it comes back up very, very quickly. Unlike Kyle, you can place this down and move from it. You can also place this in front of allies and supports, or you can block things from getting shot if you're doing special operations as well. It's one of the best abilities in the game. Next up is kind of your stun trash clear ability called Void Walk. So it jumps forward and deals damage upon landing stun. You can enhance this ability, but I would not use this as an enhanced skill. The skill is really nice for just clearing trash mobs. When you're bossing, it's not that effective to use. Some notes about the skill: if you just tap the button, it won't jump up very, very high. You can actually use this while you're in the air. Next up is this Expulsion here. So this deals damage to nearby enemies, inflicts knockback, and if you use Enhance, increases base damage. And these two are your ad clear, and they're tech by default. So non-attribute is your main Descendant attribute. These two are tech, these two are dimension. That's going to be important when selecting the proper reactor. So you can just jump in here with your second ability and then hit this, and that's kind of your ad clear. One stuns, one knocks back, and they do pretty significant damage when you use them in conjunction, and they have lower cooldown, so you can have pretty good ad clear with Ajax. This skill, along with Void Walk, are not going to be something you're going to want to use in boss encounters. It's mainly just for clearing ads. Now, there is a Descendant module that we're going to use for this build that changes this skill effect. It changes the skill into a defense increase by 50% to everyone in the range. And with our mods, we can increase the radius to 7 meters. If you use it as an enhanced ability, it'd be 10 meters. So this is more group play oriented, though it can increase your defense and almost reach 100k as well. With the cooldown of 8.1 seconds with our mods, the duration is 11.5. It does have the shield, the diversification, which increases the max shield amount. That is kind of a weird bonus. Not that important, but defense will be very, very helpful when you're running in group content or with pugs playing bunny dying every 3 seconds. Give them the defense. They will survive a lot more. Another thing to note, though, with that specific mod is it changes it to a dimension skill, not a tech skill. Very, very important for a reactor choice as well. Next up is Hypercube. This is your longer duration ultimate skill. It's going to scale in effectiveness off of HP and defense. Those two skills are. So this is going to be a 360 bubble. And look how big it is. It is actually massive. Now you can use these two in conjunction, actually. So what I usually do is rotate the barrier, and then I use the bubble. The bubble has a longer cooldown, so you don't want to use that all the time. The biggest thing to know about the bubble is this is what you should be spending your enhanced skill on, because it has two extra effects: firearm attack increase and explosive attack increase. Firearms 10%, explosive attack is 20%. This is very relevant in the current meta because most people are at the end game are playing Glay with rocket launcher spam with infinite ammunition. So the reason that's helpful is you can really take down the bosses with this and a Glay in your group. You're gonna be boosting their explosive attack or firearm attack, and this also applies to you as a bonus as well. Now, the main thing you want to do when you're starting a boss encounter, if you want, you can use the second skill and the third skill to basically preload your void energy. So when I usually go in, I have about 2 bars full. So then when the boss starts, I will put a barrier down, and then I enhance my skill already. So that way, when we're parked or the boss moves and everyone's rocket spamming, I can, boom, bubble us up. Inside the bubble, now we have protection from the barrier and or the bubble. I can get everyone's defense up and rocking, and we have this really good, nice burn at the start of the encounters. So barrier, main defense, hypercube, once it's enhanced, usually if possible, that's what you want to dump your enhanced skills on. Let's jump into the mods here. So Matrix Recomputation is going to be a very expensive mod. I think it costs about $5 million to lower the cost. Starts at 16, goes lower. This is an endgame one that's going to turn Expulsion to grant you a buff. Consider this not mandatory until you get to the end game and doing some of the sweatier group content. Next up is Agony, max MP and defense. We're gonna look for rare purple mods and do 2 things for us rather than 1. Right here, what I would put in here if I had this mid-max and I had lowered some of my mod costs is energy collection, MP recovery, by plus 57.7%. The most important thing with Ajax is just having enough resources to maintain that barrier. It's not the cooldowns, it's not the duration, it's really the MP. So you notice this a lot. So take the extra time, mid-max them, put that on that slot that's empty. Time distribution is going to be skill cooldown and max HP. Experience shield is going to be defense and skill power. Frugal mindset, very important, skill cost and skill effective range. The bigger range that you have, the bigger those bubbles are. Also with defense and HP, remember, that's how our abilities scale. So it's a defensive tank mindset. You're going to look for mods that increase that stack together. Long distance maneuvering is helpful with Ajax because he's not very mobile. This will increase the charge time, but the range is really nice at 25 meters. There's a lot of alternatives to this one. Dual claw you can start with, and mid-air is another good option. Increase defense and increase HP. These are going to be your 2 beginner ones you're going to use primarily. So look to mod, socket these. These are very expensive and you're going to run them most of the game. Then you have Stim Accelerant. This has a downside of negative 15% max HP. One of the reasons we run Agony. But it is the highest max HP mod in the game that I'm aware of, at plus 234%. It will affect some of your resources, which is why I have energy collection. I recommend using that, but it's just a way to get your max HP very, very high. Psychological Victory, incoming damage modifier, negative 7.5%. MP recovery up, plus 13.8. Amplification control, skill effect range, that's a massive amount of skill effect range, combined with Frugal Mindset to expand those barriers. And max shields. Max shields are not important as much. An extra secondary effect is not that bad though, but always go for defense and HP if possible. So if you're a beginning player and you want to pick this build up, focus on increased defense first, increase HP. The 2 rare ones you would like to get a hold of Battle of Stamina for increased HP and skill duration, and then Safe Recovery. It's just 4, you don't need to upgrade it, and it gives you outgoing healing, but incoming final damage, negative 4.5. You can run this on any build, it'll make you a lot tankier. Skill expansion is really important for increased effective range, and then skill extension for duration. These will be your 2 primaries that you're gonna wanna run, along with increased defense, HP, and then start to work on can get them pretty early in the game. Now we're gonna go into the weapons. So I'm using the Tamer. On the Tamer, you're gonna want a firearm attack as your primary, weak point damage bonus versus Colossus, since this is a boss killer weapon, and shield. The reason this is a good weapon is rounds per magazine. So you're going to sit there, hold that trigger with a high fire rate and a high base amount of damage. Now the Tamer by default does not have a whole lot of critical rate, so we're not going to build into crit, we're going to build into weak point damage. and one specific mod called Mental Focus. So fire rate negative 10%. You're like, that kind of sucks. Well, one firing, once you max this out, which is very expensive, it'll increase your firearm attack, I think, by 1% when it's fully maxed out for up to 2 seconds, and it stacks up to 150 stacks. It will go away when you reload or change firearm. So you can just sit there with a big clip in your tamer and just build up an enormous amount of fire attack just by holding down that trigger for as long as you can. This is specifically geared towards these boss encounters. I got 108 right there. Now, the tamer by default does not have a whole lot of crit hit rate, so crit hit chance, or crit hit damage. So it's best to build for weak point damage and go for a boss killing weak point machine gun versus crit. Better concentration, the other one can be used if you don't have anything else. Focus on rifling reinforcement, fire up rate, and then action and reaction. These are the three you're going to be using primarily on almost all guns because they're really, really good. Now you have weak point sight for weak point damage. Have aiming for weak point damage. It's going to lower your accuracy, but you're not really worried about that on machine gun. And then rounds per magazine. This is helpful because if you stack higher magazine capacity with mental focus, you're more likely to get 150 stacks, increasing your damage when you're boss melting by holding the trigger down with the tamer. And then you're going to want one elemental damage component mod here, so either fire or chill is very good. Just switch them out depending on the boss. If you don't know, when you go to the bosses or when you go into individual zones, it will tell you specifically what they're very weak against. So you need to structure your weapon and loadout for specific bosses and or zones. But be aware the zone will tell you as well. So running boss rounds, you're going to do Tamer. Running just trash mobs, you're going to do Thunder Cage. Second weapon I like is this hand cannon, Nastria, did I say it right? Devotion. The reason I like this, and this isn't fully mid-max, but the unique ability gives a defense debuff of 3 seconds when you're hitting weak point damage. So when the boss transitions into like a phase where you have to kill canisters or whatever you want to call them on the specific boss, you can aim for those weak point marks, debuff it, or hit the boss if you don't have any general rounds and debuff it. So you're always adding some type of element of group utility, or you're able to do a good amount of damage yourself. It does have a secondary effect of MP cost, and it recovers shields of allies. Do not hit your buddies with this. It's a ridiculous amount of MP for almost no shield, and shields aren't that good anyways. You can run Greg's Reverse Fate, very easy to get. There's also some sweatier weapons that people have that are very far into the game, but for right now, these two are very easy and accessible to get a hold of and applicable for almost everybody. Third weapon is a flex spot. So Sigur's Proof you can get in the battle pass, so everyone has access to this. What's nice about this launcher is you aim down sights and you can stack all of these little explosions, and boom. Once you let go, it blows up. It also triggers the burn status effect. So it's going to do more damage the more sticky bombs that you put on it. So think of it as a burst weapon if there's a mechanic or just like a damage phase where you just have about 4 or 5 seconds to do damage. Load it up with sticky bombs, boom, swap to the tamer and nuke it down. Now, this is a flex. You can do a shotgun, like something like the Subconscious. You can do a sniper rifle like Supermoon, something here. Make sure it matches your reactor. That's extremely important. Now, let's switch gears and talk about the reactor. So, reactor here. You can see I'm going to go with this one here, Materialized Phase. So the T and the Z are both light up, so that empowers the two outside abilities, our barrier and our bubble. Now, if we go back to our Descendant module and we actually change this one, add the Transcendent module, you can see it lights up green. It actually changes it to a Dimension skill. So another reason to have this specific one. If you're doing trash mobs, you're going to want the other type that buffs the Expulsion and buffs the Void Walk damage one. But since we're doing bubbles, that's what we're going to have. We're going to look for the launcher weapon, class equipped, or whatever back bar weapon you have, like a sniper or a shotgun. Now I have skill duration up and sub attack power. Not optimal. You want reduced skill cost and increased skill duration if possible. And there's a bunch of other combos there, but it's very hard to get gold quality mid-max what you want. So stick with something simple, a purple one. You don't have to have a specific ultimate weapon, and this will get you by for most of the game. Now, external components. So I have a bunch of set bonuses, and Annihilation's a really good one. I have the 4-piece set, and I've used it quite a bit. It's going to increase your skill duration. The 4-piece set has firearm attack increased proportion to the ratio of HP to HP lost, up to 26%. The long tooltip. When HP is 50% or lower, MP recovery is negative 22. HP recovery is up though. So it's going to tank your resources, but it will give you a lot more firearm attack. So the 4-piece is really nice if you're really trying to do damage with Ajax. For our specific build, we want to be a tank. So the 2-piece skill duration is nice, and it stacks with the 2-piece skill duration to Vanguard, which is 25% increased defense. That is a massive amount, and you can get this pretty easy just farming the dungeon. So look for Tomb Vanguard on almost any build just to increase your survivability, or swap to a 4-piece set like Annihilation or Bravery later on at the end game. On the specific traits that you're going to want, these are not mid-max, right? So I would go HP and defense. Defense is very easy to get ramped up. HP is a little bit harder depending on your base stats. So look for those two. And for a third drop, you could go with an elemental resistance or something with recovery. I would try to avoid shields whenever possible. You really don't care about shields. And if you have really low shields or like no shields at all in your mods, you can slot an Iron Will. So when shields are at 0, defense is plus 32. This ramps up very well, giving you an enormous amount. So it's a way to get a huge amount of defense on any build that runs low shields. So when it comes to playing this specific character, whether you're solo or in a group, your main way to play it is using the barriers and bubbles back and forth. You're going to look for trash mobs or a little roly-polies that you can kill and pick up blue bricks to maintain your resources. You're going to use Void Walk only to clear as and or to close the gap if you need to. You're going to use your 3 key for AoE damage, or if you have that Transcendent mod as a buff. The main strength of Ajax is able to put these barriers up and prevent damage from your highest damage dealing characters. Specifically, Glay right now is one of the highest damage dealing characters, so you want to protect her if she's in your group, because the more she can just sit there and peel back and shoot rockets or her weapon, the more the boss will be melted and absolutely die. Now, this specific build can be modified for a little bit more damage, but it's just easier for a lot of players just to survive, put up some barriers, shoot guns, do a little bit of AoE, and absolutely dominate the First Descendant. So if you got something out of this video, please like and subscribe, leave me a comment on what build you'd like to see next, and I appreciate you watching. Welcome back, gang. It's Deltia from DeltiasGaming.com, here with the First Descendant, how to increase your DPS. We're going to go over weapons, Descendants, some basic stuff. Look, I'm not the best player ever. Almost got all the hard mode bosses done, and I went from hitting like a noodle to hitting like a truck. Well, maybe not exactly, but I'm doing a lot better and learned a lot, suffering through the noob pains. I'm here to share with you what I've learned so you can improve your DPS, do the content you want, and absolutely melt them bosses. Let's get started. So first thing to touch on is weapons. There's a lot to increasing your DPS, both your weapons, your Descendants, even your reactors and external components, but the obvious choice here is weapons. Where do you start with and why? So if we take a look at the Tamer, we're going to go into the mods. Now by default, you don't have any mods here, and you can see the DPS on the left-hand side. There are some very easy mods to really maximize your weapons damage. So the first one most folks know about is Rifling Reinforcement. So firearm attack plus 32%. Firearm attack is the primary way to increase your damage per second, because almost everything calculates based on your firearm attack percentage and amount. So you start with Rifling Reinforcement. You can see that it has 16 cost, which is a hefty amount. You can lower that eventually, but even as a beginner, this is a standard mod, very easy to get a hold of. This is your primary way to increase damage. We'll slot this, you can see the damage goes up dramatically. 32% total, save, boom. 212,000 plus. Next up is the fire rate. So the faster you fire bullets, the more damage you do. Another beginner friendly one here, fire rate up. 25% faster fire rate. You can see, save. And we're already at 260,000. These are obviously maxed, that we can lower the mods, and I'll show you how to do that a little bit later. But these two standard beginner mods radically increase our damage. So these two are your bread and butter. Now, what do you do next? If you have access to action and reaction, this also increases firearm attack, and maxed out it's at 61%. It's a hefty cost though, and recoil goes up. So if you add that, this stacks together, so you can have Rifling Reinforcement and action reaction. Now you see it only costs 8 when I actually put it on my bar, because I have the socket for the specific icon here, so it lowers the cost, allowing me to equip more and more mods, more and more capacity. We'll hit save there, and we're up to 379,000 DPS. That's with 3 mods. So do not feel like you have to max out the mod space quite yet when you're a beginner. These two plus this third one makes a massive difference. But we're not done yet. So a couple other ones, you can increase your firearm critical hit damage and critical hit rate. So better concentration is critical hit damage, your crit multiplier, and then better insight is your critical hit rate or your critical hit chance. You put both of those on, hit save, and now we have a lot more crit damage and a lot more crit chance. These also could be optimized and fully increased for even more damage. So that's 5 so far, 4 of them very beginner friendly. Another one you're going to want for boss killing. So when you're out exploring and leveling, boss killing isn't that important, but when you do the Void Intercept battles, it's going to be all about weak points. So weak point insight here is another one that really increases your damage, but not so much on the tooltip, because it shows weak point damage 8%, firearm critical hit rate of plus 1.5%. On the tooltip, not that good, but in actual combat and actual content, it's amazing. Now, another one that I really didn't understand much, and that's status effect related damage. So we look at Chilled Enhancement. Adds chill attack equal to the 8% of the firearm's attack. So that more firearm attack, that base stat, the more this is going to do. So if we add this on here and hit save, notice that our DPS doesn't go up. But every bullet that we hit is going to add at 8% of this number here, which is a lot of damage. Let's go show you. You can see it's doing some electrical damage right there with the status effect symbols, the lightning. That's because I have this electric attack on my trait, which I'll get to a little bit later. So that's another status effect that's proccing consistently via the trait on my gun. So not maxed out, 8%. Let's see what it does. And you can see 1306 proccing, triggering every single bullet in combination with that lightning damage. Now imagine how much more damage that is when every single bullet's adding 1300 plus to your attack. So increased fire rate or increase this chill damage is going to be an enormous amount of damage added to your specific weapon. And this is only 6 mods. So this gives us a well-balanced, universally applicable way to set up a weapon mod to increase your DPS. This will change depending on the content and depending on what type of weapon you're using. Some launchers have a lot of status effect chance, that's really good to lean into, whereas snipers or hand cannons are more burst, not sustained damage. That's more helpful to lean into. But in general, this really increases your damage. An important factor about mods I want you to consider is they grow exponentially. So when we go to enhanced mods, what does exponential mean? I'm not a math major, right? I can barely read, that's why I'm on YouTube. But what it means is they get more powerful the longer you go. So if we take this increased shield, you'll notice that 1 to 2 increasing, it will increase the capacity, but it's 6.4%. And if we get like this one here, from 5 to 6, that's a lot more percent. Almost 15% increase. So the further you go with the mods, the further more powerful they get. So when you start ramping them up, it'll be really annoying because the capacity, you won't have the space for it. But you want to hone in on 3, 4 specific ones early on and increase those rather than spreading out your resources. Okay, so now how do you increase your space? And I go module setting, max capacity up. These energy activators, they're what allows you to expand by 30 and max your capacity up. Now, when you play the campaign, you're going to get 2 of them for free. What I'd recommend doing is upgrading the Thunder Cage. Everyone's going to use the Thunder Cage. It's great for clearing trash. It's great for leveling. So increasing this, you're going to use this gun. You can even use it in some boss encounters as well. And you also want to max out your main Descendant, okay? So what I'm playing right now is a combination of Ultimate Ajax or Ultimate Lepic. I just like those characters. What I used mine on was Bunny. That's not a bad choice because Bunny is used to grind everything in the game. Lepic, Ajax are my go-to. The sweaty endgame players are gonna pick Glaze. He's the best for damage currently. So use that specifically what you intend your main to be and don't blow it just like, oh, what's this? Now another way you can add capacity, and I saved this just for this point, is assigned module socket. So what this does is it matches up the socket with the individual mods using this crystallization catalyst. You get a bunch of these from just playing the campaign. You can also buy them, shocker. So it's going to give those symbols that lower your mod by half. So if we looked at this, obviously the one we want to do is rifle reinforcement, right? Because we're going to be using this constantly, and it's probably never going to go away. So if we hit this, assign mod capacity, it's going to be the 3-bar one. I'm going to hit it here and hit it here. Now, once I hit apply socket, it will reset the level proficiency. So you're constantly going to be cycling these weapons and trying to min-max and get as many slots in as possible. So I hit that, I got that catalyst assigned, my weapon proficiency goes down, so it's not going to be nearly as effective as a fully maxed out level 40. But you can see, look at how much more capacity I have to increase my mods. Now I can take this chill one that I'm going to use, or I can get more crit with better concentration and better insight. My crit hit rate's a little bit lower, so I'm going to try to optimize this a bit further. And let's see what happens when I crank this puppy up. So I maxed that out, and that's at fire critical hit rate of 39. If I go back into the stats of my tamer, now I'm at 427,000 DPS. With a critical hit rate of 40%, critical damage of 37, and I have a lot more capacity left to keep on increasing. So let's crank up better concentration. So of course I ran out of Kyber, but I got this one maxed out almost, one away, and you can see my DPS is even further increased, 450,000 now. So I would increase this by 1. Also I have chill I can increase, I have weak point insight, which will not show up on the tooltip, but your end game cycle for increasing your DPS and increasing the weapons revolve around using that energy activator to increase the capacity by 30, and then leveling up the proficiency in a couple different grind spots, resetting those and adding sockets. As you add more and more sockets, you can further enhance the DPS by these, or very specific rare and ultimate ones. One very good is the defensive master. It's an enormous cost, but when defeating an enemy, your defense goes up by 128% for 10 seconds. As you level this up, it lowers the cooldown. So this is one of the best to actually pick up for people that are struggling with survivability. It's hard to fit on your bar at first, but as you become more and more proficient, you get more and more of those sockets. Consider Defense Master, because it will make you extremely survivable even in boss fights. Next up, let's talk about weapon traits. So you saw that I was doing some electric damage. Hopefully you didn't skip ahead. How dare you skip ahead? Electric attack 1400. So that's a really good thing to have on your weapon traits. I think they're called characteristics. So firearm critical hit damage, critical hit rate, weak point damage. That's not a bad roll there. So let's take a look at a couple of weapons and see how big of an influence this makes. So if you look at this guy here, immediate execution, hand cannon. So the damage looks pretty good. Toxic attack, firearm attack of 11%. And I go over to this one. Notice the DPS drops off significantly. 91,000 versus 96,000. Well, the reason why is the fire attack is really nice on there of 5,300. But we have the firearm attack of 11% base. So that will increase up the base amount of the damage that you have with that one specific trait versus this one. Though the fire attack and the gold quality is absolutely incredible. So what you're going to want to do at endgame is try to get that firearm attack in general for most weapons. It might be explosive attack if you're using a launcher or some other type of thing. So you're going to go to weapon readjustment, and you're going to be looking for those very specific ones. So this is a good one here, electric attack, firearm critical hit, firearm critical weight, and weak point damage. Pretty good spread here. But you can spend a lot of resources mid-maxing this even further and gain firearm attack to increase your floor. When your floor increases, your ceiling increases. Another one not to sleep on is attribute status effect trigger rate. So when you're using those elemental mods, do not sleep on burning, chilled, and proccing those elemental status effects, specifically on grenade launchers where you might be hitting multiple targets or rocket launchers. That can proc and trigger a lot of damage, especially if you're using multiple different types of elemental status effects. Another important factor you need to consider with your weapons is the effective drop-off range. So it indicates the distance at which the firearm attack starts to drop off gradually. So 35 meters. So you can come to the range and kind of see when your damage starts falling off, so you're always maintaining that range. This is another important factor, especially within boss fights, where you have to be up close and personal to those bosses to get the maximum amount of damage. This is what really adds to a weapon's power, is being able to be a little bit far back and having a little bit more space to breathe and still maintain optimal damage. And you can come down here and see the electric attack that's going to be added based on the attribute that's on my weapon already. Another thing is movement speed. The heavier the weapons, the larger the weapons, the less movement speed. Smaller weapons like the Thunder Cage, ideal for characters using bunny or want high movement and mobility. Now, your reactor will affect mainly damage from your skills, not so much your weapons. External components will affect your damage from your weapons. So I have the Annihilator set, firearm attack increase proportionally the ratio of max HP to HP loss. That's helpful when using Ajax, who has a lot of HP. So external components you can find later on at the end game with unique and interesting set bonuses, and these will help you out even optimizing your DPS further on your armor. So we're going to switch to Lepic here, who is mainly more of a damage dealer type Descendant versus my other guy. Now, first thing up I'm going to do is come over here to reactors and make sure I got the right reactor. I have Greg's Reverse Fate mounting, so that's going to apply when I have Greg's Reverse Fate. You can get some of these purple ones that just require a weapon type equipped. So it could be on your back bar, it could be your 2 key, your number 1 key. Those are usually a little bit more accessible and easy if you don't have the ultimate weapons loaded out, ready to go. So this one here increases fire tech. I have the weapon increase. You'll see the 2 set bonuses at the bottom. Fire skill power boost ratio, in addition skill attack attacking Legion of Immortality. This is really hard to find the mid-max versions of these. The 2 set bonuses at the very bottom. So you can see example of here of a gold quality one, but additional skill attack when attacking order. That's okay, but even though it's gold, it has a weird weapon mounting that I have to have, and the set bonuses are not that good. Now, if I come to something like this, Toxic Phase Reactor obviously is not going to be for this individual character, but skill critical hit rate gold at 32%. That's a mega bonus. So don't always look at just the quality and what the weapon is, but look at those 2 individual bonuses at the bottom that will radically increase your performance and your skills. Now, Lepic's character is really revolved around this ultimate or overkill. It changes your arm into this huge cannon, you shoot out this nuke, it does damage over time, it's awesome. So this is the boss melter using fire and tech, the overkill ability specifically is kind of what you're optimizing for. So the very first thing you're going to want to do is equip something like this Shock Punch, which lowers the individual cost of your mods by 10 when it's max. That's your number 1 priority because you get more mod capacity. The one I like the best is long distance maneuvering. You can get this pretty easily by just grinding one of the dungeons and whatnot, and that gives you a little bit more range. It does increase the base charge time. Air maneuvering is another one, but stick with Shock Punch or a basic one. Optimize that so you can increase your capacity. Now, there's a couple of mods that are kind of similar that do some of the same thing, and that's emergency measures. So skill critical hit rate, skill critical hit damage. You can put that on, and even at the base with one of these sockets, I have it at 3 costs. Very, very cheap. It also stacks with what's called front lines. So skill critical hit damage and skill critical hit rate. Basically the exact same mod. Those bonuses stack together, giving you 23% skill critical hit rate and 23% skill critical hit damage. Now the next one you can do, which is kind of generalized, is Technician. So skill power modifier. You put that down, and this is one of the sockets, so it's really, really cheap. This is one you're going to want to really ramp up because it's skill power modifier. Very, very helpful for this specific build and overkill, because if you look at our exclusive weapon burst damage column, skill power is what determines how much damage this will do, so we really want to ramp that up. And then you have a couple other stacking crit ones that you can do. So skill insights, skill critical hit rate, we'll increase that. Skill concentration, and we can increase that. We hit save, and you can see we're at 37%. Now, ideally, you could max out emergency measures in front lines and kind of save these 2, okay? So what I'd highly recommend most players do, if you don't want to be a noob like me, is increase HP. Increase HP and increase defense are the 2 bread and butters for surviving even on a DPS character. You slot both of these 2, it will increase your HP dramatically along with your defense, making you much more survivable. So lean into the emergency measures front line, get that maxed out to have a good amount of critical hit damage and critical hit rate, but you gotta survive. You're doing 0 damage if you can't survive. So those 2 are essential. Don't worry about shields. They're a junk stat typically for most builds. Defense and HP are your number 1 priorities, and you really want to increase them. So we got those 2 there. Now, what you can do from here is your individual trait. So you could do Tech. Tech Specialist increases Tech Power combo. Tech Master increases your spell power and Tech skill power. You can also do Fire as well. So Fire Specialist, Fire skill power plus 20%. What you're really looking for here is your individual descendant attribute. And then a couple other really good ones that people sleep on is Spear and Shield, because it increases defense and skill power, along with time distribution, skill cooldowns, and max HP. And then Battle of Stamina, increase max HP and skill duration. So if I hit save here, now this guy has 400% more HP almost, and 250% defense more. And he has a lot of capacity for damage as well. Now you can strip off these individual ones and really rank up tech and fire and so on, but remember, it's all about surviving. If you can't survive, you're going to be doing 0 damage. So the bread and butter really is emergency measures, front lines, technician, increased HP and defense, and then kind of lean into that specific element like fire or tech or whatever you're doing to really good damage, but also good survivability. Because you can see here at Lepic, not fully mid-max or anything with all the best traits and whatnot, but 12k HP, that's pretty generous. And with 40,000 defense, you really don't want to go over 40,000. That's kind of diminishing returns point. So we could mid-max this a little bit better by maybe dropping a defensive mod. So you're going to beat the campaign, you're going to expand your mod capacity, reach max level, and then reset those levels, increase the mod capacity. Then you're going to work towards completing those boss battles. Getting through all of the hard mode ones is really the end game grind. You're going to min-max your character by optimizing those weapons with the best traits and even transcendent mods on your descendants. Then you're going to max out all of those module sockets for the ones you use and increase your best in slot mod capacity to the fullest. And hopefully by then you'll be able to beat the hardest and most difficult bosses the first Descendant has. Gang, if you got something out of this video, like and subscribe and let me know in the comments if this was good and helpful, and I'll keep working on it. What video do you want up next? Let me know, I'll make it. Thanks for watching.
Yes, let's go. Got 3 of them now, okay.
Welcome back, gang. It's Deltia from DeltiasGaming.com. In the first Descendant, I was probably the biggest noob in the game, and I've made literally every mistake possible. So I want to share what I did as a noob to prevent you from making the same idiotic mistakes as me. Timestamps are below if you wish to skip ahead. You got something out of this video? Like and subscribe, and let's get to it. So first mistake up that I made constantly was picking the right reactor. So I'm just gonna grab a different reactor here. Now, when you look at a reactor, there's kind of a lot of information here. You have skill power, sub-attack power, optimized condition, miss skill power boost ratio, and then actually 2 bonuses down at the bottom. So it's a lot of balancing and a lot to know about your individual class, and individual classes and characters get even more complicated. The first thing you need to know when you're actually equipping these reactors is what descendant Welcome back, gang. It's Delta.
Welcome back to another.
So it's been over 2 weeks since the first Ascent has released, and I gotta say this game has been an absolute blast. I just cannot put this game down, and I can't wait to keep playing it once I get back from my cruise. I leave on Sunday, but I did want to make a couple videos ready for you guys, and this is one of them. And it's going to be talking about the 10 biggest mistakes I see new players and even some players who've been playing for a while make in the first Ascendants. So if you guys are ready, let's dive into it. The first thing I wanted to dive into is the biggest mistake I see so many people do. What we're going to do here is we are going to head over to right here. We're going to head over to our Thunder Cage, and you can see a build we have currently set up right here. You can see on the left hand side you see DPS, and a lot of people think this means if they have a higher number here they're 100% hitting harder. But something I want to show you guys that doesn't take into account is weak point damage. If you play any of the Colossals, weak point is a huge increase in DPS. So what I'm going to do here is, look, we're going to look at this number 468, and then I'm going to just take this off and save it for you guys. So I'm going to put weak point, I'm going to save it, I'm going to go back to it, and it still says 468. So you see how this can be very misleading. All the numbers in here, this does not mean your weapon is better. It just means it calculates some numbers and then it doesn't calculate some other numbers. And weak point damage is a huge factor in DPS, and it doesn't show any of it here. So just wanted to point this out. Also, when you're looking at this screen right here, this is applied value. Just because this says 40% critical hit rate, that does not mean your weapon has 40% critical hit rate. Let me show you this. You're gonna wanna go over here where it says, go to info, and right here on the left-hand side, this is your real critical hit rate. My critical hit rate is 30%, not 40%, as you guys saw. So this right here is going to show, you're going to see your multiplier, 6.742 for your critical damage. You're going to see your burst damage. You're going to see the actual factual numbers right here. The numbers you see here are just applied values. That's why when you see our skill build, what we'll talk about in a second, which is our second mistake, it's going to show you something pretty crazy. This is just applied value. Again, this does not calculate everything from this weapon. What it does is it calculates some things, but things like weak point, it doesn't. So I just want you guys to keep that in mind. When you guys are building your weapons, it's not all about the number you see on the left, because if you have no weak point damage and you're playing colossal bosses, you're missing out on way more DPS than other players who have it. So something for you guys to keep in mind when you guys are creating your ultimate builds. The next thing I see people do wrong is upgrading their purple weapons way too early on. If you aren't in endgame and you aren't getting level 100 weapons, do not waste materials on upgrading these. The only weapon I recommend upgrading from when you get it is a Thunder Cage at level 1. You can come over to your workbench, you can click on weapon level transmission, you can click on your level 1 Thunder Cage. I'm not going to do this, I just want to show you. You can click on the higher level weapon and you can continue to upgrade this as you move along in the campaign. I'm not going to do this right now. This is going to cost you a precise phase exchanger, and those precise phase exchangers you can make right here. You can actually use liquid metal to craft them. It does take 10 minutes, or you can use other materials when available. This one takes 2 minutes if you have a bunch of it. So what I like to do is I will craft some and leave them crafting and always have some ready to go in case I do want to level up my weapons. And you can do this starting off once you go up a couple levels. Say you unlock the Thunder Cage and you're at level 30 and you're getting 35 weapons, you can upgrade your Thunder Cage. I use my Thunder Cage from start to finish. It's still one of my favorite weapons at the moment to use. So again, the only weapon I recommend you upgrading early on through the campaign is the Thunder Cage. All the other weapons you can just use. Just pick up a higher level weapon, use that one until you get another one. The third biggest mistake I see people doing is trying to re-roll their weapons way too early on. The stat rolls you're gonna get early on are going to be very horrible, and it's not gonna be worth the resources it's called. Save this for endgame. Do not re-roll. I know a lot of people are making videos on this, on how to do it. All you need to do is come over here to the workbench. When you go to the workbench, you can hit weapon readjustment, and then you can select the weapon you want. I'm gonna pick my Thunder Cage, and then you can select this and readjust it. Again, what I recommend is even with the Thunder Cage, wait until you get to endgame. The rolls you're gonna get are gonna be a lot higher at endgame. You're gonna be wasting, especially if you get rolls now, till later. So save this option until you beat the campaign, and then you can progress. I wouldn't waste any materials on that. It's just a waste of materials that later on you're gonna have to re-roll anyway, and you're not gonna get high rolls at lower levels that you go at high levels. And the fourth biggest mistake I see is players trying to make builds for way too many characters at once, spending all these resources, and they don't even know what character they really like. Recommendation is use your starter character. You'll unlock Bunny, you can use her, and then once you get to end game, you can pick the character you want, or if you really know who you want to be, you can work on unlocking them. You can come to access info, save, you want to unlock Valby. I have a video on that, but you can come here and you can look at how to unlock her. And remember, energy activators and crystallization catalysts are going to be some of the rarest resources you have. So before you go out there and start using them on your characters to increase the capacity on your builds or prestiging your account so that way you can fit more modules and cut the cost of the modules, remember, if you start doing this with every single descendant, you're gonna run out of resources. You're gonna have to farm these resources. It's gonna take you time. So wait until you 100% have the descendant you want. don't try to make 4 or 5 descendants and max them out, because before you know it, you'll have average builds and you won't ever have a min-max build to really capitalize on what these descendants can do. And the 5th biggest mistake is making a build and then coming over to your applied value and thinking this is your critical hit rate. As you guys can see, my skill critical hit rate is 207. My skill critical hit damage is 207. Obviously, that is not my critical hit rate. The best way to see this is in the same screen that I showed you with the weapon. You head over to go to info, and you can see your crit hit rate right here, which is at 46%. My multiplier for my skill critical hit damage is 3.69, and you can see your skill power, max MP, all the stats for your build, especially if you have a skill build, will be right here. These stats that you see right here are not your official stats. These are just applied value stats, stats that stack up, skill critical hit rates above 200%. So that is something for you to keep in mind when you guys are putting your builds together. The 6th biggest mistake I see people doing is not adding elemental damage to their builds and something like chill enhancement or toxic enhancement. This provides so much damage, especially against those colossal bosses that are weak to that elemental damage. 100% any type of build, especially early on, this can give you some added DPS where you're not going to be able to get it anywhere else when you're fighting the colossals. And that goes for your builds early on too. Not only do you want elemental damage, you want type of elemental survivability, right? So having an antibody for cold, toxic resistance, chill resistance, electric resistance against the boss you have is very, very key early on, because you'll notice that if you won't be able to stack crazy amount of defense, crazy amount of HP early on, especially with the amount of resources you have and stuff like that. But having a cold antibody or having an antibody of some sort to go against the boss you're fighting will help you get through that, so that way you can make it to endgame. So definitely put one of those in there, and that way you'll notice the big difference of having chill resistance or having toxic resistance in early game. And I recommend that's what I did. Now end game, I really don't use resistance because I have a lot of defense, a lot of HP that keeps me up. But early on, when you're trying to get through the campaign, you're not going to have all these resources to have maxed out builds like this. The 7th biggest mistake I see people using, which isn't too bad but can help you out tremendously, is not using your presets. Did you know that you can save every single descendant you're currently using and have their presets saved under that current settings? And then you can hit apply preset and it will switch to that descendant. It also changes the reactor it has on, the external components. Instead of going here where you hit descendants, clicking on your descendant list and selecting it this way, if you actually go here to your presets, you can select all of them, and well, look what happens. The reactors change, the external components change. So the whole build is changed, and you can save that right here in the presets. It saves you time and it saves you confusion, especially when you're switching between descendants and forgetting what was the last build you had for Glay or for Viessa or Sharon when you're using those other ones. Highly recommend really taking advantage of this. This is a great feature, quality life feature they have in here, and you should be using it. The 8th biggest mistake is not taking advantage of your access info. Guys, all the information is at your fingertips right here. Whether you're trying to unlock descendants, or you're trying to unlock weapons, or you're trying to find external components, or you want to find where amorphous materials spawn, all this information is right here at your fingertips. You click on descendants, you click on Glade, you're looking for, you want to make the enhanced cells, you need to find the cooling metallic foil. You can literally just click on acquisition info. It will tell you exactly where it's at. So this is a great place for you to find information you need. You're looking for a certain module for your descendant. You put in Ajax, right? And you're like, oh, I want Life Bearer, but I don't have it yet. Where can I get it? Acquisition info. Boom. Intercept battle, hard, Swamp Walker. So all this information is right here at your fingertips. Take advantage of it. This isn't something you see in a lot of games. There are a few games that have this, but with this much detail, this is probably one of the first games I have played that has this. Great information here. Don't make a mistake by not using this. The 9th biggest mistake is not combining your transcendent modules when you have duplicates. Do not delete them. If you were to combine them, say you pick say you have 4 extras and you put them in here, you have a chance of getting a module that you don't have. I have gotten over 10 modules that I didn't have, Transcendent modules, by putting them in. So when you go to dismantle them, make sure you unselect these. So go to dismantle, you hit shift to select all the duplicates, you go down, and where you see any type of Transcendent module, you want to unselect it, just go all the way down, and then you should be good there. So again, what you want to do is make sure you don't dismantle these and you use the other screen, because that is going to be a game changer for you, especially if you're trying to get Transcendent modules and trying to get different ones. If you get a bunch of the same ones, or you get multiple duplicates, put them in here and you have a chance of getting a new one, which is kind of cool. And the final mistake is when enhancing modules, you guys go ham and start enhancing all of them. I'm gonna pick out the Thunder Cage and just show you something that it's a great starter way to start with your Thunder Cage. If I was building a Thunder Cage right off the bat, I would probably start with Rifle and Reinforcement. It's a blue mod, it gives you firearm attack. Then I would start with Action Reaction, which is another great one. And then you can even move on to Fire Rate Up. So those would be the three that I would start working on slowly. And then obviously once you get more, you can put in elemental damage for whatever you're fighting, and then weak point sight. These would be really good. Then you could get into the crit rate, crit damage, and all the other goodies. But that is something for you to keep in mind. You're not going to be able to fully max out all these at once. And the purple ones are going to cost more. If you go to your Descendant, the Transcendent ones are going to cost even more. And some of these mods you won't even be able to get till end game. So don't even really worry about the Transcendent modules too much. I would focus on more of the blue mods. Some of the purples, if you can get them and fit them in your build, obviously you're going to have to pick and choose, because our goal is not to use activator at the beginning. And remember, you get that at level 40 and for completing the campaign. So again, remember, enhancing module is a great way for you to increase your power in game, and you want to be very careful on what modules you do upgrade, because you want the best bang for your buck early on. So that's gonna wrap this one up, guys. If you guys have any suggestions, let me know down below. I'm sure people would love to read them. I'll see you guys in the next one. Nothing but skills out.
Hello Descendants, it is Ebontis, and this is going to be kind of my giant beginner's guide for everybody jumping into the first Descendant. Now, if you've been playing for a little while, there's still plenty of things you still may learn from this video, so check out some, because there's a lot of little things to kind of understand and piece together in this game to be optimal. So whether you're a new player starting from scratch, this whole thing's probably going to help you out, or you've been playing for a little while but want to know a little bit more of how things work together and how all the systems work, that's what this video is for. So this is going to be a pretty big kind of ultimate starters guide, but before we get to all of that, a quick thank you to the sponsor of this video. Hey everybody, Ebontis here, and I got one question. How many of you are using a wallet like this? Old school, bifold, trifold, leather wallet, getting a little thick, holding on to too much stuff, the pocket is looking a little weird. How about we join the modern era with the sponsor of this video, Exter, and their fantastic wallets. Now, one of the coolest things is the accessibility of your cards. You don't have to do anything, you push a button, you get your card, and you're good to go. I love that, slide them back in, and when they sit in that little compartment in there, RFID blocking technology so all your stuff is safe. Now, if you go with the wallet variety, you've got the flap as you can see here, tuck a few things in this section if you need a little bit more space. Cash strap is going to be on both the wallet and the card holder. The card holder on the back is going to have a little more expansion for cards in case you need a little bit more space. But either one of them, you need to make sure you pick this up as well, and this is the tracker. Now, if you've ever lost your wallet in your house, you know it can be a pain in the butt to figure out what freezer you put it on top of or what weird place you put it. Shouldn't have to worry about that too much, because now your wallet can actually play a sound, which is great. It's going to make it through couch cushions and everything that you might have lost it in. But the other thing is you can set up to notify when you leave it behind. So if you're watching a movie in a movie theater and all of a sudden you start to walk away, your phone's going to tell you you're about to leave your wallet, and you don't have to go through the headache of trying to figure out where your wallet is, if you got to replace cards or cancel or go to the DMV, none of that stuff anymore. So check the link in the description or in the pinned comment and check out all of what Exter sells. They've got the wallet, the card holder, AirTag variations of pretty much everything I'm showing you here, backpacks, key rings, and more, premium quality leather materials, You've got lots of
I haven't
color
got one
choices. It's
Thunder
nice to
Cage
go with
blueprint
blue,
yet.
just
This is
something
wild.
different from the brown wallet of standard days. And honestly, they've got a sale going on right now for July 4th. It's 30% off if you're seeing this during the July 4th sale. With Cody Bontis, it's another 5% off on top of that. But even if you don't catch it during July 4th, you might still catch it during a sale, and Ebontis always takes another 5% off the top. So check out Extra and all of their fantastic stuff. And now back to the guide. So when you first get started, you're going to have 3 descendants to pick from as your initial choice, and I would be a little conscious about how you make this choice because unlocking the alternative options is going to take a little while, and it's not something you're going to have access to for quite some time. If you're in a group, I would go for a little variety. If you're by yourself, keep these options in mind. Ajax is going to be a bit more defensive. He's got a barrier that you can shoot through, a cube and something similar, which is going to be more of a defensive structure. And if you're going to use his abilities, you're actually going to have to be kind of up close and personal, so you got a little risk and reward with the playstyle. It's also going to be non-attribute damage, so more of kinetic, kind of gravity-like damage, not really fire, scorching, or anything like that. The first quest you go through is going to unlock Bunny, so most of us are going to get Bunny pretty early on. So if you do prefer her style, you're going to get electric and kind of this functionality pretty quickly through the campaign so far. Your other starting options are Lepic, which is going to be grenades, throwing, range damage, and fire. It does have a cool passive skill, which is going to be close call. If you get to the point where you're about to die, basically you would take fatal damage, you get some damage immunity, and you're no longer immobilized. You'll basically be able to kind of get to a safe spot, and then when that close call is done, you'll get half of your health pack, and you'll be able to kind of get back in the mix, but play it safe. So it's that kind of saving grace, as you can see, kind of like the heart and angel wings there. So a get out of jail free card for half a second. And then VS is probably the hardest to go on a solo build, but if you're a group, would be good to have. So you've got chilling aspects with Blizzard, cold frost shards, then you've also got the frost road. As you run around, you make kind of a frost path, and then cold snap, a cone of cold damage in front of you. So more crowd control. I think she would be definitely the hardest, and if you check the history, you've got some cool information in here if you want to read on them and what's going on. But if you come back out, you can also show their stats. She's got a little bit more shield recovery out of combat, but lower on the health and defense. Lepic gets a little bit more in the health, still less defense than Ajax like I've got right now. And then even Bunny, you can see, is definitely more on the magic, so she'll be moving around a lot faster. Ajax is just a little beefier, slower, more kinetic, and if you're going to use more skills, this is going to be one of those where you're going to have to be up close and personal, so it does get a little bit risky. But if you have a group and you got 3 people, 1 of each would be great, because if you're playing together the whole time, you'll be good. If you're more of a solo player, I found that Ajax's like barriers and things are really nice. The other solo I would consider is Lepic as well. So those are kind of your initial starting descendants. Pick one, think about what your playstyle is going to be like, group or solo, and how you want to support either yourself or your team. Now, one thing that you'll notice every so often is once you get enough experience, you'll raise your mastery rank, and that does a couple of main things. Ranks 1 through 10 are going to be your main benefits for any functionality in Albion and leveling stuff up and using different systems and stuff that are in the game. That all comes up to level 10. From level 10 to level 20, you're mostly just working on capacity of both inventory storage and then also your module storage, which we'll talk about modules in a minute. But even from 11 to 20, you're only going up from 45 up to 50. So not a lot of benefits. Once you get up to level 10, you'll be doing okay. And then everything after that's pretty small upgrades that are just going to kind of come with time. But early on, you'll notice like my descendant module capacity is 25. Then it goes up to 28, 31, 34, 36. These are pretty big because the module capacity for both your descendant and your weapons is how many mods you can put onto both the descendants and the weapons to customize them to have, you know, higher attack power or more shields, more health, things like that. So the more capacity and more slots, the better off you're going to be. So these just come with time and playing. So playing through the campaign, getting your basic experience is a really good way to do that. And you'll notice it actually tells you how you get it. So Mastery Rank EXP can be earned by completing missions, raising weapon proficiency, or leveling up your descendant. So if you have a descendant that you've been playing with for a while, and I think they cap out at like level 40, if I remember correctly, maybe 30. But if you max one out, you might honestly want to try switching to a different one so you can continue to level up your mastery rank and get the benefits from that one. But mastery, mostly going to be... Hello everybody, it is Ebontis, and in this video, my goal is to cover kind of all of the details that can come up when you're trying to unlock a descendant. Now, some of them work in a bit of a different way, And your best way to access that information is going to be under Access Info, and you can pull up any Descendant and see what it takes to get them. Now, Bunny, you're going to get through the campaign pretty straightforward, hard to miss. Everybody's going to end up with her. Freyna, Sharon, and Blair, their parts that you need to take for research are direct farms. There are no materials that you need to research to acquire this piece to then take all of these pieces. You just get these directly with Freyna, Blair, and Sharon. They're all direct farms. Notice I have one of these, I have two of these, I have two other pieces to go. When it comes to pretty much all the rest, from what I can tell, they're all going to function in a way where you need to acquire these materials to get this thing researched, acquire these materials to research this, acquire these materials to research this, acquire this, and then take all 4 of these pieces over to the researcher. So my goal is to cover all the different things that might come up. Everything from amorphous materials, how those work, where you might interact with those, void fragments, which you may have seen or need or understand how to get to, and all of the different types of things that you may need to go do to get any of those parts. So that's the goal in this video. So it's not gonna, I'm going to use Enzo as most of my example because I do think he should be a priority. And the main reason he should be a priority is because what he does. And if we go over to him to look, it's not clear unless you've been basically checking out like a bunch of other videos about vault farming, but you'll notice it says efficiency increases when Enzo disarms the security of the vault and rewards increase when this happens. And it truly is going to be one of those things that you should pretty much do any vault opening with him, and that's it. Especially on harder difficulty, no question. So I do recommend going after him first, but we'll have to kind of go around him a little bit. But as an example, it's still going to be able to hopefully carry over all the other information that you're going to need to get any of these descendants. Now, before you get to farming any of the descendants, my advice is go through the whole campaign. Do the entire campaign. One, you're going to unlock every single destination because depending on which descendant you're going for, you may need to go to different Void Intercept battles or different destinations on different difficulties, for example. All of that could be a thing that you may want to do. Difficulties could help with farming. Most everything can be done on normal. Probably not all the ultimates, though, I don't think. And it is going to benefit you just to have everything done. The other reason you're going to want to be done with the campaign is if you can get some 90s, 80s, you know, level 100, if you go run a couple of hard missions, it's not too hard to get some weapons. When you go and farm, say, Agna Desert for a specific item, what you're going to notice is if this is a level 53 enemy that I'm fighting and I'm level 80, I can blast through these pretty quickly. So when it comes to farming and grinding for things on a bit more of a repetitive basis, being over-leveled is really, really going to help you out. So, that introduction aside, let's jump in and talk about the specifics. Alright, so now let's talk about which descendants you're going to unlock and kind of the order to go for them. Now, whether it's Ajax, Lepic, or Viesa, whichever one you start off with, obviously you get that one. The other ones are going to be a little bit more involved in farming for because they have all these materials. I'm going to use Enzo for an example on that. Bunny, you're going to get as you go through the campaign. And Freyna, Sharon, and Blair work in a similar fashion, that each of them have no materials required. They just have these, like, enhanced cells as a direct drop from a specific thing. So if you take Freyna, for example, who I already farmed for, she's got 3 different items. She's going to have the Vespers normal difficulty mission shelter have a 20% chance to drop, 20% chance to drop her enhanced cells. So if you run this mission once or 5 times or 7 or 3, at some point you're going to get the enhanced cells to drop, and then you have that piece. You're good to go. Then if you go for the stabilizer, you're going to see that the Vespers normal mission Ruins Path is where you're going to get that as a drop. And then for the Spiral Catalyst, you're going to see the Ruins Underground entrance is where you're going to get that mission. So these 2 missions are here. The Ruins Underground entrance, you can see again, 20% chance to drop. I think this one took me about 3 runs and I got it, so a little luckier here. I was unlucky on this one, and let me tell you why. This is an escort mission, so there's not really a way to speed it up. And again, 20% chance roll, but I think this one took me like 10 runs to complete. Now, while you're repeating anything that I'm going to explain through this one, you're going to be getting heat incinerator mods, or marksman mods, or reactors, or weapons. And you're going to be breaking a lot of that stuff down, or you're going to be breaking down duplicate mods, breaking down old weapons, and you're going to be getting materials from those that you're going to be using in a whole bunch of other stuff, so that's totally fine. But some missions are quicker than others, and we'll talk about the time of things later on, but if this is where you get it, this is the one you've got to farm. So that's the kind of the idea for Freyna when it comes to those three materials. Finally, for Freyna, her code is going to come from the Void Fusion Reactor, Sterile Land Rockfall Zone. Now, if you go here, you're going to see that I need the amorphous material pattern Freyna. You're like, all right, well, where do I get that? I get that from Rockfall Volga Strategic Outposts. Now, the Volga Strategic Outpost, that is going to have a 20% chance to drop the Freyna amorphous material. It's also going to have a chance to drop the amorphous material pattern 006. So you might get one of those, you might get neither, you might get, you know, potentially both. We would, you know, kind of roll the dice and see. But you'll probably run this a few times to be able to get what you need. Now,
yo guys, what is up? Max on our first Descendant video, and today we've got a kind of ultimate beginner's guide going over everything that you need to know. Now, I've been playing First Descendant, including the betas and the full launch, for about 200 hours. I've done a lot of min-maxing, a lot of testing, and I want to explain not only some of the basic things you need to understand to improve your character and get further into the game, but also just some general tips and guidance. I hope you enjoy the guide. And with that, guys, let's get right into it. So there's actually quite a bit to talk about with this game. So this is going to be a longer video, and there's going to be timestamps down at the bottom where you can go to a specific section. So let's say you already know about unlocking new descendants, you can skip that section and just learn about how to scale your skill damage and things like that. So you can find all the timestamps down at the bottom. All right, so there's quite a bit of depth to the First Descendant. There's a lot of stats, there's a lot of menus. It can be pretty confusing. We're going to start with a little bit of a general overview of just what the heck everything is going on here and how the game actually functions, and then we'll get into the more nitty-gritty specifics if you're looking to kind of min-max and get the most damage out of your character. So to start, First Descendant is a free-to-play looter shooter that has descendants. Now, the descendants are your warframes. They are characters, they are locked, they have their own personalities, they have their own backstories. You cannot change their abilities, you can modify them, but the point of the game is instead of having like one character that you fully customize and play, you're probably going to end up playing a bunch of different characters. And all of these characters have things that they're good at. A lot of the First Descendant is your different mission types and different things that have proposed different challenges, and finding the right tool or the right descendant for the job is going to really help you out. So you're probably going to be playing a few descendants here and there. There's descendants that are good at bossing. There's descendants that are good at AoE farming. There's descendants that are good at supporting your teammates, and all of them can be useful once you get into the higher difficulties. Now, each descendant comes with 4 abilities. They're coming with, as you level them up, you'll unlock all of their abilities, and as you level them further, those abilities will get upgraded. So maybe they'll get more damage on those abilities, and those abilities upgrade up until level 40. Level 40 is the max level for your descendants. However, your guns will keep increasing up to level 100. Each descendant also comes with a passive skill. Some of these are more complicated than others. This is the passive skill description of Vyessa. It's pretty complicated. I will probably have like ultimate guides on each specific descendant, going into like really nitty gritty on what they do and how to scale their damage. But just for this video, know that there's a lot of good descendants that to pick from, and they're good at different things. There's not going to be one descendant that's the best at everything. Now, when you're starting the game, you're going to get offered the option of picking your first descendant. No pun intended. That is a choice between Vyessa, Leapic, and Ajax. Just in terms of quick personal recommendations, Vyessa is really great for AoE fighting. She gets a speed boost, which you can apply to yourself and make you move really quickly. So if you're just trying to get through the first bits of the game, I recommend Vyessa. Leapic has pretty solid AoE. However, Ultimate Leapic, if you're going to farm him, is where the real damage can kind of come in for bossing. And if you're looking for a character that's going to last you in the long haul, I recommend Ajax. I think Ajax is the most awkward feeling of them and the worst of them for like the first 10 levels. However, Ajax has some really cool builds where you can build to reflect damage that melts bosses. He's always useful in the harder fights. And so if you're trying to pick a descendant that's going to last you the longest, I'd go with Ajax. But you do get Bunny within your first hour of playing. And Bunny is a very, very powerful AoE farmer. and that she just runs around really quickly and does a lot of damage in a big area. Now that we've broken down kind of how the First Descendant works and a little bit about the characters, let's talk about the guns. Now, the guns in the First Descendant are a little bit of set guns, but they have some random variation to them, and they all work a little bit differently. So, to start us off, when you look at a gun, each gun has a different ammo type. It's ideal to not be running 3 guns of the exact same ammo type. That's more so what these indicators are for. You've got impact rounds, you've got special rounds, you've got general rounds, you've got high power rounds, and if you are using 2 weapons that both have general rounds, they will share the same ammo pool, meaning that you're going to run out of ammo more often. High power rounds are the most rare drops. You have the least of them. Those are going to be your shotguns, rocket launchers, and sniper rifles. Special rounds are your beam rifles and burst rifles, and then your green rounds are going to be your scout rifles and your hand cannons. Now, in terms of having a loadout, I try to recommend just picking up whatever gun feels good to you and rocking it. You're going to be changing out your weapons a ton while you're leveling, so don't feel bad about constantly dismantling and breaking down your weapons. It's going to be something that they've just dropped more weapons than you could ever imagine. However, you do want to keep an eye out for weapons that roll with particularly good stat rolls. Now, stat rolls on weapons, you'll see based off of their rarity, they're going to have either a yellow, a blue, or a purple marker. And the reason it's not a bad idea to keep an eye out for some of these that roll with 3 purples, 3 yellows, is because you can actually level up these weapons. These weapons, if you get one to drop at level 5, you can actually make a level 50 weapon if you so please. Obviously, that costs materials, and you're only going to do that if you get a perfect roll. If you find a weapon that you really like and you really enjoy, you can actually upgrade that weapon. And so most of the weapons you're recycling, but make sure to keep an eye out for things that roll with better percentage damage, better percentage crit damage. Things that have flat elemental damage can be really good. If you find something that has flat fire damage, is pretty great, like this attack rifle rolled with firearm crit rate, fire attack, firearm attack, and less recoil, all pretty good stats. And then once you find a weapon that you like, you are able to favorite it. You can go in, click it, and favorite it. And then once you are able to upgrade that weapon, you can come to this machine in town. Now, this is the workbench. There's a lot of things that you can do with it. The big thing is that you can upgrade the level of a weapon. So I have a level 1 legendary hand cannon. I'm obviously never going to use it at level 1, but I, for example, can use this material to upgrade it to a level 41, and then it will increase its base attack by a tremendous amount. And you can craft this material for free. You don't need to spend any money to be able to do this. The other thing that you can do at the workbench is weapon readjustment. So let's say that I really liked the fact that this machine gun rolled with crit damage, weak point damage, but I didn't like the weapon change speed. I like the chill attack, because those are all pretty good stats. You could technically, if I don't have the resources for this, but you can technically re-roll these weapons over and over and over again. However, if you get something you really like, you can actually keep them and re-roll the things you don't like. So let's say I wanted to keep these 2 rolls. I could now lock these 2 rolls, and now I would re-roll its random perks, and I would get completely random things for chill attack and weapon change speed, and I would keep my weak point damage and firearm crit. For min-maxing and getting the most out of your weapons, this is something you're going to want to do, but I wouldn't worry about it till you're pretty far into the game. The system works a little bit similarly when it comes to ultimate weapons. Now, ultimate weapons are something that you can farm. They are set weapons that have set unique abilities that do different things. Some weapons are great at doing gun damage. Some weapons are specifically used for giving your character who's doing ability damage and skill damage more skill damage, or reducing the defenses of an enemy so that you can do more damage with their skills. So not every gun is just shooty shoot, do damage. There's a lot of unique weapons. However, that unique weapon, once you get it, that's just the start of that weapon. You can upgrade the unique ability of the weapon. For example, once you get a duplicate, so there's always a reason to keep crafting more of the same legendary if you really like one. For example, if I get another Thunder Cage, which I have right here, when I upgrade it, my electric shockwave that the Thunder Cage does is going to get a bigger trigger rate. So it's going to trigger more often in a bigger radius, and the gun's going to have a lower reload time. So the more I find this, the better the weapon gets, and the more I spend using my specific weapon, the more I can invest into it and the more powerful it will get. So legendaries or unique weapons are pretty cool in this game, where you're going to want to try to get as many as you can, because you're going to make your current weapons better and better and better. Now let's say you got a weapon that you like, or you've upgraded, you hit good perks on, and you want to make it deal a lot of damage. That comes to the mod system. Now, this is a confusing screen to look at for the first time. I'm going to do my best to explain it. And if you've played Warframe, you're probably already familiar with how this system works. If you're not, I'm going to break it down for you. So every weapon, every Descendant, it works the same for Descendants, have a module capacity. This is the amount that you can fit on that weapon or Descendant before you run out of space. It's similar to, like, for example, Call of Duty has like a pick 10 system, where you get to pick different attachments to put on your weapon, and different attachments have different costs, and then you can come up with your own weapon to deal the most damage. It works pretty similar here. You've got mods that, for example, this action and reaction is going to cost me 5 in its current slot, where it's giving me 26% increased damage with the weapon, but 8% more recoil. A lot of the purple mods will have a positive and a negative. Sometimes they just have 2 positives. But this mod currently only costs me 10 capacity to use. That is because it's in a matching slot. Now, if you look at this closely, it's got a little M, the 3 like dashed lines here, and if I put it over here, it now costs me 10. I go to 45 capacity, and that's because each of these slots, or some of the slots that you find on weapons and your Descendants, will have a polarity. That polarity, if you put a matching polarity slot in it, gets half the cost. And so this is really important, because obviously the more things you can put on a weapon, or the more mods you put on a weapon or a Descendant, the more powerful it's going to be. So having the cost of those things is really, really powerful. And so you basically, when any weapon, any Descendant, you're adding things that are going to be increasing the damage, increasing the fire rate, whatever you want to build. You could build the weapon for crit, you could build it for high just weapon damage, you can build it for high elemental damage. The way that you build them is you're adding the mods to the weapon, and then trying to fit them in the right slots, so that the things that cost the most are in slots that have polarity, so that they end up costing less. And this allows you to do some pretty cool things with the modding. And once you're in the modding screen, you can actually see the actual DPS of the weapon change. So I lost that mod, and I lost 6,000 DPS just by equipping that mod back again. So the modding screen is pretty intuitive. You can mess around with it. I do recommend, it's better to have like a few mods that are pretty leveled than like a lot of mods that are unleveled, because as you upgrade these mods, they actually get percentage increases. So your first levels on them, they like kind of exponentially increase the value. As you upgrade them, your first upgrades are going to be really cheap, but they don't really do all that much. As you get into the more and more expensive upgrades, it'll cost significantly more. However, you're actually going to get a bigger bang for your buck on the upgrade from like a tier 12 to a tier 13 than you would on like a tier 3 to a tier 4. And that's quite different than something like Warframe, where every single notch in a Warframe mod is exactly the same amount of damage. In this game, the final upgrades to your mod are also going to be the biggest damage increase. So it's really important to find a mod that you really like. For example, I really like Action and Reaction, to start investing into, so that you can get the most damage out of that specific mod. Now, reactors are something that they added into the game as a way to scale your damage off of, because your reactor gives you your damage that your skill is going to deal. So if we come to our Descendants, if we look at any of them and look at their abilities, all of them are going to have a skill power percentage, basically. So these are going to be that skill power, that number, it doing at base 148% of my skill power, and now when I've got some upgrades on, it's doing 178%. That is based off of your reactor. Now, there's a bunch of different reactors, all with a bunch of different stats. And what this is basically trying to get you to do is line up all of your bonuses to get the most out of it. So you can see right here at the bottom, it's got my skill power when equipped, and it'll tell me the damage that my abilities will deal with this specific skill reactor. And it's got a optimization condition. This optimization condition, if you match it, you're going to get increased damage from. So, for example, this reactor that I've got has the ability that if I put on a machine gun, now that I've put that on, I hit the optimization condition, so I'm gonna get even more boost out of this. So I'm now getting a 40% increase of my skill damage just by wearing or holding machine gun. It doesn't need to be equipped. I can still run around with my Thunder Cage. It's just now that I'm hitting that bonus, I'm going to get a damage increase. Now, the next thing to pay attention to is the skill power boost ratios. You'll see that this has an electric skill power boost and a fusion skill power boost ratio. Now, you can kind of see the symbols down on the bottom where it says skill power when equipped for the symbols of what is a fusion and what is like a dimensional ability on Bunny. And I know that sounds a little bit confusing, but these are basically just skill tags that are applied to every skill. Every skill in the game has typically 2 skill tags. So for example, Bunny's 3, when you're running around and doing the electric pulse, is electrical singular. And so if I'm wanting to scale the damage of this ability the most, I'm going to want to be using things that are boosting electrical damage and singular. The reason that these have multiple tags is because when you're making your build decisions, you usually have to decide on a specific ability that you want to scale. So for Bunny, everything has the electrical tag. So any electrical boost is going to increase my damage, but if I really want to make Thrill Bomb hit hard, I can add fusion increases, and then I won't have the damage increases for Lightning Emission, which is Bunny's, like, in my opinion, best ability. So for Bunny, for example, we would want lightning and singular damage boost. For someone like Leapik, let's say you really wanted to scale his grenade throw, the explosion, you would want fire and tech. So I don't have like the best thing on Bunny, but this is going to boost my electrical skill powers and my fusion skill powers. And so getting everything to kind of align with your build, if you can find it, you're going to get the best reactor possible. Now, this is actually just step 1 of really starting to scale your damage. Once you find a perfect reactor, let's say, for your character, and there are legendaries. Legendaries, ideally, is what you're using, because you can get another 20% additional damage from it. But while you're leveling, I wouldn't worry about it too much. But if you find a really good legendary reactor, I'd hold on to it. And that is for a few reasons. The first is for the reactor enhancement. Now, when you enhance your reactor, you're just going to be buffing those base stats. So, for example, this is the reactor I'm using, right? And if I upgrade it, which I don't have the material that I need right now, I can actually upgrade the ranks of this. Now, this only goes up to 2 ranks because it's a non-legendary, but I'll be getting a decent bit more base damage. However, if I'm ranking up a legendary, there is... Oh, it's still 2 ranks, actually. So, 2 ranks on legendaries, 2 ranks on non-legendaries. But if you find your perfect match reactor, this is going to be something that you're going to want to do to even further its damage. Next up, we've got the external components. Now, these are not something that you really need to care about too much. I do want to show you a quick tip, though, is when you're getting these, and this applies to basically anything, but specifically to these because you don't want to spend too much time managing your inventory with them, there is a new tool that they've added to the game, which is really cool, which you can actually click and open your filter all as junk. And you've got a different kind of filter that you can put for your weapons, for your reactors, for your external components. For example, on my weapons, right now, I don't care about anything that's 26 or lower. I can now, like, raise this up. I probably don't care about anything that's, like, 32 or lower. Realistically, if I'm just trying to break things down quickly. But weapons with a enhanced unique ability, we can exclude. So if we get a cool weapon, it's not going to put that in the filter. For external components, you want to make external components with set effects excluded. This allows you to basically, if you get a external component with a set effect, if you junk all, you won't delete them. And these components can come with defense, they can come with max shield, they can come with HP, and they roll with random modifiers. I'd strongly recommend looking for the character XP gain modifier to find on things. You can rank that up and you'll level faster on your things. But it's also really helpful to find the set bonuses. These set bonuses are massive. They're very rare to find. And if you can get a full set, you're going to be doing really well. For example, this is the Battle Aesthetics set. I only have one piece of it so far, and because my filter is set to exclude them, I'll never delete anything with a set effect. But this is going to give me, when I get the full set bonus, 18% crit hit rate, more skill power, and reduced skill cost just by equipping these. So once again, these are not something you need to care about too much because they can just give you the things that you need for your character. They're all defense oriented, but the set bonuses can be pretty powerful. I personally recommend building defense on most characters, unless you're playing a character that has a specific interaction with certain things. Like, for example, on Glay, you don't want to build max shield because Glay can't have a shield, but building max health on Glay is really, really great. So different characters have different kind of stats that they want, but if you're just looking for a general best, I personally recommend defense. So the next thing to talk about is your mastery rank. And mastery rank comes from ranking up descendants and weapons. The more you play with a descendant, the more its level will increase. The more you play with different weapons, the more your proficiency level with them, it will increase. And when you are fully upgraded, you've leveled a Warframe or a descendant and a weapon, you may get the option to level your mastery rank. Now your mastery rank will at base increase your capacity that you can put on any of your descendants. It'll increase the capacity and potentially the slots that you can put on your weapons. It'll increase your inventory slots. I think you start with 75 inventory slots. I'm currently up to 90, so it really helps. And this is a big incentive to play new weapons and new descendants. Once you get a descendant to level 40, you can do the equivalent of a Forma, where you can reset them back to level 1 and add one of those polarity slots to them that we were talking about earlier so that you can fit more mods on them, or you can also play another descendant. And the more descendants that you play, the more that you find, the more weapon types that you use, the more mastery rank that you will upgrade. And that mastery rank, even if you don't want to use a sniper rifle, if you use a sniper rifle for a day, you're going to get the mastery rank from using it, and then you can go back and do more things on the things that you like to play. So not a bad idea to switch things up. You can see your proficiency level, which is basically how much you use that weapon, down in whenever you're hovering a weapon. You can see your mastery rank if you hover over at the top of your mastery rank 9, and then my own unique character is level 27. So these are all independent things, but your master rank is for all of your classes. So next up, we're going to talk about how to acquire your first descendant, or let's say you want to acquire a certain sniper rifle. This game is full of dedicated drops. However, those dedicated drops are laced with a bunch of RNG, but in order to get the things that you want, you need to know where to go. So if you open up your map, that's M for me on keyboard, you can go over to the tab that says Access Info. This is kind of your big wiki in the game of everything that you need to know and where to find them. And so, for example, if we wanted to go get a descendant, we wanted to go get Freyna, we could come over, click on Freyna. These are going to be the 3 parts that we need. Every descendant needs your 3 parts and then the code. So we need the cells, we need the stabilizer, we need the catalyst, and then we need the code to fully build Freyna. Now, in order to go and get these things, you need to know where to go. You can hit F, for me, once again, that's on keyboard, and it'll tell you the 2 missions that have a drop chance of the spiral catalyst. So, Freyna Enhanced Cells, the stabilizer, there's the missions that do it, that have the chance. You can go directly click on that, and then see the exact mission. Just you click the lumberyard, travel over here. If we alt tooltip scroll, we can see the Freyna stabilizer has a 20% chance to drop from the ruins path. So basically, you go to the access info, you find the descendant you want, you find the materials, and then you can go and get specifically linked to the missions that you want to do to get them. Now, it's not that simple for all of them because the different descendants are a little bit tiered where, the newer ones are a little bit harder to get, for example. So as you can see, if we click on Itsibo, his screen looks a little bit different. This guy would have to go get all the materials to craft and build. So that's very different. Instead of having to do missions with a percent chance, now I've just got to go farm all of these materials to build him, but I also still need to get the blueprints in addition to that, and now it'll lead to the amorphous material. Now, amorphous material is an interesting thing in the game. So different non-main missions will give you amorphous material. So these are going to be things that are like the missions that have bosses in them. Anything that is a special operation will usually give you amorphous material, and all of these things are kind of giving you something that's akin to a loot crate that you can open up, and you do that by fighting the bosses in the Void Intercept. So this is amorphous material pattern 11 that I was able to get just by doing random things. And then if I wanted to open this, you can see that I acquired this from the Block Cooper Mining. If I wanted to open this, I'd want to see what boss I need to kill, basically. So if I click the linked acquisition, that means I need to go kill Stunning Beauty. So if I go to the Void Intercept, now we go to our map, we go to our world map, we go to Void Intercept, and we go to Stunning Beauty, level 22. If I went and killed her, I would go and be able to open that material, and you can see that these are the materials that I can open by killing this boss, and these check marks indicate that I already have this material in my inventory. So for example, if I wanted to build the Kingsguard Lance, which is a unique weapon, I would need to open this specific thing on Stunning Beauty, which I have a 6% chance of unboxing, basically. And this is where some of the real RNG comes in, is you need to have the RNG to get this material, and then you need the RNG to open the thing that you want. And so this is where the hours can really start to pile on, is getting the right material and then getting the small drop chance after you get the material to get the thing you want, and then you need like 4 of those things to build the actual weapon. Next up, let's talk about the store. It's in the game. It's not my favorite thing, but there are going to be people who are interested in it, and I just kind of want to talk about it real quick to answer some questions. So first off, you can buy any of the Descendants outright. You cannot buy any of the unique weapons, so all of the crazy weapons that have multiple abilities that you have to get multiple of to fully upgrade and min-max, you can't buy any of that in the store, but you can buy the Descendants. The different Descendants have a different cost based off of kind of how new they are, or the value that the devs have placed on them. So for example, Kyle, Essimo, Yujin are all the most expensive. If we go to the Caliber store, if I wanted to buy one of those, I would need at least 900 Caliber, so that's about 20 USD. The rest of them, the ones that are like cheaper, you can get for around $5 to $10, and you can definitely buy all of these Descendants. There's also tons of skins that you can buy. There are Ultimate Descendants, which range from $55 for the base bundle to $100 US for the Ultimate Pack. I don't personally think I recommend buying the Ultimate Pack unless you really like the cosmetics. And there also is a bit of pay to progress faster. Obviously, you can buy the Descendants, but you can also buy these big premium enhancement packages. These give you materials that you would need to grind and wait the time to craft, and in a very large quantity. You can see that I bought the premium starter package. This gave you a bunch of really powerful mods and like 70,000 Cooper shards, which at the time when I bought it, I only had 6,000. So there's some really powerful things that you can buy in the store. You can also buy boosters, which will give you increased experience gain, and like increased weapon proficiency if you want to rank up your mastery rank faster. In terms of things that I recommend buying if you do want to make a purchase and support the devs, the premium starter pack is, in my opinion, pretty fantastic, because these mods are mods you're going to want to invest into. And the premium enhancement package will help you rank up your weapons and do those weapon rerolls so that you can get perfect weapons. This is a pretty good purchase as well, but once again, that is entirely up to you. The last thing that I wanted to talk about was enhancing, dismantling, and combining modules. Now, modules are the mods you can attach to your weapon. You can view all of the mods that you have in your inventory. If you equip your mods, or if you equip your mods to your Descendant or your weapons, you can just simply scroll to the mods, and then you use gold and Cooper shards to upgrade them. Once again, as you can see, like for example, what I was talking about with better concentration, on my rank 1 upgrade, I'm getting like 1.3% of a damage increase. However, if I go all the way up from, for example, rank 15 to rank 16, now I'm getting a like 5% damage increase. So the higher values that you go, the further you push the mod, the more you'll actually get value-wise out of them for the later upgrades, but obviously they cost significantly more. And you're gonna want to be upgrading your mods. One of the most important things to upgrade early is gonna be these gold mods that you can find. These mods are different than other mods because when you upgrade them, you're not actually making them cost more. What you are doing is you're giving yourself more capacity on your Descendant. So as you can see, if I upgrade my grappling mod, I can get up to another 3 total capacity on my Descendant, which is really good. And lastly, in terms of modules to upgrade and what you should prioritize, you get bigger bang for your buck if you're upgrading things that are in polarized slots than non-polarized slots. So the reason it's most valuable to rank up mods that are in polarity slots is because those polarity slots cut those things in half. So you want to always kind of have an odd number if you can to get the most out of it, because an even number is going to give you worse value at the same cost. So for example, this technician mod, if I upgrade it to rank 13, I'm gonna go from a 48 mod capacity to 49. That fills me up. However, if I go to rank 14, it technically costs 1, but it doesn't, because 13 is getting rounded to 7, and 14 is also getting rounded in half to 7. So if I upgrade this to 14 rather than 13, I'm getting more bang for my buck, even though it's not actually costing me anymore in my module capacity. So if you do have mods that are in polarity slots, those are the ones you're going to want to invest in more, because they're going to cost you less, and you're going to get more value out of your rank ups on them. To be able to upgrade your mods more, you're going to want to be dismantling duplicate mods. There's not really any reason to have duplicate mods in this game. They added a feature where you can hit select duplicate modules, and now all of my duplicate modules will get basically picked. So as you can see, if we go to my fire enhancement, it's going to grab 1 fire enhancement, 2 fire enhancements, 3, but it won't grab this 4th one because it's going to leave me 1 copy of it so I can safely dismantle. I was at 36,000 Cooper shards, and I'm about to dismantle 105 mods for almost double the amount of like upgrade capacity that I had. So boom, I can get that. Now I just got double my capacity. Quickly press a button, select all the duplicates, delete them all, and then you can upgrade the mods you care about and that you want to enjoy. Lastly, there is a combined module button. This is not something I would recommend worrying about. This is basically module gambling. If you have 4 purple mods and you're looking for something in particular, or just don't need the Cooper shards to upgrade your current ones, and you're really looking for specific mods, you can actually put in these mods and add them basically, and then you combine them and it'll give you a random mod. That mod could be something that you already have, it could be something that you don't have. It's basically a way to gamble for things that you might need, but if you already have a lot of mods, you probably don't need to do gambling, and I'd probably recommend once you're starting out to just be getting as many shards as you can to upgrade, but you can do this to basically gamble to get specific things. I think the real way to do this is once you're kind of rich in the game, there are these transcendent mods that are going to be very rare and quite exclusive. If you can manage to get 4 yellow mods that you don't care about, I think that would be a good time to then try to hit a Transcendent mod, which can transform the way your abilities work on the characters. These are exceedingly rare to find, and so if you're going to use the system, that's probably the way I'd recommend doing it, but I wouldn't worry about it too much when you're starting out. If you are looking to level up quickly, whether you made a new character or you're struggling at the stage that you're in, one of the really easy ways and efficient ways to level up in this game are defense missions. Now, if you come from the entrance and just go left, you'll find this little icon that has our defense icon. You can go here, and then there's a bunch of different special missions. The one I recommend for new characters is the Kingston defense. This gets you to like level 15 in a single completion. If you're just going like 7 rounds. So very, very efficient experience. You just kill tons and tons of things. Having a Descendant that can kill things quickly in a large AoE definitely helps. And it also helps to bring friends, but that is the best way that I've found so far to level up early. If you are later on and you have a character that's level 20 to level 30 and you want to push higher, the ones that I've unlocked so far have been Sterile Lands and Echo Swamp. I really, really like Sterile Lands. This one's great. Echo Swamp, you do need to be pretty built for. I probably wouldn't recommend trying it until you're at least 25 or 30 on your character. But these specific defense missions are really great. This Vespers Neutralize, I wouldn't recommend doing at all. I just don't think that's a good archetype. You're going to want to do the defense ones. These seem the best. And then I hope to unlock this Defense Fortress as well later on. Guys, that is going to do it for the video. I hope you enjoyed. This was a much longer video. I don't normally post videos that are like over 30 minutes long. So if you got through the whole thing, let me know down below. It does actually help me figure out if posting videos this long is actually worthwhile. And yeah, guys, I will catch y'all in the next one. If you have any questions about the game, you can always find me over at twitch.tv/Moxie. We'll be live streaming the game and playing as much as we can. And with that, guys, I'll catch y'all in the next one. Take care. Nice.
Welcome back, gang. It's Deltia from DeltiasGaming.com here with the beginner's guide for the First Descendant, new free-to-play game that everyone is playing. It's awesome, it's fun, but it's a bit complex on what you should do and why, and I'm here to tell you. So the first thing you're going to need to do is select a starting character. Now, I've played them all and have a tier list on what my opinions are of them. You get 3 options that are free. The first is Viesa. Now, she is a Frost, kind of damage over time. Her biggest thing is that she uses her Frost to build Ice Shackles. It's a debuff. So she's a lot of AoE, pretty fun, and really good in all sorts of content. Maybe not the highest damage or the highest survivability, but she's a fun, interesting character if you like ice. Next character is Ajax. So this is your typical tank. He plays like kind of similar to a Bubble Titan from Destiny 2, if you've ever played that. Very strong starting character, especially for his survivability. Now, I haven't unlocked all these skills on the live server, but I played him a lot in beta in the early testing phase. So I would play him if you want something to knock back, control, heavy survivability, and you're unfamiliar with the mechanics of the game. The third character choice that you can get is Lepic. He is kind of a grenade spammer. So very simple AoE heavy focus. It can burn targets with damage over time. Also has a suck-in traction grenade, so awesome for clearing ads. And his ultimate overkill is very strong for boss fights. So he's a really well-rounded character. The only downside with him is he's not fast, he's not mobile per se, and doesn't have like an on-demand defensive skill. But if you want something that focuses on grenade spamming, low cooldowns, this is your guy. Now you can see I've unlocked a bunch of other ones. So you can pay and buy with Caliber to unlock these, or you can earn them. One thing I would recommend is don't necessarily buy any straight away. You can get Bunny just by playing the game for about 2-3 hours doing the main story. You will unlock her, and you'll unlock a really powerful weapon for her as well. So trying all these out, yeah, you can do it, and yeah, you can buy it, but really you don't. You got Balanced Grenade here, damage over time with Viesa, and you got a strong tank with Ajax, and you'll see people playing other different Descendants and kind of know which ones you want. Now you can unlock them for free too, so let me show you how to do that. All right, so we're in Albion. This is the world map, and if you drill down, this is your main starting hub. I'll explain a little bit more about it later. Usually you start here at the city entrance, and then there's this character here, the Magister. So this is kind of how you unlock different characters through research. If you go to Descendants, let's say you want to earn one. I don't have the ultimate ones, are super expensive. So when you click on it, it talks about the research time, the cost, and then it has all these little materials over here. Something really nice about this game is you can find out where and how you get the material. So you hit the F key, it says go to research, and then you can go over here. These are just like materials that you can farm and so on. But it tells you this specific blueprint is the main source of how you get it. You hit F again, and then it tells you intercept battle on hard. So I haven't even unlocked that yet. But these are the different types and ways you can get it. So if we go to those intercept battles, which I'll show you a little bit later, there's a percentage chance this will drop, and this is the materials that you will farm. So what I'm trying to tell you is if there's some specific descendant that you're really attracted to that you don't want to pay for with real life money, you come to here and find out specifically what you have to do by hitting the F research acquisition, and that's where you can get it. All right, progression. So what do you do in the game and why? Well, a lot of it comes down to two different types of main content to do, which is clearing these zones to unlock more challenging bosses. So if I were to break the game down to two sections for PvE, one is like open world. So you'll start in Albion and you'll work in through these zones. What it does is you have a main story quest, and typically you come to one of these zones and do 3 to 4 quests in the zone and to lock another one and another one. So if we go to my quest here, I'm on this specific zone, Hagios. I just unlocked it. So you see these purple little quest markers? I come here and I do these 3 quests or so. And then I unlock another zone, another zone, another zone. While you're doing that, you're gonna unlock about 2 of these over here per one, called operations. So when you go here, you go operations. You can see I haven't unlocked these 2. But when you click on one, it allows you to farm an instance-based dungeon. It tells you the possible rewards, which is very helpful, which I'll get to Transcendent mods in a little bit. So some of these are you're going to farm and do repeatedly, basically trying to get this one specific super special mod for whatever character you're using. So your primary objective is to work through the main story by just going to these zones, doing the quest, and then rotating until it fully unlocks and doing the operations. Something to note about your gear. The gear, you can see right here, I'm at 66, right? It goes up to 100 by completing the campaign. So that's gonna be your end game number you're gonna get to. While you're leveling and progressing, don't spend a ton of time min-maxing gear and really concerning yourself with what you have and why. Every couple, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes, you need to come check your gear and upgrade, because you will get constantly get new stuff to use and upgrade, and it will make you feel a lot more powerful. But don't spend the time sweating over every little detailed stat until you complete the campaign. The campaign is your #1 priority. Now, when you're doing the campaign and when you're completing these little world zone areas, you're going to complete one, do both the operations, and typically what it does is it makes you come back here, do some dialogue, and then you can do a boss fight. So if I hit map here, go to G again, you've seen these little shiny things down here, void intercept battles. These are bosses, and you unlock them at various different parts in the campaign, and they're almost extremely different. So most of the game revolves around AoE, trash, and ad clears. This is the exact opposite. It revolves around single target heavy. So the character that I am using is Bunny, probably the most popular of all of the characters, and she's fantastic for AoE, just smashing things up close and personal because all her abilities. But when you get to the boss fight, you're gonna find out, oh, it's a whole different ballgame. You can't play in melee range and try to YOLO unless you're fully mid-max at endgame. So you'll have to have different loadouts for it or play a different way. So when you come to these boss fights, you need to switch your build up a little bit more depending on which one. They're all gonna have specific different mechanics. Take your time to slow down and read what they tell you here. So recommended attribute resistance, it says electrical resistance 350. So you can equip mods that will help you deal with their specific elemental damage. And it says attack attribute, electric attribute. So you might switch to a different Descendant depending if you have that unlocked to do that. But take your time and actually read where these weak points are. This will be able to really nuke the boss a lot quicker, and having the resistances. This is going to be a tough challenge depending on which Descendant you use. They're very geared towards AoE trash, just blazing through the campaign like Bunny, or someone like Freyna or Viessa or Glay, who's really good at boss fights because they're really damage over time or gun based heavy. Also, equip and check out your weapons need to be a little bit different. So for boss fights, I usually go with a grenade launcher or a sniper rifle. Specifically something long range, as you can't be right on top of them. Explosive is really good for clearing ads and clearing trash, but make sure you swap those out and be aware. The two basic things you're going to be doing is the main campaign, AoE trash clears, blazing through the main story as fast as you can to get to end game gear, and then in between those unlocking different zones. Then you're going to be doing a boss fight, single target, heavy survivability and damage is needed. All right, next up is number 3, and this is Albion. This is your main area here. So I'm gonna break this down kind of simply for you, what to do and what to expect here. So as you come here, there's a lot of different things. This is kind of just shows you the world map. Here's where your mailbox is, and here's where your storage box is. So mailboxes, if you buy some of that caliber or you get some in-game rewards, you're gonna come here, you'll get a little pop-up notification. Storage box is nice because it contains your bank, essentially your vault. Now when you're leveling up, you're going to be confused on what to use this for and why. So I just chucked in some different reactors so I could save it, and some different external components that have set bonuses so I can be aware of what those are. Talk about that a little bit later. But really this is mainly for endgame once you've hit max level of 100 in your gear score, so you can actually save different loadouts and have your bank full. You can expand this obviously, but it's very helpful to store stuff if you just don't know if it's good or not. You have these two areas over here. So this is what I showed you earlier, Operation Terminal, and this is Special Operation Terminal. Now Special Operation Terminal I'm going to touch on a little bit later, but there's like some grind spots here. This is for waves. So wave after wave you can do, and depending on how far you get is depending on how much rewards you're going to get, and you can kind of mouse over and see what you could possibly get. So the ASA Enhanced Cell Blueprint, Secret Garden Nanotube, so a lot of weapons and or Descendant materials come from farming these over and over, but really good for leveling because it's just straight enemy kills over and over. And both of these things you can do public or private. So you see start private operation, start public. Public is 4 players, so it will queue you up for 4 players. Be aware the content is scaled based on how many players that you use. So if you're a really good sweaty solo player, you can do it solo and it'll be a little bit easier than 4 players. Because sometimes you're gonna get repeated people that aren't necessarily good. I might be one of those right now, I'm not gonna lie. Next up is Mastery Ranks. I'm gonna explain that a little bit more. It's right here. Then you have Seneca, it's a scholar. This is kind of who unlocks the main boss stories, Void Intercept Battle Researcher. So as you progress, you're gonna have to talk to this person repeatedly. Next, you have the Descendant Instructor. So this is kind of like a tutorial guy that's just gonna give you a bunch of quests you kind of want to turn in quickly. And if you need to go to your quest log, you can come here. You can turn tracking on or off. I turn tracking off typically because the UI is so big that I really don't like it. So be aware of that. You come over here, you got your storage box over here, your workbench. So workbench I'm going to touch on, but this is where you craft all of your stuff.
20%
and this is where you
true.
upgrade weapons, you can upgrade other things within your weapons as well. So you're going to spend a lot of time in the workbench. So you're coming down here to get to these other secondary spots. Workbench and researchers where you're going to spend a lot of time. So here is the workbench. Now, when you very first start the game, it's not going to look like this. I'll get more to detail with this, but level, transmission, weapon readjustment, you can upgrade, enhance unique abilities, and reactor enhancement. So a lot of stuff that you're going to be doing here. Next up, you're going to come down here. This is kind of like a simulation thing you can do to test your builds. Laboratory Manager, I don't use that too much, but if you want to swap out mods and weapons and see how hard they hit, that's where you go. This is the other upgrade thing, which is upgrading mods. Enhance, dismantle, or combine mods. Very important. We'll touch on mods. I know, I'm just telling you the basics so far. Don't get mad at me. And then now is the researcher again, down here in the corner. So a lot of times what you're going to be doing is spending your time up here, doing content from these two queues, or you're going to come down here to the workbench and or the Magister to research and this module master. Next up, I'm going to show you some combat clips and just explain the user interface in combat so you're just kind of aware. Before I do that though, I want to touch on this. When you go to options, show status effects right here. So you can do weapon damage detail, skill damage detail, show HP, show this, all these. This will actually change all of the values and give you a lot more detail in combat. And then show status effect text. You do want to turn this on for both enemies and allies. The reasons that's useful is when you go into your Descendant, there's a lot of builds and debuffs and buffs that will increase or decrease your damage. It'll also tell you a lot of information incoming, and you're going to have to train your eyeballs on where to look at this. So the more information you can have, the better it will be later on at endgame to know, oh, Freyna put a poison damage over time on this, I can combo with this skill or this weapon or this gun. Oh, this one's stunned, I can combo with this weapon, this skill, this gun. So turn that information on in the UI. So here's a picture of Bunny. It has a lot of stuff on here, I know that. But at the top, you're going to have enemy debuff timers. It shows burn, so that's the status effect. To the left of the character, it's going to show your buff. So speed of light, I just used that. I'm getting a buff from that. And then it's going to show your health bar on the lower right and your shields. Shields are the white little bars. Red is your health bar. You're going to see red cubes around on the ground as you kill ads. Pick those up to refill your health. The blue is going to refill your resources. Now, on the left-hand side, you see the grappling hook. You're going to get 2 uses of that, and it's roughly about a second before it comes back. So if you spam grappling hook, realize there is a cooldown. You can run out of uses for that. The F key shows your melee. Now, you can always do a melee attack, but the thing about melee is you can jump up in the air and hit it, or you can specifically hit it and do a bit of damage. So that goes on cooldown as well. Now, the most important thing is the resource bar. Almost everyone has MP, not everybody though. So this is going to be your main resource bar. Bunny has 2. The blue one is MP or mana, magic, whatever you want to call it. The bottom one is electricity. And so with Bunny, what you're doing is you're channeling your MP or your mana into electricity, which is your unique resource to use abilities. Most players just use MP, so when you run out, you can't use any more abilities. And your weapons in the bottom right. 3 different type of weapons that you can equip and swap quickly. Now on top right, you're going to see your other players. This is helpful to keep an eye on, especially if someone's in trouble with lower shields or they go down, specifically in the boss encounters. Because even if someone is not as good as you, if they're dead, you only get 3 deaths before the entire scenario is over and done. So it helps to resurrect your players and your friends and your allies, even if they're not that good, they're not a sweat lord like you, because it will affect your performance and could possibly destroy that operation that you just about got cleared. So keep an eye on that. Okay, next up is Master Rank. So you're going to come here to Prime Hands. Early on, you're going to learn about this, and you come up here to basically level up your Mastery ranks. Now, Mastery ranks do a lot for you. Basically, what they do is they unlock a lot of different progression and also make you more powerful. So, Descendant mods. This is allowing you to equip more mods. Super helpful, both on your Descendant and your weapons, your inventory, your storage, your consumables, everything just grows and progresses. And also, you'll unlock more crafting options as you progress this. So, how do you progress it? Well, there's a total of 40 mastery, and you just need to play the game. So completing quests for the first time will rank this up. Completing any objective, leveling your characters, basically just playing the game will level this up. And it's very important to focus on. Now, the main reason Mastery ranks is so important, and if you mouse over here, it kind of tells you how to rank up, is your Descendant module. So I've been talking about modules, let's break it down. When you come into here, there's a lot to look at, let me tell you. But what you need to go top to bottom here, you have different settings. So why would you have different settings? Well, you'd have different settings for, let's say, solo, you're doing a story, you want AoE trash clear. You're doing a boss fight specifically, or you're playing with a specific friend or a specific loadout. And you can set those and then quickly equip them. You can come down here and say, okay, I don't know what to do mod-wise. I'm going to equip recommended mods. Will this be the best? No, it will not. But it will get you by if you just want to quickly swap in. when you swap a Descendant or you're leveling, you need to kind of come back here. Here's your module capacity up here. So it says 0 out of 70. You come over here, you notice it says 68 out of 80. This specific one, Shock Punch, there's Dual Claw, a couple of other ones. As you level and progress this mod, it actually unlocks more slots for you with a maximum of 80 capacity. The reason I don't have one slot in this specific skill slot is there's what's called Transcendent mods. Transcendent mods haven't got a whole lot of them yet, but what they do is they change a specific skill in your build. And that's kind of like the capstone to your build when it comes to mods, is finding that unique mod that you want right here. And it takes a lot of resources, you see 15, and that's what really ramps up your efficiency and your build's performance. Now you're probably like, well, what kind can I get? I'm glad you asked. If you hit the J key and come to Quest, I told you earlier you can access tons and tons of stuff to kind of find out. You hit J, go to Quest Journal, access information, mod, and then you can actually see all this stuff. So you can go to Bunny. This one's kind of cool, electric condense, so it changes maximum power, which is your single target beam, into a form that causes damage around Bunny. So if you wanted to go to ultimate Bunny AoE, this would be it. If you hit F, acquisition info, it tells you. Now the best way to farm this specific one is Vespers normal, as I can just do it in basically 2 minutes, pretty much solo. Infiltration options, and then it's Sepulcher. I probably can't pronounce that right. Of course, I'm looking for all the wrong ones. And here. Now it's a percentage chance to drop, so again, you might get it once, you might get it 100 times, who knows, but that's where it goes. Going back in the mod interface, you're gonna have different slots, so you're gonna optimally slot these things. And as a beginner, the blue standard are really important and impactful. You're gonna unlock a bunch later on. Increase shields, skill power modifiers, just really increases your power of your skills, and it only costs 4. So you see this right here, that 4 indicates how much it costs. You can see the little yellow bars here, that indicates that I've leveled them up. And then you can get specific ones for Electric Master that are rare, which is very good on a bunny build. And you can also get resistance mods, all attribute resistance 60. Remember that I talked about over here, those bosses are going to display what their recommended attribute resistance is. Fire. This guy's named Pyromaniac, so as you can imagine, shoots a lot of fire at. So when you're doing these bosses, you're going to want to swap out some of those damage mods for something that gives resistance. And you can use a search because you're going to start getting a ton of them pretty soon. So maximize fire resistance, you can see here. So 18% fire resistance. And I have this one stacked as well, so I just got done with the Pyro guy. That's what I would use here. So in summary so far, what I do is equip recommended mods. We have mod loadouts for every build in the game on deltiasgaming.com, link in description below. If you don't know, it's going to take you a while to unlock all of these, but your priority is get something like Shock Punch here and start building that up, leveling it up so you can increase your mod capacity so you can equip more and more and more. Keep it simple. Do increased HP, defense, shields, a skill power modifier, skill cooldown, skill range is really important. And then you can get some fancy ones up here. Now, when it comes to modifying mods, I think that's a word, you come over here, which I showed you a little bit earlier, and you can upgrade them. Now, as I'm walking over there, just be aware that upgrading them has a cost, both in currency and also it's going to increase the cost of the mod. So sometimes you'll increase mods and you won't be able to use them anymore because you don't have the available energy to do so. So here on the map is where we go. Cylon or whatever they're called, I probably can't pronounce the name right. Enhance mod. Okay, so it will tell you your mod capacity. This is important to know. And you have Descendant mods and weapons mods. Yeah, I'll touch on both. You can see the Shock Punch is maxed out already. We'll go over to, let's just say increased HP. I'll go over 1, or you can go radical and go all the way to the end. These will be locked based on your mastery rank. So when you very first start, don't expect these to be like already ready to go. But when you click it here, you're gonna upgrade it and you can see the green tells you, hey, you have enough to increase this. You can get duplicates of these. So let's say for a specific build, you wanna max this out. But for another build, you're just not going to have the mod capacity to do it, so you're not going to max out. Maybe you do 1 or 2 ranks. So be aware this isn't going to be set and forget. You're going to max every single one out right away, and it's going to be great. Because your mod capacity is the most important thing. You don't go over, you really want to mid-max that. The number one I would spend my time on is Shock Punch or something like this that changes your sub-attack and gives you increased max capacity. There's, I think, 3 or 4 different ones. Most important by far. And then shields, HP, very simple ones, skill cooldowns, awesome to get. The other thing about mods is you can combine mods. So this is kind of useful if you have a bunch of different mods and you don't know what to do with them. You don't want to sell them or get rid of them, but they're just kind of sitting around in your inventory. You can do a couple of different things. So see, I have a bunch of these toxic mods. Okay, so I'm going to grab 1, 2, 3, and then I have another couple technicians that are just laying around, and you would do 4. And for gold, which I have tons of, you can combine. And it creates a new mod. Increased defense. So sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not. I don't know if it's specific to what you combine in there, so leave a comment below if you know, or if it's just RNG based, but it's a way to basically clear out your inventory and possibly get better and better mods. Now, one thing I would recommend is you see special round storage and it has that unique symbol. That's the type of ammunition it uses, special, and it tells you module class special rounds. So if you have a mod that has different types, you always want to keep at least one of special rounds, or right here, high-powered rounds, or impact rounds. That way, if you switch guns, but you like that specific mod, the ammo changes, you have one laying around. So this one here specifically is just the same type. I'm going to combine it. Better weapon weight. Nice. Weapon change speed. Okay. And so I sometimes come through here and just if I have like 5 or 6 of the same one, I'll go through and just do it that way instead of deleting them or messing with it, trying to unlock new mods. And I've got some powerful ones, but don't sleep on the standard mods. When you look at them, just realize this is the cost. You can upgrade the cost, but you have a total amount of energy that you can use. Okay, next up is weapons. So there's a lot of weapons. Oh, and you can get ultimate weapons pretty early. Thunder Cage specifically, you get Bunny and Thunder Cage very, very early. So when we talk about weapons, just in case you want to know where they are and what they are, you can come here, or my website, deltiasgaming.com. Have I said that yet? 5 times? You come here, and it tells you what you need to get. So if you're looking for Thunder Cage, one of the best weapons in the entire game, no matter what build you have, let's say you're missing something, you hit F, and it tells you where to go. So I've already completed this, but you can do it over and over and over and over again, and it'll give you all the specifics. So Sterile Lands. And this is basically just the beginning starter zone. They really wanted you to get you Bunny right away, and they really wanted to get you Thunder Cage right away. So when we break down weapons, there are a lot to weapons and weapon progressions. So first thing is your skill level. You see 62 here on the level of the weapon. On your legendary or ultimate weapons, you want to level them up, I don't know, every 10, 15 levels or so. This will really increase your DPS. So as you progress, you're going to unlock more and more crafting. One is right here, we talked about a bit earlier. But you can see weapon level transmission. So what it allows you to do is take thing here, just kind of like Destiny and upgrade modules. And then you're going to use this specific thing, which I'll touch on a little bit later. You can see firearm attack, your damage goes up quite a bit. But these are costly and precious, so you don't really want to mess with these too much. That's why I say every 10, 15 levels, or when your damage just starts to be like a noodle, that's when you want to do it. So every time you come back to Albion to turn a quest in or something, come stop here and queue up some research. It will really save you a lot of time when you need it. So go to all Precision Phase Exchanger. This is that unique material. You're going to get liquid metal just from deconstructing a lot of those guns that you don't need, and it's $250 a pop. So you hit research, it's 10 minutes. Here's another one that's quite useful to research. So usually I queue up both of them, Precision Phase Exchanger and Precision Ion Accelerator. So that's 10 minutes. You go out and quest a little bit, you come back and get one. Then you need about 3 so you can level up those ultimate weapons every 10, 15 levels and stay on target as you level and progress. Don't level up other ones. You're gonna find tons and tons of guns just playing and doing the content through the main campaign and main story, but this is one of the means you get a lot more powerful. Don't sleep on when it says DPS, damage per second, because you have grenade launcher or something with high explosive rounds. It might be a little bit more DPS than Thunder Cage, but it might fit your build specific. So when you look at the weapons, you have different types of weapons and they use different ammo. The symbols are really important. So we talked about that a little bit earlier, but usually your loadout you want to have, similar to Destiny 2, something that's easy ammunition to get, so Thunder Cage. And then I have this hand cannon here that has impact rounds. So you can have that or the orange type. And then high-powered rounds or heavy ammo. This is like snipers, grenade launchers, perfect to complement your build. So you want typically something close range, Thunder Cage, hand cannon, medium range, and then either a sniper for long range or ad clear grenade launchers. Okay, now if this wasn't confusing and complicated enough, there's more. We have weapon mods. So weapon mods is another thing that you have to do, very similar, if not identical, to Descendant mods. There's obviously the same kind of settings here. So you have mod capacity, I have 50, and I'm maxed out at 49 out of 50, so I'm just about there. You have equip recommended mods, and you have a mod's additional settings. So you can max out the capacity all the way to 80. You get one of these for free. Of course, you can buy them with real life money, or you can just kind of grind them out, which takes a long time to get. But your really mid-max weapons, you can actually max this up to 80 as well, giving you the most potential for damage later on. So a couple good ones, rifle reinforcement, fire up rate, really good. Weak point sight's another good one. And Hawkeye for accuracy. So when you get a new weapon, just realize you want to come in, and as soon as you start using it, go to equip recommended mods. Anytime you swap to a new weapon, there's going to be 0 mods on there, and you're going to forget, not do much damage. You're like, man, I suck at the game. Well, maybe you do, but maybe it's just you don't have any mods in there. And you also have the different settings in. So let's say you play on Bunny, and you want, you know, electricity stuff. Bang. You play on someone else that's fire, like Blair or Lepic. You come over here and you can change the settings. We're not done yet with weapons. There are a couple ways to enhance weapons beyond just leveling them up. So you come back to this crafter here. Weapon readjustment. So what this is, we're gonna grab this guy. You have these in specific traits. Weapon change speed, these are not very good. So you can lock in specifically what you want. So let's try to re-roll, and you have to use those fine adjustment control axes back at the research. Another thing you want to research as well, and you can readjust it. Oh, nice. Electric attack, not bad with money. So you can kind of re-roll on the individual traits that you want and min-max this even further by doing this. Again, I wouldn't spend a ton of time on doing this until you reach endgame 100, complete the campaign, because you probably aren't really going to know what you want. You're not going to know which Descendant is your favorite and so on. But this is a way that you can actually manipulate and manage your traits and keep on re-rolling. The part is fine adjustment control axis. Another thing to queue up if you have materials. Okay, now you have even more stuff. Enhance unique ability. Now, I don't have another one of these, but you can see that I have a little yellow bar here for Thunder Cage. That means I've actually got the weapon twice. And you can keep on upgrading its unique weapon ability. So the unique weapon ability is this overcharge. When defeating an enemy, the defeated enemy has a set chance to discharge electrical shockwave, which deals additional damage to nearby enemies. Now, you can keep on upgrading that. Increase the damage, I think, and the range. So that's a further way to constantly get the weapons and incentivizes you to get it more than once. That way you can fully optimize the power of that unique ability. Weapons also have their own progression, so you can see proficiency level 40. This is like XP bonus as well. So similar to leveling your characters up, you can see Bunny here is level 40. Your weapons will level along with it. Now, when it comes to leveling weapons and or your characters, you just need to do basically story content, missions, anything that you progress, you're going to be earning XP. And I'll show you a grind spot a little bit later. Okay, to recap the weapons. Basically, when you get your weapon, what you need to do is you need to equip mods. If you don't know which mods, just manually do it and say, equip some mods for me. When you swap, you need to do the same thing. You need to have something close range, medium range, and long range if you can. One weapon should be high-powered round in your third slot is how I like to do it, with something here like some special rounds. That will give you a well-balanced build for any type of content that you do. You can also dismantle these weapons and use the materials for upgrades. So you can mass do it by delegating everything, and you can see it has that icon, and you can dismantle it here. I'm not going to do that. I usually just keep 3 or 4 on me with a higher level. That way I can just kind of transmute them or whatever if I need to upgrade those levels of the weapons. All right, weapons are pretty complicated. Let's go to another complicated thing, and that's armor. So here's money again. We got the weapons on the left side. We have the right side, which is essentially your armor. So you don't have like a chest plate or something like that. You have a reactor and external components. So reactors. Now, these are somewhat complicated to understand. So I need to equip a beam rifle to get the most out of it. So you see optimized condition is missed. The 2 most important things are skill power boost ratio right in the middle there. This is electric skill power boost ratio and fusion power boost skill ratio. So your individual descendant has something called the attributes. And when you look at Bunny, it says electric fusion. And then electric fusion, electric singular, electric singular. So almost every single descendant has a type. And you can come down here of their main attribute. So non-attribute, fire, chill, electric, toxic. And then it has a secondary, tech, fusion, singularity, dimension. Some, like Bunny, have 2. Why that's relevant is specific reactors will increase specific skills. They're not across the board the exact same thing. So when you're picking a reactor, typically as you level up every 5-6 levels, a reactor is going to be stronger just based on the level. But when you reach that 100, you're going to look to min-max those specific skills that you use. You can see the icons light up here at the bottom. The reason I like this reactor is maximum power, my far right skill, is my ulti, and I use that quite frequently. It maxes that out. For the 2 skills in the middle, you use those more frequently. You would change that fusion to, I think, what was it, dimension or singular? I should know this. Singular. So reactors look very confusing at first, but you want to optimize condition by equipping a weapon. So I would equip something here on my middle slot to get a little bit more power out of it. Also, you can see in the very bottom, it says skill effect range and electric skill power boost ratio. Those 2 are randoms. So the tingling mixture reactor, if I like using that, you're going to get the same name as you level and progress. If you're 5, 6, 10 levels ahead and you need to swap reactors, most likely it's going to be more power than what you have. You can always mouse over it and see right here. I can mouse over it and it says a little bit more powerful because I have a hand cannon equipped. So I'm just going to swap that. My skills get more powerful. So don't sweat it too much. Just come over here and realize that when you reach higher levels, look at what is increased. Look for that optimized condition. But also when you get to the end game and you max out, you're going to look for that specific thing that you need to increase the skills that you use. That weren't confusing enough. Let's talk about external components. So external components are essentially how you increase your defensives and survivability. Defense lowers damage, max shields, max HP. Some specific builds don't even have shields, like Blay. Most of them do. So you want a balanced approach, in my opinion, defense, max shields, and max HP to maintain high survivability. Bunny is a bit squishy, so it's really important for her. So you're going to see here, this defense support 1, that defense, and then I have 2 things below it, fire resistance and a duration increase. Those 2 things are random. So another way to mid-max a god roll, if you will, is just getting the stat that you want, defensive, max shields, and so on, and then 2 things below it that you actually want. When you're leveling though, just disregard that and keep on cruising and keep on and putting on more and more defensive stuff as you level. Every 3, 4, 5, 6 levels, come back here, check, swap things in and out. And then you actually have set bonuses. So believe it or not, there's set bonuses in the armor, 2 and 4 piece. So this one here is Veteran Marksman, so firearm critical hit, and if you equip 4 of it, then I would get another 2-piece bonus. So these are another way to mid-max your specific build, and then you have those 2 traits below it. This is the gold quality one, so very, very good. But what I want you to understand is don't worry so much as you level about holding on to these specific and min-maxing and taking the set bonuses. You're going to get a lot more powerful just by equipping new ones every 5 levels or so. You want to prioritize defense and max shields typically, but if you don't have that available and something 7, 10 levels out of date, put something new on. And same thing with reactors. Keep it simple. If you see a bunch of greens, equip them. The builds that we have on my site are mid-maxed when you reach max level with optimized conditions for the weapon loadouts that we chose to give you the most power possible. But for just leveling up, equip them, and then you can save some of these set bonuses if you want to use them and try them out. But it's pretty rare to get a bunch of them at the same level that you are, and it's not worth holding on to a bunch of them until you reach max level of 100, and you can use them properly in your build. And you can see your stats down here. So if you're a mid-maxer and really want to see your stats, you can go to this, and it tells you everything. So when you swap weapons, you can see how much power you have, what you should be using, and why, your movement speed, everything. For leveling up, that should give you a good idea of what you should be using and why. Now, another thing to touch on is you have presets. So let's say you play a couple different builds a lot, you can actually save the current settings. This isn't going to be so important to leveling up because you're just changing them so often, but you can go to different settings, 1, 2, 3, and then have different build loadouts for specific things and or characters as you swap, because all of this stuff will not necessarily swap when you swap Descendants. So keep in mind, the presets are very, very handy if you swap characters a lot, or if you get to endgame and you set up multiple things. Add, clear, boss fight, so on. Okay, man, touched on a lot so far. One last thing, and we found how to level up really quickly. So if you want to play a bunch of different Ascendants, or you want to level one up to get the most power, they go all the way to 40. It's kind of like the trend so far in preseason, is 40 is your max power. You're gonna come over here. Now I'll show you a video of this while I'm talking briefly, but you go to Special Operations, so on the map in case you missed it, right here. And then there's one in Kingston called Defend Albion Resource. There's two ways, two grinds here. You're gonna hit start mission. I'll show you some footage of what this looks like. You and a buddy are gonna park on two specific spots. The goal is to defend this waypoint thing in the middle, but most players know this is the grind spot. What you can do is have a damage over time build, or really any build, that can just nuke enemies straight away on spawn. So Valby, Blair, Viesa, Freyna, I use Bunny of course to nuke things down, and you sit on these spawn camps and just nuke mobs as they come. This will give you enormous experience points, and you can level from 1 to 40 in 2 hours easy. There's also XP boost modifiers you can get in the store if you want to increase it even further. But if you're having trouble kind of really pushing that power and you want to level up your characters very fast, come to this grind spot. There is another one in the swamp. It's a bit more complicated. You have to do a bit more of laps. It is more XP, but this is turn your brain off, park in a spot, throw a couple dots down, watch everything die, level up very quickly. It's really nice because I think at level 8 or 9 you get all of your skills, including your ultimate and everything unlocked. So if you're looking at trying to Descendant and you start and you're like way in the campaign, you're not really going to be effectively bringing them into late game missions when they don't have really any skills unlocked. So you can come here, do this quickly, level them up so they're at least have their skills unlocked, and then start playing with them to see if you like. All right, that brings us to number 10. So what should you focus on and why? So, typically, your goal in the game is to get more powerful, right? So that way you can do more bosses. In my opinion, the sweaty content in the game revolves around these Void Intercept bosses. So you're going to be completing the campaign to get these done, and then you're going to unlock the hard ones to do even cooler and better stuff. But to do that, you need to complete the campaign. So prioritize completing the campaign and just leveling up your gear every 5-10 levels or so. Do not get so confused with mid-maxing every piece of gear. In order to beat the campaign, though, you are going to have to beat these bosses. So you're going to need to balance a couple of different aspects of your build. Survivability, single target range for the boss, damage, AoE, and movement speed for just completing these campaigns. Once you get going on the campaigns, you're going to come here and you're going to swap out your reactors, every once in a while your external components. The weapons are really critical to level up every 10 or so. While you're doing this, as soon as you get some of these mods unlocked, you can farm for a Transcendent mod. So you can see I'm a little bit later in the game. So if I really wanted to mid-max Bunny and I just wanted a little bit more damage, I would come and try to find out that specific mod that I'm looking for to really polish up my build. So I'm gonna go to Bunny and I see that electric condense. Okay, where is this at? Okay, it's at Vesper's normal spulk or whatever the heck it's called. I would do that quest over and over to get that Transcendent mod to change that maximized power. And that would be enough to get me going on knowing on where to go and what to do, which is clearing the campaign, Once you get to endgame, then it will be farming these things to get more and more powerful, unlocking more descendants as well. Now, we're in the early phases of the game, so as I understand it, we're in preseason. In August, there's going to be a new Descendant Luna, and there's going to be more content added. So 4-player PvE, no PvP in the game, but really it's around killing those bosses, leveling up quickly, having a good time. It's a really fun game. The Descendants are unique and interesting, so if you get bored, just try to unlock a new one, play around with it, having a great time. So thanks for watching this video. Hope you got something out of it. If you did, hit a like, leave me a comment, and check the links in the description below, because we have a lot of builds and written guides. Thanks for watching.
Tactical target achieved. Enemy security devices disabled. Mission accomplished. Operation status.
By now, most players still don't know the optimal ways to run the bosses in the first Descendant. So here's a quick rundown of every Void Interception for the normal mode, so you can get up to speed and beat that one boss that you are struggling with. Pyromaniac or something else, what do I know? Before we get to the specific bosses, there are a few things I need to get out of the way. Actually, very valuable information that most of my randoms don't know about, and some of these, I swear to God, I don't even think most of the community knows about. So let's go into it. Obviously, this one most people should know about by now. Shoot weak spots. You want to break them and then shoot underneath them even. Shooting weak spots deals additional damage compared to shooting the body, and breaking a weak spot actually stuns them for a short duration, which lets you line up easy shots for the next one. And when the weak spot turns from blue to yellow, you can actually grapple in onto the weak spot or the destructible spot and then spam your primary to actually break it. If you're on PC, you just have to hit the tab button or whatever button you use to scan on console to scan for weak points that will now turn up in blue, but we will cover which ones you should shoot much later in the video per boss. Once weak spots are destroyed, there will be a spot underneath that you can shoot to still get additional damage. In most cases, if not every case, there's no difference between shooting the cover or under the cover, but there are probably exceptions. That being said, it will usually still be the same amount of damage as from when it is a destructible cover. Some abilities are only up for a limited amount of time, so knowing their duration can be the difference between succeeding in a run or not. So keep an eye on the time left of the Void Interception once the boss starts their ability, and then subtract however much is needed to know when it is gonna be over. We will cover some important ones throughout the video. Different bosses take more damage for certain weak spots than other weak spots. While some weak spots does deal more damage, they are usually in a lot harder to hit spots and may not actually be worth it unless you know that you can hit the same amount of shots as going for an easier weak spot. Generally speaking, just shoot whatever weak spot that you can see. I mean, when comparing the damage from the weak spots, the difference in the damage seems marginal, maybe 10% or 20% between the different weak spots, and seeing as the ones that do give the higher damage returns require completely different positioning and are much harder to hit, both because they are smaller and usually move around a lot, it makes a lot more sense to go for the easier ones instead. It's really only worth it if you're about equally as accurate hitting the high level weak points as you're hitting shots normally. Also, this is really obvious, but I will mention it. First and foremost, pay attention to your teammates and make sure to revive them if they do go down. Try not to do it in the open. In some cases, it can be valuable to revive someone despite you dying in the process if they are going to be able to get out and revive you after, mostly because of the timer, but be ready to sacrifice them and let them die if you know in your heart that going for a revive is gonna get you both killed. Also, be aware of your equipment. We're gonna go over the details of every boss in the video, but they all have strengths and weaknesses. If you are struggling with a boss, sometimes all you need is a different weapon, a different descendant, or a different strategy altogether. Some weapons aren't that good for killing bosses or just have a very short range, and many players try plinking them from a safe distance, dealing no damage when they should be up close. The Void Intercept battle page is great for this since it shows all of the information, plus even gives you a recommendation for how much resistance you should have against the boss's own elemental attacks, because most of the time you'll get one shot if you don't have it. It's also worth noting that if you're running publics and your teammates keep letting you down, if your equipment and your strats are strong enough, it could be optimal to play private, especially if you try doing pyro, but more on him later. Also, this one is definitely not as well known as it should be. If you scan the boss or hit the SZ or tab or whatever button you want to call it, you will see a purple bar underneath the boss's health. This is their invincibility or frenzy bar, which will fill up as they keep taking damage. The bar is based on the amount of damage that the boss takes anywhere except on a weak weak point. If you shoot them anywhere that isn't a weak point, this bar will fill up, and if you only shoot weak points perfectly and never miss it, they will build no frenzy and they will not frenzy the entire fight. Fun fact, if they do get knocked over when you do break a weak point or whatever that makes them stumble or stun them, they will also not build frenzy as well, in which case you can go for body shots, but obviously they're standing still, so you shoot a weak point instead. All bosses will spawn ads, as in lower health filler enemies that don't really deal too much damage and kind of just run around being a nuisance. Make sure that somebody on the team, ideally I would say someone like a bunny, makes sure to clear these out. Not only do they get in the way, stun you and deal a little bit of damage, but they also drop ammo and health for the entire team when killed. The Kingfishers are the most annoying ads as well, since they deal damage and bump anyone who gets close to them away, which can actually let them cancel abilities and even block or cancel revives. Also, right before we dive into it, a quick mention. I never thought of this myself, but you don't actually need to talk to Seneca to start avoiding interception. You can actually do it in the map by hitting the icons in the bottom left instead. I know most people have beat and know how to beat Gravewalker, but it does share a lot of similarities with Swampwalker later, so I figured that we're just gonna go over it. So starting off, we have the attributes. It has a weak point type to pierce, and it deals fire damage. It has a attribute resistance of being very strong against fire. Fire damage does not really do much. It's very weak to chill damage, so you know it takes a lot of damage from chill. It's pretty strong against electric, and it's okay against toxic. This means that if you would want to mod your weapon and add elemental damage or elemental attacks to it, you will see significantly better results to your performance against this specific boss, and this will apply to all the other bosses later on as well. And this is also something you see for all the different bosses. There's fire resistance, basically, which is 150 here. You only need 150 fire resistance to survive this fight. It's pretty easy, it's not a big deal. So let's talk about the weak points. The shoulder shot is not very good. I'd probably say it's the weakest of all the different weak points that you can shoot. So as for Swampwalker, the ideal cover and the weak point will be the eye. You can just keep shooting into the eye over and over again after the cover is broken to still deal damage and just completely beam them. You will deal more damage by shooting the brain or whatever, but because of how difficult it is to actually hit your shots on that brain, especially if you're shooting at it from ground level, it's just not worth it. Just shoot the eye, bro. It's simple as that. But if you do have a precision weapon and you do get the angle, you'll still get the most damage from shooting the brain or even the little sensors on the shoulders. As for the Gravewalker's attack, it shoots fireballs that burn the floor. You can tell that he's about to shoot this because the two hands will start to glow up and he will kind of lock it in and aim towards one target. So all you have to do is get out of the way or get behind cover as soon as it shoots. Another attack is that he shoots projectile bullets, especially if you get close enough. The Gravewalker also spawns Roly-Poly occasionally with a weak spot. These have a weak spot in the center of the whole thing. They don't really seem to have headshots. It also has a rain artillery ability, which starts with them tucking their legs in and just look around for the markers and stay out of them as you do with any AoE or artillery damage. Once Frenzy is triggered, it does not take damage normally. It is immune to normal shots. However, you can of course shoot the weak spot, which is the 6 pillars sticking out of the legs, and after you've destroyed all 6, the frenzy will stop. I'd say unlike most other bosses as well, the Gravewalker doesn't really move after they've entered the frenzy. They kind of just stay in one spot and you have to run around and actually, you know, kill them. But moving on to the Stunning Beauty, just like with the Gravewalker, it's pretty easy to beat her this early in the game, but this specific type of like a big female boss, Colossi even, you will see it a lot later on, so we'll just explain how she works and then we can move on to the next one. She has a weak point type to crush and she deals electric damage. She is strong against fire, very strong about electricity, as you could guess. Normal towards chill and very weak towards toxic damage, and you need 350 electric resistance if you want to absorb damage. As for her weak points, what's interesting with the Stunning Beauty and the female Colossum in general is that you kind of don't want to shoot the shoulders or maybe even the middle little thing in the middle of their chest. Instead, because the legs and the middle seem to take the same amount of damage, and seeing as the legs are mostly not really moving that much and also have a way larger hitbox than a little thing in their chest, shooting the legs would be optimal. Most people seem to go for shoulders or even the middle, but it is so much easier to hit the legs, and the shoulders just don't take enough damage, so just go for the legs. Now, if you do have a sniper or a precision weapon, you will get the most damage by going for the ears, but that's if you can line up those shots and hit them consistently. As for her attacks, she has cleave projectile shots where she holds her hand out like this, and then she kind of just aims towards the enemy. It glows up and then she shoots. All you have to do to dodge is just roll backwards, really, if she's really close, or forwards. Sometimes it just depends what angle she comes at. The timing is right when the bullets have left her hand, because otherwise she'll just keep tracking you, because otherwise she just leaves the shot. She also shoots rockets, so get out of the way or get behind cover when those come. And she spawns Kingfishers that are really annoying. We mentioned them previously. She can spawn blue balls just all over herself that are going to be annoying. If you're close, I suggest getting behind cover, but if you're kind of far away, just step out a little bit, because it does, you know, it kind of floods the area with these blue balls, but it has kind of a short range, so you can just back up a little bit and you'll be completely fine. She also has a teleport where she will teleport around either to dodge the enemy or even right on top of one of us. If she does teleport on top of you, she is about to stomp you, and not in a good way, so roll out of the way. As for her frenzy, when it is triggered, she will pull up a big, almost a comically large eye, and at the same time you have this status effect over your own character. When the eye above your character is blue, blue circles will spawn on the ground, sort of like artillery damage that you just have to get out of the way of, or you're gonna take electric damage. When the eye, and of course the icon above your head, turns yellow, you're about to be hit by basically a sniper shot. You'll take a lot of damage, and you can't really dodge it once the damage leaves because of how fast it is. So the second that you get marked and it starts glowing yellow, break the line of sight between the eye and yourself, and it will cancel it. Just kind of dart in and out of cover, and you will probably stay marked but never really take damage. Obviously the boss will be immune during the frenzy, and the weak point will be the eye itself. When the eye blinks, there won't be any attacks. Also, fun fact with this one, as many of our bosses, frenzy runs out if too much time is elapsed. The eye can be destroyed with enough damage. You can also just kill the boss outright by killing the eye. But moving on, we have the Executioner, which is the first of its kind, much like the Stunning Beauty and the Gravewalker, but it's important to learn about him because it does go over how a lot of things work. Also, I believe you see Executioner, I'm gonna check real quick. You do see Executioner back in the hard mode later on, so it makes a lot of sense to learn how it works now and even later on. We're gonna make a video covering hard mode bosses later in the game's lifespan. I just don't think there's enough people that are looking for video guides or videos in general for the game that aren't, you know, stuck in normal. Not many of the people that are looking for guides are actually at the upper end of the level spectrum at this moment. So let's talk about the Executioner. Has a weak point type to burst damage. His attack attribute is electric. He deals electric damage. He is strong against fire, very strong against electric, weak against chill, very weak against toxic, and you are suggested to have a 900 electric resistance if you wanna run him. As for his weak point, he takes pretty solid damage when hit in the legs. The shoulders do take the least amount of damage compared to all of their weak points, but they are very easy to hit in comparison. So it really just depends what you can do. I'd say that the leg plate is pretty small. If you can get him to stand still for a little bit, if you can get the angle, if he's busy with an enemy, shoot the legs. Otherwise, I find you might as well just go for the shoulders. You will deal most damage by hitting the nose, but this thing is moving around all the time and you cannot reliably deal damage to it, so I do not suggest going for it. As I've said previously also, it's a marginal difference in damage overall. You're better off just going for the shoulder. As for his attacks, there are plenty. One being him holding out a blaster and shooting a bunch of projectiles. All you have to do is get out of the way or get behind cover. There's another one where he holds out the blaster and shoots a solid beam. When the beam comes out, just break line of sight and get behind cover. Simple as that. There's another one where he holds out his blaster and then he charges it a little bit with a charging sound even playing. It sounds something like this, where it then shoots a ball. This ball is slightly homing and it will destroy cover. So get behind cover and it will hit the cover instead. He also has an ability where he spawns Kingfishers, and this one people get very wrong, especially because they don't understand how frenzy works. But he also can spawn hummingbirds. These are like flying Kingfishers that fly behind him that slowly heal him if not destroyed. But most notably, hummingbirds increase his frenzy, because obviously they want the boss to be in frenzy, so you'll have a harder time killing them. So make sure to kill the hummingbirds when you can. Another actually pretty cool ability is that he can turn your screen white and then teleport the whole lobby into one spot to then follow it up with a slam that will deal a significant amount of damage. You want to get out of the way before he lands. It helps to double hop right after the teleport has started and then grapple wherever you want to go. otherwise you might get animation or stun locked once you land. If you get close enough, he will go for a melee sword attack that hits anything in a line in front of him. To do so, he will take a quick step back, so as soon as you see him suddenly jerking back a little bit, expect the sword to come in and just roll to the side immediately. As for when his frenzy is toggled, he will always be immune, and you need to shoot the pillar on his back instead. He will also be firing off artillery. He will also be firing off artillery attacks. These are the blue circles on the ground you need to get out of the way not to get hit by. And he will have a beam attack, much like previously, but this time it will be stuck in one spot. He also has a splitter beam, which is like a shotgun beam. It shoots like a bunch instead of just one solid beam. In order to counter this, just try to be a little bit farther away, and of course over time, if the thing in the back isn't destroyed, the frenzy will run out. Moving over, the Dead Bride, as you can see, should remind you a lot of Stunning Beauty, but with a few key differences. As you can see in the background footage here, there's now red water all over the map. You can basically expect it to be water across any map that you play after Dead Bride, obviously not the ones you already cleared. But once you continue leveling up, this is the arena you'll be playing from. The Dead Bride is more of like an ice type of the Stunning Beauty. She is weak to burst damage and deals chill damage, very weak to fire, who would have thought. She has a decent resistance towards electricity. She's very strong towards chill damage and pretty strong against poison. You're also recommended to have 1600 chill resistance, you know, if you want to beat her. As for her weak points, the legs and the middle will take the same amount of damage. So shooting the legs is optimal. We went over this with Stunning Beauty, but you might have skipped here, so let me just explain real quick that people go for the shoulders or the middle, but it is much easier to hit the legs, and the shoulders just don't take as much damage. So you just shoot the legs instead. If you can, they're also very big, they're wide. You can even hit her leg hitbox from the front when she's facing you. It's a lot easier than going for the tiny thing in the middle of her chest. If you do have a sniper or precision weapon, you can get the most damage because it has the highest modifier by shooting the ears. You can also see here that you can now see a amplifier weak point right here. Destructible parts when frenzied. We're gonna talk about that later. But moving on, we're gonna go over her attacks. So first off, it is spinning the ice pizza, as I like to call it, where she shoots projectiles at anyone within range. For most ranges, you will not be hit if you just keep hip firing and moving laterally, but you can also cut the line of sight from the pizza with a floating piece of the map, kind of just blocking the view, as the attack stem will hit that piece of the map instead of you and letting you shoot back undisturbed. Keep in mind that at the end of this whole ice pizza thing, she slams that ice down onto the ground surrounding her, which deals significant damage to anyone who's right there. So if you are close, make sure to step back as soon as she stops. She also spawns kingfishers that are very annoying. And she does have a laser, so when she pulls up the laser, she will point it at whoever she wants to, and then it will have a tiny indicator laser showing where she wants to shoot, and by the time it finishes charging, she'll just shoot one solid beam in a fixed position. So if you just roll out of the way when it finishes, you will survive very easily. It deals a decent amount of damage and goes through and destroys cover, so all you can do is try to get out of the way and stay on the move. Grappling also helps you stay on the move. She also shoots rockets. Not much out there, just try to keep your distance if you're struggling with them. She also has a hand single fire shot, so just holding it like this, but all you have to do is keep jumping or moving laterally and she will miss the projectile. It's very slow. She also has an ability that shoots icicles that stay on the ground, and touching these will deal damage, so don't touch them and just keep moving and you won't be hit. When she goes into frenzy, she obviously goes immune. She starts only taking damage if you shoot the glowing amplifiers, as mentioned previously, on her gun. She can also fast teleport around, and she will, and if she happens to teleport on top of you, be ready to run away from her as far as possible, because she's going to start making an ice dome that slows down anyone inside of it and deals a lot of damage. If a teammate gets killed in the dome, do not try to revive them until it runs out, or is about to run out depending on your own health and resistance. The dome lasts for 25 seconds after it closes, so if a teammate is about to time out and you have like 1 or 2 seconds left, you could go in and start a revive, hoping that you actually survive the ice damage. Just try not to die next to him. Keep in mind, she can also start the ice dome without teleporting, so if she starts aiming upwards, start running away from her because it's coming, and if you're not fast, you're gonna get caught. Her frenzy, as with many others, will go out after enough time is spent, or if you destroy both of the amplifiers. The Devourer is a first of its kind, and there will be more of it later in the next videos, but let's go over how they work, because this one is pretty interesting. They are weak towards pierce damage and they deal toxic damage. Their attribute resistance is normal towards fire, very weak towards electricity, strong against chill, and very strong against toxic. Could have guessed, because it's a toxic character, all about the gas and poison. You are suggested to have 1800 toxin resistance to beat this guy, or at least survive his attacks. So how does it work? Starting off, we have the weak points. He actually takes the same amount of damage for hits on his shoulders, his middle thing, and the head, and takes the least damage if you shoot him in the leg. So aim for whichever you can on his upper body. I would probably recommend the shoulders generally, since it is the largest and most static target. But if you have him constantly facing you, just shoot the middle thing. It is a lot larger on Devourer than it is on different bosses. As for his attacks, he has a semi-auto fire poisoning shot that leaves poison on the ground wherever it lands. He shoots blaster projectiles, just kind of move or get out of the way, or he just shoots general projectiles, just again move out of the way. They're slow moving. There's also one really interesting ability that you should know about, where he screams and then eventually slaps his hands together. Once he starts screaming, it will spawn green balls surrounding him at feet level, and when he slaps his and when he slaps his hands together, it sends out balls going in all possible directions at the same height from his feet. So if you see him doing this animation, or if you see the balls coming out, get on a higher ground or just double jump when you start moving around. He also has that ability that shoots projectiles from his shoulders that create spikes that deal damage when touched, and also seem to block you when running as well. He also creates Roly-Polys, so avoid those. He has a blue artillery attack, and of course if you get too close, he does a slam attack, hitting a little bit in front of him actually, so you can roll under his legs or just behind him and you're gonna be fine. When he gets frenzied, this one is a bit difficult for a lot of people, but obviously he goes immune, and he will obviously go immune, and he has the lines that go towards different bubbles. Inside of these bubbles there are symbionts. You can break them by shooting them, just dealing any type of damage to them. You obviously have to get inside of the bubble because it acts as a shield from any incoming damage from you. He can still kind of damage you through it. We'll get to that soon. Each symbiont heals Devourer by a very significant amount until broken, so if you take too long to get rid of it, he will be fully healed by the time that you're breaking it. So make sure that you actually focus fire and get this down as fast as possible. I'd have to really think about it, but I would probably imagine that you would want to shoot, probably have everyone clearing the same one at a time, rather than everyone doing breaking the symbionts completely split. Because if you do one at a time, you can lower the amount of heals either by a fourth or a third every time, rather than him getting to get the full heals until everyone has actually killed the symbionts together. But yeah, this I guess that really doesn't matter unless you're in a full stack. But he also shoots a green artillery attack starting right where you are standing that deals significant damage when they blow up. If you're inside of the bubble, stand on one edge of the bubble, and then as soon as he starts coming in, go to the other side and then keep shooting at the symbiont, and then he's gonna go back and forward until it is fully destroyed. If you cannot destroy the symbionts, after healing him fully, it will actually go away on its own. But now you have both the frenzy and the ultimate itself will go away on its own, but now you have a full health Devourer to deal with, so not ideal. Moving on, we have the Pyromaniac. This thing is difficult, especially if you're a new player, because a lot of you players are constantly asking me about Pyromaniac, so let me tell you all about him. Alright, he is weak towards pierce damage and he deals fire damage. He is very strong towards fire, strong towards electric, weak towards chill, and he's okay with toxin. And this is a very big one. You need 2100 fire resistance in order to beat this guy, or you are recommended to. The abilities are also very difficult to dodge if you don't know how they work, which in combination with a very high amount of damage will get a lot of people killed. So let's go over how it works. Starting off, we have the weak points. You can get very good damage on the legs, and of course the shoulders take the least amount of damage, as with most other bosses, but they are very easy to hit. So if he is focusing someone else, you might have to shoot the shoulders just to get damage in. You really do not want this guy to get frenzied. You can get the most damage by hitting his nose. It's a bit scuffed with this specific version, but it is very difficult to hit, so I do not recommend it. Moving on with the attacks. So the first one is a burst of projectiles. You just kind of move laterally. He'll miss most. He can spawn kingfishers, and of course he can spawn hummingbirds that slowly heal. More notably, hummingbirds increase frenzy as long as they are alive, so you really want to get those out of the way so he doesn't frenzy up on you. He also has the attack where he pulls out a blade and swings forward, which slices anyone in front of him and deals a crap ton of damage and sets the ground on fire. The tell for this one is that he slams his chest before doing so be ready to roll to the side if he goes for it. There's also another attack where he holds out a launcher and followed by a charging glow sort of emitting, and then him shooting a death ball. Basically, use a ball with chains around it. The easiest way to explain it is a death ball. This ball will track you and follow you and actually shoot smaller balls your way. So if you're trying to just run away from it, you will keep getting hit by that small ball. So the only way to survive this is by playing close to cover and then trying to bait it into that very cover to break it. Or if you're close enough to the pyro, just step a little bit to the side or roll backwards or even forwards so it gets led into the ground. If you try running away and then try to dodge it, it'll just loop around and keep following you until you eventually die. He can also spawn chains that kind of just fly everywhere, followed by him teleporting you into him, with him then slamming the ground and setting that ground on fire. As I mentioned with Executioner, just make sure to double jump right after the teleport has finished so you can get out of the way and not get animation locked, which will kill you. He also has a fire beam ability. This is just a beam, so get behind cover. It doesn't break the cover or anything. You can also try to get out of range if you really don't want to take damage. Its range is pretty short. As for when he gets frenzied, as I said, you really do not want it to get to this point, but if it does, there's a teleport slam. When he has become frenzied, the teleport slam changes, so it spawns chains that are kind of like rotating around. We'll talk more about those in a little bit. But they leave the slammed area on fire, and the flying chains need to be jumped over. If you actually want to survive it, I suggest double jumping, and it's usually one, maybe two active at the same time. So you gotta figure out a way how to path yourself and jump over it to stay alive. You can also try to get on a high ground if there's any left, as they won't really hit you. The beam changes to a different one that deals way more damage, but works a little bit differently. It becomes a chained beam, which reminds you a little bit more about where he kind of tracks you as you're moving around, and then eventually once the charge up is finished, he gets fixed in one position. He only beams in one specific angle, and you can just step out of the way and you will take no damage. You can even try to time it properly and roll right when it finishes to take nearly no damage, if not no damage at all. It also makes it easy for you to get around and shoot the canister sticking out of his back. It's honestly pretty great if you're playing solo, for example, which I did in the background footage. He also has the same split beam that I mentioned previously. If he's going for it, just try to jump out and go to the side. You're probably going to take damage. It's hard to react to it. And again, these chains don't only spawn when he double jumps. He kind of just spawns them whenever he wants to. There's a sort of artillery sort of icon with a circle filling out, showing where they are about to appear right before they do. But it's very short and very hard to notice. But once you know how to look out for it, once you know how it looks, you will be able to predict where they're gonna be and plan your dodging appropriately. And of course, as with most frenzies, it will stop on its own if not broken. Moving on, we have this swampy, tanky Swamp Walker with a weak point type to burst. It's an updated version of the Grave Walker. There's a frost one in hard, so it's worth going over this again, what the differences are. He deals toxic damage. He has decent resistance against normal, but he has decent resistance against fire. He's very weak to electricity. He's strong to chill and very strong towards toxin, and you are suggested to have a very high toxin resistance of 2600. As with the Grave Walker, though you probably don't remember that because it was level 10, I barely remembered until just now. This dude is very tanky. He has a lot of health, especially compared with the other bosses towards the later end of, well, all the bosses and interceptions. So you need to be able to sustain all the damage he throws your way and be able to deal enough damage over a long period of time to actually take him down. It is a real pain in the ass, to say the least. But let's go over how he works so you know as well. Again, as I mentioned with the previous Walker, the ideal place to shoot will always be the eye. It's fairly big. It's in the middle of the hitbox. It doesn't move too much. You can just keep shooting into the eye, breaking the cover, and then breaking the eye, and then shooting underneath it to keep dealing that weak point damage. If you do get the angle and have a precision rifle, you could try to shoot the brain at the very middle of at the top of it, but you need to be able to hit a lot of shots because you don't really get that much of additional damage over hitting the eye, and it is a lot more difficult to do so. As for their attacks, the Swamp Walker shoots rockets that leave a poison effect on the ground. It kind of keep tracking you if you're rolling when they're launched. So you're better off trying to get some distance if they're coming your way, or even double jumping and grappling around to have him miss you as if I passed. He can also spawn roly-poly. He can shoot with his machine guns, either one or the two, usually if you get close. And he has a charged attack, which fires one or two big projectiles, depending on whether one or both of the hands are charging. These charged attacks deal a lot of damage and poisons the ground underneath him. So wait for the charge to finish, for him to lock his aim in, and then roll, or again just jump around and grapple when they're on the way in, especially if he's in frenzy, which we're gonna get to just now. So when he frenzies, the Swamp Walker goes immune and gets these 6 amplifiers on his legs that you need to destroy to stop the frenzy. And as I mentioned, be careful, because the Swamp Walker is now on the ground instead of being suspended in the air, which puts them closer to you, which means that if you are playing close to them, you now have a very noticeable smaller window in order to dodge any incoming projectiles. Usually it's machine guns or even the charge fire, or I guess the rockets. They will all just hit you super fast and you will never see it coming. So especially at this point, you really want to grapple around whenever you expect the attack to hit you, because rolling will just not cut it when you're this close. But now let's talk about the Hanged Man. This bad boy is probably one of the easiest bosses, even, you know, I guess relatively. Obviously a level 10 boss is easy for me to kill. I'm pretty high level by now, but it is very easy once you figure it out. And what's funny is that the Hanged Man on his own is very special, because he has he's completely up in the air and has, I think it's a he, it says Hanged Man, right? Completely suspended in the air. It has a unique mechanic that if you don't keep it in mind, it will actually wipe your entire team and there's nothing you can do about it. And yeah, it's pretty difficult until everyone knows how it works, which is one of the reasons we're doing this video. Public knowledge will help us actually, you know, beat Hangman together. But anyway, so let's go over how it works. The Hangman is weak to crush. It deals electric damage. It is strong against fire, very strong against electric, normal resistance against chill, and very weak against toxic. You're recommended to have 3100 electric resistance, so basically a fully leveled up defense or electric resistance mod to play this one, and we'll get to why in a little bit. But depending on how good you are at running the strats and dodging, you might have to up this quite a lot. I think being able to hit your shots is also crucial for this specific boss, but let's go over why that is. So starting off, when it comes to his weak points, the shoulder shot is definitely the weakest. You get the least amount of damage for it. The headshot is very strong by far, with a very high modifier. The pipes in the back are also very solid, and the large things next to the shoulders are pretty decent. So I would ideally say, if you get the chance to, I know this guy's moving around and bobbing all over the place, but shoot the head if you get a chance to. Otherwise, just go for the big plate next to the shoulder or the back or whatever, or the pipe. And finally, if you have nothing else to shoot on, go for the shoulder. But since this guy works different than the other bosses with its unique mechanic, there is actually no frenzy modifier, so you don't have to worry about shooting the body. So as long as you're sinking shots into them, you're still gonna progress on what you're working on. So you're still gonna progress on getting those kill and finishing the Hangman. As for their attacks, the Hangman fires homing bolts that you need to kind of lead into cover and have it destroy as it goes into cover. They fire blue artillery with the filling circles that you have to dodge to stay alive. They shoot rockets, they spawn kingfishers that is annoying, and of course it has a hand blaster, which looks really goofy, but it does make it pretty easy to line up some good shots, especially towards the head. Now let's talk about what actually matters the most, which is the unique combat mechanics. Frenzy works completely different for the Hangman. Unlike other bosses, as I said, taking damage on non-weak spots doesn't actually build frenzy over time. Instead, at the middle of the map, as you might have noticed, there is this odd-looking totem with a floating cube right in front of it. Over the course of the fight, the red tubes around this totem or floating cube will gradually fill up. Once these tubes are fully filled up, the Hangman deploys an attack that will basically instantly wipe the entire lobby, and there's nothing you can do about it. So to combat this, one person on the team needs to be ready to run down and grab the cube, and then be able to keep carrying it while the rest of the lobby fights what most easily could be called a frenzied
Kobe kind of knows what he's
version
doing,
of the
but the other kid's
Hangman.
retarded.
As with any frenzied enemy, the Hanged Man becomes immune to all damage everywhere except for a big cannon sticking out of his mouth. in addition to spawning Kingfishers and artillery fire, he will also keep firing a super split laser, I guess I'll call it, which covers a large percentage of the interception arena in one direction in a almost one-shot level damage, especially if you haven't leveled up your resistance or health. The shot takes about 7 to 8 seconds to charge, and you'll see he's going for it because he'll start glowing. And also, when he is casting the beam, there's a health bar over the cannon. Just keep an eye out for that, and you'll know if to focus it or not, I guess. It's good to know about, because he'll kind of start glowing around his mouth to show that something is charging, but he will kind of stay in one place during the charge until he starts firing. So you can shoot it to get some pretty easy damage in. And if you're not the target themselves, just run away from the targeted teammate if you want to survive the blast. If you are the target, this means that you need to run backwards, I guess, away from the hangman, as this will give you more time to escape the center of this laser beam and give you a window to actually survive. Knowing the timing of this is vital, because the hangman kind of slows down as abilities charging up, as I mentioned previously, which can give you the timing that you need to put the damage in and actually shoot the cannon. It usually takes focus fire from 1 or 2 people to break it. I've noticed most of my puppers don't really shoot it. It's really easy to do. And the hangman will stay in this frenzied state until the cube is put back. Every time the cannon in his mouth is destroyed, the pipes around the statue will drain a little bit time and time again. So the person who manages the cube needs to be ready to put it back in its place once the pipes are adequately drained, usually after you defeat the cannon once or twice, depending on how much health is left. What's funny about the hangman is if you have a team of highly leveled players who know what they're doing, you can actually wipe it super easily. You don't even have to care about this mechanics, because you just out DPS him. He doesn't have time to build that much blood or whatever. We actually don't know what the fluid inside of the pipes is. But either way, I noticed that because I was trying to record footage of the hangman, but no matter what I did, he couldn't build up enough frenzy or blood or drain, whatever. So I read it twice when I realized it's not gonna happen. I'm too high level at this point. But overall, if you just follow this plan, you will be able to beat the hangman just as easily. So, and you know, once you learn how to play around the mechanics and get comfortable with it, thanks to that comparatively low health, I have to say the hangman might actually be one of the easiest bosses in the game, at the very least to grind, which might be good if you guys are like me and you have been going for the ultimate bunny. This is actually on our 46 of our live stream, where we have been grinding for the ultimate bunny, which we are currently crafting. It would have been good to know how easy it is to run the hangman, because then we could have spammed it and just used the repurpose thing at the end of it and actually made the one shard that we needed, but actually get the bunny coat, but we didn't get the bunny coat, so that sucks. But anyways, that was it from me. I hope that this really helped. Let me know if it did, I guess, and if so, make sure to like and subscribe and all of that. And as usual, if you do enjoy the content, make sure to hop on over to the Nexon creators page and you hit the support button on my profile that I will be linking in the description. It takes probably a few minutes to do, not even that. If you're logged in, it probably takes 10 seconds. It is completely free, and basically what it does is it supports me and shows Nexon that, oh yeah, this guy has a large fan base, but also it gives me a tiny bit of kickback if you guys do purchase something in game. So it would help me out a lot if you do hop on over and hit that support button. But that was it for me, so thank you guys for watching, and yeah, see ya, bye bye. In the First Descendant, there are 3 descendants that are so useful that they're considered must-haves. Not because of their strength in game, mind you, or because of how fun they are to play, but because without them, you literally cannot get certain items. So today we'll go over all of these descendants and how you can get them so you can keep grinding. Let's dive into it. Right, so starting off with Sharon, I'm going to show you guys what exactly you can do with her and why you do need her. And that's specifically, you want to do these outposts. So if you guys already seen these already, you do them and kill the towers and you can get a little bit of loot. But if you actually use Sharon with them, you do an infiltration, you can not only get the O98 like you can see here, but if you scroll down you can get the O98.
Oh, yes, I can leave.
Decent
Fuck you.
As well.
Oh,
so
Max,
do is, again,
Max fucking Thunder Cage.
The only characters that can do this. And then you hop on in, you go invisible.
Alright, we're gonna farm Hardlight or some shit, the Hardlight.
Hack
I remember Hard Light from Destiny, but oh, got my Thunder Cage. I'm gonna get max Thunder Cage tomorrow. I'm so
long
excited.
duration build. That's like the one thing I've focused when I built this one, and the only reason I wanted it is because otherwise you cannot get all of the hacks in one go. You can still roll and do a lot of different, like you can jump, roll, and there we go. You can jump, you can roll, you can grapple, mid-invisibility. It's just pretty great. But she doesn't have that much fighting power, so keep that in mind. That's way better. Now, did we get what we wanted? No, but again, it's about a 5 to 25% drop rate on this one specifically. It gives you that additional item. We can run out this one as well just to give you guys a better example so you guys can actually see it. It's funny too because this is really just the introduction to the character, and we just all right, we gotta show it because I'm gonna show you guys how to get it as well. Like what I found to be the most optimal way of getting Sharon, which I believe is probably the same way as everything else. It's a pretty easy thing to do, pretty easy path to take. And I still like how the shadow character thing is all caked up. That's just such a Nexon moment. All right, can we get him though? I need to work on my aim. All right, fuck it, we go Thunder Cage. There we go. And there you go, the 103, which, as you might not know, is the one you get down here and not the one you get up here. So you might still not get both, might still only get one of them, but that's why you have Sharon. So moving on, let's go over how you actually can get her. And like I said, I only use her for infiltrations. I don't really like using Sharon usually, so I'm swapping to Bunny just so I can actually show you guys how to get her. Let me show you exactly how that's done. So first off, obviously, maybe play somebody else than Sharon because you're not gonna have her. In my case, I have Ultimate Bunny. This one's for you, chat. This one's for you, so you guys have something to enjoy looking at. I know some of you guys want to look at my face. Now you got a little bit of both. So yeah, you just go to this console right here, and you don't even need to do hard for this one. You can do it on hard if you want to, but it doesn't really matter. And then you're gonna want to run Seed Vault in Echo Swamp. Where is it? There. Seed Vault in Echo Swamp for the enhanced cells. Has a 20% drop rate right here. Sharon enhanced cells. All you need to do is do this one, run it once. We could keep running it just to show you guys getting the cells, but I feel like it's probably just gonna make the video longer to record, and I think you guys will get the point. We can just Photoshop it in here and say, Otter got it. I'll play this one towards on hard. I forgot exactly how you do it, but it's fine. Really? It's not working with me today. We got a complex carbon activator to go. Let's go. Oh man. I swear to God, these fucking checkpoints are way less forgiving than the ones on hard mode. I've never had it to touch them like that. Does the normal bunny and old bunny share the same module sets and patterns? No. It's like a new descendant basically. That's just me answering chat over at twitch.tv/otter. Come on in, ask any questions you might have. I'll try my best to answer them. If I don't know it, chat knows it. Great community, great guys. Some may say the greatest. And let's see, did we get it? No, we didn't get it, but this is where we get the obviously the Sharon piece, the first one, that being the enhanced cells. Moving on though, of course, we have the Sharon stabilizer. How do you get that? Why don't you use energy activator or ultimate bunny? I don't have it yet. I don't have one. I need to craft one. But we're making this video. So again, you can just go right back to the console. You're gonna get the stabilizer, and to do that, we just need to run the chapel. Oh, again on normal. I forgot where the chapel is. Is that also in there? Here. Yes, both are Echo Swamp. Oh, how many hours do I have in this game? 160, probably like 170 by now. 160 by the tweet I made this morning. So, sadly didn't get it this time around, but that is how you get the stabilizer. So moving on, so the next one is we're gonna go into Agna Desert, the asylum. It is right here. We're gonna hop in, public, no private. Alright, see if we got it this time. I'm stupid, we didn't hack it yet. There we go. Did we get it? At least we're getting a bunch of amorphous materials. Yeah, it's a good thing we're not grinding this, because we've gone grinding this for the video as well, because then we would have been out there quite some time. Moving on though, we have the final part of Sharon, and that is of course the code, which you will also get from Agna Desert. We're gonna head on over here to the console again. It is in Agna Desert, Caligu, Asueri, right here. See the sharing code. And all of these have a 20% drop rate, so you just keep running it until you finally get it. It's not too much of an effort from your side. Both Sharon and Freyna are pretty much must-haves, I'd say. I think also the one we will get to by the end of this video is also extremely important, but he is not as easy. I will show you guys how to get Sharon. I will show you guys how to get Freyna, but as for the last, they're pretty straightforward. But as for Enzo, the last one, it is definitely a way longer grind. So stay tuned for that one. And there we go. Now, sadly, no drop here either. But you know, assuming you would run all of them one time, which I just did now myself, it would take you less than 30 minutes to do so, depending on how fast you run through it. And you would have all of the items, which you then would just go and you would slap them into the crafter, into the research over here with Anais, and it will take you a little while, a few hours. You know, let's just skip it. And then you would have Sharon, which again is the first one that you need. The second one, as I mentioned, is Freyna. She is a toxicity. I believe it might not be the only one, but she is a must-have because you really, really want abilities with Toxic. The reason you want abilities with Toxic is, well, she's kind of fun to play, but it's really just because some of the Void Shard events, the Void missions, the Void fragments, they actually require you to have a Toxic. So these are obviously per element, and if you don't have a that has that element, you cannot do it. And that's very important to know, because there are certain events that give more Void Shards than other events, and it really depends on which one. So for example, now I'm on hard, so I get a lot of them. I would get like 13 if I do this one, but basically I get 13 inorganic Void Shards on this one, and it's you need Toxic to activate it. You can hop on over, you can check it out. And if you want to get inorganic Void Shards, the optimal way to do it is by doing any of the Void missions that are for Toxic. If you want to do Void missions or Void fragments that are not Toxic, because you don't have Freyna, for example, all you can really do is run. I can see there's like some non-attributes, and there's some fire and whatever, but you're going from 12 to 11, 12, 13 inorganic Void Shards per run to 1, 2, 3 or 4, right? I don't even know if there's a 4 in here. Yeah, there's a 4 in here. Actually, that one is also Toxic. That is one non-attribute there. Yeah, so like really overall, you need to, so here's how that one looks like. So you really want to get Freyna so you can do these, so you can farm void shards more optimally down the line. And just like Sharon, she is super easy to get. She's not that big of a deal, that much of a grind overall, but I'm gonna show you guys how to get her as well. But all right, so Freyna, yep, she's right there. Let me go over how you actually can get her. All you have to do is hop into Vespers. You want to run Shelter, Public, of course. You can see there, they're 20% for the enhanced cells. And that's Suedo. Sadly, we didn't get it there either. Actually, I wonder if you can even get it once you've actually done it once, because I don't think I ever got it in duplicates. Does anyone in chat happen to know? Okay, so moving on. Now we can no longer do the rest of it from Albion. We could do Sharon all the way for Albion. It was really chill, but now we're gonna have to get our hands a little bit dirty. We're gonna have to go get the Freyna stabilizer. How do we get that? We have to go do ruins over here. Takes about 10 minutes or less. All right, I have a teleporter nearby, so we just hop on in. This one is, I think we're on private now. Okay, we put it on public, maybe we get lucky. This one helps, the more people you have in your team, the faster it will go. Now, sadly, I was on private, so just on public, we might get lucky and get somebody to hop in, but you just have to stand by the bot, really. Can't wait for fan art of Bunny. Oh, there already is. There already is. So much fan art of Bunny. Quotation marks. Alright, so we didn't get it there, but that's the run you have to do in order to get the stabilizer. So moving on, we want to get this spiral catalyst, which you will get from Ruins Underground Entrance. It's over here. Like when you're in the map, in the global map, instead of like just in the region. Now this guy already started it, but you can already see the beginning. And sadly we didn't get the Freyna one here either. But you know, if we were really lucky, I mean, like you said, we're wasting all the bad RNG. We would have had the spiral catalyst already. Moving on, we have the Freyna code right here, which you will get from a amorphous pattern, which you will start off by running here. There's a 20% chance, right? We're gonna start off by hopping on over there. All right, so they're all here. Very simple. It's just an outpost. Just break it. There we go. And then the boss spawns right here. And bam. Now he didn't drop it this time. That's a 20% drop rate. If you don't get it, what you can do is, again, what I just did is I made it private. And you just hop onto another outpost even. You just get out of this area. Get out of Rockfall in this case. Get out of the area. You jump on over to a different one. And then you're just gonna jump right back. And sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. It really depends on like RNG and what server you get put in. If somebody else already cleared it in the server you get put in. Even in private, you're still sharing servers in a way. Now I didn't. So we can just go right back. And sadly we didn't get it, but you can just keep re-rolling that until you get it, and when you finally do, now you have an amorphous material. What do you do with it? Okay, you already know what to do with an amorphous material. What you need to do is you take it over here to this reactor right here, conveniently right next to it, and you're gonna wanna unlock it. Now, if you don't have the shards that you need, you can easily get them by running this void fragment over here. I'm gonna show you guys how to run it. This is actually the best place to get monomer shards as well, funny enough. Now, if you're on hard, or have access to hard, what you can do is just change to hard, as this will triple the amount of shards you get out of doing these. So you would get 4 for that one, and now you are gonna get, as you can see, 11. So not exactly, but more or less, right? You will get more. This is also not the optimal monomer, I was wrong, but we're making a video. I'm currently working on a video which will show the most optimal way where you can get every single void shard. If you guys haven't subscribed, I do suggest doing that. But I'll just show this one because it's still easier, I believe, to just get this one done here than go all the way to the optimal spot and do it from over there. This one will need to do it once. Okay, I'm also doing it wrong to begin with. It should be here. And that's the 12, or rather the 11. Once you've done that, we're gonna switch back to normal here because it doesn't really matter which one we do, because there's no drop rate on this amorphous material. As long as you have the amorphous material, you're gonna get it because there's only one thing you can get out of it. Do I do my own editing? No, most cases I actually hire people to do it. I think the video we did 2 days ago explaining the crystallization catalyst, that one I did it myself, but normally we have people do it. So now we have all of the shards. Well, it's 12, so worst case you'll have to run it twice, but it's good to have extra. Then all I have to do is operate that fusion reactor, open that bad boy up, and there you go. Bim bam boom. And then you're gonna spawn one of these repurposed or reconstructed devices. You're gonna pop that bad boy up, and if you had a Freyna, you would open it there, or the Freyna amorphous material, you would open it right there. Simple as that. But now we still have one more item we need before we can start crafting Freyna, and that of course is the Freyna code. How do we get that? That is... Wait, no, wait, that was the code. Sorry, I'm tired. That was the one we needed. Okay, so now we would have the code, and we could pop her in, and then you would have Freyna after a considerable amount of hours. So again, those are the two easy ones. You can do them basically in normal all you want. You don't actually, I mean, you can do one only, again, you can get Sharon just from stabilizers, or sorry, you can Sharon just from Albion, and then you can do this one, Freyna, just by staying in normal. You have to do like one quest, and then this one. But now we're gonna show you guys the one that isn't like a must-have necessarily, but I'd argue he still is because of how much time you save by having him, and that is Enzo. We're gonna pull Enzo up so you guys can get a good look at him. We're gonna explain how he works and how to get him. Actually, in retrospect, we should not have done that. So what we're gonna do first is I'm gonna show you guys exactly what it is Enzo does. Why is Enzo so good? Okay, so if you guys don't have Enzo, I'm gonna show you guys how much materials you will get from opening one of these caches here. These encrypted vaults give a ton of very valuable crafting materials. Depending on what zone you are in, they're giving you different materials. And almost every single weapon that you want to craft or descendant you want to craft needs these materials. They really get the Helion here, reverse charging coil, insulated metallic foil. You can get them for defeating some bosses, but actually this one is just for bosses, sorry. I always forget which one's which. And some, wait, this was a terrible example. I'm sorry I had to see that. Okay, here we go. The thermometallic foil. This one over here. This one you can get from defeating bosses, but not really that well. Because they added at this last patch, you can just defeat bosses and elite enemies in certain missions and still get it. But I believe you get like 1, maybe 2, and in this case you need 26. It's just not really that optimal. You want to open encrypted vaults instead. That's So when you open an encrypted vault, also encrypted vaults give you a hell of a ton of Kuiper. I'm gonna show you guys now. I'm gonna open it now. I'm not on Enzo, but I'm gonna give you guys a comparison. Keep in mind this is an ultra precision. It's also very hard. You look how small the thing is. If you're not built different, you are gonna whiff him. I whiffed him again. And I didn't even get it because I'm so terrible at the game. That is embarrassing. But that's perfect because that means we still have him, so we can hop on back. I totally failed that intentionally, so I'll have him now, and I can show you guys how much of a difference it is. Now, sadly, what you won't get to see is the difference in materials you get, but you get twice the reward by using Enzo. That's really all you need to know. But I'm gonna show you guys how much of the crafting material you get now. So first, you can already tell this thing is considerably larger. I'd say it's also moving a lot slower. Super easy to do, just like that. I can do it sleeping. And we got 12 mixed energy residue. If I would have opened this with Bunny, we would have gotten 6. So very big difference. It's much easier to do it with Enzo, and you get way more materials, and you get Kuiper. It's a no-brainer, right? Because it will make the rest of the game that much easier. So even though it's not a must-have, you can get materials otherwise. It's just so much more optimal than running the bosses yourself or opening the vaults yourself. So that was a perfect timing with that dramatic sound. How do you get Enzo? So as you can already see, it is quite a list. It's quite a list. So we're just gonna hop on through it. We're just gonna go through it. We're gonna go through all of it. So starting off, we got the monomolecular extractor. Chat. This one is super easy to get. Conveniently, there's one right here. You have to open boxes to get this one. This is depending on what zone you're in, or whatever we call like these areas. They will drop different items when you open the munitions boxes. In the case of the monomolecular extractor, you'll get it from opening munition boxes and resource boxes in Agna Desert, and one is right here. When you're running around, if you don't know where to get any of these boxes, when you're running around, just hit the tab, and even if they're really far away, if they're within range, they will still show to here through the wall this little diamond-shaped thing. We're gonna pop this one open, and we got 133 monomolecular extractors. So if we needed that many, we would have had it. Now we already have enough, and we already have, and so it doesn't matter. So moving on, how to get Flectorite is the exact same process, but in White Knight Gulch. I don't think it really matters where you go. There's probably some spots out here where there is like a box immediately when you teleport, but it's such a marginal difference, I believe, that it doesn't really matter where you go. You can kind of just jump around and you'll find it. So we spawn here, we're scanning, you can immediately see this one right here. Like, they are all over the place. There's a Flectorite, just like that. Then we got that, and you can just keep running around and you can get it. If you can't find it, you can just roll back and you'll get it again. As for the inorganic bagel, as I like to call it, a little bit different. This one you can only get from running these. They are from killing the bosses on these strategic outposts. All you can really do is re-roll them. But we're gonna hop on over and we're gonna do that one as well. And I believe it's both of the different strategic outposts in Vespers. Somebody in my chat told me that scanning all of the scanners, whatever, raised the drop rate of them. But I think, honestly, I haven't seen any proof of that whatsoever. I've tried it, and personally, I have not seen any difference in the drop rate. Not for the unique item, nor for the amorphous materials. So I think that's just a hoax that's going around, because I have not seen a difference whatsoever for me myself. No, sadly I didn't get it this time, but all you have to do if you don't get it from this one is you just hop on over to this one and you'll do it all over again. And you just gotta keep rolling it, you gotta keep doing it over and over. There are some items you can get that increase your drop rate of these items, I believe. we go. And sadly we didn't get it this time either, but then you can just jump back over here, and then you just keep doing it over and over and over again until you eventually get all that you need. And that's how you get the inorganic bagel. But moving on, we have way more to go through, so we're just gonna keep moving on with that. We of course have the enhanced cells blueprint. Now this one is gonna be a little bit more, but there's a lot of different ways you can go about this, but the easiest way is by getting the O28 amorphous material pattern, which you get by doing a infiltration here at this point right here. And this is where having Sharon comes in handy. If you do not have Sharon, you can't get this item, or this amorphous material. So it all ties together nicely, right? You need Sharon if you want to get this done. So now thankfully it's on normal. Then all you need to do is hop on over here. Actually, scratch it. You don't actually need Sharon for this one necessarily, but I suggest using her for this one. You will need her later on, but in this case you just need her because you can get the 28 twice. If you can get it, it has a 25% drop rate, as you can see here, for doing, or 20% drop rate for just doing it, and then if you do a successful infiltration that we're gonna do now, so like a sneaky beaky one, it has you have a chance of getting both of them, or just one, but it's an additional 20% modifier, or 20% drop. So we are gonna do that. And there we go, a 28, just like that. So now that we have the 28, what do we do with it? Very simple stuff, actually. We're gonna head on over here to the Agna Desert Mirage Stone Deposit Fusion Reactor. I'm gonna swap to Bunny and also teleport closer. Probably run Glay here as well, but we run faster and it looks better, so you know, more to look at. Doing this for you guys. So we have all that we need, but if you need monomer, we literally just showed you guys where you can get it, but you can also get monomer by doing this one if you have a non-attribute. Oh, actually, never mind. Never do the non-attribute void missions. I forgot they're actually terrible. I'm actually gonna tell you guys which one you want to do. You would want to hop on over to Fortress, and you want to do this one over here. I'm actually gonna show you guys how to do this one right now. There's a little bit of a teaser for the new video, so you guys will see how to get monomer. I recently did this farm myself, but we're gonna show you guys how to get it, so you know how to get it, and then if you refer to it later, you'll know where to go. What's so cool about this one too is you can kind of just stand up here if you would like. There's one spawn here, and then you have another spawn down here. And there we go. So now we have an additional, this is again on hard mode, so now we got an additional 12 monomers. Now we can head on back to Agna Desert Mirage Stone. We gotta put it back to normal because they don't need us to be on hard here. And there we go. So now we have an additional, this is again on hard mode, so now we got an additional 12 monomers. Now we can head on back to, the thing is you can, as with most of these items, you can actually get this Enzo shard or Enzo part out of many different amorphous materials, but this is the most optimal one, as it has it's again, you can get both of, you get up to 2 at the time when you're doing the infiltration, and then you can get at about a 20% drop rate for each, and then you can get this you can get the actual enhanced cells blueprint by unlocking it here. It has a, oops, I was not paying attention at all. It has a 38% drop rate when you unlock it here, so your odds will be the best if you unlock it here. You can do it in other places too, but it will probably take you longer because we're looking at, I believe it's like a 10% drop rate or something else. So we just gotta defeat the boss, and then it spawns the repurposed, and we have again 38% chance of getting the Enzo blueprint. And who knows, maybe we get that one, that'd be cool, because that's what I need right now. Now, just another Smithereens blueprint, which I have a million, but again, 38% drop rate, so that's, assuming you get lucky, you're just gonna have to run it over and over again. Like, it's basically in-house, you can just kind of run back and forth. If you get lucky, you'll have your enhanced cells. Moving on though, we have 3 more parts before we can put Enzo together and get this spicy loot. Next up is the stabilizer. And for that, you're gonna need silicon. You're gonna go to Echo Swamp. Very simple stuff, just anywhere in Echo Swamp that you feel like. doesn't really matter. It may have mattered here because there's none of them around. I think there's some in the cave over here. Oh, there's one over here. Then we got some silicon, so then we can move on to the nanopolymers. We're gonna go back to Vermilion Waste. I mean, if you notice spots, might as well go to the same spots, right? Simple as that. See, there's 4 of them right here. I might make like a video as well going over the most optimal way to get munitions and whatever, or like without the most boxes. But I feel like it's so easy to get, it doesn't really matter. This and nanopolymers, great. Moving on, we got the advanced neural circuit. I previously made a video where I said that this spot is the best one. I still believe it might be. That's sorry, not Cape Valid. It's Forgotten Comms Device. I always forget. It's easier when I'm there. I think it's Forgotten Comms Device actually. So I previously said that the fastest way to get these brains was running it on doing this mission over here on hard. Supposedly the drop rate is the same on normal. So we're actually gonna try that out real quick. We're gonna see what the drop rate is, because if it's faster on normal, why not do it on normal? Just need to kill an elite at the end of the day. We have not tried it ever since I read that comment. Let's see. You guys get a live otter being wrong reaction, or right for that matter. Elite Predator. We did get 2 out of it. We did get 2 out of it. So I'd argue that was a lot faster than hard mode as well. So you know what? We can also go for the hold F2 and then we'll do R. We'll do it one more time. 38 seconds. It's pretty fast. Shoot one more time. See if we get it. Because then you were actually right. This might just be the fastest way to do it on normal instead of hard. Even if the drop rate is marginally slower, it might still be better. There we go. I wasn't sure if it was part of the mission or not. And yeah, who would have thought? Okay, so you would definitely want to do it on normal and not hard, because we got 2 now. I think you've got it on 3 before, but not every single time. So it definitely seems to be more optimal to just run it on normal. But once you have all of these, that's also good to know, because I have to grind crystallization later. So we can just go here. But moving on, we're gonna have to get the stabilizer blueprint. Now this one is the same damn thing. You need the Sharon. We're gonna get the 040, which we get over here, and the Volga strategic outpost. And as you see here, it's 040. Oh, it's the exact same thing actually. You can get a double with Sharon. You don't actually need to get Sharon for this one. But again, it is twice as likely that you'll get it by doing an infiltration. So it just makes the most sense. Now I just realized we entered here in public, so there is a good chance we don't actually, unless we get very lucky. This one is very, yeah, people usually run it a lot, so we're gonna have to go back to Albion. Operate device. Operate device. Operate device. Operate device. Now we're doing this on normal, so... Oh, he's still pretty tanky. There we go. Then we got the 040. That's perfect. So then we can head on over to the void reaction, right? Reactor right here. We'll stay on Sharon because it's normal, otherwise I might regret it. I don't think that Morpheus drop rates are any different on the hard versus easy, are they? They're not, they're the same anyways. Yeah, this one has a 38% drop rate as with the other one. We're staying on Sharon because it's normal, so in theory it shouldn't be that hard. But okay. I wasn't expecting them to be so tanky. Where are my crits at? There we go. And now we can pop this one over. Again, it's a 38% drop rate on this one. Do we need one there? And all you have to do is, I'm actually gonna pop a shape stabilizer because I have that already, and I kind of want that one, maybe even that one. So I might as well use a stabilizer that's just lying around. But moving on then. So assuming you've done all of this and you got all the RNG, you've got all the items, you can then go and craft this. Will take 8 hours. But then you have the stabilizer, which means that you're more than halfway done. Because then you have the spiral catalyst. You're gonna need the semi-permanent plasma, which you get in Vespers resource boxes. It's a semi-permanent plasma, all G my G. So moving on then, we're gonna get the next part, which is the ceramic composite, which we'll get in White Knight Gulch. And you might be asking me, Otter, why are you showing us how to get this? You're kind of just repeating yourself. And all I'm gonna say is, when you get a video past 8 minutes, you can put mid-rolls on it, which means I can get more money out of the ads. Simple as that. Simple as that. Hit the like if you agree. So anyways, you're gonna open this one. We got the ceramic composite. And then we're gonna... I know someone's gonna be angry about that. Moving on, we gotta get the positive ion particle. It's the same thing. You can get it from... Actually, you can only get it from mission monsters, but you do have a few more options. Now, personally, I had written it down and I forgot in my head which one it was. Agnes is surveillance location. That's the one I wrote down. It's right here. That's the one. Now, these are both defense missions. So it's either this one or the other one. They're both like surveillance location and defense. So depending, there's a chance that there are faster ways to do this that I have not found them myself. I haven't tested enough to say for sure. Maybe some of these are like, oh, it says it's 10 minutes or less, but you can speed run it if you do like really efficiently, but I have not found one of those yet. And there we go. And just like that, we dropped 4 of the positive ion particles. Again, if you guys know a faster way to get it, let me know, because it does not feel time efficient whatsoever. And you need quite a bunch of them, so anything helps. But after you've finished grinding for these, you want to go run. You want to go and run for the spiral catalyst blueprint, which I've found is the best, is the 110. I have 5 of these because I've been grinding for something else. This is also a infiltration mission, so we're gonna need Sharon for that. Oh, this one you need to do in hard. This one you need to do in hard, otherwise you're not gonna get it. So in some cases you do need to run them on hard. And this is one example of it. Sometimes they do drop different items. You don't, however, you don't need the 111, which you get for being invisible. We only need the 110, so we can actually stay on Bunny. So this is for you guys who are staying on the Bunny for that extra content. This one is a bit annoying too, because it has like all the suiciding robots. And the laser one. there we go. Did we get it? No, sadly we did not get the 110 right here, which is a shame. I would have loved to get the 110. But thankfully we already have one, so we can just take it to the next step, which is of course this void reactor over here. If you want to get the fragment you need, all you need is a fire legend, because this one only requires 35 organic void shards and 10 organic ones. Like this one, I believe you need to open in hard. I'm actually gonna try the normal, but I'm pretty sure you need to open it in hard. The enemies are harder in hard, but maybe you don't need it for the repurpose device actually. Because I know you just made it hard for myself for no reason. You get better loot from the commanders, sure, but
God, report that fucking idiot, bro.
okay, no, you need to run him on the... I just wanted to make sure for sure. You need to run him in hard. If it's a hard material, you need to run it in a hard fusion reactor. Now we know. But again, this one needed quite a bit of organic shards to unlock, and you're gonna have to get that through your fire character. If you started with Lepic like me, use Lepic. Otherwise, you might have to grind for Blair. Now I don't think Blair is necessarily a must-have. You could argue he is, because you kind of want fire to get organic materials, but you can always substitute some other way. The only one I feel like you really need to worry about is Toxic, which is why I suggested Freyna previously. Now we are actually on normal still, my bad. So I think the first is close to easy as how to avoid intercepts. Not necessarily. I don't know, it's a chill game, fairly easy. So anyways, I think with Lepic, I think this is a build I've been holding. I think it's fun to play like this. Haven't really upgraded as much as I want to. But I just pull them all together, make that one as big as I possibly can, and then just kill them with the Thunder Cage. Yeah, so the thing is with organic materials is you can get it from fire, but there is a run you can make in Agna Desert where you actually can unlock it with electric too. So it's not as necessary as toxicity, because you can only get inorganic with toxic. It's my weapon specifically for clearing mobs. I'm probably not gonna keep it for bossing once everything else is fully upgraded. Just time that. Doesn't matter, all good. And then we're gonna pull it up. And then we have the 110 here. Again, I had already 5. There's a 10% drop rate on this one, but it's the highest I could find. So it is a bit rare. You could pop in a shape stabilizer if you would like, as this would give you a higher chance to get there if you on the CMO code. Might as well, right? And I didn't get it because I never get it. I don't think we got a single item that we need to get so far today, or rather for the video. It's kind of crazy to think about it. That's just our luck, I guess, but we don't actually need it, so I guess it's fair. Moving on though, we're almost done with Enzo. There's one more item we need to grind. Now we have the Spiral Catalyst. Obviously, you gotta plug these in as you go along to save yourself as much time as possible. And then finally, we're gonna get the Enzo code, which we will get most easily through the 035. And that's for a very good reason, the same reason we ran the previous ones. It is for the same reason we ran the previous ones, and that's because 035 is from one of these, this hatchery, and you have a chance of getting 2 at the same time, which effectively raises the drop rate by, I'm not good with math, I assume if you can get 2 different ones at 20% drop rate, then that would mean you can get, it's a 40% drop rate to get 1, I think. Great. So we did not get it this time, sadly. Again, there's a 40% chance of doing it with a successful infiltration. We got a crystal biogel, so that's something. Just not what we get. But assuming you get the amorphous material, the 035, you then need to open this fusion reactor all the way down here. And seeing as you can just do it in normal, you don't need to do it in hard. In order to open it, you need inorganic void shards. This is exactly where Freyna comes in play, because you only get 4 organic void shards doing this one, or 1 inorganic void shard. But if you did the previous steps in the video and you got Freyna, I don't know the exact best one at the moment. Again, we're working on a video covering where you can get them the easiest, but in White Gulch there is the mountain top. It's over here. This is actually the one I think I showed before, because I ran this one quite a bit. I mean, you also get a great view, so you know it's perfect. Yep, and there you go. Now we got the 4 inorganic word shards. Oops, my bad. I should run it. I'm stupid. I should run it hard because you get 12. Sorry about that. But this one we don't need to. This one we don't need to run it hard. You just run it in normal. Then we're gonna have to go over there as well. We're gonna do that. And you should have your 12 materials. Just pop that bad boy open. Again, you can do this one on normal, but obviously you get more if you do void shard on hard. There we go. And then, now I don't have the 035, but if I had it, we could just pop it right in here, and then we would get the code at a, oh, I forgot, a 10% drop rate, I believe. No, 38% drop rate. So odds are you probably get it in the first try. Pretty damn great. If not, the second or third. But overall, it's a bit of a grind. Like, we've been recording this for about 2 hours. That's how long it took. So we could expect it to take about 2 hours or less. If you're doing it very efficiently and you have the best luck in the damn world. It is freehold Descendants after all. But again, it's very valuable to get all 3. Sharon, as you can see, because of the infiltration missions. Freyna, as you can see, to get the inorganic shards, and it's a must-have. And then, of course, Enzo, so you can open things and unlock more things that you want in the future much faster and much more easily. I would also suggest, if you're just starting, or if you get the chance to pick Viessa as a starter, because out of the 3, out of Ajax and out of Lepic, and then of course out of Viessa, she is by far the hardest one to actually obtain and craft, and there's not really a good way to get the shards that she drops, which I believe is the polymer without ice. So if you don't have Viessa, it's gonna be really hard to get your hands on polymer shards unless somebody helps you. So I really suggest picking her if you have a chance. Otherwise, you should probably start grinding her the same way I suggested Freyna. But I don't think that's as necessary in a video, or in this video, because we're just coming free legends or free descendants. And in many cases, people already do have Viessa, so there's kind of no point. But we can follow it up and do a video on how to get her, and others as well if you guys are interested. But that was it for this video. Those are the 3 descendants that you must have and are a little bit of an extra on the side. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it. Hit the like, subscribe, and of course, as usual, I cannot ask this enough, and I will not stop asking you guys. If you guys enjoyed my content, this one tiny thing I would love for you guys to do. There's a link in the description. There's a link in the comments, at the top of the comments. This is my creator code out here, Otter3317, or by clicking the link, you can click down here, click support. When you do this, if you guys do end up buying something in the game, I get a tiny bit of kickback. And even if you don't buy anything, it helps me out a lot. It takes like less than a minute to do if you're logged in. I believe you can also do this in the game as well. Just don't know exactly how it works, but it helps me out a lot. So make sure to do that. Just become a supporter today. But that was it for me today for the video. We're going to continue the live stream over twitch.tv/Otter. So I hope you had a good one, and bye-bye.
Hello guys, I've snapped into it. As we all know, at some point, I hope it's not this year, but it's probably likely going to be this year, they will shut the servers down for this game to make way for Warzone 6 or whatever other new thing they want to go down. But as I said, been playing a lot of extraction shooters recently, been trying them all out. Look where we end up. We come back every single time, dude. You know what I mean? The good news is that we do have games that are essentially trying to emulate DMZ coming soon. Namely Delta Force, hopefully. As in, you know, it's not hopeless. What is it? Is my game's feeling a bit not as crispy as it usually does. We do have games that are essentially trying to emulate DMZ coming soon, so I'm looking forward to that. But as I said, we always come back. I'm probably going to keep playing DMZ until they literally say, right, we're literally shutting down the servers. Most likely. Because, as I said, you know, we've played Grey Zone, we played Arena Breakout. I think I need to change my settings a little bit because it's being a little strange. Maybe it's because I'm not full screen exclusive. That might fix it. Yeah, it feels a bit better. So yeah, as I said, I think I'm going to be playing this game on and off you know, like maybe not every single day or whatever. Like as much as like Fix or Onyx or anything, but I'll definitely be playing this game regularly until they shut down the servers, without a doubt. In case anyone was concerned. I'm sure you weren't concerned. I'm sure you're just like, oh, cool. All right, well that's cool, I guess. But yeah, we're gonna be doing it at least weekly. Hello.
Oh hey.
Oh hey there.
Hey. What's up?
No, all right, you know.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about, you know, we've played a lot of extraction shooters recently. We've been trying them all out. We've been really trying to see, hey, does this have as much legs as DMZ, you know? And every single time, where do we end up?
I'm back here.
Back here, dude.
DMZ.
If anyone that's making another extraction shooter is watching right now,
casual, accessible,
casual, but with gear fear.
Yes.
Okay.
I want everyone to be afraid at all
Everyone
times.
must be scared that they're going to lose their M4 and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you already have insured weapons, which basically guarantees that you're gonna have the most important item that you need.
Yeah, exactly.
I just wish there was some other stuff, like maybe that, you know, made you worry about it a little bit, so that you didn't want to just bring in your best items every single round.
Every single time.
Yeah.
You gotta try and save this guy. Wait, what?
I don't know if the insured weapon system is. I don't think it's that great, really. I actually think.
I would get rid of it.
I'd
Well,
get
that's-
rid of it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Maybe not as quick. Maybe
Or
you
maybe
get
you pay
it
for
once a
it,
day. Oh, okay.
Use
You're giving them ideas. You're giving them ideas, dude.
So in-game currency, you use your like actual dollars for it. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Fix is murdering them.
Yeah, they're on that body.
Ah, okay. Because are we gonna try and save this young Solomon?
I mean,
I think we should.
I'm going left.
Okay, I'm running along the bridge to see if I see anyone. You know what I like as well? I can see enemies.
Ah, yes.
Gray zone and arena breaker. I'm like, oh, what's going on over there?
I can see people in arena, but then when they sit still, I can't see them.
They do make a lot more noise though. I will say that. Like the footsteps and things in arena are very strong.
Yes.
But
they
almost insane to the point of you're hearing a man 600 meters away. On the roof.
Advanced UAV, by the way.
Oh,
he's singing.
Yeah.
I'm going to.
He's doing a little.
Oh. Never gonna give you up.
Hold up. Wesley's chucking nades.
I went for the thermite.
I'm also hearing some sort of dog.
There's some.
I'm gonna get on the other building, you know, the good one.
I just pressed Alt to hold breath, dude. What's wrong with me?
Oh.
Upstairs.
Whoa, there's a guy north somewhere with a sniper. Didn't see him.
High rise.
Oh no. That's not where they shot me from. Where did I get shot from?
I'm not seeing high rise.
He just jumped off there for sure.
Sniper looking at me, straight north.
I'm trying to see.
Straight north.
I can't see the guy that just sniped me in the head.
Northeast.
Headshot one. He's there. On green.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, yeah. One down below. We could do a little push.
I'm gonna get the full on one here, hopefully.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the other guy jumped off.
Two more names on comms, just me.
Yeah.
Cracked one inside, second floor. The other guy. Oh, the other team's third partying us right now. They're flying in.
Yeah, hang on a minute.
I help you, big dog.
I'm just watching from outside.
Bomb drone.
Yeah, fuck that bunny kid, man.
Yep.
You shouldn't have started it till I got there, because that kid wasn't fucking playing.
Yeah, you picked up the extra. Hold on. Oh, you got bomb drone, dude. That's what happened. You got bomb drone. Oh my god.
Their other team is third partying. Like, I pushed because we're literally got guys running up us now.
Yeah.
Super unlucky.
Just moving around. The problem is they're a bit.
Parachuting onto the roof right now.
Oh, sheesh.
I'm smoking away. Getting a different angle.
Okay, hold up. They almost got me then. No.
Bullshit, dude.
No.
Right, start.
Hang on, I'm in trouble.
One on the roof.
I'm in trouble.
Fucking dog.
There's too many targets.
I know.
You got smokes, dude?
I do have smokes.
Right, they're in the upstairs window above the red marker.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. I got, they're fighting each other, I think?
Yes, they are. I think you might be able to move off here.
Well, I mean, I can move off.
Someone
Hang on.
It's too many people. He's right on my body. He's right on my body.
Come on.
Nice. Good play.
Dead. Okay. Got one. Just go crazy.
This guy's dog, bro.
Hang on. I don't have a smoke anymore. I'll go around to your body. Oh yeah, okay. Hold on. This is just insanity, dude. What's going on?
Yeah, it's third party bad.
Be careful. You'll be visible there.
Yeah, hang on.
It pulls you in, so you're still visible, I think.
They pulled me back
But I don't think this other team knows that we're here, so...
This is crazy. I mean,
Well, that guy's got to be part of the third party squad.
He took your vest, by the way. It's just next to you.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
He's got a UAV. I'm popping it right now.
Yeah, they've also got... We've already got
You have a
UAV up.
sentry gun as well, I thought.
Okay, so 3 guys up. We need to get some down for snipes, I think. I'm gonna go on the top of the roof here. As long as hopefully there's not a guy with a stealth, dude. Up here. If there's a guy with a stealth, then I am dead.
I think we're good.
Yeah?
He's on that corner. He's on the corner, the very right far corner from you now. He's like chilling out on that. Oh, he's down the front.
Yeah. I almost died several times there. I managed to not die. But I think they're fighting each other. I think there's because what's it called just disappeared. The what's it called? The one of the dots disappeared. So
You got munitions stuff?
no, I had to use it already.
I've only got 28 bullets.
Yeah, I see a guy down at the bottom.
window.
Oh, I see him. Oh, I missed. My bad.
He just keeps channeling? Incredible.
Keep missing.
Oh,
My
yeah,
bad.
this guy's a bot, dude.
No, I almost had it.
Broken through the wall. One on the far side.
Yeah,
Tapped.
come look at the other side. Yeah.
Tighten up.
Peeky bastard. Break. We can just get one down here.
Yeah, there's a guy on the blue marker. He's on that wall.
Break. Come on. If we get one down.
I keep using alt to
I know, because...
For God's sake.
I know, I see the same.
I keep getting it wrong.
I keep doing the same as well. I keep doing the same because I've been using alt to breathe for like...
Yeah. Keep trying to use the wrong bloody button.
Okay. They're hitting shots, but we should be hitting more, and we're not.
Down one. Tapped. He's behind the wall. Behind the concrete wall.
Down. Pushing across.
There's a guy. He's up. Down again.
Yeah, looking for the other one. Oh no.
I'm down.
No, I got him down as well. God damn it. Hold up.
How the
Am I
hell
dead?
did he just beat me? How did he just beat me? I don't know how he beat me there.
I'm running.
Yeah, dude, you're doing good. You got battle rage still.
Yeah, I still got battle rage.
Fucking God!
Just get yourself, yeah.
Play the fucking game.
Any cover
Fucking
you can find.
retards.
I don't know how he beat me.
Did I not get him
God
down second
damn,
time?
bro. It's fucking like 3 in a
I didn't
row.
get the guy
Watch
down.
because these
Oh, dear.
fucking faggots. God damn it.
I just moved right off. Just keep moving right off, dude.
Yeah.
God fucking idiots.
Whoa, okay, they hit every single shot. Let's go, dude.
Now they're hitting shots.
Every single time, too.
I don't know how he beat me there because I definitely got the shot off before he got shots back off on me after we self-res. So
Yeah.
he must have like landed headshots and I didn't land a headshot.
Well, you're
mate.
probably on like 100 ping or
Yeah, I
whatever.
wasted time with the reload. I did not waste time with the reload. It's called rechambering.
I'm moving.
You need plates.
Yep.
Just keep. Stoddy is the movement king.
Well, there isn't movement in this game.
So I'd say you're probably best getting to that. Yep.
Well, we can only assume that they may bring up the streams at this point, unfortunately.
Yeah, I just didn't have any bullets. Like, I did not have anything in my hemlock, so I got ruined.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is getting busy. I mean, they're definitely not going to leave the bodies alone, which is why, you know, maybe we should have had a streamer mode. But, you know, hey.
Well, we had to create our own streamer mode, did we not?
Kind of, yeah.
And I technically have it on my main account.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna go for a cheeky one of these, and we're gonna try and find a nice buy without running into any other players. Oh my god, opening my map and running around. Oh.
They nicked our tags.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's good.
That's that. Yeah.
But at least you got the buy. That's a good sign. Yes, that's 2 tags now.
Yeah. Okay, well, we got that. Do I have a self-res here? I do not. Awesome. That's going to be good. Okay.
I mean, what you could do... GMC, drive to another buy.
Yeah, I like that. Oh, I mean, I have to, right?
Yeah, your next buy is like Tarak. Tarak's probably your best
We're
buy.
going to go all the way to Tarak. Is that really the closest one?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I need munitions as well. Yeah. The big resetty spaghetti. See, this is what happened. I'm trying to use a different gun today, and this doesn't kill us. I mean, it was alright. Just could have done better. Should have used the MP5.
The MP5, bruh?
Yeah.
He's hating on the AK-74U again.
Yeah, dude. I mean, listen, dude. I was trying to. I mean, I got a couple of downs with it, but did I not get the guy down that was running across the way? No, I don't think I did.
Yeah,
I think
you kept trying for the full after you were getting shot in the back, weren't you?
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I didn't get him down. Of course, there's no self-res here.
Yeah. So basically, they're in the in-game chat now, so they know it's us. So I've got a funny feeling.
Well, I mean, you know, that is
the buddies.
no way.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll go back there eventually, you know.
Tell you what, Stod,
if I get a self-res.
Why don't you?
You want me to go and do a mission? You want to watch me do a mission?
Go do a mission. I was saying at the very beginning of my stream that I feel like DMZ needs, like, if they're not going to continue to update it, it needs one more quality of life update. Get rid of the Koshé glitch. Get rid of it.
Nah, that'd be that so that people.
If they could fix the Koshé glitch, I seriously think that this game mode could live forever.
Guess what, guys?
And just have time
no
to
self-res.
every 6 months.
Why did they remove the self-res from every buy? That made 0 sense. It was the dumbest thing ever.
Well, that's Infinity Ward for you, isn't it? They're like, oh,
they're like, the game was fun, was it? Never mind. Yoink.
I don't understand. A lot of Infinity Ward's decisions between Warzone 1 and Warzone 2 were extremely questionable.
Bro, ban these fucking kids.
Oh, we got a lovely buy.
Yeah. Still comms on my body, by the way.
Yeah,
so.
they're just gonna sit on it, pull it out, sit on it, put it back.
Oh God.
Oh dear. Wait, well. Okay, hold on, guys. I'm sure one of these buys will have a self-res on it that definitely should never have been removed ever, but it's fine.
Well, I think wasn't it always flip-flopping between Stronghold and Self-Revive from the very get-go?
I can't remember.
I think it might have been.
It was also a thing, but it was in Warzone as well, where people were like, what, you can only buy 2 UAVs? And it's like, yeah, because they basically try to take all the fun out of the game. Oh dear.
And then what? And then we're gonna go...
How do we make a med vest?
I can't remember.
It's 3 bandages, 1 liquor, 1 watch.
Yeah.
3... okay, we could actually try and do this here. Stod, if you go to over
You think I should go for a med vest? I don't know, dude.
Well, I'm just thinking we can get the cheeky reses off, you know?
Who else drops a med vest?
The med vest? The chemist. The chemist.
Okay. So I go for that.
Get the chemist, yeah.
Okay, so this is gonna be an interesting round for you guys, I'm sure.
But not for me.
But not for you. And that's the thing, we could do all this and then it could all fail, you know, because they're obviously just gonna camp the bodies. So we'll try. We'll see.
Yes, that is indeed what they've done. You could assimilate with some men.
Well, Whippets is just sitting there, dude. He's just waiting. I mean, I do need another man, but Whippets is he's just sitting there.
What do you mean another man? If you assimilate, we're gonna die. We'll just have to quit out.
No, he won't be. Oh, because he can't assimilate anymore anyway, can he?
Right.
Right.
Oh, that's a good point,
Is
yeah.
Lashemi here? Let's find out if we drive over.
Vidas?
He is here, yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, of course they're still there. They're gonna be sitting there for a while.
Feel that guy's
They
dog
just camped
again.
in the bodies, dude.
Oh yeah, let's just camp. Is this the real streamer?
It's the.
It might be.
Oh bro, I watch you all the
Okay.
time. For real.
Aw.
That squeaker
nice
toy
guy.
is kind of lit.
The team that's camping the bodies know who we are as well, which I think is why they're not leaving.
Yeah.
Please? Thank you.
It's 6 in here too. I mean, I've seen, but.
Hi.
He is indeed.
Okay, okay, okay.
What's up, man?
What's up, brother?
That's it.
Okay,
Like a coffee
okay.
chat. Like
Sorry.
this.
Get me toes.
Right.
So how
Study.
did you not die there, by the way?
I don't know.
He used his creative
I
foreplate
did use my
vest.
creative foreplay.
Foreplate vest.
Oh, did you grab
Creative
the
fore-
advance?
Wait, was there an advance as well? Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah, you better grab that.
but you won't have a gas mask, so you need to grab one off of these guys.
I mean,
Oh
this
my
is
God,
getting
how many are there?
insane, dude. Okay, dude. I mean, this is.
You gotta.
You
grab
guys
one
got
of those
some
gas
nice gameplay to watch, dude. Look at this.
masks. You're gonna die. You're
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
die.
yeah. I'm gonna
You
die.
gotta
anyway.
grab a gas mask.
Okay, hang on. Yeah, don't worry, guys. This is really fun for you to watch, I'm sure.
No, it's all good. It's all
Yeah,
good.
yeah. You guys talk about how epic a new game is gonna be if it ever came out. If anything like this.
DMZ2 Electric Boogaloo Delta Force.
Okay, yes. I'm
Right,
shooting
start.
5,000 AI over here, dude. You know.
Hey, look, dude. At least you can see. Oh, look! Stop! They're in a bush.
They're bush camping.
Oh.
Damn AI.
UAV as well, dude. Nice.
Gas mask you need. Gas mask.
Yeah.
There it is.
Wait, where's the? Hold on. Where's the gas mask?
Right there. That'll do.
Okay, dude.
Just get out of here, brother.
Okay.
Need smokes too, huh?
Right. Well, that's a good. I'm sure they've left the bodies now, guys. Right?
Oh no, they're all talking still on our bodies right now.
They're trying to talk to you.
They're 100% camping the bodies.
Yeah. Okay, so.
What are they saying?
They're just saying, start. Start. Start.
Well, I'm not there.
Like the
Well, maybe that means that they're not. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're not stream sniping then, right?
Well, they must be.
No.
Another large group of AI right next to Stod.
Yeah, I'm having a good time.
Dear.
And I've also got not going to run into another team as well, you know.
Yeah, that's a good point. You're gonna go up here and there's gonna be a 4-man assimilated team. You're gonna have to talk to them like normal men.
Okay. Right, it's about time. No, not pop UAV yet.
No. Stoddy's got to pull off a 4-man chop down, I believe.
I believe so, yeah.
Oh, are they 4
No,
now?
I think oh no, I think it's 3.
Hold on, Jeremy.
Imagine I die there. Okay. And then we got
Right,
that.
Stoddy bought 1 million plates. It's just glitched on my screen. so
Okay,
you
we're
can't-
going back.
You got you got backup smokes.
They're taking a Sheikah out of Warzone next week, not taking it out.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Ask Chica.
Oh, you guys want to see the? Yeah.
The only place you can play Al Mazrah and Ashika, DMZ.
If you like a Sheikah,
there you go.
Yo. I actually don't mind Ashika. I kind of like it. There's a part of me that likes it.
Okay, let's go.
so
over
if you look
here.
at your, I was gonna say.
Yeah. What choice do we have?
Wait, why is the commander helo is getting weird?
Are they sniping at you?
Yeah, they are. Yeah. They are indeed. It's almost like they knew I was coming from there.
Oh,
amazing.
The chopper's in that tower, dude. You might want to be very careful. It's stuck in that tower.
Yeah, it is.
I would run back to the red tower and take that.
It is what it is. We just gotta. Oh.
Oh.
I don't think that's. Oh,
No,
alright.
that was not.
I was just making sure.
Random guy. I mean, these guys are not the best players, so.
Well, they hit a lot of shots. That was the problem.
Well, they missed every single shot to begin with, though.
Yeah.
They started hitting shots at the end, but they're like crouch walking around with like hard scoping with sniping.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Oh, I've got rid of my
You have
mortar.
a mortar. Oh,
Well, no, I
drop it.
dropped it, I guess.
Ah, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Just get your height.
Mm-hmm. Where's the rest of them?
One on police. One's on police.
Yeah. One's on police?
Yeah, one's low down here, blue marker.
He's sitting low down.
How many?
Also one on the highway ramp.
Yeah?
Yeah, highway ramp, yellow marker.
I mean, I could try and go around. Hold on. I mean, it's what I've got to do it, right?
Yeah, you got to give it a go.
Don't peek over the edge, please. Otherwise, we'll be here all day.
Yeah.
That's not UAV, that's fine.
You got your ghost vest on, yeah?
Okay.
So one is on the highway.
Oh god,
right
you're
here.
about to get third-partied.
Really?
Yeah, dude.
You
yeah,
guys are
there's
coming
two guys at
construction right
construction.
now.
Yeah, two guys at construction.
Mm.
They're pushing the tower, the grey tower you were at.
Yeah, I see him.
Maybe they must be split up actually.
I think the guys we're fighting have what's it called, vests?
Ghost vest.
Ghost,
Yeah, I'm pretty
yeah.
sure. Pretty sure. Maybe. I mean, I'll give it a go. We'll see how it goes, you know.
Just take your time, dude. There's no major rush here. If you hear woofing, by the way.
Yeah, he's turning around now. He jumped right back to high. He's about to look at you.
Yeah, they know
in
you're
the
here.
corner of buy station.
Yeah,
He's
hold
not
on.
moving.
Hold on.
Yeah, take your time, dude. Take your time.
They jumped over to the building.
Oh, he got me. God damn it.
They're on the building, I think. Building.
They've got the stream up on there.
Yeah, 100%.
Pushing you now, through the smoke.
Yeah.
They put a sentry up. I think there were two, dude.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
Don't risk it.
Just kill it.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice job, dude. Oh, it's the sentry. I was like, holy.
Okay, dude. Oh my god.
You dropped one of those vests, Todd?
Yeah, dropping.
Nice job.
Oh,
incredible job.
I mean,
1v3.
one was. I mean, to be fair, the last guy just jumped around because he was just like, screw it, dude. But they did sell the bodies.
Still getting sniped at.
Yeah, still getting sniped
Yeah,
at.
so this is the other team actually helped out quite a bit because they kind of just distracted them for yeah, they're shooting me now from Grey.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, I'll go res the others, Rusty. You cover. So yeah. Okay, I mean, unfortunately, we did have the super slow play, you know.
No, dude. Hey, when they camp the bodies, dude, that's what has to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had haunted box. You know, the whole.
Look,
the whole
Whippets
shebang.
has stayed in the squad as well. He's still here.
Yeah.
Because we would have lost an extra player anyway, right?
We would have. They all had ghost vests, like double, triple ghost vests. Like, what the hell's this?
Well, that's what I thought. I thought there's no way these guys that are shooting us from Grey are actually the enemies, you know?
I have no guns of any kind. I got buckets.
So there's there's MCPR over here.
These guys might push over, I'm not sure. You need some vests, don't you?
Investy.
Are these guys not pushing?
They're just shooting from Grey, I think. I don't know, I can't see them.
Yeah, they had the stream up as soon as they knew it was us, so they knew to
I mean, we just expect it now. I'm not even like, you know, if I died there, I'd just be like, yeah, cool. I think everyone understands now. It's not like a thing of like, no. You know?
It's a bit frustrating.
Yeah, like, we don't have to explain it to people now. We're just like, yeah, that just happens. It's alright.
Yeah.
Maybe for the next game.
You did a fabulous job, bro.
Yeah.
That was huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're on grey. There's 2 of them. One with a 2 plate, one with a 3 plate.
Okay.
They've already lost about 10 plates just from me sniping at them.
I'm gonna pop him. Oh shit.
Wait, why did someone just come into my chat and say we aren't stream sniping and we will leave? Well, who? Who are you? I don't know who you are. You don't think? Are you the guy shooting us from the tower? What's this? Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it is whatever. We're not talking about you guys.
You shouldn't have said that. You should have just come over and killed us.
I don't know. Well, apparently it's these. Yeah, it's Steve's crew. Apparently they're going to be heading off. Yeah, it's Steve. It's bloody Steve, dude.
There's no one named Steve in all the people we just killed.
No, that's what I'm saying. I must have killed one of their teammates and they knew we were here or something. I don't know.
Oh.
What about the guy that was parachuting
Another
over?
set of teams?
The random guy that you sniped out of the sky.
If you're watching, I mean, yeah. I mean, we weren't talking about you, but hey, if you're gonna get out, yeah, I guess so.
Wait, I need a Renata.
Oh, we've only got 6 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, there's only so many servers. I get it.
Yeah, no, you saw it this morning, dude. It goes up to 86 milliseconds, and it takes like so long to find a game.
Well, no, well, that's the thing, damn it, Destiny. We don't. I don't think we've even seen you. I don't think. We were fighting another team that was.
Even in an hour.
We were fighting another team that pulled us out. That's all. So yeah, I didn't even know you were here.
In 5:45 in the morning.
This is the problem. If we just had stream mode, this would never happen ever. Oh,
no worries, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Are they leaving or what's going on? I don't. This is so awkward. I've got a guy aiming me with a sniper and then. I don't know. Oh, at Grey. There was a guy at Grey. I don't know what's. You see what I mean? The way this happened is like, who's this? Who is this? Yeah, there's another team at Grey. I don't know if these are the same people or whatever, but
there's a team at Grey right now.
Yeah.
That one. It's them again. I don't know. This is just awkward now.
I don't either. Just kill everybody at this point. Stupid.
I thought you said I don't know. Whatever. This is awkward and weird.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know that guy. Hey, I'm Steve.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
His teammates keep shooting then.
Okay, so here's exactly what's just occurred. Okay, here's exactly what's just occurred. We fight a team at the beginning. They obviously realize our names and they're like, oh, okay. And then they clearly are just like watching the stream, which is whatever. We kind of need that. Then someone's overheard us call someone else stream snipers, gone to their stream who are in our lobby, said that we're calling them stream snipers. So then they've come into my chat and said, hey, we're not stream sniping. And I'm like, well, okay, who are you? I don't really know. And then they're like, but we're going to leave. But now they're sitting in town and they're not leaving and I don't really know what to do. And this is kind of really awkward. And this is why.
The guy's teammate is shooting at us.
I killed both of them in the tower.
I don't know what to do, dude. This is why things just get so awkward. Like, what am I supposed to do?
You'd be better off not saying you're stream sniping and just killing us.
Yeah, I don't know. And this is what I mean about metagaming as well, when other people's chats are just like, I'm going to give information to the other streamer. Hey, these guys call you stream snipers. Actually, no, we didn't, but now you have the wrong information, and now it's awkward, and now no one wants to be weird.
Brother,
And now people are trying to say that I was calling them stream snipers. What do you mean, dude? There's no drama. What do you mean?
Chat, dude.
Like, literally. Okay, here's exactly what happened.
In the first Ascendant.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Worthy Prince coming at you with another First Ascendant video. And in today's video, I just want to answer a couple of questions because I had a couple of people who left some comments on the video which I posted yesterday, which was the Lepic boss fights against most of the hard bosses, except the last 3. Haven't got to those yet. Anyway, I got a message from someone here that I want to just respond to. So the question I got was from Frenchy9YT. And he said, can you make a video showing how you got to 83 on your Descendant modules? Can't find anything on YouTube and I'm stuck at like 77 or so. Awesome. For the win. Yo, thanks, bro. Okay, so yeah, really cool comment. And yeah, I can absolutely tell you exactly how that works. So if any of you guys are kind of stuck on this will hopefully give you an answer on that one. So if we go to the Descendant module, you can see on my Lepic boss build here, I've got 83, like, I'm using 83 capacity in my modules to build this build, right? But actually 83 isn't maxed out here. I've actually got 2 spare. I've actually got 85. You can see that in the top right hand corner up here, yeah? So what actually affects your module capacity? Well, the first thing is going to be your level. When you're level 40, for example, you're going to have extra spaces available in your capacity. Now, the other thing that actually affects it is your mastery rank. Now, you can see up here next to where my level is at the top left-hand corner, mastery rank. Did you know you can actually click on that? So, yes, you can indeed click on this, and this brings up the mastery rank tables. Now, if we take it all the way back to like level 1, okay, you can see that you start off with Descendant module capacity 25, and then as you level up your mastery rank, you can see you actually gain extra slots. So right now I'm currently at rank 16, and what's going to happen when I get to mastery rank 18, I'm going to get an extra one, and another one at 19, and another 2 at or no, in fact, no, just 1 at 18. I'm not going to get 1 at 19, and then it's going to go up again. I'll get another one when I get to 20, and then it maxes out at 50. Okay, and the same thing goes for the weapon modules as well. You can see that my capacity for weapon modules is also increasing as my mastery rank goes up. Now you can get higher mastery ranks. You can see it goes up to like 25 and then again up to 30, but really past 20 is really just a flex, because nothing really goes up on your Descendant module or weapon modules. All it really increases is the amount of capacity you have in your inventory slots and stuff like that. So not really a massive, like, you know, bonus to going all the way up to 25. I don't even know if it's possible right now to get to 25 with the amount of Descendants that are out. But so far, really, the only real benefits are getting up to 20. Maybe they'll change this and add some more stuff in the future. Who knows? But yeah, so mastery rank is going to be affecting it, and also your level. There is one other thing as well, though. I just want to also mention as a little thing that I should probably mention here. This skill here called Shock Punch, one of the orange skills that goes in the bottom left. You can see if we sort this by tier, you can see here that these ones with the orange little bit at the bottom, that's what goes into the bottom left of your modules. It's basically your melee ability. If you level that up, it actually increases your capacity. So if I go over here to setting 3, just to give you an example of this, you can see I haven't actually done anything here whatsoever. But you can see my capacity here right now is 70. Yeah, well, if I go ahead and put Shock Punch in, so let's just go ahead and do that. I put the maxed out Shock Punch in, boom, it jumps up to 85 because I've leveled it up. Okay, it's actually got a 0 value when you look at it here, you see, and then when you level it up, it goes to 10. Okay, and then you put it in here, boom, and voila. And if you actually go ahead and put an M socket on it like I've done here on the sub module, if you put the M socket in, then it puts another 5 on it, so boom, takes it to 15 total and gives me 15 extra slots. So you basically, when you pay for that, when you put gold and kyber crystals into that, every time you upgrade each level, you're basically buying another capacity slot. So that goes in, it says 15, and I've now got 85 module capacity. And again, I'm going to be able to put some more on that once I get my mastery rank up a little bit more. The only other thing I'll say on this is regarding your mastery rank, what affects your mastery rank? Well, what affects your mastery rank is when you're leveling up new things. Now, it doesn't count if you get your gun to say 40. Where did 100 come from? If you level up this Python to 40 initially, you'll get some points against your mastery rank, but if you then re-up it and take it back to level 1 and then start leveling up again, you won't get no more experience on your mastery rank. It's when you take a fresh gun or a fresh Descendant up to level 40. So what I've been doing, just as a little tip, I like to throw a little tip out there, is if you take a look at my weapons, I've got this Python that I'm currently working on. I'm close to level 40. I'm going to be re-upping it soon. And I've just re-upped my Nazestra's Devotion again And I'm going to have a build guide going up soon for my Nazestra's Devotion because it is hitting like a truck. I just need to get some more duplicates to increase the bonus skill and a few other little bits of tweaking. But yeah, that's coming soon. I've also got this one here, Fallen Hope, which I'm also leveling up. Now, the guns that I really enjoy playing with are things like my Afterglow sniper rifle and also my Thunder Cage. But the thing is, even though these are really great at smashing enemies, I want to level up other guns which are going to help my mastery rank. Now this one won't, but this one, I've never re-upped it before. I'm not actually playing with it because it's too weak to use, but just by having it in the 3rd slot or in the 2nd slot, even if I'm using the Python when I'm fighting, you're still going to get like 20% of the XP that you earn onto that particular weapon. And I think a higher amount goes on, like 50% goes on to the actual main weapon you're actually equipped with and using. And a smaller amount of XP will trickle down onto the 2nd and 3rd gun, even though you're not using it. So make sure, if you're going to be doing a mission that's, you know, pretty straightforward, you're not going to be going through all your ammo and stuff, make sure you put a weapon that's like something you're not really using. It could be anything. It could be this purple eternal willpower. It don't matter. Just grab a weapon you're not used before, whack it in the 2nd or 3rd slot and start building up the levels on it. And that's all going to help towards your mastery rank. And then, of course, Descendants. Opening up the Descendants is going to definitely help you with your mastery rank. If you can get these Descendants and level them up to 40, that initial level from 1 to 40 will give you a massive boost to your mastery ranking. So if you're not high enough mastery ranking to get extra module slots and weapon module slots and you want them, get out there, guys, and start farming to unlock some of the Descendants you haven't got. And yeah, hopefully you guys can get your mastery rank up ASAP. Hopefully that helps with your question and anybody else that was stuck on that and wants to know how to increase their module capacity on the Descendants or their weapons. Now, I do have another question which I'd like to answer just at the end of this video, and this was a question that came in from Roger Helms 9136, who said, where are all these mods located? Really, because everything you're telling us is meaningless if we don't have the mods you are saying to use, bro. Absolutely, man. I mean, that's very frustrating when you watch a build guide and then the person that's talking to you about it says, hey, right, if you want to do this great build, then all you need to do, guys, is go and get Frontlines and MP Accelerant and Agony, and you go down to your mods and you're like, well, I haven't got those. Like, how am I supposed to do this build if I haven't got them? What you need to do, dude, is farm. You need to get out there and get the farming going. So what you want to do is go to your map screen. You're in Albion, okay? Click on M or whatever button it is for you on your controller. Go to this screen here to your map. And then what you're going to do is you're going to go up and click on Access Info. It's just on the left-hand side. You just move across. Boom. There it is. This will bring you to this screen. This screen's so helpful. It tells you where all sorts of things are in the game that you're looking for. But modules is what you referred to. So if you're following a build guide, whether it's my build guide or somebody else's build guide, whatever it is, it's okay. Just click on the module here and there's a little search icon at the top here. So you can go ahead and type in exactly what mod you're looking for. So let's just say, for example, I'm going to be looking for action and reaction. Thankfully, I have all of these. But let's just say you don't. And you're looking for the action and reaction with the general rounds. Let's say that's the one you want because you're working on your Thunder Cage and you want to get your action and reaction going on that. All you got to do is click on it and press F for acquisition info, or if you're on a controller, it will be X if it's an Xbox controller. Press F and that will bring up the acquisition info screen, which is here. And then this is going to list all the different areas in which you can get it. You can get this mod from loads of mission monsters at these various missions, or you can get it as a RNG drop at the end of one of these events. Now you can see here we've got Sterile Land, normal large nuclear reactor. We can get it from there as well. So what we can do, we can complete that. So we click on this, boom, that shows us on the map once we click it the exact mission we need to do. And if we move over to there and highlight this, there it is. Action and reaction. Acquisition chance 12.5%. Happy farming. So yeah, that's basically how you do it. And all you got to do then is go to this teleporter here and go to that mission, okay? And then have fun playing the mission. Hopefully you get the drop. If you don't, repeat it and do it again. If you don't, repeat it and do it again. Now, even though you might be fresh stressed out, you're having to keep doing the same thing, look at the bright side. You're going to be getting Kyber, you're going to be getting gold, you're going to be getting levels, all that good stuff you're going to be needing while you're on the hunt for the action and reaction. That's just an example, but that's how you find things. I hope answering those questions helped. the peeps that asked the questions, and anybody that's watching the video, if you didn't know that stuff, I hope it helped you too. If you've got any suggestions for future content on First Ascendant, let me know. If you've got any questions you want answering, let me know in the comments. Maybe I'll be picking your question on the next video. But guys, thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, like, share with your friends, and I'll catch you in the next one. But until then, you know how this next bit's gonna go. Stay safe, everyone, and of course, peace out.
Yo guys, what is up? Max, we're in our first Descendant video, and today we're making a bit of a tier list based off of my like 180 hours that I've played in the betas. I've played all of the characters. Now that the game is launched, I can see a lot of what they've changed with the characters, and this tier list is more of a prediction and my opinions on the characters without having had the time to play every single one of them on the new launch, but I have played all of them in the beta. I am going to update this tier list once I have a lengthy amount of time on every one of the characters at endgame, but I want to get out kind of like my impressions and opinions on the characters, just because it's one of the most asked questions that I'm getting is, oh, is this character good? How do you think of this character? How do you feel about this character? So I want to just kind of have a reference sheet and just a way that you can look at some of my initial impressions. I wouldn't take these as fact, just kind of how I'm feeling about them. Now, one thing that I really want to make super clear is I don't think that there is any one best Descendant overall. This game works a bit like there's different jobs, and the Descendants are a bit of tools, and you want to find the right tool for the job. Not every Descendant is going to be the best at bossing and solo play and group play and AoE farming. They serve different roles, so instead of having one tier list where we put all of them, we're going to have a different tier list for the different types of activities, which are bossing, solo play, and AoE farming. That's kind of what we're going to go off of today for like the actual farming of content, to specific bossing, to just if you want to play kind of general solo time, which is the best option for that. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Let's get right into it. So the first tier list that we're going to be covering is the AoE farm tier list. Some of the best farms in the game revolve around you killing hordes of enemies very quickly, and so this tier list is going to be covering who or which Descendant you want to take into those missions where it's all about killing as many enemies as fast as you possibly can, and we're just going to be going through and talking about each of these Descendants, placing them, and why we're placing them there. So to start us off, we've got Leapic. Now, Leapic is going to be our first A tier. Leapic is kind of a jack-of-all-trades character. They can be built for some decent AoE. You can spam out grenades, you can group up enemies, you can light them on fire. If you get Ultimate Leapic, you can get a mod where you're able to spam his ultimate, which does some crazy AoE damage, and he's kind of just good all around. He isn't the best farmer, but the fact that you can kind of hold down a position and keep everything kind of damaged is pretty nice. He is going to get overlooked a bit because he is one of the starting characters, but he is definitely a solid choice for AoE clear. Next up, we've got Enzo. Enzo is kind of the ammo specialist of the game. Enzo's big property is that he can keep you supplied with heavy ammo all the time. Now, his placement on this list is kind of dependent on the build you're using with your heavy weapons. For example, if you're using a sniper with him, his AoE clear is going to be pretty terrible. However, if you're using a rocket launcher and you're just spamming it into a group, your AoE clear gets pretty solid. However, just because he's so kind of variable, I'm going to be placing him right in kind of the middle in C tier, just because if you build him properly, you can get him to do a lot of damage with a rocket launcher and clear groups. However, just like out of the box, he's probably one of the worst AoE characters, so I think C tier is fine for him right there. Next up, we've got Valby. Valby, in my opinion, is probably the best AoE character in the game. We're going to talk about Bunny in a second. Valby can do a ton of dot damage. She can cover an entire screen in damage where you're killing enemies before they even spawn. She also has a ability to group up enemies. So if there's a ton of heavy elites that you would have to shoot at individually to kill all of them, she can group all of them up in a really tight circle where they can't even fight back, and then you can rain down damage with either Descendants or using your own damage. She feels really good, and she's good at high-end farming because she's built-in damage reduction, so she's a lot more tanky than Bunny is in terms of the high-end AoE farming. I really like her. She's probably my favorite Descendant to play currently in the meta of this game. Next up, we've got Sharon. We're going to be putting Sharon probably in B tier. Sharon is decent if with her ultimate you can kind of clear a whole screen of enemies, but it's a little bit better in my opinion at bossing. She also has the ability to go invisible, and she can do her like AoE slash, her one that does a fair bit of damage. Sharon also has a mod that allows you to place all the blast nuts down that are going to deal AoE damage and debuff enemies, so you can strip armor from enemies pretty easily with her, which is really handy. She's not the best AoE farmer, but she brings a decent bit to the table. Next up, we've got Blair. Now, Blair is a character that you would think I would be a little bit better in AoE clear. I'm just not a fan of Blair's kit, straight up, honestly. In order to place his like fire zones down, you have to place them basically at your feet. So you're a squishy mage that has to get right up close to deal damage. Unlike other characters who can deal damage and use their guns, in order to like channel your fire ability, you have to like not stop shooting. So that's all of your damage for a while. It just doesn't feel very good. His ultimate ability is pretty solid, but that's really kind of my favorite thing that's going for him. So not a huge fan of that. Next up, we've got Glay. Glay is a fantastic bosser. We'll talk about her in a second, but just doesn't really bring too much to the table in terms of AoE. She does kind of have an AoE blast that she can do, but it doesn't seem to scale as well as some of these other characters in terms of like that being your primary source of damage. Next up, we've got Viessa. We're going to place Viessa also in B tier. Now, a fully built Viessa with like really low cooldowns, especially her ultimate version. You can make an ultimate build with her where you can basically have her 4 up all the time, and you're just constantly summoning NATOs and these blizzards. They're going to be slowing enemies, dotting them, dealing damage. She can be really good. I find her like out of the box to be a little bit underwhelming, but if you are to get the ultimate version and get that like blizzard build going, I think she's definitely an A tier. But like normal Viessa, I'd probably put in B tier personally. She slows things down, and you still have to kill them with their guns, where a lot of these other characters are killing them outright with their abilities, which is usually the faster way to kill them. Next up, we've got Ajax. Put Ajax in C tier. Ajax is really great at doing a decent bit of damage in an AoE. The thing that's different about Ajax versus these other characters that are higher ranked is Ajax needs to actually go to the area. You need to jump to the area, you can do your AoE, you can kill a fair bit of things, and then you gotta go all the way back over to the other side, whereas characters like Leapic and Valby can just hold down areas and constantly kill things way better. So that's why we're putting Ajax in C. Next up, we've got Bunny. Bunny is absolutely an S tier AoE clear. Her only like actual weakness is that she's squishy. Valby has that on Bunny. Valby's got a little bit more tankiness, but Bunny's got the more burst damage. If you're looking for like instant nuke AoE speed farmer, Bunny is just the best at that. The only thing is she doesn't really bring as much crowd control to the table as Valby, but she is hands down one of the best speed farmers, and you get her super early, so she's really worth investing into. Next up, we've got Kyle. Kyle is a bit similar to Ajax. He's got his 4, which can absolutely nuke areas, but that's really the only thing that he's got going on. He can be nice because he can soak up a lot of damage and draw a lot of aggro on a team, but in terms of just a character to do AoE clear, I don't rate him that highly. Next up, we've got Freyna. Freyna, we're going to be putting in A tier. Freyna has great toxic spread damage. She's got good dot. Her ultimate's really good burst damage. She can leave toxic trails, and she just kind of has 100% damage uptime. I don't rate her as highly as Valby because she doesn't have the like movement kit that Valby does, and Valby's got more crowd control and utility there, and she doesn't have quite as much burst in my opinion as Bunny. But Freyna is absolutely a great like pick for your AoE clearing. And lastly, we've got Jaybert. We're going to be putting Jaybert also in B tier. Jaber's got turrets that can one-shot a lot of trash mobs. You've got healing. You've got an ultimate that can clear a screen of enemies. And that constant turret uptime really helps with clear, but because it basically shoots one enemy at a time, its AoE clear is a bit limited. You definitely have to be supporting the turrets with your guns at the same time. And lastly, we've got Eugen and Esimo. I haven't played these yet, so we're going to be placing them in the didn't play category. Obviously, I do plan on updating this tier list. I just haven't gotten around to these two characters yet. Eugen, I don't think is going to be very good at AoE clear because they're a healer, but Esimo, I am expecting to be in A tier at least because they're kind of look like a better version of Leapic in terms of the amount of AoE explosions that they can rain down. So, like, without playing them, I would predict them to be in this A tier, but once again, haven't played them yet, so can't place them. Next, we're talking about bossing. This is specifically just what characters are good to bring into intercept battles. Now, there are characters that perform better on a team, and there are characters that are just really good characters to have in intercept battles that don't necessarily bring the most damage. So I'm going to try to just kind of factor in all of that to make a concise and cohesive boss tier list. Now, there is a bit of a difference in terms of bossing in the different characters, where some of the characters are weapon bossers and some of the characters are ability bossers. The characters that I'm going to be rating a little bit more highly right now are going to be those weapon bossers, because it's easier to get weapon DPS going right now in the game against the bosses rather than abilities. The ability damage bossers can do some pretty crazy damage, but you need very specific transcendent modules. You need really high ranks of your skills, versus guns you can kind of just put together like some defense, some duration and cooldown mods on your like gun users, and then just put all your things into your weapons and put out some pretty crazy damage. So just keep that in mind. Starting off with our tier list, we're going to be talking about Freyna. Freyna's in A tier, in my opinion. She's got good just uptime on her damage, where you're constantly taking bosses for fair bits of poison damage. Her 4 is good boss damage, and she gives herself some nice buffs. She's got some defense, and she's just kind of a good character to have for bossing. She doesn't put out the most boss damage, but she's just got a good kit for just kind of constantly doing good DPS. Next up, we've got Leapic. Now, Leapic is kind of exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to ability bossers. Leapic on Ultimate Leapic has a specific setup where you are able to spam your 4 and just use your ultimate a lot. If you have that build and that like setup, I would easily put Leapic in A, possibly S. However, if you're just playing normal Leapic, I'd probably put Leapic in B tier, if that makes sense. So kind of based off of the build, if you do have the ultimate 4 spam, and that's kind of the same with a few of these characters. If you have a very specific build for them, they can be insane, but just kind of like their base setup on Leapic, I'd probably put in B. Next up, we've got Blair. Blair's C tier. Blair's only real thing that he has going for bosses is the fact that when you're burning enemies, you get more crit chance and crit damage. So you bring a fire weapon, you place your stoves down, burn some enemies, get some crit chance, crit damage. He does have a setup where his 4 can do as much damage. It's not quite as bursty as Leapic's. And if you don't have the specific transcendent module to place the stoves down in a distance from you, then you're just not placing the stoves on the boss because it'll stomp you and insta one-shot you. So I just don't rate Blair very highly for bossing. Next up, Jaber. Now, Jaber is a bit of a toss-up in terms of placement. Now, if you're playing solo, you are the only person fighting in your team, Jaber is a great pick. Jaber's going to give you some time for enemies to attack something else than you. You've got a healing turret. You've got some damage that your turret can keep up, so your DPS output is relatively high. However, if you're in a group, I don't think Jaber's as important. The healing is nice, but one of the best things that Jaber used to have for bossing is his ultimate that used to nuke bosses. Apparently, that's been nerfed now, so I don't think he's as important. Just, you know, he's kind of a healer, and there's healers that do better healing than he does. So we're putting him in C for now. Esimo, I haven't played yet, so he's in the did not play category. Then we've got Sharon. I'm going to be putting Sharon in A tier. Now, Sharon, out of the box, if you just pick her up, you don't have any of the specific things, not great bosser. the role with Sharon is you're trying to buff up a specific weapon, whether it's a rocket launcher or a sniper. You go into your ambush, you get that big damage increase, you shoot it, and then go back cloaking. You're going to deal even more damage if you're shooting enemies that aren't targeting you, so she's really bad for solo play, kind of, you know? Like, you want teammates that are constantly targeting you, or not constantly targeting you, so you can get that damage increase. She also has a mod, I think it's called Melting Nuts, that allows you to strip enemies' defense so you can debuff the bosses so that everyone's doing more damage. And her ultimate is one of the higher single target damage skills in the game. So Sharon, we're going to be putting in A. Not great for solo, but pretty good in terms of just putting out boss DPS. Next up, we've got Enzo. Enzo, in my opinion, is S tier. Not super great for solo, but this is a character that is so helpful to have. One of the biggest issues in bosses is running out of ammo. You've got a gun, most of the time, you've got one gun that you really juice up. This is your best weapon, and you're going to be dealing a lot of damage with it. Enzo allows everyone on the team to have infinite ammo, basically, all the time. And Enzo provides his ultimate, allows you to stay using your heavy ammo weapon, basically the entire fight. I've done a few runs on Enzo where I can shoot my sniper rifle the entire fight without ever having to stop. His ultimate ability gives you constant ammo regen, so you're constantly regenning ammo up to, like, I'm sitting there with like 20 sniper shots, and he gives you a 20% damage increase and a 20% crit, and you can have it up for like 15 seconds, and it applies to all of your teammates. He's just really helpful to have for bosses. He's not going to be putting out like some of the crazy like melts as some of these other characters we're talking about, but he's got really good utility on a team. He's got really good utility while you're solo, and if you're taking advantage of his kit, you can basically use a heavy weapon the entire fight, which is just so valuable. Next up, we've got Viessa. We put Viessa in C tier. Once again, not bringing too much to the table when it comes to bossing. Yes, you can keep kind of constant damage on a boss, but her kit just doesn't feel good to me in specific boss fights. I'd absolutely be fine placing Viessa probably in D tier because I think Blair and Jaber are both better than her. So yeah, we'll put Viessa in D for bossing. Next up, we've got Bunny. Bunny we'll probably put in B tier. Bunny has some good damage on her 4. She's got good AoE clear, so when all of the little ads spawn, a lot of the times you want to kill those ads so that your team gets ammo and health, and Bunny is just a good character where you can passively be damaging all those ads, kill all of them, while also shooting at the boss, and you get good movement speed. The movement speed is kind of overlooked a bit in boss fights because if you have a teammate that dies across the map, there's no one that's going to get to that teammate to revive them faster than Bunny. There's Frostwalker fights where you need to pick up a bunch of debuffs, and there's Hangwalker, I forget the exact name, where you have to like lead an objective away from the boss. Bunny's just good at doing some of these side objectives and does good damage, and it's got good movement speed. So we're putting Bunny in B. Next up, Eugen. I haven't played this character. I think he'd probably be fantastic, probably around B tier, just to have a constant healer in your team. Doesn't bring as much DPS as some of these other characters, but once again, I haven't played them, so I can't rate them. Next up, Ajax. We're going to put Ajax in A tier. Now, Ajax is, out of the box, not the best bosser. Like, he doesn't really bring much damage to anyone. However, his shields, his amount of aggro that he can draw is all really helpful. You know, you can constantly be bubbling teammates. You can keep those squishy Freynas or Sharons alive. You can make it so that Sharon's always fighting against the boss, but it's not targeting you. Ajax just feels really good for boss fights. However, Ajax has a very specific setup around reflect damage that actually puts out very respectable damage. I haven't tested it in the launch of the game, but in the betas, Ajax was soloing bosses in 4-player co-op, where the boss would just target Ajax and it would nuke itself doing reflect damage. I haven't tested that, if that's still strong. If that build is dead and they nerfed it into the ground, I probably put him down into like C or B, but the reflect Ajax build is very noticeably strong for bossing. Next up, we've got Kyle. I'll probably put Kyle into B tier. Kyle's kind of in the same boat as Bunny, as Kyle provides a lot of damage with his 4. You can basically nuke bosses for millions, but that's really all he's got going. It's very nice to just kind of have a character that can soak up damage and is going to be a character that's reliable, but because your survivability isn't as provided to your other teammates, whereas Ajax provides that survivability to your teammates, I rate him less highly, and I'd say they do about similar damage, just like the whole time of a reflect, versus a nuke from Kyle's 4. So Kyle 4, good, you got good survivability, but you're not really helping your teammates out all that much. You can help them with some shields, but I rate Ajax higher for that like role of tank. Next up, we've got Glay. Glay is S tier. Glay isn't as strong as she used to be. She was nerfed, but she's still one of the best weapon users in the game. She can crank out damage with her 4 if you can kill enemies and collect the orbs. You can get a mod on her to basically extend the duration of her frenzied state, where you're going to be getting infinite ammo, so she can do what Enzo does, but she can also get a fairly decent, she's getting also a decent damage buff. You can play her around with some of the low health things. She's way tankier than Enzo is, because you can build a full HP defense build. She's just a good bossing character. And she's probably the best gun user in the game because of her ability to give herself infinite ammo, healing, sustain, and just really good at everything that you kind of want in a boss. She's not overly swishy like Bunny. She does a lot of damage consistently with weapons. She's really easy to get going. You can basically put some HP and defense and cooldown and duration mods on Glay, and then put all of your investment into making your guns as powerful as possible. And then lastly, we've got Valby. I'm probably going to put Valby in B tier. She's situationally really good. She does a little bit more constant DPS than like a Bunny, so, you know, in terms of just dotting enemies, she can be great. If you are using electric on your weapons, like if your whole team is bunnies, or you're all using guns that are like, for example, Devour is weak to electric, Valby debuffs for that electric damage, so she can be nutty when paired with the right group. But in terms of just like overall damage, she just constantly does kind of a decent job of putting out DPS. I'll probably squeak her up into A, just because she can get around, she's got defense, and she's got constant damage. Valby's just all around pretty good, and if you've got people using electric, she's even better, so she's got a little bit more utility than these characters. And for our final tier list, this is just kind of a general tier list and also kind of an experiment because I wanted to see how it'd work out. So I took the mobbing tier list and assigned a point value based off of how far away they were from S tier. So if you're in S tier, you get 1 point. If you're in A tier, you get 2. B tier is 3 points, so on and so forth. And we did the exact same for bossing, and then we added them up to get an aggregate score for each of the characters to get a overall tier list. And I just wanted to show you guys how that like spelled out. So for the overall tier list, this is just kind of taking into account both their ability to mob and their ability to boss. This is kind of where we ended up. We've got Blair and Viessa in C tier. I'm still like a little bit unsure about Viessa, mainly because I haven't played her ultimate version, and I know that you can scale her ultimate version up to do some pretty gnarly things. I'm just not a huge fan of Blair, so I don't rate him very highly. In B tier, we've got some of our utility and tanks. We've got Ajax, Jaber, and Kyle. All are alright at mobbing and solid at bossing, but not the best at anything, so that kind of makes sense that they're middle of the road. In A tier, we've got characters that can fit niches pretty well, that are quite strong. Glay with her bossing. Sharon's got good bossing and decent AoE. Leapix, kind of jack of all trades, does some pretty crazy bossing if you can get the right build on him. And Enzo's one of the best group teammates to have, and also characters to play for bossing and DPS, but horrible to play outside of bossing. And then in S tier is kind of our jack of all trades, just good all-around characters. Valby and Bunny, no mistakes, are 2 of the best AoE farming characters in the game, but they're not lacking in their ability to help out on bosses. They're definitely not the best bossers, so if you prioritize bossing over this, obviously don't look at this tier list for bossing, you look at the specific tier list for bossing, but all of these characters dish out pretty good damage and are helpful in boss fights. They're not the best bossers, but taking into the mobbing, these are very, very valuable characters to have in your roster. Guys, that is going to do it for the video. I hope you enjoyed. This was a much longer video. I don't normally post videos that are like over 30 minutes long, so if you got through the whole thing, let me know down below. It does actually help me figure figure out if posting videos this long is actually worthwhile. And yeah, guys, I will catch y'all in the next one. If you have any questions about the game, you can always find me over at twitch.tv/Moxie. We'll be live streaming the game and playing as much as we can. And with that, guys, I'll catch y'all in the next one. Take care. Peace.
How's it going, guys, and welcome back to another First Descendant video. Now today we're going to be covering the highly requested Volby in-depth in-game guide. Now I've spent more time testing these mods in this build than I did on Kyle, because there's so many numbers to test and there's so many different mods to test. This was all tested live on twitch.tv/EEFANN. There was some off-stream testing, but a majority of it, especially the end testing for all the end mods that I decided to go with, is live over on Twitch. If you want to go watch, stop by. I'm going to be live as you're watching this. Anyways, let's not waste any more time. Let's jump straight into it. We're going to go to the Descendant module, and the first thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about Volby's abilities. We're going to start with the passive because it's very easy to explain and it's very straightforward. Water intake. When using skills while on water, MP cost decreases. The decreased amount is by 30%. You see there on the right. Puddles created by skills are also considered to be water. So this means that any water you leave on the ground, which all of your skills do leave water, you're going to get a 30% decrease to the amount of mana or MP, mana, however you say it, MP cost. This also applies to any water in the game on the ground. Now, if I back out here, you'll see the same place all the passives are. Next to your fourth ability, there is a smaller hexagon, and this tells you when your passive ability is either off cooldown. Now, Volby doesn't have a cooldown, but it will glow and show you that it is active. So you'll know that you're getting the MP reduction when it's glowing. Now that we're back to our abilities, we're going to start with the first ability, Bubble Bullet. Now all of Volby's abilities are non-attribute, and they scale off non-attribute mods, or any type of non-attribute modifier. Now along with non-attribute, we have 2 fusion and 2 dimension. Our fusions are going to be Bubble Bullet and Laundry Bomb, and our dimensions are Plop Plop and Clean Up. This will be important when we get to the mods because I'll explain a couple things and some boring math behind why we went with some of the mods we went with. But for now, we're just going to explain the ability. The skill description. Fires a bouncing bubble bullet. Where the bubble bullet impacts, it creates a small puddle at the point of collision. Enemies who touch the small puddle take continuous damage and are inflicted with launch. The bubble bullet explodes upon hitting an enemy or after bouncing a maximum number of times, dealing burst damage on nearby enemies. Burst damage increases with the number of times bubble bullet bounces. Now if you look over here at the basic info, what's very important to know, and like I said, this will tie into the mods I chose, is that you get a burst damage, so skill power times 469.5% modifier. So your base skill power times a modifier, and the modifier number is increased by skill power modifier mods, non-attribute or fusion skill power modifier mods to be precise. The burst damage is very high. Now there's a couple issues with Bubble Bullet, and it's the reason that I recommended you go with Waterplay for the beginner's guide for Volby. I almost recommend going with Waterplay here as well, but there's a couple conditions that can happen that cause Bubble Bullet to blow Waterplay out of the water, no pun intended, out of the water in terms of damage. The problem is, and you can choose for yourself what you want to do, there's going to be a couple modifications you can make to this build to tie into how you want to play. But the conditions that need to be met is maximum range for Bubble Bullet. So you need the max amount of bounces, and I'll show you exactly what that range is. And you need your target to stand in the damage over time pool. Now this can be troublesome because, well, everything moves. On top of that, it's very hard when you're in the middle of combat to understand how far the Bubble Bullet actually bounces, unless you're just a Volby Pro. It took a lot of time for me to understand the range of the bouncing. So, if you can meet these 2 conditions, and you do not have to have them stand in the entire DOT, there is some leniency for how long they stand in the DOT because of how strong the burst damage is from Bubble Bullet. But again, if you decide to opt for Waterplay, there's not much damage loss happening. Again, unless you can reach, or meet, both of those conditions. And one more time I'll tell you, the condition is max bounces with burst damage and full amount of DOT time. So I'm going to back out real quick and show you guys how far it is in the range that you can bounce Bubble Bullet to get the maximum amount of damage. Now it's very precise, so you need to be standing at this. So this right here would not count as maximum range. So I have to back up to here. This is exactly max range for bubble bullet bouncing, and this is what's going to give me the maximum amount of damage. So you see there I got 190k from my explosion. Now I'm going to step forward and I'm going to show you guys the explosion difference or the damage difference just based off this short amount of range that I changed. So if I step forward to the black line here. Okay, well that was a crit, but that doesn't count. We don't count the crits. But it's good to see that our crit mods are working. Let's go away. Stop again. So 171.3k. So you see the difference is from 190 to 171 with just a small distance changed. So again, this is why I stress that it's very important that you keep the maximum distance for your bubble bullet bounce in order to get more impact than water play. And if I back up and show you water play really quickly, we're going to keep it on the same build. We just remove emergency measures, excuse me, water play. Now I'm going to quickly note real quick for you guys. Keep this in mind that all of Volby's abilities are on a 1 second interval. Now essentially what this means is, if you have a 14.2 second duration, you're going to get 14 damage ticks from whatever ability you use, because it's 1 tick per second. The only difference in these abilities, or the only outlier in these abilities, is the cleanup ability. The reason is you get an initial burst damage that counts as a tick. It does the same amount of damage as a tick. And when I say a tick, I mean a tick of damage by sliding through the enemies. And I'm at 21.3 seconds here, so I'm going to get 21 ticks. So this is going to translate to 22 ticks of damage if you slide directly through the enemy. So just keep that in mind. So if I go here, it's going to do 14 ticks of 34,400 damage. So if we did the quick math here, and we did 34,400 times 14, we're going to get 481,600. So you're getting 481,600 damage just by simply using water play. Now this takes away the difficulty factor of having to bounce it at maximum range. And I'll show you guys really quickly what it looks like if you just bubble bullet directly in front of them. We'll also do the math here to show you exactly the difference in damage. So remember, 481k for water play, and with bubble bullet, you have 76,157. So we'll do 76,100 plus 15,000 times. Now this is a little different. Remember, I said it's on a 1 second interval. So we would go to bubble bullet and we see that it's a 14 second duration. But you have to multiply this times 2 because the burst and the DOT create a double tick. So it's 15,000 times 28 instead of 14. And that's going to give you 496,100. So if you're following the math, you lose 9,800 damage by using water play over bubble bullet if you decide to use bubble bullet in a close range playstyle. So if you're up close with the boss or you're not able to get the maximum bounces, you're going to be losing a very minimal amount of damage by switching to water play, and you're going to gain that ease of use. So choose for yourself. Bubble bullet is the higher damaging ability. It does produce more damage over time, more DPS in general. So you can pick what you want to do there. If you want to take, again, the ease of use or the higher damage. The choice is yours. Now, before we move on from bubble bullet, now that I've explained everything in depth for you guys, I just want to say quickly, there is going to be some difficulty with the terrain. If the terrain is any sort of elevated, or if there's a little bump or any kind of, literally any difference in the terrain besides flat, the bubble bullet will occasionally bug out and go the wrong way. It won't go anywhere near your target. So you just need to keep all of this in mind when you decide to use bubble bullet. Again, you're going to be having a more difficult time actually targeting something with bubble bullet because it will just go all over the place. But if you get bubble bullet to hit, you're going to get a very big boost of damage compared to using water play. So overall, I think it's the better option in terms of DPS. Just remember that it is going to be much harder to use. Another thing is, if you jump while using bubble bullet, you're going to reduce the velocity, and I'll show you this really quickly. So if we just start from here, if we throw it, you can see that it hits the Slayer. Now I'm not going to wait for the damage over time because this isn't going to hit him most likely. So if I jump and throw bubble bullet, you see how it did not reach him. Okay, so keep in mind that if you jump while using it, even if you're running, like if you're running around and you do You know, you do one of these, you're gonna reduce the velocity of it by a lot and it won't reach them. So keep that in mind. Now moving on from Bubble Bullet, we have Plop Plop. Now Plop Plop is a very fun ability and there's a couple things that you need to know about it. So we'll read the description first and then I'll explain to you guys in depth what it is. Skill description. Forms a big puddle at a designated location. Emerges from the big puddle and inflicts knockdown on nearby enemies. Enemies standing in the big puddle receive continuous damage and are inflicted with Laundry. The skill's cooldown decreases proportionally to the number of enemies inflicted with knockdown. So if you look over here underneath basic info on the right, on hitting enemy, you get a 1.5 second cooldown per enemy hit. So if you were to hit 8 enemies with a Plop Plop, you're going to get a 12-second cooldown reduction. The cooldown itself is 18.1. If you hit enough enemies, you can get a full reset on your Plop Plop. So if you group up the ads, or you have a big group of ads, remember that you can use this and you'll get an instant reset on your ability. Now Big Puddle's damage, and keep in mind there is a little typo here, it says Bug Puddle. I'm almost positive it's supposed to say Big Puddle. Anyways, Big Puddle has a continuous damage, which is your skill power times 28%. This is enhanced by skill power modifiers, and skill power modifiers are very strong on an ability like this because there's already a low modifier. However, the fusion modifier produces more DPS over the dimension modifier, even though it's a smaller percentage and it's being increased more. So 28% plus 18%, you know what I mean? It should translate to a larger number. However, it only increases the damage over time, and the damage over time is not the best. Not on Plop Plop. So overall, fusion modifiers, skill power modifiers, produce more DPS than the dimension modifiers. The duration of the puddles in which you leave, and you leave two, one from where you're standing and one to where you go. The duration is going to be 21.3 seconds for those puddles, and the range is going to be a 6-meter radius. This is increasable. It's by 200%, which means you can get a max of 12 meters. When we get to the modding, you'll see why my radius is only 6 meters, but I'll explain what you should do and why you should do it. And then the Laundry debuff lasts for 28.4 seconds. Laundry is a very important mechanic when it comes to Volby. Now, Volby's abilities all inflict Laundry. Laundry not only ties into your Laundry launcher, but it also ties into the 20% electric resist decrease. So what this means is you give anything you afflict with Laundry is going to have a 20% damage reduction to electric damages and non-attribute damages. And that's of all types, weapon, ability, etc. Doesn't matter. So the boss, if you hit them with Laundry, or the ads, if you inflict them with Laundry, they're going to take 20% more damage from electric and non-attribute damage types. Okay? And this applies to all of her abilities. Every single one of her abilities cause this. They inflict Laundry, as long as you're hitting them with the water. And again, this will tie back into your Laundry launcher here in a minute. Now we have Cleanup. Cleanup is one of your stronger abilities. The damage over time is very strong for Cleanup. Along with, as I said earlier in the video, when you initially slide through the enemies, they also receive the same damage over time number, so an extra tick of the damage over time, and it's very, very strong. Not only that, but the duration on this is very high, which means you can make a lot of space or cover a lot of space with water by using this ability. Along with this being one of your best abilities, you also get a very nice 1000 movement speed buff, and to top it off, you get a 50% damage reduction when you're in liquefied state. So when you're sliding around, keep in mind that you cannot jump when you're using this ability. You are tied to the ground and you can only move. So if there's any little ledge in front of you, good luck getting over it. You're going to have to cancel the ability. But the ability can be canceled by pressing the activation key again, and you will instantly get out of the ability. Now the reason this ability is so strong and the DOT is so good is because it's a skill power times 138.5% skill power modifier. So the damage number is jacked way up. You get damage intervals of 1 second, like all of her abilities, and the duration of the water which you leave on the ground is 21.3 seconds. The range on mine is 2 meters by 2 meters because I don't have a range mod, and we'll get to that in the modding. But the max expendable range is 200%, which means you could get to a 4x4 meter radius, which is a lot of area covered by water. And again, this afflicts Laundry, which is her main mechanic, so all of her abilities regarding water, which is obviously everything, afflicts Laundry to everything touched by the water. Now moving on to her final ability is Laundry Bomb. The skill description states, equip a unique weapon. It will be unequipped when the duration ends or all bullets have been used. The projectile impact of the unique weapon creates a Laundry Bomb, dealing continuous damage and inflicting Toad on nearby enemies with Laundry. So any enemy afflicted with Laundry gets the Toad debuff, or basically what this means is they get sucked into this bubble. The range of the suck on this bubble is 8 meters. This is increasable by 200%, which means the max range on this ability could be 16 meters. So if you maxed out your range, you would be able to pull in enemies afflicted by laundry at a 16 meter radius, which is very, very, very good. Continuous damage increases based on the number of enemies with laundry. So the more enemies you have sucked into this bubble, the more damage it does. You get 3 shots or a 28.4 second duration. You are able to use other abilities while you have this cannon out. So if you activate Laundry Bomb, and then you don't have any enemies afflicted with laundry yet, what I like to do is activate the Laundry Bomb, shoot one of the bubbles, and then activate my cleanup and go around hitting enemies, and then the enemies that I'm hitting with the water are instantly sucked into the bubble, and it starts doing damage to them. And then I shoot another one, and then I'll do plop plop or whatever ability I'm feeling, depending on the scenario, and everything that's getting hit by this water is getting sucked into the bubble. Now 28.4 seconds is a very long time. You have more than enough time to use your abilities to afflict them with laundry, or you could go around and afflict everything with laundry, and then pull out your cannon, whatever works for you. But I've noticed that ads do tend to die when you're in group activities pretty fast, especially when you have those crazy bunny players running around, absolutely nuking everything AoE wise. So use the ability as you please, but that's the way I like to use it. Now the damage is a skill power times a 39.1% modifier. Again, this can be increased by a fusion skill power modifier. This is not the craziest damage dealing ability. It's nice, but it's more of a crowd control thing. So you're not going to get insane damage out of it, but you do get good damage. Everything on Volbeat does have very good damage. The duration is 4.4 seconds, so that means every bubble is 4.4 second duration. And the continuous damage range is 2 meters. Very small, but it's the inside of the bubble. That's all it's saying. And the max damage increase is 200%. So there's a 25% damage increase per enemy sucked in. So if you have 4 enemies sucked in, you're at 100% damage increase. You can suck in 8 enemies max for a 200% damage increase. And again, this also inflicts laundry on your enemies. Now that we've been over all of her abilities, and if you have any questions about the abilities whatsoever, or you're not understanding something I'm saying, feel free to use the comment section below. I will be in the comment section answering every single question you guys ask. Or, as I said, I stream over on Twitch. I may be live. You can come ask me while I'm live, and you can get a live answer from me. And that's at twitch.tv/EFANN. Anyways, moving on, we're going to move straight into the mods. So as you can see here, these are the mods that I decided to go with. There is going to be some changes I would recommend, or not changes, but I'm going to explain to you why I chose each mod. And I'm going to explain to you the alternatives or what I would slot in next. As you can see, I only have 57 module capacity. That's because I'm not level 40, I'm level 33. However, it wouldn't matter if I was at module capacity 60 because I wouldn't be able to slot in any other mods regardless. However, if you were to put a energy activator into Volbeat, or you were to use crystallization catalysts, which I have done one, but if you were to do more, you would be able to fit the mods that I'm going to recommend easily. So first and foremost, we're going to start with the seal modules. As you can see, I'm not running one. I already went over why I don't use waterplay or why I would use waterplay. Choose for yourself. Now the other 2 mods that I would use for Volbeat's Transcendent mods are Supply Moisture and Singing Water. Now if you've been tuned into the stream at all, you would have seen that my RNG has been absolutely atrocious. So I'm not able to display these mods for you, but I can tell you what they do, and then I can tell you why I would or where I would use them. So we'll start with Singing Water. Let's back out here, and we're going to go to Access Info, Modules, Singing Water. The Singing Water spawns a seduction of water where the unique weapon's bullet explodes. Until it is destroyed, the spawn seduction of water taunts surrounding monsters and inflicts the laundry effect on them. So this changes the way your laundry cannon works, and it is basically a big AoE attraction or a aggro grabber. So instead of sucking the enemies in, you're going to be attracting the enemies, which kind of works in the same way essentially, but this would be good for very big mobs. And if you weren't running any other Transcendent mod, this would just be a convenience type of use, or just maybe something fun to mess around with. This obviously has no effect on boss fights. I mean, there are those little ads that spawn. If you feel like that's a problem for you, you can use that to keep them off of you. It could be useful. Sometimes the Kingfishers can be annoying as hell, and they just spin and knock you around, and they're just a nuisance. So this could be useful there, because you can't use this ability on bosses anyways, because they obviously can't be sucked into the water. So maybe that'd be useful for aggroing the ads to keep them off your team when you need a res or something. And then the next one's going to be Supply Moisture. So Supply Moisture states, while on water, increases skill critical hit rate, skill duration, and firearm attribute trigger rate. Reduction of MP consumption does not apply. Now the reduction of MP is not anything spectacular anyways, so losing that isn't the biggest deal. The problem is that you have to be standing on your water. This can be troublesome because there's a lot of moving around in boss fights and stuff, but if you're able to keep the aggro on someone else and you are able to create a big area of space with like your plop plop or your cleanup, this is obviously very nice because you just get a free increase to skill critical hit rate and duration, along with the firearm attribute trigger rate. And firearm attribute trigger rate, for those that don't know, if you had an electricity status on your weapon, it increases the rate at which the electricity will proc, so essentially making the electricity proc more often. And then skill critical hit rate obviously increases the rate at which you crit with your skills, and then duration is how long your abilities last. So Supply Moisture could be a very good Transcendent mod to slot in. However, no Transcendent mod is needed for Volby. It is not like you're going to be getting blown out by another Volby in terms of DPS if you do not run one. It's up to you what you want to use, but I would recommend Supply Moisture and then Singing Water next. And again, I already went over Water Play, so choose what you would like to use for that. Now that we've been over the skill module or the Transcendent mods, for the sub module, I use Long Distance Maneuvering because I like the extra 5 meters you get. Personal choice. If you want to use Shock Punch, which is what I used for a long time, you can use Shock Punch. You know, it's cool, kind of plays hand in hand with the electricity debuff you give to enemies, etc, etc. Or you could use Dual Claw if you want to have a AoE slash and get rid of like enemies around you. I believe Short Sword also has a nice AoE effect on it for meleeing ads. However, I don't ever use my sub. I rarely find myself using my sub attack anyways. I'm sure you guys are the same. But if you're a sub attack enthusiast, I would recommend Dual Claw or Short Sword. And if you're like me and you just want the utility, Long Distance Maneuvering or Mid-Air Maneuvering. Keep in mind, Mid-Air Maneuvering did have some bugs. When you're on bosses, it would grapple the air and not the weak point, so that can be kind of troublesome. But again, the sub module does not matter as long as you have it maxed out, because maxing it out gives you more capacity to slot more mods. Then starting from the top, we have emergency measures. Now, I obviously don't have the space to max this out, but you would want to max this out. This gives you the skill critical hit rate and the skill critical hit damage, which is never bad in any scenario. So this is always good, and it's nice that it has both of them because each of these go hand in hand. Every time you increase one, you want to increase the other. You don't want to go all into one and not into the other. You want to make sure you're splitting up the amount of skill critical hit rate and skill critical hit damage that you apply to your mods. Or I should say that you apply to your Descendant would be the better way to say it. Now, for focus on non-attribute, I obviously have this one maxed out, and I actually messed up when I maxed this one out. Now, this is not bad. If you're the type of person that really likes skill cooldowns, and having your ability off cooldown is very important to you, then focus on non-attribute isn't bad. However, after doing the math, it comes out to a 1.5 second decrease on all of your abilities. So that means that with the setup I have now, by applying the non-attribute focus on non-attribute mod, I get a minus 1.5 second cooldown for all my abilities. Now that's roughly, it changes from ability to ability, but the median of it is 1.5 seconds. And that's just to make it simpler for you guys to understand. It's essentially 1.5. There's like 1.8, 1.3. It doesn't really matter, but roughly 1.5 seconds on all abilities by using the focus on non-attribute mod. Now, what I would slot in here, instead of focus on non-attribute, is non-attribute master. As you can see, I did some testing with it. This one along with the base focus on non-attribute, because they're around the same % increase. And non-attribute master came out on top. Now, it wasn't by a lot, but it was by a good bit. So to give you guys some of the boring numbers, with a base non-attribute master and a base focus on non-attribute, base non-attribute master was hitting 139k with Bubble Bullet, and focus on non-attribute base was hitting 134k. So it's about a minus 5k from going focus on non-attribute or by using focus on non-attribute. And it's a plus 5k for using non-attribute master. So to simplify that, if it's confusing at all, non-attribute master gives you plus 5,000 damage to your bubble bullet alone. Now the total damage of bubble bullet with non-attribute master is 353,000. And the total damage of bubble bullet with non-attribute or focus on non-attribute was 339,500. So again, the damage isn't crazy, but it is definitely better. And for a 1.5 second cooldown trade-off, to me the 1.5 seconds is nothing because it's not increasing your DPS by that much. Although you can stack damage over time. So for instance, what I mean is if you did a bubble bullet and then you threw another bubble bullet, the puddles would overlap, so you can stack the damage over time. The 1.5 seconds won't change the amount of times that you can stack the damage over time. But again, choose for yourself. The damage difference isn't anything crazy, it's not substantial. So if you like the 1.5 second cooldown for all your abilities, then go for focus on non-attribute. But if you don't care about the cooldowns, then go for non-attribute master. And for time distribution, you get a skill cooldown of minus 14.3 and a max HP of 52.4. Volby is one of the descendants that comes with a very high base HP stat. Shield is not very good in the first descendant, the defense does not apply to it, so your shield is very weak. So going for health and defense is very nice. Going for health on Volby because she already has a base high HP stat is the way that I like to go. Fusion Specialist. Now this is where I'm going to get into a couple of numbers for you, and I'm going to explain why I use Fusion Specialist over Dimension Specialist. So with a complete build, the numbers for Fusion Specialist is as follows. Bubble Bullet at max range with damage over times plus cleanup is 838,079 damage. Now Dimension Specialist with Bubble Bullet with the same following conditions, Bubble Bullet at max range with max DOTs and cleanup is 830,500. So Fusion Specialist wins by around 8k. Nothing crazy, but this is where it makes a big difference. So Bubble Bullet with Plop Plop using Fusion Specialist is 580,800 damage. Now with Dimension Specialist, Bubble Bullet with Plop Plop, and again Bubble Bullet at max range with the DOTs, combined with Plop Plop, with Dimension Specialist is only 433,940. So Fusion Specialist gives you an extra 150k DPS, approximately. The actual number is 147, but rounding up to 150k. The Fusion Specialist gives you another 147k damage when you're combining Bubble Bullet with Plop Plop, and it gives you an 8k damage increase when combining Bubble Bullet with Cleanup. Now, when I'm using Dimension Specialist, Bubble Bullet alone with its maxed out conditions, again meaning max bounces and damage over time, with Dimension Specialist is 322,000. While using Fusion Specialist, it's 444,000. So a very big increase to the damage there. The reason this is happening is because if you look at Bubble Bullet and you look at the burst damage, it's the skill power times a 469.5% modifier. Modifiers are increased by modifier mods. This number is what increases by adding a modifier mod. Now, if it does not show on this table, what you do is you open your inventory, you press W on your keyboard or X on the controller, and you look here at these numbers. So these numbers are decimals, which translate into percentages. So 0.972 is 97.2%, and 0.062 is 6.2%, onward and onward. It works the same for all of the percentages. And if there's a 1, like the skill critical hit damage, this is 100%. So 81.7%. So 181.7% skill critical hit damage. Now moving back to our mods, as I was saying, the modifier that I'm using for Fusion Specialist, as you can see, is a 76.1% skill power modifier, Fusion skill power modifier. So this gives me 76.1% on top of the base skill power modifier for the burst damage. So the burst damage is what's carrying the Fusion Specialist over the Dimension Specialist mod. Now, after boring you with all these numbers in this math, the consensus is Fusion Specialist over Dimension Specialist in terms of damage over time in almost every single scenario. And to sum up all of the numbers, Dimension Specialist is a 1 million DPS. I'm not going to go over all the numbers behind that, it would make this too long. The most likely damage over time for a Volby player using the abilities would be 1 million DPS. Again, I'm not going to go over the numbers, but it's 1 million DPS using Dimension Spec and 1.1 million using Fusion Spec. And when I say Spec, I mean Specialist. So again, there's a 100k increase in damage over time using Fusion Specialist. So Fusion Specialist just wins in every single scenario. There's very, very few scenarios where Dimension wins. It's not worth using. Then we have increased HP. Again, as I said, you want to play into Volby's increased HP pool, and this is a very great mod to do that because you get a plus 218.5% max HP. And then skill extension for the 36.5 duration. The duration applies to the water left on the ground, along with the ability usage time. Like cleanup gets the increased duration, it's the only one, along with the laundry bomb, excuse me. So laundry bomb and cleanup get the increased use time, along with the increased water time. And what I mean by water time is the water that you leave on the ground by using cleanup. And that applies to obviously all of the abilities. Now, assuming you have 80 capacity and you have the formas in your Volby, because Volby is going to be your main. He is also my main, by the way. However, due to making videos and such, I don't have the time to main her. I'm playing other Descendants, learning all them, etc, etc. But if she is maxed out for you, or you have her decked out to where you have all of the mods, and for this setup, you would want to use a Xantic as a Forma. And by Forma, I mean Crystallization Catalyst. Forma is what I refer to it as from a Warframe term. However, as I was saying, the mods that I would recommend adding in, if you have more module capacity after adding all of these, and I'll move this so you can see all the mods, it's going to be MP Accelerant if MP is an issue for you. Not only that, but you also get a duration boost from using MP Accelerant. Front Lines, which will give you skill critical chance and damage, which as I said is never bad. And Technician. Technician will give you a boost to all of your modifiers for all of your skills. And again, as I told you before, modifiers are when it says skill power times whatever percent number it is. Modifiers are added to the percentage number that is the skill power is being multiplied by. Sometimes it won't always show this value on the charts here. So as I said, you have to go back to your inventory, press W or X on controller, and you look at the modifiers here. They will translate to this graph for sure. Now that we finished explaining all the math and all the boring numbers and everything behind the mods, and feel free to go to the comment section and tell me what mods you recommend I change and what your reasoning is for it. I love seeing other people's builds and the reason why they change these builds. That's one of the main things that I love about games like this, is all the build crafting and such. So feel free to leave a comment down below of how you would change these mods, if you would change anything at all. I always love seeing that. Anyways, let's jump straight into the guns I use. So the Thunder Cage goes hand in hand with the Laundry debuff because you get an increase electricity damage, and Thunder Cage obviously does electricity damage. So Thunder Cage is nice to just have not only as a DPS weapon, and I'll show you how I have it modded even though it's not souped out. This is how I have my Thunder Cage modded. Go action and reaction, rifle and reinforcement, fire rate up, adventurer. Those are the ones you want for sure. These 4 mods. Electric priority you would not want, you would just want electric enhancement. However, I accidentally, when I was early in the game, went into electric priority. Now, this isn't necessarily the worst thing that ever happened. All you get is a reload time modifier, but reload time can make your weapon feel clunky, and reload time plays into the cycle time of how much damage you can do, which lowers your DPS. So, yada yada, more numbers, but the reload time modifier decreases your DPS by a good amount. So these are the 4 mods that you want for sure, in my opinion. Now, there's obviously different ways to modify this Thunder Cage. There's build videos all over YouTube. I haven't watched any, but feel free to go watch one of those. Those will probably give you a better idea of how to actually deck out this thing. Then you have my main DPS weapon, which is the Tamer. Now, I have a YouTube video on how I mod this. As you can see, I'm not going to go over all the mods here because this is a build guide, not a weapon build guide, but just copy the mods you see here and upgrade as follows: rifling reinforcement, action and reaction, fire rate up, in that order. And now, you're probably wondering why I have a level 84 shotgun here. This just plays into my reactor. However, I don't have the best reactor that I want, obviously because it's a shotgun weapon class optimization condition. But honestly, I would like a sniper rifle optimization condition for my playstyle, or maybe even a hand cannon. Anything other than what this is. I just don't like shotguns. I would take a machine gun, assault rifle to use my eternal willpower. Basically, this is the worst one I could get. However, this is the best one I have in slot right now, and I don't use my heavy weapon enough to actually care about having to slot in this shotgun. Now, I do have an ultimate Thunder Cage mounting optimization condition, and you may be wondering, well, why are you not using this one if you have the optimization condition because you're running Thunder Cage? Well, the reason is because it's a ultimate reactor. Ultimate reactors require you to be holding the weapon in your hand when using abilities to get the 160% skill power boost. I just do not want to do that. Thunder Cage is not my main DPS weapon. It's like I said, it's the tamer. So I'm not going to sit there and switch to my Thunder Cage every single time. But if you want to be the most optimal, run a Thunder Cage optimization condition and make sure you have the Thunder Cage in your hand at almost at all times, because you will be spamming abilities with Volby. And that's how you'll get the absolute most damage you can get from the reactor. Now, as you can see from my reactor, it's non-attribute dimension. I would prefer non-attribute fusion. As I said, the fusion scales higher, so fusion is better than dimension. But this is the one I have, so this isn't perfect, but this does the job. And for my substats, I have skill cooldown, which is always great, and skill critical hit damage, which is also always great. For my external components, I'm mostly going for max HP. As I said when I was going over the mods, you want to build into Volby's high HP pool, so I'm just adding on top of all this HP, along with a little defense, which I get from my Annihilation Sensor. Now, I'm running resistances on my external components rather than my modules, and that's because these external components that you get from doing hard mode bosses provide you with a very high fire resistance, or any resistance stat. It can go upwards of 3,000, as you can see by this one right here, my Annihilation Sensor, which gives me 3,814 chill resistance. Now, for resistances, they're not the strongest in the game, however, they do make a difference. So I would recommend anywhere between 4,000 to 7,000 resistance. 4,000 would be okay for the hard mode bosses, it'll get you through. You mostly want to rely on defense and HP for your survivability. So getting the resistances from these external components are very big for me, because it saves me module capacity, which I already lack right now, and I'm sure some of you guys are also struggling with module capacity, so it's nice to not have to slot that big resistance mod. So for my first one, I have max HP, 484 HP with the fire resistance. Then I have 4,683 defense on my sensor with the chill resistance. Then I have my 646 HP on my memory with 3,575 defense. I do have a HP support memory with electric resistance at 3,500. So if I'm going up against something like the Executioner, I would slot in a electric resistance and I would trade out the defense, because the electric resistance is very nice on this. However, I'm running the Annihilation memory for almost everything else, because I do get the skill duration at plus 5.7% by running the double Annihilation by my sensor and my memory. And then for my processor, I have a 646 max HP with 279 max shield. And this also gives me the 2-set effect for chill skill power. However, unfortunately, I don't do chill damage, I do non-attribute. But if I do come across a better processor, I will obviously switch that out. Ideally, a very nice set that you'd want to go for would be the Annihilation set. It's very strong. Not only do you get the skill duration, but you also get the firearm attack, which increases proportionally to the ratio of max HP to HP loss, up to 26%, and when 50% of your HP is lost, or more than 50%, your MP recovery reduces by 22%, but your HP recovery increases by 16.4% for 10 seconds on a 30-second cooldown. Now, if you're having trouble with MP management, you might not want to run the full set of this. You might just want the 2 for the skill duration. The choice is yours depending on what you're struggling with in your playstyle. Now, we have pretty much covered everything that there is regarding Volby. If there's anything that I missed, feel free to let me know in the comment section. And as I said, I will be in the comment section responding to everything. If you have any questions, there may be a couple things that I missed here. There's a lot to cover, but I obviously do my best to try and cover everything and go as in-depth as possible, so that way anybody can understand it. So I hope you guys enjoy the build. I hope you guys are having fun on the First Descendant. This is an amazing game. I did want to say thank you guys for all the support lately. As I said in my most recent video, it means the world to me, and you guys in the comment section have been super helpful and super nice, and I appreciate that very much. Also, thank you guys for everybody that stopped by the stream and said what's up. I've had a few of you guys come by and follow and hang out with me for a little bit, and I do appreciate that as well. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Make sure you hit that bell icon if you want to be notified for more videos like this. I have an ECMO build coming up soon, and I have some pretty crazy things that I want to try with it. It may work, it may not. I also have an Enzo guide coming out. It's going to be a little bit later. The reasoning for this is there's a lot of Enzo guides out there right now that are probably pretty good, but I will be covering almost every single Descendant in this game at some point. I'm doing my best to get as many as I can. This game is quite a grind, as you guys know. So just bear with me and try to enjoy the ride. So thank you guys again. Hope you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Ain't nothing on my mind but Georgia. Let me make sure my shit streaming everywhere else. You know what I'm saying? Make sure everything right. With the multi-stream, you feel me? What's up, Tarzana? What's poppin', Tarzan? You said you wasn't gonna stream. Yeah, I know what I said. I changed my mind. I changed my mind, you dig? Alright, we live. Alright, we live. We live on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok, man. What's poppin', everybody? It's your boy Trail Time, man. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe if you watching this on YouTube later on. You feel me? Chilling with my sister, Wee. Say what's up, Wee.
Hey. Stop it.
We about to fight this big ass boss, you ready, Wee?
5 minutes.
What do you mean 5 minutes? Are you serious? What are you doing? Dude, it don't matter. You worried about the wrong thing. It don't matter. You don't have to do that. Alright, over there. Oh yeah, no.
Hey, Raven. Good.
Oh my god, boy. Oh my god, bruh. Hey, y'all on TikTok, bro. Chill out, bro. Chill out, man. Chill out. Chill out. Chill out. Chill out.
Alright.
Why she echoing in her stream? Wait, who the fuck is this? I can't even see this shit on my what's it called, bro. Oh, that's Raven. Lord and Savior.
Hey.
What up, Ray Ray?
Oh, she's in too?
Yeah, we finna do this public.
She's in my sister.
Where else are you live at? Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok.
She's in my sister. She's in my sister.
Yeah.
Hey,
I don't know why she echoing. She said you echoing.
Me?
Yeah, she said you echoing, bruh. I don't know why you echoing.
It's just my echo now. My echo now.
I don't know, ask her. I can't see your stuff. I can't see your stuff. Where's Raven? I just told you, Raven's on. She's in the YouTube chat. She's not on the Twitch chat or the TikTok chat. Oh, I'm echoing in her shit. Oh shit. I don't know why. I don't know what's up with that. It's my name. I need to put all the chat in one place, bro, because I'm looking at different monitors and this shit is annoying as fuck. Hold on. Oh shit. Alright, come on. What is this game? It's called The First Descendant. Woody said that she told you about it, right, Woody?
Yeah.
Bro, this bitch is crazy, bro. Watch out, Woody. Damn, what the hell? This damn thing trying to stop me from shooting shotty? Bro, what is bitch, bro? Hell no. Hell no. Hell no, boy. What up, Tyrone? Appreciate the $10 gift, my dog. Are you using your power, Woody?
Yeah.
I gotta use my shield. Bro, why is this bitch all up on me, bro? I don't even like you like that, shorty. I don't even like you like that, shorty. Yeah, I had to use my shield, bro. Like, shorty tripping. Damn, Woody, guess what? I'm out of bullets, bro.
Oh, you good.
I swear to God, bro.
That's wild.
I gotta use my other gun. Bro, what the? Alright, I gotta run around and get some bullets, bro. Like, yeah, no. How many people up in here, Woody? In here. In the, fighting the boss. Yeah, it's like 3 of them. Alright. There's no way in hell, bro. That nigga say we about to die. Bruh, I have no ammo. My new strap and battery charger for my VR comes tomorrow so I can start doing more stuff. What you mean? What was you talking about for VR chat or some shit? Alright, I got some bullets, dude. Damn, why this bitch keep teleporting, bruh? The fuck? Thanks all the gifts on TikTok and stuff. I see y'all. I'm just not really trying to say nothing. Yeah. I'm trying to get this boss down. Where you at, Wee? Oh,
yeah.
Why does this bitch always come next to me? Like, come on, man. What's it gonna say? She like me. Well, she can like somebody else, cause I ain't with that. I am not with that, buddy. I am not with that. What's her name? Stunning Beauty. Damn, bitch. Get out my way. This bitch is popping up on me. The strap I bought, bro. Damn, I need to move my shit, bro. Get pretty close. Damn, how you break your strap? Everybody shit on Oculus breaking. Fucking Big Mike broke his controller last night during fucking karaoke. Weedy controller broke. You done broke your strap. God damn. I done throw my shit across the room at least 5 to 10 times. And my shit's still working fine. That's crazy. You died. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Over where? So I can heal you. Wee, where you at?
I'm good.
Oh, you good now? Oh, we gotta shoot the eye, bruh. We gotta shoot the eye. What? You look cute today. Star. Chill out. Chill out, man. But appreciate the compliment, bruh. Come on, shoot this nigga, bruh. Are you up, Woody, or are you on some other type shit? We almost got this bitch, bruh. She needs to stop moving, though, bruh. Alright, I think we won, right? What? How the hell we lose, bruh? Ain't nobody died, bruh. Will you be my boyfriend is crazy when our... Bruh. Weedy, tell him to chill out.
Yeah.
Tell him to chill out.
Chill out, y'all. How about y'all? I thought y'all supposed to like talk about me. You my brother.
Oh, yeah. Every time I watch you, you get finer and finer. I appreciate it for it, but I'm a one-woman man. Yo, we gotta do it again, bruh.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay. Hey, girlie.
She said she coming to your chat, we.
I see her. Hey, girlie. What's poppin'?
Bro, I don't know what the hell just happened, bruh.
Girl.
We gotta go back, we, and start over.
Girlie.
We gotta go back and start over.
So basically, we shot the girl and we lost.
Didn't you tell her to download this game?
Yeah.
It's free. Shit.
What do you do in the game? Oh Lord. You shoot, you do missions and stuff. You level up. You level up.
You can customize your character, whatever color and skins and type shit.
Yeah. When I told you, I think I told you last week. You like last week?
I read my Bible. Are you proud of me? Listen, if you read the Book of Raven, that's cool, but you don't have to keep telling me you read the Book of Raven.
I forgot.
Just do it and shut the fuck up, okay?
I forgot. LOL. I can download it in the with my phone. So it's like Apex and stuff.
She's asking, is it like Apex? Is that what she asking?
Is that what you asking, Raven?
What's up, Pistachio?
I am analyzing the void paradox.
Alright, we're gonna go back with you.
Did I just hear my name? Yeah. Okay, Raven. Crazy.
What should I do to make sure I know everything about the Book of Raven and all of my studies? Just read the book front to back.
Well, I need to be
Who's the pastor? Big Mike, Ashley. Yeah.
Yeah, we got this. We got it.
This nigga is crazy. When did you start the religion? Woody, when did I start? When did I start Raven's religion? I think it was like a few months ago.
Yeah.
And if you joined, you got like an avatar with her face on it. It was like a shirt type shit. But that's like only for the people. That's like I throw off Apex or something. Nah, it's better than Apex. Cause you actually get to customize that shit, right? Oh shit. Yeah, but download it. It's free. Damn, this bitch is goddamn. This bitch is really about to kill her. Hey, we kill this bitch, bro. Right there. She behind you. Damn. Bro, what is this thing? How we almost... Whoa. See, this bitch keep popping up on me, bro. I think she liked me a little bit too much. That's popping up on me. Keep shooting shit, bitch. I got a shield. Now what? Oh, shit. She done ran in front of me. She done ran in front of me. I'm dead. Who's spamming caps, Raven? What are you talking about? Who's spamming caps? You talking about the bot? Oh shit. Yo, I'm really gotta go for this shit. Nah, she's talking about on YouTube, chat. I got bots on Twitch too and TikTok. But yeah. I thought she said God is a woman. Oh, God is a God is a woman, yeah. Yo, Weedy. What are you doing just sitting over there?
I'm trying to do that.
If you don't shoot this bitch, Are you a god? Chat, Raven just asked me, is she a god? I mean, you've heard the song, right? By Ariana Grande. God is a woman, right? I'm just saying, she said God is a woman. I just chose the woman. I just chose your face to be that woman. Do you want it to be somebody else? Damn, bro, get out my way, bro. Like, this nigga in my way, chat. Damn, I only got 9 bullets, bro. I only got 9 bullets, bro. Nah, I'm good. Okay then, that's what I thought. Hey, bitch, stop spamming me when I ain't got no bullets. Weedy, come kill this bitch, bro. What you doing? I gotta go find some bullets, bro. This bitch keep tapping me, bro. Alright, I got some bullets now. Yeah. What's the main goal? It's to kill this big bitch so we can move on to the next quest. Like, these bosses be big as hell. Shit. You got bots in all your streams? Well, yeah. I need them to type whatever I need them to type. And promote whatever I need them to promote. So, I got bots. Where's this bitch at? Oh. We almost got her shit down. Or at least it seemed like it. Star said, if Raven don't want to be God, hell, I'll take her place. I'm dead. Oh, she getting tired. She getting tired. Shoot her, Weedy, shoot her. Use your power, Weedy, use your power. Electrocute this bitch. Damn, bro, she keeps leaving, bro. I don't know. She said that she was good though, so I don't think she wanted to give up her god title. Alright, shoot the eye, Weedy, shoot the eye. You played My Little Monster on Rec Room? Nah, but I've been wanting to play that shit. Damn, I failed. Hey, I need somebody to come heal me, bruh. Woody, come heal me.
I'm dead too.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I got you.
You played My Little Monster on Rec Room. It's so addictive. I got like 2 monsters now. Nah, I haven't played that shit, but I've been wanting to. Is it really that good? I've been hearing about this shit, but...
Oh my god.
How many people down, bro? Alright, let me go over here and heal these niggas then, cause I did not know motherfuckers were down. Are you down, Woody?
Yeah, I'm coming back. I'm back.
Every time I aim at this bitch, she wanna disappear. Like, what's the... Bro. Damn, bitch, stop trying to... Damn. Yeah, we halfway done with this bitch, bro. Alright, go show us some love. Damn, this bitch keeps knocking down my shield. Are y'all going all out or what, bro? Where she go? Oh, shit.
Oh, she getting tired?
Yeah, she getting tired. Hell yeah. Yeah, we almost got her, chat, cause she leaning over and shit. Damn. We just gotta make sure we keep hitting this bitch, cause and don't die. Nah, I doubt it. Here we go with this shit. You started streaming early in the morning, boy. What's wrong with you? Man, I don't give a damn how early it is, nigga. You know I'm gonna stream. You should know that about me already. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at?
I'm doing my little thing.
Alright, cool. Yeah, she getting tired. She getting tired. This big bitch is crazy. Trying to send those damn things at me. That ain't gonna work, shawty. This nigga say, if Raven is really God, when I prayed last night, how come I didn't wake up to a PlayStation 5? I don't know. Have you been praying to her every night? Maybe she'll give you one. Damn, this nigga, bro. You ain't stopping with these damn whatchacollits. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go the other way. Everybody's still alive, right? Alright, cool, good. Damn. Right, she be teleporting, bruh. She straight be teleporting.
Oh, no.
Nah.
I like her, but... Yeah.
This bitch doing lasers?
Look there.
Chat, y'all retarded, bro, I swear. Did you pray today? Remember that weed? Did you pray today? Oh, dude. What did I say? His prayers was heard, but no PS5 for him. Damn, bro. She said you can't get a PS5, bro, because you ain't been doing what you supposed to be doing.
I'm not MC. Oh, my God.
Come on. We almost got this bitch, though. Yeah, bitch, you getting tired.
Come on. Got it?
So if he does what he's supposed to do, will you get him a PS5, Raven? Because he keep... Yeah, this nigga in the chat mumbling like a man. Oh, we got it. We got it, Jack. Stop moving. Stop moving. Stop moving. Stop moving. Thanks. Yeah, we got this bitch. Yeah. Yeah. We got it. Let's collect everything, you know what I'm saying? Did you pray today? Yeah, he can get one if he does what he's told. See? What's your name? Omari? Yeah, if you do what you're supposed to do, Omari, you'll be able to get it. Tell me why yesterday I searched up every Raven girl on VRChat and a whole bunch of avatar names popped up. I added all of them hoping to find the real Raven. Do you think she will accept my friend request? I don't know. She probably don't accept people who she don't know, bro.
Yeah.
So, but that's a lot of people though. If they don't know you, they probably won't accept your friend request. So who knows? Good things comes with good prizes. What type of prize you talking about? What? My name is a geek. Let's see. Oh, the Greek letters. Okay. You won't find Raven unless you put it in the Greek letter thing, bruh.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Like the way she got it is different. Tell Raven I want to have sex with her. Since she's a god, we can make god babies. And then I can rule over everything. She's not going for that, I'm sorry. She's not going for that.
I'm not going to
I changed it a while ago. Oh, okay. I probably saw it, but just fucking probably forgot, bruh. Alright, we beat the boss, chat. Come over here, where you at?
Over there.
Oh, okay, alright, let's talk to this nigga. Let's talk to this nigga. Hmm? You what? Oh, okay, cool. Don't understand. What now? What do you do? Oh, he said that he wanna have sex with a god, so y'all can have god kids or some bullshit. I don't know. Some shit he was saying. What you did last night was funny. I appreciate you trying to save him when he was confused about what he is. Oh, you talking about the dude who, damn. The dude who was trying to find himself and he thought he was gay? Yeah. I'm gonna always support, man. I don't judge. Like I said last night. What I say? We are all Raven's children, okay? We don't judge. The Book of Raven doesn't preach judging people. We take people as they are, you feel me? Woody, what's next? I saw a girl's story, I heard about it. What girl? What girl? Oh yeah, come on, yeah. We gotta go over here. Did you pray today? What's your girl avatar in VR chat? What's her name? I got like 3. I know one got my name. Her name is Trilcinda. But don't try to send me no friend request, because I will ignore you if I don't know who it is. That's like my,
Sorry, I know you probably want some rest after taking out that.
Tell Raven to stream VR chat, and you stream VR chat, and then we can stream VR chat. She gotta get her headband or something. Jessica? Oh, Jessica posted about it. Okay, cool.
Claiming she felt the pulse of an iron heart in the air. And then simultaneously...
Weedy. When are you gonna get a new controller, bro? I mean, Weedy could stream VR chat because she got a laptop, but she doesn't know how to do the whole laptop streaming shit. And I would need to be there to tell her how to do it. But Raven, she just need her new strap.
When I came back to HQ to report on my operation, they told me to take reinforcements.
Tell her to buy the Oculus 3. I'm like the only one in the group who got the Oculus 3, bro. I think they still got the 2. Y'all got the 2, right? Yeah, I'm the only one in the group who got the Oculus 3. Them updates is crazy. Raven said, what's wrong with your button?
I don't know. I don't know if I put it too hard.
Like she bent that shit. That shit leaning. That shit leaning to the side. Yo, send her a picture of your controller button.
Let me look at it.
That shit is leaning, bro. I got the 3, but I gave it to my brother because I don't be on the VR that much. Oh, you don't be plugging up your shit to the PC? Motherfuckers be on that shit like a motherfucker. Alright, what's next? Go to the mountain outpost and Vespers. Ooh, I think that's like a new, yeah, we got a new location, really. Hell yeah. I wish they would go in order so I can get my bro so I can cook, bro. They're not trying to let me cook, chat. How are you multi-streaming? It's a website called, was it Restream? Yeah, it's a website called Restream, and it lets you stream to 2 or 3 places for free. But if you want to stream to like 4 or more, you gotta pay a certain price a month. But if you want to stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time, it's free. You just gotta sign up, bro.
Oh, I can't
I used to,
promote it.
but I
You know,
moved.
you promote it.
We said we weren't doing no promotions, was you? We're gonna promote it later. He's tried to talk and backfire.
She wasn't the
Her
thing
button
now.
is just jammed under. You can take. Hey, I tried. I told her to tell her daddy to fix that shit, and he couldn't even fix that shit. Right? She said it's just jammed. Really. I told you that. I told you to get a knife and like bend that shit back. You feel me? I told her that. Right? You ready to go to the next field?
Yeah.
Ricky or really? Yes, really. I was about to say, what the fuck is this bitch coming from Ricky? Who the fuck is Ricky? I'm about to have us transform. We about to teleport. I would like to take Raven out on a VR chat date. I would like all of you to be there so she won't feel scared. Well, I know who you are, and I know your address, so you can take her out on a date, and if she says something, if she tell me that you was weird, I'm gonna light your fucking house. That's just what it is. You heard from Ryan today, Weedy?
Ronnie?
Yeah. What up, Jasper? I see you with the $20 gifted, bro. Appreciate that. He told me last night that you gonna be texting him back, bro, when I was out. I was like, bro, just text her, bro. I don't know what Weedy be on. She be in her own little world. She don't like texting people back. And that's supposed to be your man, so why you ain't texting back, Weedy? Weedy tripping. Okay, yeah. Let's go over here.
How can I help?
You really gonna kill him if Raven said he's weird? Let me look in the camera. Duh. If you're weird and she don't like you, I'm gonna beat your ass. Same thing with you. But I love her. What?
Casualties are mounting.
Okay, go message Raven on her Instagram. I think it's www.instagram.raven. Shit, I don't know. Yeah, it's her name, bro. It's her name. That's her man. Yeah, they been together for a minute. Yo, why my bot telling Raven to stop spamming? That's funny as fuck. That's funny. That's funny. That's funny. I did not program it to say that. Everybody say, holy crap, stop spamming.
Hello?
Who love who?
We were just here to find one thing,
I
and
see.
now we also have to find an iron heart. We'll have to look under every rock in Desert.
Big Boy Jenkins said he loves you, Raven.
Stolen archives
Big Boy
here from
Jenkins.
Jaber and some other descendants.
That's crazy.
Freyna, Sharon, even
No, we barely doing that.
stolen by one. Things will only get worse. We let them gain more.
I stream for 0 people and then
They satisfy their
I come back later on and I have a lot of views. How is that possible? Bruh, some people ain't like people be busy, but they be working and shit, bruh. Like, I don't be tripping. That's why I just mostly stream. My shit be having a lot of views within like 30 minutes after I stream. A lot of views, likes, comments. I don't be tripping about that shit, bruh. You shouldn't either. Love a strong word. She said love a strong word, bruh. Ronnie and Weedy go together? Yeah, they go together. Y'all didn't know that?
Yeah, I know.
Weedy, you been keeping it a secret? You been keeping y'all relationship a secret?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's on you. I ain't gonna judge you. The Lord and Savior Raven says we should forgive people. But what if people break our heart and lie to us? Are we still suspected to forgive them? You want me to ask Raven? Okay, I'll ask Raven. Raven, should we forgive people who lie to us and cheat on us? Please send me a sign. A Raven. I just asked her, bro. Would he be acting single? I'm confused. Raven said you be acting single. Woody, what's up with that? She said she confused that you got a nigga. A liar and a cheater are always a liar and a cheater. Yep. Well, she sent the sign, chat. She said she don't fuck with cheaters and liars, bro. So I don't think you should forgive whoever you talking about who plays you. Come on, Woody. Oh shit, the first one is over here, right? Yeah. Alright.
Separatists are after the Kuiper. I didn't expect them to send a force of this size.
Oh, my beloved daughter, Daya. Hold on a little longer.
Yo, what's up, Tyler? Yeah, best viewers on all day. Appreciate you stopping in, man. I'm actually about to head out. I've been waiting for my first, second, third Thunder Cage. I'm building all the Thunder Cages by tomorrow. I'm trying to max out all the weapons.
Special human child. What do you need?
So we got 9 minutes.
undertake a void intercept battle assignment.
Magisters are probably humanity's real hope, don't you think?
operation.